After being inexplicably declared dead, the only concern for Chu Zheng was the expenditure of money. Ever since she became bound to this system, she no longer experienced fatigue in her waist or legs, and, astonishingly, she no longer even gasped for breath, living each day in trapeze. That ion of spending. System, let's set a modest goal first. Let's squander 100 million miss. Please cease. Do not casually activate invincibility mode. Chu Zheng, could you first elucidate what this entity clinging to my leg is? Entity, darling, you may do as you wish. Chu Zheng, draw her knife. Well then, I shall not hold back. System, please miss, put down the blade. Indeed, miss, you can truly act without restraint. Consider it. Chapter 1. The Strategy of the Wealthy One. You are dead. You are dead. You are dead. The girl lay on the ground, slowly moving, covering her ears with her hands in an attempt to block out the annoying voice. Yet that crisp, childish tone persisted. It echoed from the depths of her mind. Irritating, utterly irritating. You are dead. 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 The girl clutched her head. Silence reigned. Yet the voice relentlessly repeated, its melody growing increasingly cheerful, ultimately transforming into a song reminiscent of a nursery rhyme. After toiling through the night, all she wished for was a peaceful slumber. Who could be so inconsiderate as to curse someone in the dead of night? Do not presume that just because you are a child, you can act with impunity. Who among us is not still a child? The voice continued its unyielding chant, its tune becoming ever more jubilant. You are dead. You are dead. You are dead. At last, the girl on the ground lifted her head. Chu Zheng lowered her hand that had been tugging at her bangs, her vision slightly blurred, and a wave of dizziness washed over her. It took a moment for her to discern the surroundings clearly. She turned her head, surveying the environment. What on earth is this place? How did she end up here? Was she kidnapped? Which reckless fool dared to abduct her? You are dead. You're the one who's dead, Chu Zheng retorted expressionlessly. You truly are dead, the voice continued. If you don't believe it, go look in the mirror. The mirror. Chu Zheng scanned her surroundings. This appeared to be a KTV private room. She rose and made her way to the adjacent restroom. There was a mirror inside. The reflection revealed a person with a riot of colorful hair, resembling a punk, with a frightful makeup and clad in bizarre clothing. Or was her familiar visage? Who was this? Fool! Chu Zheng quickly grasped her current predicament. She had encountered the legendary system. Setting aside the origins of this system, who created it, and its intentions, her current task was to complete missions across various worlds. With an impassive expression, Chu Zheng contemplated. Upon completing these tasks, she would earn a chance at resurrection. Still, her face remained devoid of emotion. What need had she for a chance at resurrection? She was not dead. She refused to accept such a nonsensical premise. Please recognize the reality. The system chirped, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Chu Zheng remained expressionless. A deceiver. The system chose to ignore, continuing with its discourse. The task of this system is to encourage her to squander wealth, to perish without expenditure. To survive, one must fervently spend. Wait, why must one be wasteful? Where does the money originate? Indeed, we must utilize your squandered resources to orchestrate a transformation and emerge as victors in life. A cheerful, childlike voice chimed merrily. Please prepare to embark the unfolding narrative. As that joyous voice faded, a sudden, dull ache surged in Chu Zheng's mind, countless unfamiliar memories flashing before her. This body is known as Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng's mother passed away at a young age, and her father, preoccupied with company affairs, seldom attended to her needs. Whenever Chu Zheng sought his attention, he would merely appease her with money, leading her to become increasingly willful and capricious. Her father remarried when she was 13. Her stepmother brought along a daughter of similar age, who was renamed Ji Tongtong. Upon their arrival, Chu Zheng harbored disdain for them, yet her stepmother treated her exceptionally well, granting her every desire as if she were her own daughter. Relatives and servants alike regarded her stepmother favorably, deeming Chu Zheng as the one lacking understanding. In truth, the stepmother aimed to render her wholly dependent. Chu Zheng indeed succumbed to her stepmother's design, indulging in smoking, drinking, and brawling, stopping just short of committing heinous acts. Each incident would nearly provoke her father into a cardiac episode. In contrast, Ji Tongtong appeared obedient and sensible, winning her father's affection effortlessly. Whenever Chu Zheng clashed with Ji Tongtong, her father invariably attributed the blame to Chu Zheng. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, many events were orchestrated by Ji Tongtong herself. She yearned to reveal the truth to Ji father, however. Under Ji Tongtong's deception, Ji father would never believe her, merely perceiving her as a troublemaker, unjustly tormenting. Yitongtong. Ji Tongtong perpetually embodied purity and beauty, a delicate lily in need of protection from her malicious sister. Consequently, Chu Zheng became increasingly rebellious. In the eyes of all, she was merely a wayward child, a cautionary tale. Ultimately, she fell victim to Ji Tongtong's machinations, losing her innocence. Even her beloved was taken away by Ji Tongtong, who was deemed the virtuous one, kind and gentle, Chu Zheng was branded as a wicked woman. In the end, Chu Zheng was left in disgrace, her sanity shattered, ultimately confined to a psychiatric hospital. Only when Ji Tongtong visited her did she divulge the entire scheme, revealing that everything was meticulously planned by the mother and daughter duo. Their objective was her downfall, to expel her from the Ji family and strip her of all she held dear. Upon discovering the truth, Chu Zheng succumbed to despair and took her own life shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, Ji Tongtong married, bore children, inherited the Ji family legacy, and ultimately lived a life of happiness. Chu Zheng rubbed her temples, still aching slightly, as she processed these unfamiliar memories belonging to this body. She could almost sense the resentment that lingered at the time of the original owner's demise. Yet, this was not she. Standing before the table, she noticed a knife resting upon it, the origin of which remained a mystery. "What are you planning to do?" The childish voice quivered with fear. "Our mission is to reclaim our fortune, not to slay those vile harlots. Remain calm." Chu Zheng paid no heed to the voice, gripping the knife and drawing it across her wrist with a swift motion. Blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground and blossoming into vibrant red flowers. As Chu Zheng opened her eyes once more, she found herself in the same position, in the same place, surrounded by the same scene, utterly unchanged. Useless. Unless you complete the task, you will perpetually relive this scenario. The voice of a child rang cheerfully, betraying a hint of malicious glee. Is this truly the modus operandi of your system? Where can one file a complaint against such a heartless system? This must be reported. Seated on the floor, Chu Zheng gazed at the knife lying silently on the table. Time passed, though she could not discern how long, before she grasped the knife again, both hands clutching it as she thrust it toward her heart. Ah! The door swung open, and a piercing scream shattered the silence, echoing through Chu Zheng's ears. The meaningless scream was unbearable, a cacophony that threatened to overwhelm her. This was the last thought that crossed Chu Zheng's mind as darkness enveloped her. The darkness lingered for mere seconds before she opened her eyes again, finding herself in the same place. What kind of advanced technology allows one to resurrect at the point of death? Perhaps the method of dying was flawed. Next, Chu Zheng demonstrated various methods of dying. Yet, regardless of her approach, she always awoke in this room. Chu Zheng traced her wrist thoughtfully while seated on the floor, lost in contemplation. The insistent voice echoed incessantly in her mind, provoking her desire to silence it. Ultimately, Chu Zheng had no choice but to accept that her current existence, along with the inexplicable system, was her reality. She found herself ensnared in this bewildering place. As for the system's claim that she had expired, she utterly rejected it. Deception. One, the extravagant system originates from male-oriented literature, akin to quick transmigration, belonging to a series of similar gen resto, not hastily label it. 2. If you enjoy it, read on. If not, feel free to move on. 3. The female lead is Chu Zheng, while the male lead is Xingyan. It is an unknown narrative. 4. The male lead is rather weak, exceptionally soft for those wishing to see a domineering CEO take charge. 5. For further inquiries, please refer to the pinned post in the review section, which serves as a beginner's guide and addresses common questions. Chapter 2. The Strategy of the Wealthy 2. Are you ready, young lady? Then let us commence our extravagant endeavors. The system promptly disregarded Chu Zheng's words. How do we squander wealth? Shall we demolish this house? While your literal interpretation isn't incorrect, this system is not so superficial, it possesses depth. Clears throat. Do not be anxious. Dear lady, I shall issue tasks for you to complete as instructed. The soft, cheerful voice brimmed with enthusiasm. I look forward to your guidance henceforth. Guidance, of course. The young lady seemed somewhat fierce. Chu Zheng drew her blade, its gleam reflecting in her eyes. Do not let me uncover your weaknesses. Indeed, the young lady is rather formidable. I must conceal my tale well. Since this is the first realm to help the young lady acclimate, this realm is designated as a novice realm. Please note that the value of money and items must be equivalent based on the currency of the realm. If you purchase an item for $1, it must be worth $1. This implies that one cannot give away, donate, or discard. It must be spent on purchasing. What reward will I receive upon completion? Upon each completion, you will be granted a corresponding sum of money, as well as the items acquired with the task funds. In other words, the more you splurge, the more wealth you will amass. If I spend 100,000, do I then possess 100,000? Indeed. The system responded with exuberance. Are you not overjoyed? What is the significance of this arrangement? Foolish individuals possess abundant wealth. It is a means to bestow riches upon you. Chu Zheng. She found herself at a loss for words. Do you have any further inquiries, miss? I am here to provide answers. The youthful voice brimmed with excitement. No. Chu Zheng coldly declined. She casually plunged the knife into the sofa. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the insertion point perfectly aligned with the previous position. Her gaze dropped, fingers tracing her wrist. At this juncture, the timeline reveals the original host and a group of rowdy friends reveling in a karaoke bar, only to be inebriated and brought to this private room. Soon, someone will enter, marking the moment when the original host loses her innocence. As this thought crossed her mind, the door to the room swung open. A young man swiftly stepped inside. The lighting in the room was dim, and the young man had just come from outside, only able to discern the silhouettes of those still seated on the floor. He rubbed his hands together, a sinister smile playing on his lips. My little beauty, have you been waiting anxiously? Chu Zheng brushed her hand over the sofa, and when she raised it again, a knife gleamed in her grasp. The young man froze in shock, the sharp tip of the blade directed toward him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Yet, rather than being intimidated, he audaciously sought to grasp Chu Zheng's hand. My little beauty, you're drunk. That knife could be quite perilous. The knife sliced through the air, grazing the young man's hand. He yelped in agony, clutching his injury. Fury surged within him. You're asking for trouble. Chu Zheng was quicker. She delivered a swift kick to his sensitive area. The young man was struck where it hurt, his balance lost as he fell to the ground, his head colliding with the table, leaving him moaning in pain. Chu Zheng rose to her feet, perhaps due to some advantage granted by the system, for she felt no discomfort in her body. She approached the young man, giving him a gentle kick. He still retained some consciousness, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. You dare to hit me? Hit you? Chu Zheng bent slightly, her frightening makeup under the dim light, rendering her even more ominous. She enunciated each word coldly. I did not lay a hand on you. Who else would I strike? Looking so unappealing, daring to call himself a little beauty, such an insult to the very term. You. Chu Zheng aimed another kick. He was still able to speak, but her previous force had been insufficient. She would need to be more mindful next time. This time, the young man could not withstand the blow. His eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. The sister is truly fierce. One must hold onto their little tail tightly, lest they fall into her grasp. Chu Zheng gazed indifferently at the youth sprawled on the ground. The original owner had only just discovered that the loss of her innocence had been meticulously orchestrated by Ji Tongtong. Main task. Please spend 100,000 within an hour. The funds have already been transferred to the card in your possession. Kindly check. The system chimed cheerfully. Dear miss, do not forget, our objective is to squander extravagantly and achieve a remarkable turnaround. To squander extravagantly and achieve a turnaround? Does this imply that I am to teach a lesson to those who have tormented the original owner? You are quite astute, miss. That is precisely the idea. The system praised her gleefully. Chu Zheng inquired, what happens if I cannot spend 100,000 within an hour? The amount will double, dear Mississippi. Truly, foolish people possess abundant wealth. Chu Zheng cast a glance at the youth on the ground, contemplating how best to handle him. "Dear Miss, we are a system designed for extravagance, do you understand? Please maintain a friendly demeanor. Refrain from contemplating peculiar ideas. Let's embrace a harmonious and amicable understanding." Chu Zheng responded with silence. She calmly washed her hands and descended to the front desk. "Bring me 100,000 worth of liquor, delivered to box 608. The receptionist gasped. 100,000? She stared at the customer before her, sporting a flamboyant hairstyle, clad in a leather jacket adorned with studs, and an alarming makeup style, swallowing hard. Surely, she was not seeking trouble. The receptionist tentatively asked, "Miss, are you certain?" Chu Zheng handed over her card. Though the receptionist found the situation somewhat peculiar, she felt it inappropriate to voice her concerns, especially since the card had already been swiped. "What kind of alcohol would you like? We have a vast selection. Anything will suffice, as long as it won't be lethal." The receptionist was momentarily taken aback. With a sum of 100,000, it could indeed prove fatal. She promptly arranged for the drinks, and after the transaction was completed, asked Chu Zheng to input her password. "Congratulations, Miss. You have successfully completed the task. The reward of 100,000 has been credited to your account." Was it truly that simple to accomplish the task? Chu Zheng followed the server to the private room, 608. "Here is your alcohol, but we didn't order any drinks." "What is this?" The server mentioned a name that sparked a commotion within. "It has already been paid for." "Paid for? Is this a mistake?" "This is indeed your establishment. There should be no errors." Chapter 3. The Million Dollar Strategy 3. Once the server departed, Chu Zheng pushed the door open and entered. With a snap, the lights in the room illuminated. Those gathered around the table turned to look at the entrance. Others followed suit, exclaiming, "Chu Zheng, are you pretending to be drunk to fool us?" "Chu Zheng, your timing is impeccable. We are curious who sent us all this alcohol." Most attendees maintained a casual demeanor, engaging in their usual banter about the drinks. Yet, one individual displayed a distinctly troubled expression. Chu Zheng navigated through the crowd, making her way deeper into the room. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the private room shifted to an eerie silence. Chu Zheng's gaze scanned the assembly before her. Today, the original host accompanied a group of dubious friends to this place for some leisure, but after indulging in a few drinks, she suddenly felt dizzy. It was evident that someone had slipped something into her drink. Chu Zheng picked up a bottle of liquor and presented it to the individual whose complexion appeared rather abnormal, her tone devoid of warmth or fluctuation. "Please drink." 100,000 yuan was at stake. It could not be squandered. Chu Zheng, sister. The individual, feeling guilty, dared not meet her gaze. "Drink that." In that moment, Chu Zheng seemed different from the impression they had of her, although clad in the same attire. The aura she exuded was entirely transformed. Most notably, her eyes, cold and unyielding, emanated an icy chill. A palpable sense of dread enveloped the atmosphere, rendering the others mute, as they were unaware of the unfolding situation. The tension in the air was palpable. Chu Zheng's frigid stare made the individual feel as though his past transgressions had been laid bare before her. His breath quickened slightly. "Chu Zheng, sister, have I done something wrong?" He attempted to plead. "You know very well," Chu Zheng replied, pressing the bottle forward once more. "Drink." The individual remained speechless. The others exchanged bewildered glances, pondering the strange turn of events. "Brother, what did you do to offend Chu Zheng? Quickly apologize and just drink." After all, she was their benefactor. How could one dare to cross her? "Exactly. Just drink and offer an apology. Chu Zheng won't hold it against you." His gaze darted about, as if a chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet, leaving him feeling utterly cold. She must have discovered everything. Would she spare him? No. He had to flee. As the two characters flashed through his mind, a wave of dread surged from the depths of his soul. He abruptly shoved aside the person next to him and dashed towards the exit of the private room. "Stop him." The original owner held a certain wealth, and despite being surrounded by dubious companions, this group was relatively inclined to heed her words. However, the man was swift. He flung open the door and bolted outside. Just beyond the door stood a tattooed, bald young man accompanied by a group of followers. The fleeing individual collided directly with the bald youth. "Brother Huang," he called out immediately. "Brother Huang, save me, save me." The bald young man grasped the individual and exchanged a glance with those from Chu Zheng's side, who visibly faltered and released the man. Brother Huang shot the man a disapproving glare, filled with disappointment, prompting him to scurry behind Huang for shelter. Chu Zheng appraised this brother Huang. He had an existing enmity with the original owner, stemming from his affection for her, which she had spurned, igniting a bitter resentment. Hat led him to seize any opportunity to create trouble for her. Though the original owner mingled with unsavory characters, she was not inherently of that world and had suffered losses on several occasions, even resorting to financial means taught each Huang a lesson, resulting in a deepening animosity between them. Ji Tongtong had somehow become privy to this matter and made contact with Brother Huang. This elaborate scheme was orchestrated by him, involving bribing those around the original owner and administering a drug to her. The troublesome creature had indeed come knocking. Could they eliminate him? Miss Ji, what a grand spectacle you have arranged. Brother Huang entered the private room, surveying the bottles on the table. Oh, and such fine liquor as well. Huang sat casually on the sofa, exuding an air of authority as he spread his arms wide on either side. Chu Zheng lightly caressed her wrist, her fingertips grazing over it thoughtfully. Huang shot her a sidelong glance. Why doesn't Miss Ji have anything to say? Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a bottle shattered, and liquor cascaded down Huang's bald head, momentarily stunning him, leaving his eyes glassy and unresponsive. Unfazed, Chu Zheng seized the second bottle and brought it down with swift precision. The speed of her action was such that no one had a chance to react. Huang's eyes rolled back as he collapsed straight to the ground. The onlookers swallowed hard, their throats constricted. Chu Zheng's subordinates exchanged glances, astonished. My goodness, when did Sister Chu Zheng become so formidable? She acts without hesitation, leaving no chance for a response. It was truly intimidating. Chu Zheng turned her gaze towards Huang's entourage, brandishing a shard of glass against Huang's throat before they could make a move. Try to move, and I dare you. Her voice was icy, her expression devoid of emotion, lending her an aura of fierce determination. The group of subordinates instantly froze in place. It was not the formidable foes they feared, but rather those who played by no rules. Ji Chu Zheng, let our Huang go. If you dare to treat him this way, you can forget about your future. One of Huang's subordinates shouted anxiously. Step inside and crouch down. What? The subordinates were perplexed. Step inside and crouch down. Chu Zheng repeated calmly. You have 3 seconds. Huang's subordinates exchanged glances between Chu Zheng and the unconscious Huang, weighing their options. Some remained unconvinced, eager to take action. However, the moment one made a move, Chu Zheng exerted force, and the individual, upon noticing blood on Huang Ji's neck, was instant. TLY frozen in place. They remained in a standoff for a brief moment before raising their hands and stepping forward. Surprisingly, none attempted to flee, including the traitor who had previously dashed out, now crouching inside with the others. San Mao, search them for weapons, commanded Chu Zheng. San Mao was not merely a person with 3 strands of hair, rather. He had dyed 3 tufts of hair in different colors, a style he had maintained since his debut, hence earning the nickname San Mao, Chu Zheng Jia. This was Huang Gu, a man of the streets. Chu Zheng's calm gaze swept across the room. San Mao inexplicably shuddered, goosebumps rising on his arms as he hastily approached to conduct a search. Numerous weapons were discovered, including various knives, and one individual had concealed a baton. Chu Zheng placed alcohol before them, tapping her fingers on the table. Drink. The others were taken aback. Were they to remain crouched and consume alcohol? These are all yours, and if that's insufficient, there is more, she declared, gesturing towards the array of bottles on the table, as well as those piled on the floor, unable to fit. Was this meant to intoxicate them to death? Chu Zheng Jia. This was far too much. Chu Zheng lifted her gaze, her eyes, dark as ink beneath heavy shadows, exuding an unsettling chill, as though she could perceive the very souls of those before her. The one who spoke immediately covered his mouth, refraining from further inquiry. Just moments ago, all it seemed, well, how had it transformed into such a terrifying scene in such a short span? The individuals crouching on the ground exchanged glances, and suddenly, they lunged towards one another. As others sprang into action, San Mao and the others instinctively retaliated. The private room was instantly engulfed in chaos. Some approached Chu Zheng and Brother Huang, intending to rescue Brother Huang. However, as they drew near to Chu Zheng, she swiftly incapacitated them, while San Mao and the others watched in astonishment as Chu Zheng methodically dispatched them one by one. San Mao, has Sister Chu Zheng secretly enrolled in a martial arts class? Chapter 4. The Strategy of 1,000 Gold. 4. When Brother Huang awoke, he beheld his little brother clutching a bottle of liquor, his face flushed and his posture unsteady, spilling chaos all around. Brother Huang followed the trajectory of the bottle, and his gaze landed on delicate fingers painted with black nail polish, fair and slender. It was Chu Zheng. Pressing him down, Chu Zheng commanded San Mao. Steeling himself, San Mao, having already incurred their wrath, positioned himself on either side of Brother Huang to restrain him. What do you think you are doing? Brother Huang bellowed in fury. I am inviting you to indulge in some drink, Chu Zheng replied, gripping Brother Huang's chin and forcefully pouring liquor into his mouth. Brother Huang struggled, his protests muffled as he was compelled to swallow. San Mao felt a twinge of fear. Would something truly go awry? As the bottle neared its end, Brother Huang remained only slightly intoxicated, vociferously cursing, Chu Zheng, you vile creature, unaware of how many have shared your bed. What pretense is this? Release me, or I shall make you pay dearly. His tolerance for alcohol was surprisingly robust. Let us pour another bottle, Chu Zheng declared, and she proceeded to inundate Brother Huang with yet another round. This time, he began to lose his sense of balance, his curses lacking their earlier vigor. Chu Zheng set the bottle down. Who prompted you to confront me? Brother Huang, now slightly dazed, continued to retaliate. You little harlot have offended many, and you deserve it. Initially, I had my sights set on you, yet you were disinclined. Now that I find you unworthy, who prompted you to confront me? His vitriol intensified, but Chu Zheng's patience wore thin. Finding his noise bothersome, she seized a stick procured from their earlier search and struck him several times. Brother Huang howled in pain, and at last, he relented, divulging everything. He was unaware of the individual's identity. A mysterious number had sent him a message instructing him to deal with her. The money was directly placed in a flower bed, urging him to retrieve it himself. Tempted by the substantial sum offered and the promise of further rewards upon successful completion, coupled with his resentment towards Chu Zheng, he was ultimately swayed. Brother Huang clung desperately to Chu Zheng's leg, vowing that he would never dare to offend her again. Drink, Chu Zheng urged as she handed him a bottle. I drink, he replied, fervently consuming the contents. Ji Tongtong executed her tasks with remarkable meticulousness, leaving no trace behind. Truly, she was a woman destined to see her story through to the end. Chu Zheng instructed San Mao and the others to ensure Huang and his companions finished their drinks before stripping them of their belongings. It was later reported that this group was discovered by a waitress, collectively naked, nearly prompting a call to the authorities for their arrest. As Chu Zheng exited the KTV, the outside world was ablaze with lights, the neon brilliance illuminating the night as festivities commenced. She meandered along the street, her gaze casually sweeping the surroundings while her mind pondered. How had she arrived here? What was the purpose of that peculiar system? Was it merely to compel her to spend money? Such a notion seemed utterly foolish. Unable to unravel this conundrum for the moment, she was suddenly startled by a commanding shout. Ahead, a figure was intercepted mere meters from her, pursued by others. Still trying to run? Go ahead, run, shouted one aggressor. You were so tough just a moment ago. Get up. Damn it, I'll teach you a lesson, you little brat. Several individuals began to rain blows upon the person sprawled on the ground. Chu Zheng gazed with an air of detachment, as if the unfolding events ahead bore no relevance to her. In truth, her mind was rife with frantic thoughts. How terrifying it was that such occurrences could transpire so casually. Would they seek to embroil her in their troubles? Should she turn and flee? What if they mistook her for an accomplice and extorted her? The prospect of being silenced was equally dreadful. Oh, what a wretched place this was. Dear miss, there's a hidden task, chimed the system's cheerful voice, juxtaposed with the cacophony of curses emanating from the scene. Chu Zheng, with an impassive expression, inquired, what hidden task? It was supposed to be a novice realm. The existence of a hidden task was utterly untrustworthy. Hidden task, please acquire a good person card from Yichin. Yichin is the one being assaulted ahead. You must ensure he does not succumb to darkness. Chu Zheng, what is this good person card? Is it meant to convince him he is virtuous? Aren't you supposed to be a wasteful system? Well, one must balance work and leisure. Besides, this is indeed a form of wastefulness. The system insisted, attempting to clarify. How could this relate to balance? Did it presume her ignorance due to limited education? After a moment of contemplation, Chu Zheng pondered, what would happen if I refuse? Dear Miss, if you do not complete the hidden task, you shall remain trapped in this realm, endlessly repeating the same cycle until you succeed. Isn't that rather frightful? Who concocted this absurdity? Chu Zheng regarded the individuals still engaged in their brutish behavior with a stoic expression. Aren't you going to intervene? Perhaps rescuing him could earn her that good person card. Go on, dear miss. Yet, Chu Zheng calmly articulated her reasoning. I cannot win. However, how remarkable you are. The name Yichin seems rather familiar. Where have I heard it before? Could it be someone the original owner had bullied? As Chu Zheng pondered, the altercation had already concluded. One of the assailants grasped the boy's collar and threatened, Listen here, you little brat. If you don't open your eyes next time, you'll regret it. Several of them swaggered away, laughing. The boy lay on the ground, struggling to rise, but his attempts were in vain. She crouched before him. And as he lifted his gaze, he was met with an astonishingly striking face. This makeup. A sense of foreboding washed over Yichin. The two exchanged silent glances for nearly a minute. Yichin remained motionless, unsure of her intentions. Chu Zheng's lips parted slightly. Her voice imbued with an icy clarity. Am I a good person? Yichin was momentarily taken aback, then a sardonic expression crossed his face. Today was indeed unfortunate for him, first encountering that group of individuals, then crossing paths with the notoriously formidable Chu Zheng at school. Yet the boy maintained his sardonic demeanor, remaining silent, as if resigned to his misfortune, embodying an attitude of do as you will. Miss, this approach is ineffective. He must genuinely acknowledge it in his heart. The system interjected. Is it truly so troublesome? Chu Zheng replied, pondering the depth of self-acknowledgement necessary to consider oneself a good person. Miss, do not overthink it. Just focus on being a good person first. The system encouraged. Chu Zheng, expressionless, extended her hand toward the boy. The youth abruptly recoiled, a shadowy glimmer flickering in his eyes. Chapter 5, The Strategy of a Precious Daughter. 5. Chu Zheng observed him, then glanced at her own hands. Rising, she bent down to grasp the collar of the boy's garment. The collar constricted around his throat, reducing his breath. Coupled with Chu Zheng's strength, Yichin was compelled to rise. The pain coursing through his body rendered him unstable, causing him to stagger toward Chu Zheng. Just as he was about to crash into her, she unexpectedly released her grip and stepped back, resulting in Yichin tumbling to the ground. He braced himself against the earth, a searing pain shooting through his palm. Casting a furious glare at Chu Zheng, he expressed his indignation. Chu Zheng replied, I had no idea you were so weak. Please don't look at me like that. It was not my intention. She took a measured breath and, this time, grasped the boy's arm, assisting him to his feet. He struggled momentarily. Yet still reeling from the recent beating, his strength was insufficient. Chu Zheng hardly sensed his resistance. She guided Yichin to a nearby chair and seated him. The wariness and anger reflected in his eyes made him appear more like a bullied cub in that moment. Unable to resist, Chu Zheng reached out and tousled his hair. The soft texture prompted a more serious expression on her face. How soft? If I touch it again, he surely won't be angry, right? Touching once is one thing, but twice is still merely a touch. What is wrong with that? Yichin, having endured beatings and scorn, was unaccustomed to such affectionate gestures. His expression turned awkward, tinged with a hint of blush, ultimately transforming into a flush of indignation. Enough! Yichin shouted in fury. The humiliation darkened his countenance. Wait, came her voice, cold and devoid of emotion. Chu Zheng bent down, fixing her gaze on Yichin's eyes, and declared, word by word, if you attempt to flee, I shall break your legs. The fierce tone of her words conveyed an unmistakable sense of menace. Yichin, though contemplating escape, found himself devoid of strength. The earlier assailants had inflicted severe pain upon him, leaving him battered. He glanced at the assortment of colorful pills in his possession, unsure of their nature. Yichin regarded the unconventional girl before him with suspicion. She was known for her tyrannical reign over the school, flanked by a group of uneducated delinquents who thrived on bullying others. Anyone daring to oppose her would face dire consequences. Although he had never been on the receiving end of her wrath, he had suffered at the hands of her followers. The young man clenched his fists, apprehensive that she was devising a scheme to torment him. Perhaps her minions lurked nearby, waiting to pounce at the slightest misstep. Chu Zheng seized his hand, but Yichin recoiled, reluctant for her to touch him. Do not move, she commanded. Their tugging resulted in a sharp intake of breath from Yichin as the wound on his palm reopened, beads of blood beginning to surface. Gritting his teeth, he thought, she must be doing this on purpose. A sharp sting enveloped him as alcohol was poured onto his palm. Yichin widened his eyes in shock. The liquid seeped into the wound, causing an intense burning sensation. Yet, this pain paled in comparison to the blows he had endured before. He remained silent, observing the unconventional girl as she tended to his injury, applying a bandage with deliberate care. Her fingers brushed against his skin, the combination of alcohol and her touch igniting a searing heat. "What is it that you truly desire?" he inquired, bewildered. Chu Zheng grasped his other hand and coldly stated, "I wish to make you believe that I am a good person." The youth raised his head, casting a sardonic glance around him. In his pitch-black eyes flickered a hint of scorn. "What game are you playing?" he inquired. "Do you intend to revel in my folly once I acquiesce?" Such tricks were not unfamiliar to him. An individual who only knew how to bully others while proclaiming themselves a virtuous person. Wasn't that laughable? No, he would not fall for it. "Oh." Chu Zheng continued to apply the adhesive bandage. Yi Chen observed her expression. It appeared unchanged since her arrival, marked by an air of indifference and detachment. The school uniform he wore had faded from repeated washings, and as Chu Zheng rolled up his pant leg, the boy instinctively recoiled, wishing to evade her touch. She firmly pressed down on his knee. A sharp intake of breath escaped the youth as pain coursed through him. Was she deliberately tormenting him? Noticing his discomfort, Chu Zheng abruptly released her grip, her lips pressing into a serious line. She hadn't intended to cause him pain. It was truly unintentional. Before Yi Chen could erupt in anger, she hastily rolled up his pant leg. His knee bore fresh wounds, marred by bruises that resembled remnants of older injuries, lending a somewhat alarming appearance. Suddenly, Yi Chen felt a surge of irritation rising within him as he reached to shield the marks on his leg. However, Chu Zheng restrained his hand, her gaze imbued with a chill. "Do not move." Yi Chen froze momentarily. Chu Zheng's eyes fell upon the rolled-up fabric, recalling that this was the uniform of the original owner of the body. Since the original owner had never worn it, it had momentarily slipped her mind. She dabbed the medicinal solution onto Yi Chen's leg, her fingertips warm against the coolness of her demeanor. Yi Chen's body froze, paralyzed with hesitation, as he felt her fingers glide across his skin, provoking a subtle, tingling sensation. Suddenly, Chu Zheng inquired, "Are you also from No. 2 high school?" Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback. Did she not recognize him? It seemed improbable that she was unaware of his identity. However, considering her type, surrounded by admirers, forgetting who he was seemed plausible. While Yi Chen's mind wandered, Chu Zheng had already completed applying the medication and shifted her focus to his face. Her question was evidently a mere formality. She did not seek a response. Moreover, his school uniform served as a silent testament to his identity. His face bore bruises and traces of blood, a truly pitiful sight. The wounds on his face were relatively easy to attend to, and after finishing, Chu Zheng glanced at his body, stating, "You must have injuries elsewhere. Take it off." "I don't need your help," Yi Chen replied, crossing his arms. Chu Zheng nodded impassively and handed him the medication, commanding, "Turn around." She shot him a dispassionate look. Who would want to see you, with such sparse hair? Once Chu Zheng turned her back, Yi Chen began to apply the ointment himself. The front was manageable, but he could not reach the back. Ultimately, he decided to abandon the effort. "All done," he announced. Chu Zheng gathered the supplies and thrust the entire package into his hands. Yi Chen could only stare in silence. Chu Zheng clapped her hands, tucked them into her pockets, and prepared to leave. "Miss, you're just going to walk away? Why not?" Chu Zheng replied, her brow furrowing. "Why complicate things? Can't I refrain from being a good Samaritan? Miss, you should strive to be a good person. Good luck." She gritted her teeth, thinking, what a trivial matter. Chu Zheng cast a sidelong glance, her icy gaze settling upon the young man as she coolly inquired, "Where do you live?" The dim light of the street lamps illuminated the boy, casting elongated shadows upon the ground, rendering him remarkably slender and somewhat pitiable. Chapter 6. The Strategy of a Fortune. 6. Yi Chen resided in an aging neighborhood. Despite its less-than-ideal surroundings, the area boasted convenient transportation and proximity to the school. With property prices still quite high, Chu Zheng escorted him to the foot of the building, supporting him with one hand. Yi Chen felt a sense of embarrassment at being seen in such a disheveled state, yet he was even more perplexed. It seemed she truly had no intention of humiliating him. But could that be possible? Surely not. "I've arrived," the boy uttered, suppressing his emotions, awkwardly adding, "Thank you." So soft. Chu Zheng maintained her serious and indifferent demeanor, reaching out to touch him several times. The jingling of the girl's adornments echoed lightly. Yi Chen watched her depart, the streetlights flickering with two unlit, her silhouette wavering between darkness and light. Gripping the bag tightly, he turned and limped up the stairs. "Yi Chen, trust no one," he reminded himself. Upon opening the door, he was met with a sharp reprimand. In the living room, a woman lounged on the sofa. Her legs crossed as she cracked sunflower seeds, her face bearing a sharp and acerbic expression. Yuchen silently closed the door. The woman glanced at him with a sidelong eye, her gaze landing on the bag in his hand. "What did you bring?" she demanded. Yuchen quietly made his way to his room. In an instant, the woman sprang to her feet, snatching the bag from him, opening it, and rummaging through its contents. After a moment, the bag was hurled onto Yuchen, causing the contents to scatter chaotically onto the floor. "Are you insane? Why buy so many medicines? Do you wish to die? Where did you get the money? Speak. Where did all this money come from? Did you steal from me?" The woman's shouts grew increasingly louder, and she even began to resort to physical actions. Yuchen clenched his fists, allowing her tirade to wash over him. He needed to endure. Graduation was just around the corner. This cacophony of accusations continued until a man emerged from another room, bringing an end to the uproar. The living room fell into silence, leaving only the boy and the scattered medicines on the ground. He crouched down slowly, picking up the various medications, cold medicine, contraceptives. The boy's expression soured. What on earth had she purchased? The chaotic makeup on her face had been removed, leaving only her clothing. The original owner's attire was far too eccentric. Although he found it somewhat appealing, it did not align with her noble yet alluringly seductive image. Thus, she resolved to change it. Main quest: spend 200,000 within 2 hours. Chu Zheng. So, a task only appears when money needs to be spent? Dear Miss, we are a prodigal system. Whenever there is an opportunity to spend, we shall spend. If not, we will create conditions to ensure spending occurs. The system chirped cheerfully. Chu Zheng. 2 hours, an hour more than last time. Yet, I never anticipated the traffic. No amount of planning can match the whims of fate. By the time she arrived at the mall where she could spend 200,000 on clothing, only half an hour remained. Maintaining her composure, Chu Zheng glanced at the sign and made a beeline for the jewelry store. Spending 200,000 did not necessitate purchasing clothing. Welcome. As Chu Zheng glanced around the environment, she chose a jade counter. Welcome. Well, would you like to see? The sales clerk approached with a sweet smile. The clerk was somewhat surprised by Chu Zheng's beauty, as well as her peculiar attire. At that moment, Chu Zheng had straightened her hair, cascading it over her shoulders. Her exquisite features, coupled with an expressionless face, imparted an air of aloofness. Dressed in a manner reminiscent of a street delinquent, she wore leather jackets and pants adorned with studs. Although her attire was indeed unusual, it oddly complemented her cold demeanor. Chu Zheng swiftly scanned all the price tags, pausing her gaze on a jade picio. "I'll take this one." The clerk instinctively glanced at the price. The girl before her did not seem like someone who could afford such an expensive item. Nevertheless, working in retail, they could not afford to be dismissive of any customer. She could only politely remind, "Miss, this is priced at 210,000. But due to our store's anniversary celebration, it's discounted to 200,000. Upon hearing the price, those lacking sufficient funds would naturally understand their limitations. "Yes, I want it," Chu Zheng replied, her expression unchanged. Suddenly, a finger interjected, its owner sweetly addressing the clerk. "Could you please wrap that up for me?" "Thank you." The clerk seemed to recognize her and appeared somewhat conflicted. "Miss Yang, this young lady has already claimed it." "Claimed it?" Yang Chanqian turned to scrutinize Chu Zheng, her gaze initially sweeping over her attire, revealing a hint of disdain. "Can she really afford it?" "Oh, isn't that Chu Zheng?" Yang Chanqian's gaze fell upon Chu Zheng's face, and it seemed she had recognized the original owner without any makeup. I wondered who it was. "Why haven't you applied your smoky eye makeup today?" Yang Chanqian's tone dripped with sarcasm. Yang Chanqian, a classmate of the original owner Chu Zheng, was part of the same clique as Ji Tongtong, and had devised many schemes to trouble the original owner. Another femme fatale, possessing such beauty and a melodious voice, yet harboring such malice. The world has indeed declined. Human hearts have grown cold, morality has decayed, and society has become ever more indifferent. "Miss, time is running out," the system reminded Chu Zheng. "Oh, right." She still needed to pay. Chu Zheng repressed her inner complaints and looked sternly at the cashier. "Check out, please." "Wait a moment." Yang Transhan obstructed the cashier. "I saw this item first. It must be sold to me." "Miss Yang, this." The cashier appeared troubled. Yang Transhan had indeed come to see it earlier, but she had said she would think it over and had not made a purchase. "First come, first served. I was here first and said I would return to collect it," Yang Transhan asserted, her expression one of entitlement. Did you leave a deposit? Chu Zheng asked calmly. Yang Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, then scoffed. So what if I didn't? My mother is a member here. I don't need to leave a deposit, do I? The last question was directed at the cashier. The cashier glanced at Chu Zheng, pondering that she hardly seemed like someone who could afford 200,000. Meanwhile, Yang Qianqian's mother was indeed one of their diamond VIP clients. After weighing the situation, the cashier concluded, yes, offending Yang Qianqian could very well jeopardize her job. Yang Qianqian broke into a triumphant smile, her finger tapping on the counter. Uncle Ji has long ceased to care for you. How could you possibly have any money? Ji Chu Zheng, do not attempt to save face by turning 20,000 into 2,000, lest you become the subject of ridicule. Yang Qianqian, allied with Ji Tongtong, was well aware of the original owner's circumstances. The troubles caused by Ji Chu Zheng had greatly angered Ji's father, resulting in the suspension of her card. Yang Qianqian, familiar with her spending habits, doubted her ability to produce such a sum, emboldening her to speak so. Suddenly, Chu Zheng reached out, seizing Yang Qianqian's finger and applying pressure outward. A sharp crack echoed in the air. Ah! Yang Qianqian let out a cry. Chu Zheng, her expression frigid, tightened her grip. Her words laced with iciness. Do you still wish to purchase it? Ji Chu Zheng. Yang Qianqian, racked with pain, beads of cold sweat trickling down her face, dared not move. Instead, she shouted, you dare lay hands on me? Have you lost your mind? Call the police. Someone call the police. The sales clerk, caught in a state of uncertainty, was unsure how to respond. Chu Zheng continued to exert pressure. It hurts, I want to buy it. I want to buy it. Ji Chu Zheng. Let me go. With her fingers adorned in black nail polish, she clutched a card and presented it to the clerk. Charge it, please. The clerk swallowed hard. Her gaze towards Chu Zheng filled with trepidation. It was evident to her that Yang Qianqian was deliberately provoking, yet throughout the entire exchange, Chu Zheng had spoken only a few words before resorting to violence. It was akin to watching a competitive bout, where one side boasted wildly, only to be swiftly defeated by a single strike from the opponent. The gallant demeanor was striking indeed. The cashier hurriedly proceeded to process the transaction. For this was not her concern, it was the lady's insistence that compelled her. Once the transaction was completed, the cashier approached with the POS machine. Miss, please enter your password. In that instant, as the receipt printed, a cheerful notification chimed. Congratulations, miss, you have completed the task, and a reward of 200,000 has been credited. Yang Qianqian, flexing her fingers, nearly choked on her indignation. What was she purchasing? 300,000. She could have managed. That wretched Ji Chu Zheng. She glared fiercely at Chu Zheng. Ji Chu Zheng, just you wait. Fearing that Chu Zheng might retaliate, she dashed out of the store. Chu Zheng, bewildered, mused. What am I waiting for? To be confronted again? People these days are truly peculiar. The cashier, observing Chu Zheng leave with her items, scurried to her startled colleague. Did you find that girl just now rather impressive? Her colleague replied hesitantly. That was Miss Yang. She has crossed paths with Miss Yang, should be acquainted with her, and given that she could spend 200,000 on purchases, she was likely no ordinary individual. But why is she dressed like that? Hence, the manager often reminds us not to judge a book by its cover. Lesson learned, indeed. Yang Qianqian ran a considerable distance before pausing to catch her breath. Why was she running? She glanced back, somewhat perplexed, nursing the fingers that Chu Zheng had twisted, her eyes betraying a hint of animosity. Today, that Ji Chu Zheng seemed rather peculiar. She pulled out her phone and called Ji Tongtong. Hello, Tongtong. What could have triggered Ji Chu Zheng? Have you seen her? There was a hint of excitement in Ji Tongtong's voice. Did last night's plan succeed? The other end fell silent. Fearing exposure, she hesitated to reach out recklessly. I just bought a birthday gift for my dad and ran into her at the jewelry store. She looked possessed. Even snatched a 20,000 yuan jade pie show from me. I searched for ages to find the perfect one, and she just took it away, even physically confronting me. What did you say? A jewelry store? Isn't she supposed to? Did it fail? Qianqian, where are you? I'll come find you. Let us discuss this in person. Miss, promise me that in situations we can resolve with money, we shall never resort to violence, all right? The system lamented pitifully to Chu Zheng. Eliminating her would be less troublesome. Oh my, what kind of girl has it found? If she is eliminated, no one will witness your extravagance. You cannot eliminate her. The system weakly protested. Why does this girl resort to eliminating others at the slightest provocation? She is indeed terrifying. The adjacent system remarked that its host was always positive and kind to it. Why must I encounter such a fierce girl? What a hassle. Chu Zheng's room was adorned in shades of gray and black, exuding a stifling ambience. She turned around, opened her wardrobe, and took a glance. It was filled with identical outfits she wore. Coldly, Chu Zheng shut the wardrobe door and turned to the bathroom to remove her makeup, changing into her newly purchased attire. The girl in the mirror had elegantly arched eyebrows, rosy lips, and pearly white teeth, with features exquisitely beautiful. If she were to smile, she would undoubtedly be a vision of loveliness. Even with her icy demeanor, Chu Zheng exudes a captivating elegance, resembling an enchanting ice princess. It remains a mystery what prompted the original owner to forsake her beauty and adopt such a ghastly appearance. Was it to repulse Ji Fu and Ji Tongtong? If that was indeed the case, then her method was undeniably eccentric. What is your name? Are you asking me, miss? Are there others here? I am the King S system. The system's voice was cheerful. Just you? The girl in the mirror wore a cold expression. Bronze would be more appropriate. The system, feeling slighted by Chu Zheng's disdain, became despondent. Stroking her chin, Chu Zheng sauntered out and reclined on the bed, fervently hoping she would not discover which scoundrel had wronged her. The pillow in her hands gradually lost its shape. Chu Zheng was roused from her slumber by persistent knocking at the door. Sitting up, she realized she had fallen asleep. The knocking continued, prompting her to approach and open the door. Standing outside was a girl clad in a white dress, her sweet visage framed by cascading curls that rested upon her shoulders, accentuating her fair skin akin to the finest jade, leaving an impression of immediate fondness. This was the original owner's wild younger sister. Quite attractive, indeed. Why squander her beauty on such antics? Ji Tongtong was startled by the door's opening, taking a moment to respond, incredulously exclaiming, "Sister? How had she transformed into this?" The reality starkly contrasted with her expectations. Instead of appearing disheartened, Chu Zheng radiated a dazzling brilliance. Ji Tongtong had always known that Ji Chu Zheng was exceptionally beautiful, which is why she had often portrayed herself in that hideous manner. She had actually relished witnessing her sister's beauty. Clenching her fists, Ji Tongtong pondered the implications of last night's failure. Despite having previously sent her a message indicating that everything would be settled by last night, a perplexing error seems to have occurred. Is something the matter? The voice that greeted her was familiar, yet notably colder than ever before, accompanied by an air of indifference. With a smile that belied her concern, Ji Tongtong inquired, "Sister, why haven't you put on any makeup? Is there something wrong? Am I tainted by those you summoned?" Ji Tongtong's eyes widened, pupils constricting, her heart racing, yet her expression remained one of innocent bewilderment. "Sister, what are you talking about?" Chu Zheng retrieved her phone and activated the recording. "It's Ji Tongtong. Ji Tongtong gave me money to come and assault you. There was money involved, so please don't hit me. It was truly Ji Tongtong. I was merely doing as I was paid." Chapter 8. The Strategy of 1,000 Golds. 8. Ji Tongtong stepped back, the color draining from her face. "Sister, what is this? I don't quite understand." She feigned ignorance, attempting to maintain a facade of composure, but her youth betrayed her with numerous cracks in her act. Chu Zheng stopped the recording. "You know precisely what it is. So young, yet so malicious, possessing a striking appearance, yet choosing a path of no return. How regrettable. The blossoms of the nation have taken such a wrong turn." It seems the young lady's inner monologue is rather extensive. Perhaps it would be best to feign ignorance, lest she unleash her ire once more. Ji Tongtong nearly fled in disarray, unprepared for the recorded revelation. Chu Zheng's sudden transformation left Ji Tongtong in utter disarray. Upon returning to her room, she was engulfed by regret. She executed the deed with utmost discretion, ensuring that no one would ever suspect her involvement. She refused to acknowledge it, for there was no evidence to implicate her. The more Ji Tongtong contemplated the situation, the more uneasy she felt, prompting her to swiftly extract the SIM card from her phone and flush it down the toilet. Having completed this action, Ji Tongtong released a sigh of relief. Of course, Chu Zheng had no evidence. That recording was coerced from Brother Huang, intended merely to intimidate that scoundrel. Otherwise, he would still believe she was the former Ji Chu Zheng, easy to bully. The constant turmoil was exceedingly tiresome. "Miss, please receive the information on Yi Chun," chimed the system cheerfully. Before she could brace herself, Chu Zheng found herself inundated with a wealth of details regarding Yi Chun. Orphaned at a young age, Yi Chun was subsequently taken in by his uncle and aunt under the guise of adoption, who then seized his family's home and compensation funds. Such relatives, capable of such despicable acts, were naturally unkind to Yi Chun. He endured humiliation and abuse in that household and faced bullying at school, leading him to gradually stray from the right path. In his final year of high school, he aspired to attend university, believing it would grant him an escape from that wretched place. However, he was thwarted once more by his uncle and aunt. Ultimately, they received their just punishment, culminating in a death sentence. Chu Zheng rubbed her temples. Was this truly part of her mission? Indeed, do not allow Yuchen to turn to darkness. Thus, dear miss, please spend money on him. Let him see the world's beauty. Chu Zheng thought to herself, foolish people have money to spare. Foolish people have money to spare. Foolish people have money to spare. On Monday, both Chu Zheng and Ji Tongtong were in their second year of high school. Ji Tongtong left early with her classmates, while Chu Zheng took the driver's car to school. The transformation in Chu Zheng did not go unnoticed by the driver and the servants, who were taken aback, even stunned by the change. Moreover, unlike in the past when she would frequently raise her voice and lose her temper over trivial matters, today the young lady appeared composed and indifferent, speaking far less. Stop the car. The driver, taken aback by the unexpected command from the back seat, instinctively applied the brakes. Chu Zheng flung open the car door, tossed her backpack behind her, and elegantly leaped over the flower bed beside her, executing the maneuver with grace. The driver thought to himself, the young lady seems rather impressive. Yichen, on your way to school? A group of individuals from behind surrounded Yichen, seizing his bicycle and compelling him to halt. Clad in the uniforms of the second middle school, they exuded a carefree demeanor, unmistakably lacking in good character. Yichen frowned, dismounted, and chose to ignore them, attempting to push his bicycle forward. What's the rush? Come on, we just want to have a word. Haha, come this way. Let us talk over here. Yichen was coerced, along with his bicycle, toward a nearby park. As Yichen endured the beating, he noticed Chu Zheng standing at a distance by the flower bed, casually gripping her backpack and observing him with her detached gaze. Initially, he failed to recognize her. But upon spotting the charm on her backpack and her cold eyes, realization dawned upon him. Yichen, cradling his head with both hands, silently endured the assault. Yichen, come now, call me grandfather, and we'll let you go today. Yichen remained silent, his expression fierce, glaring at the individuals before him like an enraged lion. What are you glaring at me for? As the boy raised his hand to strike Yichen, someone suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, forcing him to step back several paces. Who are you? The boy retaliated with a swing. Chu Zheng grasped his wrist and twisted it downwards. A cry of agony escaped the boy's lips, drawing the attention of his companions nearby. Boss, are you all right? They exclaimed. Who is this yellow-haired girl daring to bully our boss? Let him go at once. The boy, caught in Chu Zheng's grip, pleaded, Beautiful lady, let us talk this over. With a swift kick to his backside, he fell to the ground. Apologize. I owe you no apology. Freed from her hold, he shouted to his friends. What are you staring at? Teach this meddlesome, yellow-haired girl a lesson. Chu Zheng discarded her backpack onto the ground, flexed her wrist, and as they approached, executed a sweeping kick. This group of students, relying on their meager skills, proved no challenge for her. In mere moments, they lay sprawled on the ground. Chu Zheng bent down to retrieve her backpack. Apologize. I'm sorry, they stammered, even though they could not comprehend their wrongdoing. She pointed at Yichen, who stood alone on the sidelines. Apologize to him. The boy, cradling his wrist, turned to glance at Yichen. Where did this fellow meet such a formidable beauty? I'm sorry. He gritted his teeth, vowing to remember this. Get lost. The boys helped each other up and hastily retreated from the small park. Yichen raised his gaze, his dark eyes still reflecting a glimmer of ferocity. But soon, a hand descended upon his head, ruffling his hair like one would a large dog, bringing forth a sensation of softness and comfort. Touch me a little more. Is that enough? Who does she think she is? Yichen. What is wrong with this person? Yichen propped himself up against the flower bed, rising unsteadily, his legs somewhat numb, swaying as if he might fall. His face pale and unappealing. The youth possessed an extraordinary beauty, his exquisite countenance and restrained expression forming a tableau that compelled one to witness his struggle. Chu Zheng gazed at him for a moment before extending her hand to steady him. He withdrew his hand, his tone sharp and guarded. What exactly do you intend to do? Previously, she had stood by, observing as he was beaten, seemingly indifferent to his plight. Though he had never harbored the hope that someone would come to his aid, he had long since grown accustomed to solitude. Someday, those who bullied him would pay the price. Yichen's expression was a tapestry of conflicting emotions as he surveyed his surroundings, seeking any sign that she was merely toying with him. However, apart from them, only the plants remained. How peculiar. Yichen bent down to retrieve the bicycle from the ground, limping slightly as he pushed it outward. Chu Zheng tossed her backpack into the bicycle's basket with remarkable precision. Startling him, he halted, his gem-like eyes filled with fury. The anger that grazed his features added a vibrant intensity, contrasting sharply with his earlier despondency, making him irresistibly appealing. Chu Zheng stepped forward, seized the bicycle, and after taking a few strides, mounted it directly. "Get down." Yichen approached, grasping the handlebars in an attempt to pull her off. "Get on." Chu Zheng remained unmoved, her voice cold and devoid of inflection. Yichen's chest rose and fell with anticipation. Very well. He was eager to observe how she would manage him. After all, weren't these individuals merely reveling in his misfortune, deriving amusement from his plight? He braced himself against the back seat and boldly took a seat, intentionally exerting force. He expected her to falter, yet to his surprise, the bicycle remained perfectly steady. In the next moment, the bicycle soared forward. Instinctively, Yichen grasped her jacket. The fragrance of the young girl enveloped him, mingling with the fresh scent of the surrounding flora. As the school drew nearer, perspiration began to beat in the palm of Yichen's hand. The girl rode with remarkable steadiness, her skirt billowing in the wind as she deftly navigated through the throngs of students. Bystanders cast curious glances their way. Suddenly, the bicycle came to an abrupt halt. A group of rough-looking boys lounged by the roadside, their uniforms askew, creating an odd atmosphere. This group was none other than San Mao and his companions. Chu Zheng brought the bicycle to a stop and called out to them, "San Mao." One of the boys turned to glance in their direction, his gaze landing first on Yichen in the back seat. He recognized Yichen, but who was the one carrying him? He had never seen her before. Wait, that voice sounded somewhat familiar? The unfamiliar face felt oddly recognizable. "Chu Zhengjie," San Mao tentatively called out, his mind racing with various thoughts. "Have you completed the task I assigned you?" "Ah," San Mao exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, though they hesitated to approach, wary of their own reputation. Retreating instead, it was Chu Zheng and Yi Chun who became the subjects of whispered speculation. "Isn't that Yi Chun from Class 7? Who is the person riding with him? I have never seen her before. She is extraordinarily beautiful. Is she from our school?" Since Chu Zheng is not wearing a school uniform and has completely transformed, no one can tell if she belongs to their institution. San Mao stumbled forward, as if encountering a ghost. "Chu Zheng, is that you? Is this truly their Chu Zheng?" The others wore expressions of bewilderment. It's only been a day. How could she have changed so drastically? "I'm asking you a question." Though the tone was slightly frigid, the voice was unmistakable. "It is indeed their Chu Zheng." San Mao quickly reassured. "Chu Zheng, don't worry, not a drop was wasted. And not a single piece of clothing was left behind." After speaking, San Mao felt a twinge of concern. "Chu Zheng, do you think they will cause trouble?" "They won't have the opportunity." "What does that mean? And why is Yichen seated behind their Chu Zheng? If anyone ever tries to bribe you, remember to come report to me. I will pay you 3 times the amount." With that remark, Chu Zheng, the affluent one, drove Yi Chun into the school. "San Mao." He glanced at his companions. "Did I just see Yi Chun?" One of his companions replied, "Did I just see Chu Zheng?" Soon, they would come to realize that the Chu Zheng they knew was entirely different now. In just a few days, Huang Ge and his group were apprehended, and they wouldn't be released for several years. At that point, San Mao and the others would understand what Chu Zheng meant by they wouldn't have the opportunity, after all. She had inherited the original owner's memories and would effortlessly resolve matters concerning Huang Ge by leveraging future events. Of course, that is a tale for another time. In her final year of high school, Yichen was not in the same building as Chu Zheng. After tossing someone aside at the base of the teaching building, Chu Zheng rode away on her bicycle. Yichen exclaimed, "Her bicycle. It's hers. Miss, behaving like this will make you seem like a villain." Chu Zheng, with a serious expression, retorted, "I will strive to be a good person." She found this task rather daunting. It was still before morning self-study, and the classroom was filled with students chatting, joking, and copying homework, creating a lively atmosphere. However, upon Chu Zheng's entrance, the entire classroom fell silent. Moments later, whispers began to circulate. "Who is she looking for?" "I don't know. She's not in uniform." "Is she from our school?" "She's so beautiful." "Miss, who are you looking for?" With an expressionless face, Chu Zheng walked to the back of the classroom and shoved her backpack into a seat. The classroom grew even quieter than when she had arrived. That was the seat of the notorious student Ji Chu Zheng. Why was she sitting there? It seemed that the backpack she had just carried looked somewhat familiar, and her height matched Ji Chu Zheng's, though her clothing and hairstyle were different. When Ji Tongtong and Yang Qianqian entered, they were greeted by the sight of every student in the room staring intently at the girl in the corner. Yang Chanqian recognized Chu Zheng and pulled Ji Tongtong aside, saying, "Tongtong, what's Ji Chu Zheng up to?" She was doing just fine with her non-mainstream style. And now she's suddenly reverted to normal. Perhaps she wants to change her style. As Ji Tongtong spoke these words, she felt a deep resentment within her. Ji Chu Zheng. It truly was Ji Chu Zheng. Goodness, what could have provoked such a change in her? Ji Chu Zheng is indeed quite beautiful. And when compared to Ji Tongtong, she holds her own. Those who make such remarks may not harbor fondness for Ji Tongtong, yet they cannot deny the allure of Chu Zheng. Ji Tongtong clenched her fist slightly, her gaze fixated on Chu Zheng. The homeroom teacher entered the classroom just as the bell rang, holding last week's monthly examination papers. In this examination, Ji Tongtong excelled, securing the top position in her grade. The homeroom teacher, with a benevolent demeanor, praised Ji Tongtong in front of her classmates, which lifted her spirits amidst the admiration of her peers. However, some classmates squandered their time, neglecting their studies, skipping classes, and engaging in fights, resulting in dismal academic performances. This was evidently referring to Chu Zheng. As the homeroom teacher continued speaking, she noticed something amiss and fixed her gaze on Chu Zheng. "And who might you be?" Chu Zheng rose and replied, "Ji Chu Zheng." The teacher scrutinized her with a perplexed expression. "This? Ji Chu Zheng? Surely, that cannot be true." But her voice seems authentic. "Ji Tongtong, has Ji Chu Zheng been possessed?" Yang Chanqian whispered to Ji Tongtong as the teacher turned away. Ji Tongtong made a long mark on her paper with her pen and smiled. "Do not speak nonsense. How could my sister be possessed? Look at her, with that appearance. How could it not be some sort of possession?" Ji Tongtong, appearing somewhat troubled, replied, "Let us not discuss that. Focus on the teacher's explanation. Do you know something?" Yang Chanqian pressed, noticing Ji Tongtong's reaction. Ji Tongtong shook her head. "What is our relationship? Just tell me, what is wrong with her?" "Nothing much." Chapter 10. The Strategy of 1,000 Gold. 10. In just a single morning, Chu Zheng overheard numerous whispers suggesting that her transformation was due to a romantic interest. The object of her affection was none other than Ming Ran, a senior who had been taken by Ji Tongtong. At this moment, Ji Tongtong and Ming Ran were already harboring mutual feelings, caught in a hazy period of budding romance, a fact well known among their peers. Although the original character appeared somewhat unruly, in Ming Ran's presence, she became a stuttering mess. Thus, among her classmates, Ming Ran and Ji Tongtong were regarded as a perfect couple. When the rumor surfaced that Chu Zheng had feelings for Ming Ran, especially being Ji Tongtong's sister, many speculated that she was attempting to steal love. It's amusing how these individuals possess such vivid imaginations. Perhaps they should consider a career in screenwriting. During the afternoon physical education class, the girls in the class were particularly animated. It was only when the lesson commenced that Chu Zheng understood the source of their excitement. Their physical education class was combined with the senior class, and therein lay the crux of their enthusiasm. Ming Ran was in that very class. Ming Ran, the campus heartthrob, had garnered admiration from countless girls. Throughout the lesson, the girls engaged in hushed conversations and cast her curious glances. The senior class was undergoing a long-distance run, and for reasons unknown, the physical education teacher insisted on the same for them. Ming Ran's striking looks and impressive height made him easily noticeable, embodying the quintessential charming older brother type, sunny and handsome. At that moment, he was running alongside Ji Tongtong. As the saying goes, handsome men and beautiful women are the most eye-catching. When Ji Tongtong stood next to the tall and attractive Ming Ran, she appeared as a petite and endearing figure, evoking a sense of protectiveness. "Scoundrel, am I not meant to deal with the despicable creatures that bully the original owner? Can I not simply overwhelm them with wealth? Miss, what do you call me? Scoundrel? What sort of address is that? This magnificent and handsome system deserves a more fitting title. It should be called sovereign. Do you not understand? I am not some scoundrel. I demand an answer. Is your system so irresponsible in its duties? That is not permitted." After the sovereign spoke, it fell silent. Chu Zheng. She reflected, it would be wise to abandon such hopes. Senior Ming Ran will never harbor feelings for you, even if you alter yourself for him. Your past transgressions remain unchanged. You are merely indulging in fanciful delusions. Yang Chanqian's voice interjected from the side. Confused, she pondered. What does it mean to give up? What should she relinquish? The speech of these young ladies was utterly perplexing. She was still quite youthful herself, a blossoming flower. Why did she feel somewhat out of sync with their thoughts? A shadow flickered across Yang Chanqian's eyes as she suddenly reached out, unsure whether to push or pull her. In a swift moment, Chu Zheng raised her foot and kicked Yang Chanqian in the rear. Yang Chanqian stumbled forward, landing in a heap on the ground. Perfect. A flawless execution. As Yang Chanqian fell, their classmates who were running alongside halted in surprise. Are you all right, Chanqian? Ji Tongtong rushed forward to help Yang Chanqian to her feet. Yang Chanqian, holding her backside, stood up in a flustered manner. Chu Zheng, you kicked me. Indeed. Chu Zheng replied with an expressionless face. You were too loud. With that, she continued to run ahead, leaving a crowd of bewildered classmates in her wake. What just transpired? Ji Chu Zheng, Yang Chanqian exclaimed in exasperation. Brother Mingran. The voice of Ji Tongtong caused Yang Chanqian to immediately retract her fierce expression, leaning pitiably against Ji Tongtong. Mingran cast a glance toward Chu Zheng, a peculiar look flickering in his eyes. How had Ji Chu Zheng changed so dramatically? He had certainly seen her without makeup before, previously. Even without makeup, her hair had remained extravagant. Now, however, her sudden return to normalcy was striking, and unlike the charming and lively Ji Tongtong, she exuded a cool elegance that irresistibly drew him in. Yang Chanqian felt a pang of shyness in her heart, yet upon observing Mingran's attention directed towards Ji Tongtong, a bitter feeling began to rise within her. Chanqian, why are you being like this to your sister? Ji Tongtong inquired cautiously. I merely said a single sentence. Who knew she would suddenly act so irrationally? Yang Chanqian replied, feeling wronged. Perhaps my sister is just in a bad mood. I apologize on her behalf. Ji Tongtong explained. She often loses her temper at home. Ji Tongtong's words trailed off as she glanced at Mingran, who frowned slightly, clearly displeased. Tongtong, you are simply too kind. You still defend someone like her. After all, she is my sister. Ji Tongtong responded with resignation. What sister? We aren't even from the same mother. She has no manners at all. Yang Chanqian retorted angrily. Enough. Let's not dwell on this, Ji Tongtong said, supporting Yang Chanqian. I will take you to rest. Due to this incident, the physical education teacher had given everyone free time. Chu Zheng spotted her group of little brothers by the edge of the playground. San Mao waved at Chu Zheng. As she approached, before she could utter a word, the leader began issuing tasks. Main task, please spend 40,000 yuan within 10 minutes. Chu Zheng. She is at school. Where can I possibly spend 40,000 yuan? And in just 10 minutes? What a joke. Am I supposed to just throw it away? Suddenly, Chu Zheng thought of a place and said to San Mao and the others, follow me. Where are we going, Sister Chu Zheng? Wait for us. San Mao and the others immediately scampered after her. The convenience store was bustling with people at that moment. Meng Ran was treating 2 classes to drinks, while Ji Tongtong stood beside him, resembling a prince and princess. Meng Ran is truly kind. Do you think Meng Ran is doing it for you? He is doing it for Tongtong. Indeed, Meng Ran's kindness towards Tongtong is something we can only envy. It is all thanks to Tongtong. No. You mustn't speak like that. Ji Tongtong blushed in denial, which only served to confirm their suspicions. Meng Ran did not refute her. Instead, he gazed at Ji Tongtong with tenderness. Yang Chanqian sat on a nearby bench, feeling a pang of jealousy as she watched the two basking in admiration. As if a bottle of vinegar had been overturned in her heart. Just as the conversation grew lively, Chu Zheng appeared with her entourage, and the atmosphere suddenly turned peculiar. Sister. Ji Tongtong hurriedly grabbed some water and handed it to her. Meng Ran is treating everyone to drinks, you. Chu Zheng did not even glance at her, leading her group directly past them and into the convenience store. She was short on time. If she failed to complete the task, the stakes would double. With money to burn and no other options, she had no choice. Can I pay by card? The shopkeeper nodded. Sure, we also accept Alipay and WeChat. Chu Zheng handed over her card, her tone indifferent. Charge 40,000. The shopkeeper was taken aback. What? 40,000 for what? San Mao echoed his confusion. Chapter 11. The Golden Strategy. 11. Classmate. What on earth are you buying for 40,000? The bewildered shopkeeper inquired. Snacks, she replied nonchalantly. Is she planning to empty out his shop? Classmate, are you really going to buy this much? Are you not going to consider the business? The shopkeeper thought to himself, this girl looks somewhat fierce. It wasn't that she behaved particularly aggressively, rather. Her aura conveyed a sense of intimidation. But would he really be foolish enough to turn down a sale? All right, let's do this, he resolved. The shopkeeper swiftly processed the payment. Congratulations, host. Task completed. 40,000 reward has been credited. Chu Zheng noticed that the title of sister had changed. Previously, she was referred to as sister coming and going. Now, it had shifted to host, and the tone was no longer sweet and endearing. Was she upset? Was it because of the earlier name? Very well, she decided, let's call it a bastard. After the transaction, the shopkeeper inquired about the grand expenditure. With 40,000, he could nearly clear out his entire stock. Chu Zheng glanced at San Mao, her demeanor exuding lavishness, distributed among the classes. San Mao's mouth fell open in astonishment. Their school had nearly 2,000 students. Distributing it evenly would amount to a mere 20 yuan for each, which hardly seemed substantial. Meanwhile, onlookers were awestruck by Chu Zheng's audacious maneuver. What on earth is she doing? Is it because she sees the person she admires treating Ji Tongtong to a meal that she acted impulsively? Does she truly harbor feelings for Senior Mingran? What purpose does such affection serve when Mingran would never reciprocate her feelings? Does she think that by altering her appearance, she can erase her past indiscretions? I find Ji Chu Zheng to be quite beautiful as well. It is hardly surprising that she is infatuated with the dashing Mingran. Yet she is like a toad yearning for a swan. Mingran deserves to be with someone of refined upbringing. Mingran frowned slightly, disliking how people intertwined his name with Ji Chu Zheng's. There she comes, Mingran thought, as he turned to observe. Chu Zheng emerged with her entourage, her hands tucked into her pockets, her dark hair cascading before her. The wind tousled her bangs, revealing her cool, detached eyes. Classmate A. Suddenly, I find her somewhat attractive. Classmate B. I feel the same way. Classmate C. A change in hairstyle and attire, and she seems like a different person. Classmate D. Pfft, what a pretender, even so. Senior Mingran would never be drawn to her. Classmate C. But she really does look a bit striking. Ji Tongtong bit her lip slightly, a smile gracing her face as she approached, her voice soft and gentle. Sister, are you feeling down? Why spend so much money? Must I seek your approval for my expenditures? Ji Tongtong was momentarily taken aback, hastily clarifying. That's not what I meant. I'm merely concerned for you. Why not apologize to father? That way, he won't suspend your card. This implies that her wealth merely stems from what Ji's father has provided. And it may soon dwindle. Are you not afraid I might inform father about your dealings? Sister, I am doing this for your own good. Ji Tongtong's voice suddenly rose. Father did not intend to be angry with you. Your previous actions were simply excessive. Chu Zheng silently applauded Ji Tongtong in her heart. There should be applause here. Those who genuinely care for me ought to be willing to sacrifice everything. Chu Zheng's expression remained indifferent. Sister, would you be willing to die for me? Ji Tongtong. That utterance of sister sent shivers down Ji Tongtong's spine. Onlookers. What kind of reasoning is this? Sister. Ji Tongtong appeared pale, seemingly frightened. Ji Chu Zheng, have you gone too far? Mingran stepped forward to defend Ji Tongtong. Tongtong spoke to you with kindness. How can you respond in such a manner? Chu Zheng replied with a calm demeanor. Did I say anything illegal? Mingran's brows furrowed deeper. He was well aware of how Ji Chu Zheng had previously reacted upon seeing him. He also understood her affection for him. However, in comparison to Tongtong, Ji Chu Zheng had a notorious reputation, her behavior often out of line, irksome, and she had bullied Tongtong without reform. Her fondness for him had seemingly morphed into something he found repugnant. Yet, the current Ji Chu Zheng displayed only detachment and indifference, devoid of any admiration. Such a gaze rendered him somewhat uncomfortable, though he could not articulate the reason for his discomfort. If it is not illegal, why should I not express it this way? Chu Zheng gracefully maneuvered past them, her calm voice resonating throughout the venue. I harbor no fondness for Ji Tongtong. Hence there is no necessity for me to extend her a favorable demeanor. If she chooses to approach me, I shall certainly speak my mind. An eerie silence enveloped the scene as they watched her depart. San Mao and the others stood in a daze for nearly half a minute before hastening to catch up. Sister Chu Zheng is increasingly formidable, remarked classmate A. Truly impressive. Echoed classmate B. I think I might become her fan. Chimed in classmate C. Everyone is aware of her disdain for Ji Tongtong, yet Ji Tongtong consistently approaches her, ultimately making it seem as though Ji Chu Zheng is the one bullying her. I wonder what her intentions are. Classmate D pondered. Upon reflection, that does seem to be the case. Whispers among the students faintly drifted to Ji Tongtong's ears. She bit her lip, intending to confide in Mingran, only to find Mingran entranced by Chu Zheng's silhouette. Her heart raced. Forget her. With her cryptic remarks, Mingran remarked dismissively, though a sense of discomfort lingered within her. Nevertheless, she reassured Ji Tongtong, do not overthink it. Although Ji Tongtong found solace in Mingran's words, Chu Zheng's statement had already sparked speculation among some, particularly among those female classmates who also held affection for Mingran. Meanwhile, news of Chu Zheng's extravagant expenditure of 40,000 yuan to secure the school's snack shop and treat the entire student body had spread like wildfire across various class groups before the end of the lesson. While many did not fully comprehend Chu Zheng's motives, they nonetheless welcomed the treats with open arms. And a newfound admiration for this snack shop mobile blossomed among the majority of the students. During the student years, the emergence of affection can be inexplicably fleeting. Perhaps a mere bottle of water or a pack of tissues can yield a cherished friend. Yet, the tides can turn just as swiftly. At the edge of the playground, Yichen sat beneath a tree, sunlight cascading through the canopy and casting dappled shadows upon him, creating an ethereal halo from a distance. Yichen was, in truth, quite attractive, albeit with a somewhat delicate demeanor that often invited teasing. A rustling sound pierced the air as an object flew by. Yichen instinctively reached out and caught it, discovering it to be a bottle of water. Suddenly, the light dimmed as a cool, detached voice spoke. "Please drink." Yichen glanced at her, rose to his feet, and promptly thrust the bottle into her hands. "I don't need it." He swiftly departed from the playground. Chu Zheng stood there, taken aback. How am I supposed to be a good person when he is so ungrateful? Chapter 12. The Strategy of Wealth. 12. With a stoic expression, Chu Zheng twirled the bottle of water in her hands and inquired, "If I return this to you, will you consider me a good person?" She had stolen his bicycle and expected him to label her as virtuous? Had her mind been muddled by the bicycle's impact? Chu Zheng again pressed the water into his hands, reaching up to tousle his hair playfully. "Wait for me by the teaching building after school." With an impassive demeanor, Chu Zheng departed. Beneath her mask of indifference, she was already spiraling into frustration. What a nuisance! Why was she burdened with such a task? His descent into darkness was of no concern to her. Why should she intervene to prevent his transformation? Wasn't embracing darkness rather intriguing? How could one truly claim to have lived if they had never tasted the thrill of villainy? "You're not angry anymore." "Oh, so you're aware that it was angry. How could such a noble being be bestowed with such a trivial nickname? What an outrage." The irritation is palpable. The young lady from the neighboring system is gentle and gracious. Why must this one be so insufferable? I shall ignore her. Yichen waited beneath the teaching building after school. At this hour, students poured down from the upper floors, creating a lively, bustling atmosphere, exuberant with youthful vitality. Yet, when Chu Zheng descended, Yichen noticed a void surrounding her, as if an invisible barrier had been erected to keep others at bay. Classmates occasionally cast glances in her direction, yet none dared to engage her in conversation. A refined and aloof girl approached him, and Yichen sensed that many were scrutinizing him. He held back his irritation. "My bike." Chu Zheng stepped towards the parking area, and Yichen hastily followed. The school provided shared bicycles, and there was a designated spot for parked bikes nearby. Chu Zheng pointed towards that direction, and Yichen glanced at her before searching for his own bike. However, when he beheld his bicycle lying on the ground, utterly wrecked, a dark cloud of despair gathered in his eyes. Was this her intention? He silently set the bicycle upright, and Chu Zheng, noticing its condition, saw that the handlebars were askew, the tires deflated, and the frame marred with evident signs of repeated abuse. A youth with a fierce gaze swept over him. "Son, which scoundrel did this? It has nothing to do with me. Why are you staring at me?" Chu Zheng advanced, and the boy turned, his voice frigid. "What do you follow me for? Haven't you accomplished what you intended?" "It wasn't me. You pushed my car away. Who do you think you are?" Yichen inquired sharply. "How would I know who it is? I simply parked there. Who could have anticipated someone would tamper with it? Not even a single vehicle is spared." "You scoundrel. Chu Zheng, if you wish to set me up, there is no need for such elaborate schemes." Yichen tightened his grip on the handlebars. "Are you satisfied now?" With that, he swiftly pushed the bike away. In a fit of anger, Yichen stormed off, leaving Chu Zheng standing still, refraining from pursuing him. She took out her phone and sent a text message to San Mao. San Mao hurriedly arrived. "Sister Chu Zheng, what happened? Is there surveillance here, dear?" San Mao surveyed the area. "There should be. Isn't this a shared bike? The school must have cameras to prevent vandalism." As he spoke, San Mao nodded affirmatively. "Certainly, there are cameras. The school's surveillance footage is kept in the security room. It isn't easy for them to access it." Finally, San Mao devised a plan to help Chu Zheng review the footage. The bike had been parked there since morning, and now, with the school day over, an entire day's worth of footage needed to be reviewed. Chu Zheng retrieved a USB drive from the original owner's backpack and copied the day's video. Beep, beep, beep. Chu Zheng watched the progress bar on the computer, and as it reached 100%, she swiftly removed the USB drive and exited the surveillance room. He parked the bike downstairs and stood silently before it. Yichen threw his backpack onto the cramped bed and collapsed onto it, curling his body inward. "Yichen, you cannot concede defeat. Remember each person who has bullied you. One day, You will make them learn their lesson. Graduation is just around the corner. You may leave this place. Yichen maintained this posture for an extended period until silence enveloped the hallway. He slowly rose, seated himself at the table, and commenced his homework. While rummaging through his backpack, his hand brushed against a bottle of water. With a grim expression, he opened the window and tossed it out. Yichen immersed himself in a sea of problems, devoid of any thoughts, solely focused on his work. A sudden thud against the glass interrupted him, and he halted mid-sentence. He gazed into the dim expanse outside, his eyes resembling the profound darkness of the night. Lowering his head, he resumed writing. Just as he inscribed a single character, another resounding thud reverberated, glistening with an unsettling sheen. Yichen rose and pushed open the window, the cool moonlight cascading down, illuminating several figures below. Among them, the most striking was Chu Zheng, whose brilliance could not be obscured even by the night's shadows. Yichen's grip on the window tightened. Why must she trouble him at this late hour? Reluctant to venture outside, he pondered what further complications awaited him. Yet, the individuals outside persistently hurled stones at his window, the noise piercing through the stillness of the night. Setting down his pen, he opened the door and listened for a moment, confirming the absence of anyone in the living room before descending the staircase. As he stepped out of the corridor, he beheld the group beside Chu Zheng. Upon noticing his presence, they began to apologize profusely, tears streaming down their faces. "Brother Yi, we are truly sorry. It was all our fault. We sincerely apologize." Yichen froze in place. These individuals, they were the same ones from that morning. "Brother Yi, we failed to recognize your stature. Please forgive us. We did not intentionally damage your car. We acknowledge our mistake." These individuals were on the verge of bowing in deference to Yichen, almost as if to pay their respects. Earlier that day, while at school, they fortuitously spotted Yichen's vehicle during lunchtime. After some deliberation, they decided to tamper with the car and subsequently skip their afternoon classes. It was only when Chu Zheng, accompanied by San Mao, arrived at their doorstep that they learned it was Chu Zheng who had rescued Yichen that morning. Since they all attended the same school, they were well aware of Chu Zheng's formidable reputation. With her wealth and resources, should she choose to retaliate, they would be utterly defenseless. "Brother Yi, please forgive us. We shall never dare to offend you again. It was our fault, and we sincerely apologize. Brother Yi, you may punish or scold us as you wish, as long as you grant us your forgiveness." Yichen directed his gaze towards Chu Zheng, who appeared nonchalant while observing the kneeling individuals. "Silence." Yichen commanded with a low hiss, and they promptly fell silent. In the end, he could only muster a single word: scram. Their fear did not stem from him, but rather from Chu Zheng. Had he acted violently today in her absence, he would have faced greater retribution and bullying. "Thank you, Brother Yi." "Thank you, Brother Yi, Sister Chu Zheng." They turned in unison towards Chu Zheng, seeking permission to depart. One among them stood up, hastily retrieving a bicycle from behind. "Brother Yi, this is our compensation to you." They placed the bicycle before Yichen and swiftly fled into the night, as if pursued by phantoms. Yichen frowned at the bicycle before him. "From now on, I will protect you," Chu Zheng said, taking out a piece of paper from her backpack and slowly writing down her phone number. "Here is my number. Please save it." She handed the paper to Yichen, who did not accept it, instead placing one hand in front of him, his expression filled with wariness. Chu Zheng placed the paper on her bicycle. It was not until Chu Zheng had departed that Yichen finally picked up the sheet. "Chu Zheng, what exactly are you trying to accomplish?" Yichen murmured, glancing at the bicycle before him. It had been compensated for by the other party, and he seemed willing to accept it. Yet, something still felt amiss. After a prolonged moment, Yichen, feeling somewhat uneasy, rubbed his stomach and parked the bicycle to prepare to ascend the stairs. "Yi go." Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, presenting him with something warm. "Sister Chu Zheng sent you this." Yichen replied, "No," once the person had left. He approached a nearby trash bin, intending to discard the item. He glanced at the position of his window and walked in a certain direction, searching for some time before finally locating the bottle of water he had thrown away. Holding the item carefully, he ascended the stairs, and upon closing the door, he let out a slight sigh of relief. The aroma of food intensified his hunger. He placed a hand on his forehead. "Ji Chu Zheng." Ji Fu had been away on business, and Ji Tongtong may have been startled by Chu Zheng's sudden transformation, coupled with the recording incident, choosing to avoid her at home. Yichen also seemed to deliberately steer clear of her. Chu Zheng would not hastily approach without reason. It is challenging to be a good person. The school's impression of Chu Zheng gradually shifted from that of a non-mainstream girl to a frigid goddess. Such an aura was difficult for ordinary individuals to emulate. Ji Tongtong's innocent and charming persona paled in comparison before Chu Zheng. Nevertheless, despite her transformation, Chu Zheng frequently appeared alongside San Mao and others, and most students still harbored a degree of fear towards her. The incident at the convenience store has sparked considerable discussion, leaving Ji Tongtong feeling somewhat awkward at times. Some speculate that her previous actions were deliberate, as Ji Chu Zheng seemingly wished to ignore her, yet she insisted on approaching him. Consequently, Ji Tongtong has adopted a more low-key demeanor, likely hoping to allow others to momentarily forget the incident. It had been several days since Chu Zheng had encountered Yuchen, but during school hours, she unexpectedly came across him outside. He stood in front of a breakfast shop, lost in thought and motionless for an extended period. As Chu Zheng approached, she noticed Yi Chun counting money. Eventually, he tucked it into his pocket and turned around. Yi Chun was taken aback when his gaze met Chu Zheng's cool and composed eyes, prompting him to take a step back. When had she positioned herself beside him? The girl had donned her school uniform, a striking blue and white ensemble with the zipper only partially fastened, which set her apart from other girls. There was an air of aloofness mixed with a hint of swagger that was inexplicably attractive. Yi Chun found himself unexpectedly thinking of this word. Chu Zheng gestured for him to join her. Come with me for breakfast. Yi Chun furrowed his brows in refusal. We are not acquainted. Hey, if you keep talking like that, people will think you're a bad person. We must be good people. Repeat after me. I am a good person. Good person. Good person. Good person. I am a good person. Chu Zheng replied. You talk too much, you annoying brat. If you keep calling me that, I might just get angry. The breakfast shop was bustling, and there were no available seats. Yi Chun watched as Chu Zheng approached two classmates. As soon as she stood before them, they eagerly jumped up. Sister Chu Zheng, having breakfast? Come, we saved a spot just for you. Yi Chun interjected. What are we eating? Yi Chun chose to ignore her. Chu Zheng instructed the owner to serve one of everything available at the breakfast shop. You can't possibly eat that much, Yi Chun frowned. What are you having? Chu Zheng inquired once more. Yi Chun, suppressing his irritation, settled on a bowl of noodles. Chu Zheng casually ordered a bowl of noodles as well. While waiting for their food, Chu Zheng asked, why don't you ride that bike? Yi Chun's lips twitched. How could she bring it up? I will return the bike to you tomorrow. They compensated you for it. Why return it? I looked into it. The bike costs at least 50,000. Do they have that much to compensate? The previous night had been too dark for him to see clearly. The next morning, just from the bike's exterior, it appeared different from what he was accustomed to. After researching the logo, he discovered the brand was called Lightning. 50,000 was not exorbitant for that brand. Yet a typical bicycle could be purchased for a couple of hundred. The bike was certainly not something those individuals had compensated him with. Only this Miss G could casually produce 50,000. After pondering for a few moments, Chu Zheng remarked, be more careful next time. Be careful of what? Yi Chun realized he completely failed to understand this young lady. Yi Chun genuinely intended to return the bike to Chu Zheng and brought it over the next day, deliberately waiting for her along her usual route. Chu Zheng arrived daily in a private car, sometimes stopping directly at the school gate, other times alighting at a nearby intersection. Yi Chun was uncertain where she would disembark today, so he opted to wait near the intersection. After a short while, he indeed spotted Chu Zheng's car coming to a halt. A girl clad in her school uniform alighted from the vehicle, nonchalantly tossing her backpack behind her and closing the door. Yi Chun, pushing his bicycle towards her, noticed the girl veer off to the side. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to follow her. He soon discovered the girl perched on the steps of a pet shop, cradling a snow-white kitten. The kitten mewed softly, its pink tongue licking the girl's fair wrist. The girl's expression was serious, as if she were holding not a mere cat, but a priceless treasure. The rising sun cast a gentle glow upon her, enveloping her in a soft halo, creating a scene of warmth and beauty that was utterly captivating. The tinkling of wind chimes broke the tranquility as someone pushed open the shop door. Chu Zheng, with a serious demeanor, returned the kitten to the shopkeeper and uttered a single word, troublesome. She tossed several red bills into a nearby donation box, affectionately patted the kitten's head, and then turned to leave. The shopkeeper, cradling the cat, wore a perplexed expression. Was this girl expressionless? As Chapter 14, The Strategy of Wealth, unfolds. Chu Zheng took a few steps forward and spotted Yi Chun, who was still pushing his bicycle. She glanced at the bicycle and ambled over, saying, "This is for you. Just don't discard it." To be a qualified spendthrift, one must regard money as insignificant and spend it freely. Those who are naive and affluent are indeed different. Yi Chun was left speechless. Chu Zheng brushed past him, heading towards the school. Yuchen furrowed his brow, pondering the enigma that was Chu Zheng. As they entered the school, they parted ways due to their different classrooms. Just as they were about to separate, Chu Zheng suddenly turned around and asked, "Are you doing well academically? Yi-chun, does she not see that her name consistently tops the list each time grades are released? Quite impressive." Chu Zheng fished out a practice book from her backpack and flipped to a certain page with a flourish. "Help me with this." Yi-chun. Regarding Chu Zheng's grades, Yi-chun pondered over the leaderboard, seemingly unable to find her name. Given her demeanor at school, she was likely languishing at the bottom. Do it yourself. It wasn't that no one asked him for help with their homework, but he was unwilling, often ending up either pranked or beaten, and he had grown accustomed to it. Thus, when it came to declining requests, Yi-chun was well practiced and prepared. "I checked the surveillance the day before. There wasn't time to write it down." Chu Zheng's expression was notably serious. "I write slowly." "Yi-chun, what does your slow writing have to do with me? Furthermore, how is checking the surveillance from the day before relevant to today?" Yi-chun shot Chu Zheng a dark glare, snatching the practice book away. "When is it due?" "In a bit." Yi-chun. Yi-chun and Chu Zheng found a shop near the school, taking advantage of the remaining time to complete her homework. Once they finished, Yi-chun promptly packed up to leave. As for the bicycle, Yi-chun seemed to be mentally preparing himself. "I was wrong about you. My apologies." The youth strode away, as if fearing that Chu Zheng might pursue him. In the following days, Yi-chun received assignments from the formidable Chu Zheng daily. Initially, Yi-chun felt a bit irritable. However, he eventually became calm, and when they crossed paths after school, he would directly inquire if she had homework, offering to complete it together in the evening. Chu Zheng was not at all reserved, delegating all her assignments to Yi-chun. Yi-chun continuously reassured himself that his interest lay solely in observing her actions. The students at school were also aware of the closeness between Yi-chun and Chu Zheng, which gave rise to various rumors. Consequently, the gossip surrounding Chu Zheng and Ming Ran dissipated, especially since it was evident that she paid no heed to Ming Ran. Those who had bullied Yi-chun had mysteriously vanished. Even if some continued their covert schemes, they dared not confront him openly. Yi-chun understood that this transformation was entirely due to her influence. Yet he remained perplexed as to why she would seek something from him. He possessed nothing of value. And furthermore, being shielded by a girl made Yi-chun feel somewhat uncomfortable, as if he were feeble and inept. However, upon reflection, he realized that his current state was indeed vulnerable. As a result, Yi-chun felt a surge of irritation, having not shown Chu Zheng any kindness for several days. "Xiaochun, table 6, please deliver this," he was instructed. At that moment, Yi-chun was clad in a work uniform, assisting at a bubble tea shop. He complied and carried the beverage to table 6. Yet, before he could approach, a familiar figure caught his eye, causing his heart to skip a beat. Why was she here? Chu Zheng was engrossed in her phone, seemingly oblivious to his presence. Upon glancing at the table number, Yi-chun's expression darkened. The specter of Ming Ran lingered. Silently, he placed the bubble tea down, and Chu Zheng remained indifferent, not bothering to acknowledge who had brought her drink. After standing there for a couple of seconds, noticing her lack of interest, Yi-chun pressed his lips together and turned back to his duties. The bubble tea shop was bustling with activity, and amidst his busyness, Yi-chun occasionally cast glances towards her direction. She remained fixated on her phone, her delicate face set in a serious expression. Would she not smile at all? In the past, Yi-chun's memories seemed to revolve solely around the scene of her and her gang of little brothers strutting about, without any attention paid to her own appearance. "Xiaochun, table 8. As she passed by Chu Zheng, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of her phone screen, but before he could discern its contents, he collided with someone, causing the tray in his hands to tilt precariously. Yi-chun was unable to react in time, and the milk tea spilled onto the person at the adjacent table. "What are you doing? Can't you be more careful? Are you blind?" Yi-chun frowned, for there had been no one in front of her just moments ago. This person had clearly risen intentionally to collide with her. She glanced at the individual, feeling a sense of familiarity, and after a while, she recalled that he was one of the group who had assaulted her on the night she encountered Chu Zheng. That evening, it was the same group that had instigated trouble, demanding money from her. Were they now resorting to the same tactics? The individual who had been doused in milk tea grabbed his own shirt, exclaiming, "Kid, tell me, how are you going to make this right? Look at what you've done to my clothes. Call the manager." The raucous voices of these youths echoed, revealing their unruly nature, causing the surrounding patrons to feel uneasy. "They bumped into me," Yi-chun stated. "It was intentional." "Hey, how dare you speak like that, you little brat? I intentionally bumped into you? What do you mean by that? The assailant shouted, his voice rising, seriously disrupting the establishment's peace. The manager instructed Yichen to apologize, but she was reluctant to comply. As the confrontation escalated, the group pressed her, physically shoving her. In the midst of the chaos, she glanced towards Chu Zheng's table, only to find that it was now vacant. In that fleeting moment, she found herself at a loss for words, feeling the impact of the blows landing on her back. The boisterous laughter of her assailants, and the gasps of the onlookers. The fists that had fallen upon Yichen suddenly ceased, leaving only the chaotic sound of footsteps around him. He covered his nose and sat up, surrounded by a throng of strangers who were pressing down on a few individuals. Chu Zheng stood at the doorway, transferring the compensation to the shopkeeper. This situation has become. The shopkeeper shook his head. Those individuals often cause disturbances. They are nothing but ruffians. I know for certain that this is not Xiaoan's fault, but in our line of work, one must learn to lower their head. Wouldn't you agree, young lady? Indeed, Chu Zheng nodded solemnly. The shopkeeper continued. Once that group scurried away, the next batch that entered swiftly departed as well. The milk tea shop fell into silence, and only then did Chu Zheng step inside. Yichen remained amidst the disarray, blood dripping between his fingers. He watched as Chu Zheng approached, helping him to his feet and guiding him to the seat she had just vacated. Upon sitting down, he noticed her backpack still in its place. Everyone, please tidy up. We shall not be opening today, the shopkeeper instructed the frightened staff before returning to Yichen's side. Xiaochen, are you all right? Shopkeeper, about today. All is well, all is well. With a benefactor covering the costs, how could I possibly find fault? I believe in you. This is not your doing. Just rest for a while. Yichen furrowed his brow. Shopkeeper. Rest, just rest, the shopkeeper urged, hurrying away. Chu Zheng offered him a tissue. Blood, wipe it off. How fragile this is, she remarked. A single blow and it bleeds. Boys cannot be this delicate. No. Chapter 15. The Priceless Strategy, 15. Yichen looked at the tissue being offered, hesitatingly extending his hand to accept it. He pressed a piece of paper against his nose, taking quite some time to stem the bleeding. Yichen held the tissue tightly, inquiring, were those people you summoned just now? Indeed, came the unsurprising reply. Why are you being so kind to me? Initially, she always felt there was an ulterior motive behind his actions, yet after all this time, he had not taken any advantage of her. To make you believe I am a good person. I have made considerable efforts to embody that role. But why must you make me think you are a good person? This was not the first time he had heard such words, but it was the first time he posed the question. The girl across from him fell into deep contemplation. No way, miss, the king exclaimed excitedly, oblivious to the fact that Chu Zheng had just called him a scoundrel. Of course, you cannot mention that you are on a mission. Then how should I phrase it? It can be expressed in any manner. Just don't say it's a mission. Wait a moment, let me think. Don't speak recklessly. The king was anxious that the young lady might inadvertently reveal such social language. When he first encountered her, he assumed she was merely a bronze player, only to discover she was, in fact, a master. Just say, you like him. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate the pretense. No. The king trembled in fear. Having played the role of a villain for so long, he was curious to see if he could transform into a good person. After reciting her lines, Chu Zheng felt something was amiss. Scoundrel, am I perceived as a villain in your eyes? Don't you have some awareness of your own nature? Of course not. That was merely the original character. The original character. The young lady is beautiful and has a sweet voice. How could she be a villain? Yichen looked at him with a somewhat peculiar expression. Just then, the manager brought over 2 cups of milk tea, interrupting his scrutiny. What is this for? Chu Zheng inquired, clutching a stack of sticky notes as she addressed Yichen. Uncertain whether her ignorance was genuine or feigned, Yichen pointed towards the adjacent wall. If you have something to express, write it down and stick it there. It's merely a form of entertainment, rather pointless. Oh, Chu Zheng responded with indifference. Yichen assumed she would refrain from writing, yet to his surprise, she took up a pen and began inscribing words. He observed that Chu Zheng wrote at a leisurely pace. Yet her handwriting was exquisite, resembling printed text, each character impeccably formed. However, what was she writing? Eliminate XX? Who was XX? Did eliminate mean what he thought it did? Chu Zheng continued to write several notes, all bearing the same phrase, clearly indicating that her intentions extended beyond a singular target. It was supposed to be a wish. Why did it resemble a curse instead? He felt compelled to utter something but was at a loss for words to break the silence. I've arrived, he remarked, glancing at the buildings ahead. Chu Zheng handed him his belongings. Good night. Good night. Yichen inhaled deeply, then turned to ascend the stairs. He was accustomed to this environment, darkness, desolation. Yichen, where have you been? A sharp reprimand echoed from the staircase. Yichen instinctively tightened his grip on his backpack. A woman rushed down the stairs, wielding an unknown object, swinging it towards him with fervor. The sound of her blows reverberated through the corridor, accompanied by her relentless tirade, unbothered by the disturbance she caused. Should anyone venture out, they too would be met with her wrath, ultimately retreating to their homes, accustomed to this chaotic spectacle, waiting for the tumult to subside. Wang Zhe immediately urged Chu Zheng, trouble, trouble. At that moment, Chu Zheng was entirely consumed by a sense of indifference, encapsulated by these two words. The incessant repetition of tasks felt unbearable. Who would want to endure such monotony? She certainly did not. Hey, don't just stand there. Hurry up. It's time for the beauty to save the hero. The incessant clamor from Wang Zhe was truly grating. Was there any way to mute it? Just as she contemplated this, Wang Zhe's voice vanished. Could it truly be silenced? Release the mute. Oh no. It seems the lady has unlocked a new skill. Panic. Panic. With her mind quieted, Chu Zheng felt a surge of relief. Wang Zhe's incessant chatter had been overwhelming. She awaited the moment when the woman's tirade would cease, leaving Yichen stranded in the corridor, boldly declaring he was not permitted to enter her abode. Yichen sat huddled in a corner of the stairs, as if trying to merge with the shadows. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Zheng slowly approached. Upon hearing her footsteps, Yichen looked up, and in that fleeting instant, Chu Zheng felt as though she were being scrutinized by a fierce wolf cub. Its sharp fangs bared, yet it lacked the courage to attack, exuding an air of pitiful vulnerability. I forgot to give you the homework. With a stoic expression, Chu Zheng seated herself beside him and unceremoniously handed over the assignment. Yichen, lowering his gaze, accepted it and hastily stuffed it into his backpack. Grasping the bag, it felt as though something in the darkness was stretching forth, tightly coiling around him, suffocating him. After a prolonged silence, he broke the stillness. Did you see everything just now? Yes. Do you think I am utterly useless? I always end up in such a dismal state. Chu Zheng's expression remained placid, her tone exuding a sense of nonchalance. Prior to possessing any strength, patience is the most prudent course of action. Yichen turned to observe her, regrettably only able to discern her silhouette. He ought to feel inferior in her presence. She resembled the luminous and serene moon in the heavens, while he was akin to the foul and shadowy ditches of the earth. They belonged to entirely different worlds. He was even less inclined to allow her to witness his disheveled state. Yet, unfortunately, she had seen it all. Chu Zheng inquired, "Do you have anywhere to go?" Yichen pondered for a moment, shook his head, and recalled that Chu Zheng might not be able to see him. He replied, "No, come with me." Chu Zheng rose and brushed off the dust from her clothes. Yichen lifted his gaze to her, but remained seated. There was still an assignment due tomorrow. Yichen, is it merely for the assignment? The original owner had a house outside. Whenever life at home became unbearable or after quarreling with Ji's father, she would retreat here. Occasionally, she would also host her wayward friends. Yichen followed Chu Zheng inside. The room felt desolate and eerily quiet. This is the study. You can do your homework here, Chu Zheng said, pushing open a door. Yichen nodded, shouldering his bag as he entered. Chu Zheng's assignments were few and quite simple. He completed them in a matter of moments. The desk was cluttered with a haphazard assortment of items. Among them lay several crumpled papers, their forms rendered unrecognizable. Yichen unfurled one of the wrinkled sheets, discovering a series of failing grades, accompanied by peculiar marks that suggested tears had smeared her makeup onto the paper. Would she still cry? Yichen rested his chin on his hand, pondering what that cold, indifferent face would look like when it wept. Chapter 16, The Strategy of a Fortune. As Yichen's mind wandered, the door swung open, revealing Chu Zheng, who entered with 2 garments, a change of clothes. Yichen scrutinized the attire. Whose clothes were these? As a girl, how could she possess male clothing? Purchased. When did she acquire them? Had she gone out just now? Yichen noticed the tags still attached, indicating they had yet to be worn. His own clothes were stained with milk, tea, and blood. Feeling rather uncomfortable, hesitating, he accepted the garments and managed to utter a subdued, "Thank you." After taking a refreshing shower and changing into the new clothes, Yichen passed by the bedroom and spotted Chu Zheng seated on the windowsill. He hesitated for a moment before knocking and entering. The city's lights sparkled brilliantly outside. It was Yichen's first time gazing down at the cityscape from such a height. The darkness no longer seemed so intimidating. He clenched his fist slightly and said, Your grades are lacking. I can assist you with tutoring. Tutoring? For her? Did she truly struggle academically? Perhaps she merely lacked the motivation to complete her assignments. Before Chu Zheng could refuse, the concerned Wang Zhe intervened. Miss, accept his offer. Let him witness your transformation, and know that you are a diligent individual striving for improvement. Chu Zheng responded with a nonchalant nod after pinching her wrist several times. All right. Yi Chun, for reasons unbeknownst to him, exhaled in relief. Realizing his palms were clammy with perspiration. To make up for lost lessons, Chu Zheng and Yi Chun naturally grew closer. They would walk home together after school and occasionally arrive at school together as well. Yi Chun refrained from riding the bicycle that Chu Zheng had given him. Otherwise, rumors of him being supported by her would likely circulate. Among classmates, gossip spread rapidly, creating an illusion that there was something truly romantic between the two. Tong Tong, do you really think Chu Zheng is dating that Yi Chun? Yang Tranqian asked, pulling Ji Tong Tong along, her tone filled with skepticism. Wasn't she supposed to be fond of Meng Ran? Who knows? Ji Tong Tong replied with a smile, shaking her head. Sister is probably just having a bit of fun. Having fun? Yang Tiantian was puzzled. Sister is quite playful. Ji Tong Tong spoke softly. She's always like this, with a fleeting enthusiasm. Sister should prefer Meng Ran more. She is competing with you for Meng Ran, and you can still smile? Have you no sense? Yang Tiantian poked her a couple of times, exasperated. Who Meng Ran likes is beyond my control. Ji Tong Tong weakly defended herself. The teacher called for me just now. I must go ahead. As Yang Tiantian watched Ji Tong Tong leave, her lips curled downwards, her eyes filled with bitterness. Who didn't he know Meng Ran liked her? Ji Tong Tong had deliberately said those words to Yang Tiantian, knowing full well they would reach Yi Chen's ears. Ji Zheng doesn't he dress in an odd manner? She is actually quite pretty. Indeed, she is even more beautiful than Ji Tong Tong. Yi Chun was quite fortunate. One wondered how he managed to connect with Ji Zheng. Could it be that he was attracted to her wealth? TSK, haven't you heard? Ji Zheng harbored affections for Meng Ran and Yi Chun. It seems she was merely toying with him. After all, she is a young lady of considerable wealth. How could she possibly be enamored with someone like Yi Chun, who, aside from his academic achievements, possesses little else of merit? With a loud crash, the door to the restroom was forcefully pushed open, causing the students outside to fall into a sudden silence. Yi Chun emerged with a sullen expression, making his way to the sink. The sound of rushing water prompted the students to instinctively step back. He cast a fleeting glance at them before exiting the restroom without uttering a word. The group of boys exchanged puzzled glances, rubbing their arms as if to ward off an inexplicable chill. The already cold restroom felt even more frigid in that moment. She treats herself so well, it is evident she is merely playing with her own emotions. So much effort expended. After enduring so many trials. Who would genuinely care for you? They would only revel in your misfortunes, Yi Chun. It is time for you to awaken to reality. Yi Chun clenched his pen, his eyes clouded with darkness. Lowering his lashes to shield the turmoil within, he retrieved his practice book and calmly solved two problems. As the school day concluded, Yi Chun gathered his belongings and departed. Upon exiting the classroom, he collided with someone. Recognizing him, the individual quietly remarked, Chu Zheng is waiting for you on the rooftop of the laboratory building. With that, they hastily fled. Yi Chun glanced toward the laboratory, his brow furrowing slightly, before making his way toward the school gate. Upon entering, Chu Zheng encountered a gracious woman who approached her with a warm smile. This was the first time she had met her stepmother after several days. The stepmother, taken aback by Chu Zheng's transformation, quickly regained her composure and responded naturally. Our Chu Zheng looks quite lovely like this. A change of appearance is refreshing and can uplift one's spirits. Dinner is about to be served. You should wash up quickly. The stepmother's smile was gentle, her eyes and brows seemingly imbued with affection. Chu Zheng. Quite remarkable indeed. The drama within affluent families is abundant. Is it possible to eliminate this? Absolutely not. Yet, the two continue to showcase their affectionate theatrics before Chu Zheng. With an impassive expression, she ascended the stairs, relinquishing the stage to them. Once Meng Ran departed, Ji Tong Tong promptly engaged her mother in conversation. The stepmother nodded. Had you not sent me those photographs, I would have scarcely recognized her upon her arrival today. I wonder how she has transformed so suddenly. She used to be so naive, easily baited with mere provocations. Mother, could it be that she has discovered something? Ji Tong Tong's tone reflected a hint of concern. Ji Tong Tong nodded in acknowledgement. The two women murmured in the room for some time, and as Ji Tong Tong prepared to leave, Her stepmother questioned her once more. How are things between you and Meng Ran? A trace of pride appeared on Ji Tongtong's face. Rest assured, Meng Ran is currently quite obedient to me. That's reassuring. The corridor was quiet, and as Ji Tongtong passed by, Chu Zheng happened to overhear the name Yichen. This afternoon, she had waited at the school gate for nearly half an hour, yet Yichen never appeared. He doesn't have a mobile phone. And when Chu Zheng sent San Mao into the school to search for him, the duty student mentioned that he had left long ago. However, Chapter 17, The Strategy of the Heiress. 17, thunder rumbled and rain poured from the heavens, the fierce wind causing the items on the rooftop to clatter noisily. Yichen sat against the wall, drenched in rainwater, his entire being exuding a chill. Do you truly believe that Chu Zheng would harbor any affection for you? She is merely toying with you, and yet you genuinely consider yourself significant. It is quite amusing. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect upon your own worth. Ha ha ha. Is this truly you? Is this really him? Yichen's icy fingers pressed against his forehead as darkness enveloped him amidst the torrential rain, swallowing him whole. This was the world as he perceived it, dark and frigid. Suddenly, the rooftop door was kicked open, and there sat Yichen beside the entrance. Whereupon a familiar voice echoed through the air. The girl, without an umbrella, stepped inside, instantly drenched by the downpour. She removed her school uniform and placed it atop his head. Yichen brushed the garment aside with a forceful motion, its corner striking Chu Zheng's face. He leaned against the wall, rising with a hoarse and fierce tone. Ji Chu Zheng, what pretense of kindness are you putting on now? How much longer do you intend to toy with me? Are you pleased to see me in this state? It was Ji Tongtong's doing. Chu Zheng's cold voice pierced through the sound of the rain, resounding clearly in Yichen's ears. I did not do anything. Ji Tongtong was scheming behind her back. And why was she involving him in this? Was it her intention to have him perpetually relive this torment? How malicious. Yichen's back pressed against the wall as he gazed intently at her. She did not do anything. She did not do anything. Chu Zheng bent down to retrieve the uniform, once again holding it over Yichen's head. The girl stood in close proximity, so near that he could feel her warmth. Yichen, feeling somewhat awkward, pulled the garment down and stepped inside. He settled onto the staircase within, and Chu Zheng grasped his arm. Get up. Yichen remained motionless. As Chu Zheng bent down, her warm breath brushed against Yichen's cheek, her fierce demeanor threatening him. If you don't get up, then you'll remain on the rooftop. Yichen, after a moment of hesitation, managed to utter 3 words. I lack strength. He had only just gathered enough energy to stand, having exhausted all his resolve. Unwilling to appear too disheveled before her lest she look down upon him. Yet, her 4 words suddenly siphoned away all his remaining strength, leaving him disinclined to move even a single finger. Chu Zheng pondered. How could a boy be so feeble? She took it upon herself to escort Yichen to the hospital. After enduring a beating and being drenched in rain, compounded by emotional distress, he promptly fell into a deep slumber upon arrival. The following day, Yichen awoke around 9, his head still clouded and his vision blurry. Was that Ji Chu Zheng? Seated beside him, her voice flowed gently like water. Your injuries have been treated. Yichen attempted to rise from the bed, but his body felt exceedingly weak. After several futile attempts, he glanced over at Chu Zheng, who sat steadfast like a mountain. What are you staring at? Is there anything worth looking at? Chu Zheng quipped. Yichen, compelled to speak, replied, Could you assist me? Silently putting her phone aside, Chu Zheng helped him sit up, propping 2 pillows behind him for support. Am I a good person? She queried. Yichen thought to himself, if it weren't for her, would he have ended up like this? How could she even question her own goodness? Ji Chu Zheng, let go. Yichen did not release his grip. Instead, he tightened it slightly. However, the little strength he possessed was easily shaken off by Chu Zheng. Yichen attempted to hold on to her, leaning forward slightly, ultimately finding himself entirely in Chu Zheng's embrace. Chu Zheng cast him a fleeting glance, her expression calm, before her eyes wandered to his head, where his disheveled hair appeared remarkably soft, inciting an irresistible desire to touch it. She cautiously raised her hand. Yichen seemed to sense it and abruptly turned to look at her. In a swift motion, Chu Zheng adjusted her bangs and shifted to the side, engrossing herself with her phone. After a brief moment of awkward silence, Yichen finally spoke. I misunderstood you. That was my fault. Someone had informed him that she was waiting for him on the rooftop, yet upon his arrival, he found a group of people instead. Chu Zheng nodded, indicating her understanding. Yichen muttered, playing the lute to a cow. After that, he ceased all communication with Chu Zheng. When the doctor conducted rounds, Chu Zheng was called outside. Your classmate's condition is not very good. Will he die? Chu Zheng inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. The doctor, taken aback, replied, not to that extent, but his health is poor due to malnutrition and excessive strain. If he does not receive proper care, the future is uncertain. Perhaps you should contact his family? After speaking for a while and witnessing Chu Zheng's lack of reaction, the doctor felt that this matter bore little relevance to her. No need, she insisted. Chu Zheng instructed the doctor to provide the best possible treatment, unafraid of the expense. Only concerned about a lack of expenditure, the doctor was left bewildered. Was this truly a classmate? Such willingness to spend money was hardly typical. Chu Zheng arranged for a leave of absence for Yi Chun, compelling him to remain in the hospital, where he would receive the doctor's comprehensive care. Ultimately, Yi Chun could no longer endure the situation and fervently insisted on being discharged. After consulting with the doctor, Chu Zheng acquiesced to his request. When the nurse arrived with the bill, Chu Zheng had stepped outside, and Yi Chun happened to catch sight of the staggering amount, causing his hand to tremble momentarily. Let us go, Chu Zheng said as she re-entered, casually stuffing the bill into her backpack. On one occasion after class, Yi Chun witnessed San Mao and his companions dragging someone into the restroom for a lesson. After school, Yi Chun waited downstairs for Chu Zheng. Supplementary class? He inquired, shaking his head as he handed her a note. A promissory note. I will repay you later, Yi Chun affirmed. No need, she replied. Yi Chun frowned. I have no reason to use your money. I want to attend the supplementary class today. I'm leaving first. Fearing that Chu Zheng might return the note to him, he departed hastily. Chu Zheng glanced at the note before stowing it away in her backpack. Chu Zhengjie. Chu Zhengjie. San Mao and his group rushed out. Chu Zhengjie, there's a thunderstorm tomorrow. Why should we keep an eye on this? Find a way to get Ji Tong Tong to the rooftop tomorrow. Chu Zheng stated succinctly. Ji Tong Tong. San Mao hesitated. Chu Zhengjie, that's your sister. If we offend her, the Ji family would not let us off easily. Aren't you afraid? We are. Use your brain, she replied. San Mao retorted, if we could think, how well would we perform on exams? How could we become small ruffians? Chu Zheng was momentarily speechless, unable to counter his argument. Arrange it in Meng Ran's name. Understanding dawned on San Mao and the others. Got it. Chu Zheng added a final reminder. Keep an eye on Meng Ran's movements. Do not let your own disappointment lead you to entrap others. A group of fools. Chapter 18. The strategy of the wealthy Ji Tong Tong was confined on the rooftop for an entire night. In just a few days, she appeared notably thinner and looked particularly pitiful. Tong Tong, come sit down, her stepmother urged, guiding her to the sofa. Ji Fu entered last, throwing the items in his hands onto the sofa. Then turning to the servant, he inquired, where is Ji Chu Zheng? Ji Chu Zheng, come down here. Hey, old Ji. Why are you so furious? You're frightening the child, the stepmother softly admonished. If I do not properly discipline her today, who knows what she will do tomorrow? Ji Tong Tong's pale face bore the marks of her grievances. Hearing the commotion, Chu Zheng descended the stairs, clad in casual attire, her hands tucked into her pockets, descending leisurely. Ji Fu nearly failed to recognize his daughter. Had the wild hair, smoky makeup, and bizarre outfit of his daughter truly returned to normal? Noticing a hint of softening in Ji Fu's demeanor, the stepmother quickly interjected, Old Ji, the child is still young. Do not be so furious. Tong Tong and Chu Zheng merely have a minor disagreement. Tong Tong is fine now. There is no need for such alarm. Indeed, her words ignited Ji Fu's anger anew. A minor disagreement? You left Tong Tong on the rooftop for an entire night. What if something had happened? That could have cost a life. Furiously, Ji Fu demanded, Ji Chu Zheng, why did you confine Tong Tong on the rooftop? Do you have any evidence? Chu Zheng replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Her reaction was not what Ji Fu had anticipated. Calm and composed, with a gaze that was both tranquil and detached, Father Ji was not unkind to Ji Chu Zheng. His disappointment stemmed not from a lack of affection, but rather from the subtle instigation by Ji Tong Tong and the volatile temperament of Ji Chu Zheng herself, which made it impossible for them to engage in a rational and peaceful discussion. Ji Tong Tong. Father Ji glanced at her, recalling her claim that the person who had locked her on the rooftop was often seen in the company of Ji Chu Zheng, a certain San Mao. Indeed, they were a bunch of fools, incapable of executing such a simple task without being caught. How utterly foolish. Did she merely assert it? Ji Chu Zheng stood on the staircase, looking down from her elevated position. Is there a photograph or surveillance footage? Naturally, Ji Tong Tong had no evidence. The absence of evidence equated to slander, Father, you are a businessman, and such principles need no explanation from me. Father Ji remained silent. Ji Tongtong had not directly accused her, merely mentioning San Mao, who frequently associated with her, leading him to naturally assume her involvement due to her previous misdeeds. The stepmother, observing Ji Chu Zheng's calm demeanor, began to harbor a sense of foreboding. This troublesome girl. Something feels amiss. Old Ji, I advised you not to get angry. The situation remains unclear. And what if you wrongfully accuse the child? The stepmother hastily intervened. Father, perhaps. I misjudged the situation. Ji Tongtong echoed her sentiment. My sister would never engage in such behavior. Indeed, I would not. Ji Chu Zheng affirmed, exuding an air of unshakable confidence. Ji Tongtong nearly bit her tongue, glancing anxiously at her mother. The stepmother was utterly bewildered by Chu Zheng. Not only had her appearance changed, but her demeanor had transformed as well. At that moment, the stepmother could not retort. Such a response would contradict her own image. Instead, she could only grasp Mr. Ji's arm. At that time, Tongtong was terrified. Perhaps it was a misunderstanding. You must not wrong Chu Zheng, old Ji. Tongtong has just been discharged from the hospital and is still quite weak. Let her rest for now. Ji Tongtong timely displayed a look of distress. Mr. Ji's expression remained stern. Come to my study. Chu Zheng quietly followed behind Mr. Ji, who was surprised by her obedience. Once the study door closed, Mr. Ji rubbed his temples and spoke in a considerably calmer tone. Chu Zheng, tell me honestly, did you have someone do this? No, Chu Zheng replied, her expression grave, denying it swiftly and with composure. Mr. Ji scrutinized her for several moments. It's best if that's the case. Tongtong is your sister. I do not expect you to care for her, but do not oppose her at every turn. Chu Zheng stepped forward, placing her phone on the desk, her slender fingers deftly pressing play. It's Ji Tongtong. She gave me money to force you. There's money in it. So, please don't hit me. It was really Ji Tongtong. I was just doing it for the money. As the recording played, Mr. Ji's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment, ultimately culminating in fury. Ji Chu Zheng, what is the meaning of this? How can one speak of raising a child to be useless? She is anything but. Mr. Ji frowned, his voice laced with barely concealed anger. What nonsense are you spouting? What does a good mother do to guide her children onto the right path? What exactly is she doing? Aside from providing financial support and hindering my education, what else have you done? Father Ji furrowed his brows, remaining silent. Dad, your first reaction upon hearing the recording wasn't concern for your own daughter, but rather anger, feeling that I was slandering them. Upon being struck by Chu Zheng's words, Father Ji's expression darkened slightly. Then he became alert. Chu Zheng, are you all right? Father Ji, is that all you have to say? He stared blankly as Chu Zheng exited the room, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes as he sank into his chair. In the past, consumed by business, he had indeed overlooked this daughter. He married his current wife with the intention of finding someone to care for her. But how had things come to this? In Ji Tongtong's room, have you been getting close to anyone lately? There's a student named Yi Chun at our school. Ji Tongtong replied. He lacks any significant background and is often bullied at school. I'm not sure how Ji Chu Zheng got involved with him. A student? The stepmother frowned. Ji Tongtong nodded. Aside from this student? She couldn't have suddenly come to her senses. Someone must have told her something. The stepmother grasped Ji Tongtong's hand firmly. I will investigate this matter thoroughly, but for now, do not provoke her. Ji Tongtong, feeling discontented, retorted, but she had someone lock me on the rooftop. Tongtong, a small act of patience can lead to greater plans. I understand, mother. Chapter 19. The Strategy of a Wealthy Heiress. 19. Father Ji remained in the study until after 10 o'clock at night, instructing someone to investigate recent events concerning Chu Zheng, particularly regarding the recording. Old Ji. The stepmother sighed. Has Chu Zheng upset you again? Father Ji opened his mouth, intending to refute her, but the stepmother continued. Chu Zheng is still young. You shouldn't argue with her all the time. Your harshness only frightens her. If there's an issue, let us discuss it calmly. Chu Zheng is not an unreasonable child. As for this incident, perhaps Tongtong was overly frightened and misinterpreted things. Chu Zheng can be a bit mischievous, yet it doesn't warrant such a serious misunderstanding. Father Ji furrowed his brows as he gazed at his stepmother. At that moment, Chu Zheng's words floated aimlessly in his mind. Each time he quarreled with his daughter, she would always advise him afterward, she is still a child, don't frighten her. This pattern repeated itself time and again. Ji Tongtong and her mother conspired to squander his resources for the sake of the Ji family fortune. Old Ji, what are you thinking? The stepmother questioned with a hint of suspicion, but upon noticing Father Ji had already retired to bed, she chose to remain silent. Remember, dear sister, there is no problem that cannot be resolved with money. If there is, it simply means you haven't spent enough. Therefore, all you need to do is spend. 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 Chu Zheng replied. It would be quicker to eliminate it. Please, refrain from harboring such dangerous thoughts. We are merely a simple system of extravagance. Chu Zheng's expression remained impassive as she prepared for sleep. The following day, as the weekend approached, Chu Zheng entered the classroom to hear Ji Tongtong inviting classmates to her birthday celebration. After some reflection, Chu Zheng realized that Ji Tongtong's birthday was indeed imminent. Moreover, something unfavorable was bound to transpire at the celebration. A classmate inquired, "Will it be held at your house?" Ji Tongtong nodded. "Yes, initially, we weren't going to host it, but my father insisted, and he has invited quite a few people." Due to her hospitalization, Ji's father agreed to make the birthday celebration more extravagant. Wow! Ji Tongtong's words elicited envy from many. "Can we all attend?" "Of course. Everyone is welcome." While Ji Tongtong extended her invitation, Chu Zheng received a million-level task, which was specific, to purchase a car worth 3 million. Chu Zheng thought. The system never mentioned any designated spending tasks before. "You will have more surprises in the future, dear sister." The system boasted arrogantly. Surprises? What could a bronze-level character possibly encounter, if not fright? After some contemplation, Chu Zheng concluded, "Even if I buy it, I can't drive. What use is it?" The original owner was under 18 and lacked a driver's license. Thus, Chu Zheng was bestowed with a luxury car worth 3 million. On the weekend, it was Ji Tongtong's birthday. Early in the morning, she pestered her father about the birthday party. Chu Zheng remained at home and did not manage to speak with her. It wasn't until Ji Tongtong sought her mother that Ji's father unexpectedly encountered Chu Zheng in the corridor. Zheng. Ji's father hesitated to call out. She seemed to have matured without his notice. "Dad." Ji's father's expression softened. "Do you have enough money?" He had intended to inquire about her recent affairs, but ended up uttering only that one line. How could he not care for this daughter? In the past, she was a source of constant worry, always opposing him, and their conversations would descend into quarrels before a single meaningful word was exchanged. Enough. Chu Zheng nodded expressionlessly. With a system in place, she would likely never lack for money. Ji Fu was momentarily stunned, still contemplating what to say. She left just like that? However, Chu Zheng soon emerged, holding a small box, something she had purchased earlier. She extended the box towards Ji Fu. It was not heavy, yet at that moment, as Ji Fu held it, it felt somewhat burdensome. He gazed deeply at Chu Zheng, his eyes unexpectedly glistening with unshed tears. Years of arguing with his daughter had rendered him speechless, unsure of what to say. Chu Zheng, too, could not muster words that might evoke emotion. All right. Ji Fu held the box as if it were a precious treasure, reminiscent of the gifts he had received from her when she was much younger. Chu Zheng. Ji Fu, at a loss for words, could only nod. "Dad, may I come in?" As Ji Fu was placing the items Chu Zheng had bought on his desk, he heard Ji Tongtong knock on the door and invited her in. Ji Tongtong immediately spotted the jade picio, which must have been the gift Yang Qianqian mentioned. She hadn't expected it to be intended for Ji Fu. "Is there something you need, Tongtong?" Ji Tongtong instantly brightened with a gentle smile. "It's almost 2 o'clock. My classmate will be here soon. And you still haven't changed your clothes, Dad." "Oh, right." Thanks to Chu Zheng's actions, Ji Fu had forgotten about it. "Look at my memory. I'll go change now." "No need, Dad. I've already picked something out for you." Ji Tongtong retrieved a suit from behind her. Ji Fu chuckled softly. "Tongtong, you are so thoughtful." Ji Tongtong handed the clothes to her father, revealing a hesitant demeanor. "What troubles you, Tongtong?" Ji father inquired. Ji Tongtong appeared quite conflicted. "Dad, I feel something is amiss with my sister." Ji father asked, "What seems to be the issue?" "Father, It's nothing, please continue." Ji Tongtong's face was etched with concern as she finally expressed her worry. "Did you not suspend my sister's card previously? Yet she continues to spend lavishly. She recently purchased a jade picio for 200,000. "Ah yes, that one." Ji Tongtong pointed to the jade picio on Ji father's desk. "I am rather worried about her. She never had any savings before and frequently asked you for money. However, this time, despite her card being suspended, she still possesses such a large sum. I dare not inquire." Ji Tongtong's expression was filled with anxiety, portraying herself as a caring sister who merely wished to express her concerns. She cautiously observed Ji father, noticing his furrowed brow, and continued, "Every time I return from school, I see my sister with some individuals, socializing, and I fear for her safety." Ji Tongtong anticipated a furious reaction from her father, but he merely frowned, stating, "We'll address this matter after your birthday." Ji Tongtong felt a tinge of disappointment. She had not expected her father to respond so calmly. Yet she managed to smile and obediently said, "Well then, father, I shall go change." "Very well," he replied. Once Ji Tongtong had exited, Ji father gazed at the jade pie show on the table, his mind conjuring the image of Chu Zheng's calm and indifferent eyes. Chapter 20. The strategy of the wealthiest classmates began to arrive one after another at the invitation of Ji Tongtong. Her father had also summoned numerous notable figures from their social circle. Naturally, Ji Tongtong was delighted, as this affirmed her esteemed position in her father's heart and within the Ji family. "You look exceptionally beautiful today, Tongtong." "Thank you. You are very charming as well." "Tongtong, your dress is stunning." Ji Tongtong was surrounded by compliments. Standing on the upper floor, Chu Zheng observed the lively scene below with an expression devoid of emotion. Indeed, the atmosphere was vibrant. The original owner had once again fallen victim to Ji Tongtong's schemes during this birthday banquet. The fierce prowess of a wild sister was truly daunting. "Don't be afraid, sister. We have wealth. Can I throw money at them? To the point of causing harm?" "How fierce, sister." "Well, it is illegal to waste currency." "Then why utter such nonsense?" "Such a fierce sister." Senior Mingran has arrived. A stir rippled through the crowd. Senior Mingran is really here. Is Tongtong dating Senior Mingran? They are truly a match made in heaven. The whispers of admiration and envy from the crowd were immensely gratifying to Ji Tongtong, though she concealed her delight, allowing only a hint of shyness and bashfulness to surface. As a young man entered from outside, he appeared even more handsome than when clad in school uniform. Mingran captivated all eyes. With a warm smile, he said, "Happy birthday, Tongtong." Ji Tongtong, her face flushed with bashfulness, replied softly, "Thank you, brother Mingran." Mingran presented the gift to her, and an uproar immediately ensued, urging Ji Tongtong to unveil it. Feeling somewhat shy, Ji Tongtong sought Mingran's approval. With graciousness, Mingran unwrapped the gift and revealed its contents. Wow, how exquisite! It was a necklace, its diamonds sparkling under the sunlight, unmistakably of great value. Mingran personally adorned Ji Tongtong with it, and they exchanged a smile. A scene so beautiful that it elicited envy from all present. "Dad, does it look good?" Ji Tongtong dashed to her father, wrapping her arms around his. "It looks splendid." He nodded in affirmation. "What about your gift, Dad?" After a moment of silence, her father smiled and replied, "I knew you would ask. So I have prepared something special for you." He led Ji Tongtong outside, and the crowd followed, curious to discover the surprise. A vehicle approached, carrying something draped in cloth. Ji Tongtong watched with anticipation, and even the onlookers were captivated. As the occupants of the vehicle descended and pulled away the red cloth, the object beneath was revealed. Wow, what a stunning car! Uncle Ji had gifted Tongtong a car. How fortunate she was. The color was truly striking, a perfect match for Tongtong. The vibrant red hue, coupled with its sleek design, was instantly appealing and incredibly suited for a young lady. Though she was not yet of age, possessing such a car was undoubtedly a source of pride. Moreover, receiving it on her birthday, in front of so many people, would surely make a statement when she drove it to school. "Tongtong, I want to ride in your car in the future." "Of course." Jitong smiled and readily agreed. "You are so wonderful, Jitong. I want to sit too." "I want to." The person who lifted the red cloth began to unload the car, and several classmates eagerly opened the door and climbed inside. Jitong slightly furrowed her brow, but felt it inappropriate to voice her concerns, so she maintained her smile. "Jitong, you should try sitting in the driver's seat." Before she could respond, she was pushed into the driver's seat. The person delivering the vehicle appeared somewhat bewildered, wanting to intervene, but unable to restrain the crowd. Everything unfolded too swiftly. It was only then that Father Ji stepped forward. "Jitong, Daddy, I love you so much." Jitong exclaimed as she emerged from the driver's seat, embracing her father tightly. Her stepmother chuckled nearby. "Your father surely dotes on you. You must treat him well in the future." "Yes, Daddy is the best." "Jitong, please wait a moment." Father Ji gently pushed her aside and pulled the delivery person aside, lowering his voice to inquire, "Did you deliver the wrong car?" He indeed intended to deliver a vehicle, but not this one. He had previously seen this particular car, but deemed its price of 3 million far too extravagant for a student, especially an underage one. Thus, He had opted for a car costing 1 million instead. Jitong felt a sense of unease creeping in, unsure of the reason, as the atmosphere grew slightly quieter. No, it's correct. The delivery person produced the delivery slip, pointing to the address on it. This is the location, recipient, Miss Chu Zheng. Although Father Ji spoke softly, the other party did not, and with the current stillness of the scene, everyone heard. Chu Zheng, the young lady of the Ji family? No. Ji's father shook his head and replied solemnly, "This is not the car I purchased." Ji's stepmother remained silent. Ji Tong, having overheard the conversation, turned pale, and the word embarrassment was plainly etched across her face. Meng Ren quickly stepped forward, placing a comforting hand on Ji Tong's shoulder. Meanwhile, the classmates who had previously been jeering now wore expressions of awkwardness, hastily disembarking from the vehicle and keeping their distance. It turned out to be Ji Zheng's car. The expressions of the others were rather mixed. The delivery personnel, oblivious to the unfolding drama, inquired, "May I ask for Miss Ji Zheng to kindly sign for her package?" The atmosphere grew even more uncomfortable. Those who had just been praising Ji Tong now wished fervently for a hole to swallow them whole. Amidst the confusion, a girl emerged from the villa and walked straight over to collect the delivery slip. "Is this Ji Zheng? Surely my eyes deceive me. How has Ji Zheng transformed into this? Where is her wild hairstyle? Her smoky eye makeup? I too felt as if I were seeing things. Has Ji Zheng always looked like this?" The girl was dressed in simple, casual attire, her hair pulled back, revealing her fair and elongated neck, adorned with a single black earring. Her expressionless demeanor while signing was inexplicably striking. The delivery personnel asked, "Miss Ji, would you like to inspect the package?" "No need," she replied. "Then I shall take my leave." As the delivery person departed, another vehicle drove in. Evidently, the one Ji's father had intended for Ji Tong. Chu Zheng finally understood why that scoundrel had insisted she deliver it today. He was waiting here for his estranged sister. As the cheerful reminder echoed in Chu Zheng's mind, "Sister, while we indulge in extravagance, do not forget to make a comeback." She remained perplexed by the system that favored the foolishly affluent. Meanwhile, Ji Tong harbored a flicker of anticipation. Perhaps the car gifted by her father was of a higher value than her own? Chapter 21. The Strategy of the Affluent. 21. Regrettably, when the crimson cloth fell away, it revealed an unremarkable white sedan, merely priced at 1 million. In comparison to Chu Zheng's vehicle, it appeared rather lackluster. A wave of embarrassment and frustration washed over Ji Tong, yet she was compelled to thank her father with a smile, her demeanor tinged with insincerity. Why did Chu Zheng possess a car? Was it also a gift from her father? Why was it presented at this moment, seemingly to humiliate her? After signing the documents, Chu Zheng departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving no opportunity for conversation. Ji Tong's stepmother beside her nudged, "Do not overthink. Meng Ran is waiting for you. Hurry over." Upon hearing that Meng Ran awaited her, Ji Tong swiftly composed herself and approached him. Ji father engaged in casual conversation, his eyes scanning the vicinity until he spotted Ji Tong conversing intimately with Meng Ran. "Old Ji, look at these two children. They are a perfect match. I wonder how you feel about my previous suggestion?" Meng father inquired with a jovial smile. Ji father felt a tumult of emotions within. He intended to decline, but was interrupted by his wife beside him who remarked, "If Tong and Meng Ran have mutual affection, we, as parents, have no objections." Ji father furrowed his brow. "They are still young, it's all right," Meng father replied. "Meng Ran will soon graduate from high school. After graduation, we can consider an engagement." Meng's father seemed quite pleased with Ji Tong, and even Meng's mother had no objections, echoing his sentiments. The three engaged in a discussion, and surprisingly, Ji's father's dissent was completely disregarded. What does Ji Zheng mean by this? Why create such a scene at Ji Tong's birthday party? What could it possibly signify? No matter how Ji Tong argues, she is merely a stepdaughter. Ji Zheng is the legitimate heir of the Ji family. Is it not clear that she is the true successor? It stands to reason that no matter how hard Ji Tong strives, the Ji family will ultimately belong to Ji Zheng. Let us not be so quick to judge. Perhaps Ji Tong's mother is fortunate and may bear a son, who would then be the rightful heir. Ji Zheng has changed remarkably. I nearly failed to recognize her just now. Ji Tong stood hidden from the group, overhearing their conversation in its entirety. She clenched her fists slightly, feeling the weight of being merely a stepdaughter. Tong, what are you doing standing here?" Yang Qianshan rushed over. "Nothing." Ji Tong lowered her head, then lifted it again with a gentle expression. Just getting some fresh air. Come with me, Yang Qianqian said, pulling Ji Tongtong upstairs. After closing the door, she asked, Tongtong, do you want Ji Chu Zheng to embarrass herself? Ji Tongtong feigned ignorance. Qianqian, she is my sister. What are you saying? Sister? She has never regarded you as a sister. Do not speak on her behalf, Yang Qianqian scoffed. This time, I will ensure she faces the consequences. Qianqian, alas. Pay no heed to me. Assist me in keeping watch for a moment. The focal point of Ji Tongtong's birthday celebration lies in the evening. Ji Tongtong has donned a more exquisite gown, standing alongside Ming Ran, resembling a pair of exquisite gems. Yang Qianqian stands nearby, her heart brimming with envy. Yet she must maintain a facade of smiles. The banquet proceeds smoothly, and Ji Tongtong intends to seek out Yang Qianqian, but after searching for a while, she cannot locate her. Wasn't she supposed to deal with Ji Chu Zheng? Why has she vanished at this moment? Inquiring with those nearby, Ji Tongtong learns that Yang Qianqian has gone upstairs. Ascending the staircase to find her, as she passes by a room, the door suddenly swings open, and someone pulls her inside. The room is cloaked in darkness, rendering her unable to see anything. A hand grips her chin, forcefully pouring several swigs of a cold, alcoholic liquid into her stomach. Coughing violently, Ji Tongtong struggles for breath. The fear induced by the darkness compels her to tremble as she questions, Who are you? What do you want? The individual holding her pushes her backward, causing her to stumble dizzily against the edge of the bed, just as she hears the sound of the door opening. Subsequently, the room is engulfed in darkness once more. Approximately half an hour later, Chu Zheng hears a commotion, and the corridor is teeming with people. With her hands on her hips, she strides forward. Perhaps the chill emanating from her is too intense, as the crowd parts to grant her passage. The room is in disarray, filled with an odd scent. Ji Tongtong is held in Meng Ran's arms, while Yang Qianqian, wrapped in a bedsheet, huddles on the bed, shivering and too frightened to show herself. I am utterly astonished. I never anticipated that these two individuals shared such a relationship. However, to engage in such acts within a guest room. Regrettably, I arrived too late to witness the scandalous scene. How repulsive. It begs the question, how did I fail to recognize the nature of their relationship before? They have always entered and exited together. I had merely thought their camaraderie was unusually strong. Upon hearing the commotion, G.'s father and others rushed over. The stepmother nearly fainted, but G.'s father promptly ordered the guests to be escorted away, striving to regain control of the situation. Among the attendees were business elites as well as Ji Tongtong's classmates. With so many eyes present, G.'s father found it difficult to suppress the unfolding drama. Mr. and Mrs. Ming were also present, and upon witnessing the scene, their expressions turned quite complex as they exchanged glances. Ji Tongtong and Yang Qianqian, indeed. Although society has become more accepting of such matters, witnessing it unfold in one's immediate vicinity still leaves many feeling uncomfortable and unable to accept it. Well, Mr. Ji, we shall take our leave, Mrs. Ming said, pulling Ming Ran along, while G.'s father and the stepmother were too preoccupied to pay them any mind. Mom. Ming Ran was reluctant to depart. Leave, Mrs. Ming admonished sharply, forcibly dragging Ming Ran away alongside Mr. Ming. Chu Zheng stood outside the door, her expression indifferent as she observed. When Ming Ran emerged, their gazes met, sending an inexplicable chill down his spine. Let us go, Mrs. Ming urged, hastily pulling Ming Ran away. Mom. Ji Tongtong sobbed hoarsely. G.'s father spoke in a grave tone. You too. Truly, Ji Tongtong recounted her previous experiences, particularly the incident when someone had dragged her into the room. As Ji Tongtong wept, she suddenly lifted her head and pointed at Chu Zheng, exclaiming, Sister. It was sister. She was the one who dragged me into the room. The stepmother looked on in disbelief. What are you saying, Tongtong? Ji father turned his gaze towards his daughter at the door. In the face of Ji Tongtong's accusation, Chu Zheng remained calm and composed. How had a perfectly fine birthday celebration devolved into this chaos? The stepdaughter was now accusing her biological daughter of wrongdoing. It was incomprehensible. Chapter 22. The Gold Digger's Strategy. 22. Ji Tongtong insisted that although she had not witnessed the act, having lived with Chu Zheng for so long, she could not be mistaken. It was indeed Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng, however, coldly denied the accusation. It was not me. I have done nothing. You need evidence. Without evidence, it is mere slander. Sister, why do you wish to harm me so? Ji Tongtong cried out. It wasn't me, Chu Zheng retorted, her denial firm and unwavering. Ji Tongtong's eyes reddened. It was you. Dad, it was sister, she harmed me. How will I face others now? Dad, You must stand up for me. Yang Qianqian was her friend, someone with whom she could hold hands while shopping or even share a bed. Yet, recalling the events that had transpired, Ji Tongtong felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Her sobs grew more fervent, and her emotions spiraled out of control. Old Ji, you must investigate this matter thoroughly. The stepmother embraced Ji Tongtong. So many people witnessed what happened today, not to mention the Meng family. The marriage alliance had already been agreed upon. How could such an incident occur by coincidence? With this thought, a surge of resentment welled up within the stepmother. If Chu Zheng was indeed responsible for this, she would not let her go unscathed. Ji's father glanced at his daughter standing outside the door, her indifference chilling to the core, and found himself at a loss for words. As for Yang Qianqian, she had initially intended to harm Chu Zheng, having prepared the means to do so, yet she was utterly perplexed as to how Chu Zheng had become aware of her intentions. What she did know was that she had been forcibly dragged into this room by Chu Zheng and made to consume half a glass of alcohol against her will. Naturally, she could not voice this, for it would only lead to her being disregarded in the end. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, the Yang family could not simply let the matter rest. Once Ji's father had seen off the Yang family, he surveyed the chaotic aftermath with a throbbing headache. The phone buzzed in the oppressive silence, its sound jarringly out of place. "Mr. Ji, we have found something." As the voice on the other end spoke, Ji's father's already grim visage darkened further. His stepmother was clamoring for him to uncover the truth of the matter, lamenting the disgrace suffered by her daughter and questioning how she would face society thereafter. It was likely that the entire social circle was now aware of her daughter's orientation, especially after the scandalous incident at the birthday banquet. Meanwhile, the Yang family remained obstinate and unyielding. In stark contrast, Chu Zheng continued her routine of commuting to school, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil. The drugs had been procured by Yang Qianqian, and despite her cautious approach, traces of her involvement were inevitable. Upon uncovering this evidence, Ji's father presented it to the Yang family, leaving them speechless. As for why Yang Qianqian found herself ensnared in this situation, that was a question she must confront herself. The Ji family bore no responsibility for her predicament. "Old Ji," the stepmother implored, "doesn't it concern you that Tongtong has suffered such indignities? Tongtong claims it was Chu Zheng who did this. I know Chu Zheng is your daughter, and I have treated her as my own for all these years, sparing her no kindness. Why would she seek to harm my Tongtong?" Ji's father was confronted by his stepmother with pointed questions. Rubbing his temples, he replied, "You should inquire about this matter with Tongtong and refrain from slandering Chu Zheng." "What do you mean, old Ji? If Tongtong has suffered injustice, why are you still questioning her?" The stepmother retorted, visibly agitated. Ji's father, reluctant to doubt Ji Tongtong, recalled the troubling investigation he had previously commissioned, which, astonishingly, linked back to her. Although Ji Tongtong had not appeared in person, she had indeed been the one to provide the funds. It was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals to uncover such information. Yet he was not incapable of doing so. Could the Ji Tongtong he knew truly be capable of orchestrating such an act against his daughter? For days, Ji's father had suppressed his fury, contemplating whether there had been a misunderstanding, and thus requested a second investigation. However, regardless of how many times it was examined, the outcome remained unchanged. The incident was inextricably tied to Ji Tongtong. At the birthday banquet, the drug had been supplied by Yang Qianqian, and it was implausible that she had intended it for her own use. If it was not for herself, then whom was it for? Regardless of the intended recipient, Yang Qianqian was merely reaping the consequences of her own actions. As for Ji Tongtong, "Old Ji, speak up. You must uphold justice for Tongtong, otherwise, how will she face the world? Do you have any idea how people are speaking about her now?" "Enough," Ji's father snapped, his voice firm. He wished to articulate his thoughts, but ultimately restrained himself, pushing past his stepmother and departing hastily. "Old Ji, stop. What do you mean?" the stepmother shouted after him, her breath coming in short gasps from frustration. Turning sharply, she met Chu Zheng's icy gaze. "It's you," she accused, pointing at Chu Zheng, fury swelling in her eyes. "You are the one who has harmed my Tongtong." As Chu Zheng descended the stairs with her backpack in tow, she inquired, "Do you have any evidence?" "Tongtong saw you." She believed that Tongtong would not speak frivolously. It must have been her doing. She had also questioned Tongtong, who revealed that Yang Qianqian intended to target Ji Chu Zheng. Yet in the end, it was Tongtong and Yang Qianqian who fell victim. "You little wretch. Ji Chu Zheng, how could you harm Tongtong like this? I knew you were no good." The stepmother's ire intensified as she rushed forward, raising her hand to strike Chu Zheng. with a firm grip on the handrail. Chu Zheng leaped over and gave her stepmother a push from behind. The stepmother, already exerting herself, tumbled headlong onto the steps. Chu Zheng, you are truly insufferable. If only I could dispose of you, it would save so much trouble. What a pity. Chu Zheng, indifferent, shouldered her backpack and departed. The stepmother, now risen, found that Chu Zheng had vanished without a trace. It seemed that Ji father was investigating the stepmother. For days had passed without a sign of him. Both the stepmother and Ji Tong Tong appeared visibly anxious, yet they could glean no information about Ji father's whereabouts. The stepmother reacted vehemently, firmly opposing any notion of divorce. Ji father flung a stack of photographs before her, and her countenance instantly drained of color. Chu Zheng paid them no mind and ascended the stairs directly. Half an hour later, Ji father knocked on her door. His demeanor was haggard, his face a mask of regret. Chu Zheng, it was I who neglected you in the past. I thought bringing someone in to care for you would help, but I never anticipated it would lead to greater grievances for you. It is all due to that woman and Ji Tong Tong, who have always put on such a facade. Chu Zheng, you have become rebellious, and at home, you appear to be the one who is bullied. I have never delved deeply into matters, always content to observe the surface. In the past few days, I have reflected on all that has transpired over the years, and I have come to realize how thoroughly I was deceived by appearances. Chu Zheng conveyed to him that she and her mother were merely after his inheritance. Deep down, he harbored doubts about this claim, for she never inquired about the affairs of his company. However, upon closer inspection, he uncovered that this woman had clandestinely undertaken numerous actions. Forgive your father. I recognize my mistakes, and I shall make amends, he implored. It is all in the past. Chu Zheng responded ambiguously. Mr. Ji's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I will resolve this matter. You need not worry. Chu Zheng nodded. Chapter 23. The Strategy of the Heiress. 23. Chu Zheng, what a nuisance. What trouble is there in spending money? This is the aspiration of countless individuals, ignorant of its worth. It infuriates me. Mr. Ji intended to initiate divorce proceedings with his stepmother. Initially, she pleaded with him in a gentle manner. However, when Mr. Ji remained unmoved, the typically demure and virtuous woman revealed a repugnant side, insisting on dividing their assets. Out of respect for the years she had spent with him, Mr. Ji refrained from being excessively harsh. Yet, the stepmother was unwilling to relent, presenting terms that Mr. Ji found utterly unacceptable. Thinking of his daughter, he outright refused, insisting that they leave with nothing. The stepmother, having managed her affairs for many years, was fortunate that Mr. Ji acted in time, preventing her from reaping significant benefits. Ultimately, she was left with only 2 properties. Mr. Ji generously bestowed upon them the villa, and he and Chu Zheng relocated. Once everything had settled, Mr. Ji finally found the time to inquire about the source of Chu Zheng's substantial funds. How could she possibly explain this? Was it a windfall from the heavens? A lottery win? Unfazed by Mr. Ji's inquiry, Chu Zheng calmly replied, I saved it. In ordinary times, Ji's father generously provided for the original owner, who often sought financial assistance under various pretexts. The accumulated sum was indeed considerable. You have suffered, Ji's father suddenly lamented, seemingly lost in thought. Chu Zheng, Ji's father, perhaps out of guilt and a desire for atonement, treated Chu Zheng with exceptional kindness, granting her every request without hesitation. The rumors surrounding Ji Tong Tong and Yang Tranqian had long since spread throughout the school, reaching even students from different grades, circulating extensively in social circles. The situation between her and Ji Tong Tong was spoken of with great disdain. Ji Tong Tong had initially taken a leave of absence from school, but as news of her mother's divorce from Ji's father circulated, she ultimately withdrew from her studies entirely. Had the reversal task been deemed complete? Chu Zheng inquired of the esteemed Wang Zhe. Now that both Ji Tong Tong and her mother had been cast out from the Ji family, Ji's father, filled with remorse, would likely never remarry. With such a lackluster completion of the task, it is far from satisfactory. In fact, it may as well be a negative score. I am asking you a question. As long as their future does not surpass yours, it will be considered fulfilled. So troublesome. Simply expelling them is insufficient. It seems that more drastic measures are required. Why would the young lady entertain such thoughts? Which of the above statements conveys that sentiment? Chu Zheng's sister, San Mao, rushed over. Breathless, Yichen hasn't attended school for several days. I heard his family requested a leave of absence for him. In recent days, due to the Ji Tong Tong incident, Chu Zheng had not paid much attention to Yichen. It was only when she realized he had not been tutoring her that she thought to inquire. A leave of absence? Yes. Sam Mao scratched his head. I heard it was due to illness. As Chu Zheng recalled the information she had previously received, she remembered that on the eve of the college entrance examination, Yichen encountered an incident that prevented him from participating in the exam. Ultimately, Chu Zheng flung her backpack behind her and hurried towards Yichen's home. She first glanced at Yichen's window, which was tightly shut, with the curtains drawn, obscuring any view within. Her gaze swept around, and she ascended the stairs, making her way directly to a nearby household. Without needing to knock, the door swung open, revealing someone moving items out. What are you doing? The woman noticed someone blocking her way and barked, if there's nothing wrong, step aside. Move quickly. Where is Yichen? The 5 words effectively rendered the woman motionless. A few seconds later, she shouted fiercely, there's no one named Yichen here. You've got the wrong place, so hurry up and leave. Don't block the way. Chu Zheng stepped closer, and the woman's eyes widened in alarm. What do you want? The young girl before her wore a cold expression, her icy gaze unsettling. The woman yelled into the house, Old ye. With a swift motion, Chu Zheng pushed the woman inside. The woman's plump figure tumbled forward, only to be caught by a man who rushed in response to the commotion. Chu Zheng entered and promptly closed the door behind her. In the dimly lit room, Yichen lay on the cold, damp floor, his complexion pale. Yet his eyes glimmered with a serpent-like intensity, radiating a chilling aura. With a creak, the door swung open, and a man stepped inside. He cast a cursory glance at Yichen before saying, Kid, stop pretending. Your uncle owes a considerable sum, were it not for our boss taking a liking to you. Do you truly believe your family would be in a stable condition? Yichen's lips were chapped and cracked, and he opened his mouth. His voice hoarse and filled with animosity. They have nothing to do with me. Ah, the man chuckled. You speak well. Your uncle has offered you as collateral. Yichen's hands clenched slightly. They were not his kin. They were a pack of beasts. Our boss has granted you one last night. If you still fail to comprehend, what awaits you will not be the same treatment you have now. With a clang, the door slammed shut. Yichen pressed his forehead against the cold ground, feeling the blood within him begin to congeal. He thought he would soon free himself from their grasp. Just 2 months more. Just 2 months until the college entrance examination, and he could leave this place. Yet, he never anticipated that his uncle would act in such a manner, gambling debts piled high, unable to repay, and yet using him as a pawn. He was shocked to discover that in this society, there existed individuals who did not regard others as human beings. Yichen's nails dug into his flesh, blood seeping from his palms, staining the ground crimson. He could not simply succumb here. He could not. After an indeterminate passage of time, Yichen heard the sounds of a struggle outside, followed by a heavy thud against the door. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and light streamed in from the outside. Yichen's eyes struggled to acclimate to the harsh brightness, and it took a while for him to discern the figure standing at the door, a person clad in a black suit and dark sunglasses, wielding a weapon reminiscent of a mace. Outside, someone charged forward, swinging the mace and sending a person flying. It seemed as though more individuals were entering, causing the crowd to slightly retreat. In the midst of the light, a girl gradually emerged, her hands tucked into the pockets of her uniform jacket, her demeanor perpetually aloof and detached. Yichen's breath caught in his throat, as if he could perceive a radiance emanating from her, dispelling the surrounding darkness. She advanced into the room, each step echoing like a delicate tread upon his heart. Suddenly, Yichen recoiled, concealing himself in the shadows. As if this could hide his own disarray, Chu Zheng approached, prompting Yichen to retreat further until he found himself cornered against the wall. She grasped his wrist. Her warm fingers pressed against his skin, the heat radiating through him, seemingly igniting his very being. Let's go. Yichen was pulled to his feet, stumbling slightly as he braced himself against the wall, struggling to maintain his balance. He dared not meet Chu Zheng's gaze, suppressing the discomfort coursing through his body as she led him from the room. Chapter 24. The Strategy of the Wealthy. 24. Outside lay a corridor, illuminated solely by the harsh beams of flashlights wielded by others, casting the surroundings into a dim haze. Several individuals lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their bodies and moaning in pain. The leader Yichen had encountered earlier was being shielded by his associates, gazing at them from a distance. Yichen was ushered away by a bodyguard, who offered him no opportunity to resist or speak. He was escorted to a vehicle, his eyes fixated on the exit. Half an hour later, Chu Zheng emerged, holding her school uniform with the sleeves slightly rolled up, revealing her delicate wrists, followed closely by a burly bodyguard. The scene was reminiscent of the grand entrances of young ladies from the underworld depicted on television. The bodyguard opened the car door for her, and a chill swept through the air. As the vehicle departed smoothly from the location, Yichen's tense body gradually relaxed. How? Did you know I was here? Did you come specifically to find me? Yes. The tranquil depths of his heart, dormant for years, now rippled with burgeoning waves, transforming into a tempest that could not be quelled. Yichen clenched his fists, straining to catch a glimpse of her in the dim light of the car. The girl's gaze was cast downward, her fingers resting on her wrist, tapping rhythmically. The vehicle jolted violently as it navigated the road, causing Yichen to lean toward her. He initially intended to sit up, but instead cautiously leaned against her. She merely shifted slightly to the side. Miss, we must strive to be good people. You should offer him gentle care and concern. Remember, be a good person. The voice of the king promptly intervened, halting her actions. After half an hour of driving, the car came to a stop outside a residential complex. Miss G, we have arrived, announced the driver. It was the same complex he had visited previously. Chu Zheng reached into her backpack and retrieved a bag, handing it to him. Upon inspection, a fierce expression instantly transformed into a smile on his face. Thank you, Miss G, for utilizing the Invincible Company's bodyguard services. We are at your service whenever needed. Please remember to leave a positive review. Yi Chun was left bewildered. Did this come from some online store? Several cars departed in succession as Chu Zheng casually took Yi Chun's hand, leading him into the residential area. With a pained grimace, Yi Chun murmured, "It's nothing. I'm just feeling weak." He was seated on the sofa while Chu Zheng rummaged through the cabinets, ultimately standing in the living room, lost in thought as she gazed at the empty space around her. Thank you for coming to my rescue today. He had prepared himself for a fierce confrontation with those individuals, yet he never anticipated that someone would come to his aid. This person was someone he had previously never dared to imagine. Is there a problem? Noticing her expression, Yichen couldn't help but worry. Will they cause you any trouble? Chu Zheng turned around, her demeanor serious as she interrupted him. Could you fetch some medicine? It was quite troublesome to go out in the middle of the night. The very essence of her presence seemed to attract chaos. How could you say such a thing? This is a testament to my ability to remain single. Wang was in a frenzy. Yi Chun was equally bewildered. Walking had become a challenge for him. How could he possibly go buy medicine? So, she had been contemplating this for so long. I'll go myself. He had already caused her considerable trouble. Now he was to burden her further. Frowning, he inhaled deeply, summoning his strength to stand. However, after merely a few steps, he collapsed. Had Chu Zheng not been quick-witted enough to catch him, he would have collided with the corner of the sofa. At this moment, Yi Chun was very close to Chu Zheng. He felt an unfamiliar rapidity in his heartbeat. Thump. 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 It felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. He locked eyes with Chu Zheng, his hand resting on her shoulder, and gently pressed his lips against hers. Chu Zheng appeared momentarily stunned, not reacting in the least. What are you doing? Her tone was remarkably calm, devoid of anger or the typical embarrassment a girl might feel when subjected to frivolity, akin to inquiring why the weather is so cold. Yet, within Yi Chun, a sense of panic stirred. She had previously expressed that saving herself was merely a means to convince herself of her own goodness. Just moments ago, he had been oblivious to how he had. Yi Chun suddenly spoke up. Since the passing of my parents, I have faced every trial alone, enduring pain, braving the cold, and grappling with all that I cannot accept. There were countless occasions when I believed I might perish, yet here I remain. It had been an eternity since he felt the warmth of care or the sensation of being rescued. Rationality whispered that all of this might be a mere fade. Yet, beyond reason, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her, initially pondering her motivations and intentions, and eventually, simply contemplating her essence. Yi Chun abruptly realized what she was articulating. I must take my leave. She dashed out, only to stumble at the threshold. The pain in her knee radiating through her limbs, echoing in her heart. What right did someone like him have to utter such words? She was the illustrious daughter of the Ji family, surrounded by admirers, basking in grandeur. They were never meant to traverse the same path. Rising to her feet, she felt as if the pain had dissipated, and she made her way toward the elevator. Just as the doors parted, a hand abruptly intervened, guiding her aside. Leaving Yi Chun's back pressed against the frigid wall, Chu Zheng supported herself against the wall with one hand. Where are you headed? Yi Chun averted his gaze, unable to meet her eyes. I've caused you trouble. Chu Zheng. Yi Chun fell back onto the sofa, hugging his knees, his gaze lost in the void. Chu Zheng, it seems that I have feelings for you. Chapter 25. The Strategy of 1,000 Golds. 25. The following morning, Yi Chen awoke from his slumber. He had been utterly exhausted the night before and could not recall how he had drifted off. His wounds had all been tended to, and even his clothes had been changed. Wait, his clothes? Yi Chen examined his attire, turning it inside out, his already pale complexion becoming even more ashen. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a girl entered, carrying a glass of milk, thrusting it towards him. Drink this. Who changed my clothes? Yi Chen asked with difficulty. There was no one else present. Who but her could have done it? She had sacrificed several hours of sleep last night. It was all this weakling's fault. You. Yi Chen was taken aback, and then a deep flush crept across his face. Did you change me? Chu Zheng responded with unwavering confidence. What's the issue? Should I have called a maid in the middle of the night? What was this weakling thinking? Had his mind been muddled? Yi Chen's ears burned crimson. His heart raced as if it might leap from his chest, each pore seemingly trembling with embarrassment. He closed his eyes and struggled to articulate. You even changed my underwear. There was blood. Should I have kept it as a memento? Yi Chen was overwhelmed with shame, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. You. How could she be so brazen? Hadn't she seen all of him? Yi Chen managed to utter a few words. There is a distinction between men and women. You are injured. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, realizing that it was precisely because of her injury that she had changed his clothes. A sense of unexplainable discomfort welled up within him. The young lady didn't utter a single complaint, yet here he was, wallowing in self-pity. Though these thoughts occupied his mind, his ears remained flushed, and he dared not meet Chu Zheng's gaze. Chu Zheng extended the milk she had been holding for an eternity. Do you not understand manners? Isn't it tiring to hold it for so long? Once Chu Zheng departed, Yi Chen's taut body gradually relaxed, and he found himself lost in thought, gazing at the door. Yi Chen had been recuperating for several days, and each time Chu Zheng left for school, she would lock him in. He felt as if he were imprisoned within these walls, while he was provided with ample food and drink, along with a maid to tidy up. It seemed that his confinement was solely for the purpose of her completing her homework. Not a word was spoken about that day's incident, as if it had never transpired. Yi Chen attempted to express his desire to leave, wishing not to be a burden. But each time he was met with her fierce threats, resulting in his continued seclusion. As he worked on his assignments, the young man nodded. Is it nearly finished? Are you still going to keep me locked up? As he spoke, a slight frown creased his brow, yet he had to admit that he wasn't particularly angry. Then let us go somewhere. Chu Zheng insisted, pulling him along. Where to? My homework. Yi Chen found himself thrust into a car, filled with individuals he vaguely recognized, those suited bodyguards from the formidable rescue team. Where are we going? The vehicle was enveloped in silence as it began to move towards an unfamiliar direction, ultimately halting in front of an unknown residential complex. The bodyguard opened the car door for him, and Yi Chen stepped out in a daze. Chu Zheng seized the opportunity to pull him into the community. While Yi Chen cast his gaze downward at her hand clasped around his wrist, his eyes darkening slightly, lips pressed together in contemplation. Who are we looking for? It was you. The person who opened the door was Yi Chen's aunt, and upon recognizing the figures outside, a flicker of fear crossed her otherwise shrewd face. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Yi Chen, and panic gripped her. Cold sweat beaded in her palms, and her legs felt weak. How could she possibly know they were here? They had explicitly told no one about their move. Chu Zheng's cold gaze swept over her. Shall we discuss this inside, or remain out here? Following behind her was a burly bodyguard, and the aunt's back suddenly drenched in cold sweat. She opened the door, allowing Chu Zheng and Yi Chen to enter. Normally a fierce woman, she now resembled a dog with its tail tucked between its legs. Yi Chen's uncle emerged from the room, and, upon seeing Chu Zheng and Yi Chen, exhibited a reaction akin to that of his wife. Darling, the aunt hurriedly approached her husband, clutching his arm. What should we do? How does she know we live here? And she has brought Yi Chen, the harbinger of misfortune. The last time this girl came, she pressured us about Yi Chen's whereabouts, and now she appears with him. This cannot bode well. Yi Chen sat down mechanically, feeling entirely foreign to the surroundings. After being rescued by her, he had not contacted anyone, not even aware that his uncle and aunt had relocated. Yi Chen, that reckless boy, where on earth did he meet such a person? The uncle was filled with disdain, yet wore a smile. Is this your friend? Yi Chen, hearing the voice, slightly raised his head, the expression on his uncle's face inciting a wave of revulsion within him. He believed that their previous actions had already crossed the line. However, It was only until this moment that he truly comprehended the extent of their cold-bloodedness and cruelty. Yi Chen's hand, which hung limply by his side, tightened slightly into a fist as he turned his head away, refusing to look at his uncle or respond. Chu Zheng extended her hand toward the outside, and the lawyer behind the bodyguard entered, respectfully presenting a folder to her. Witnessing this unfolding situation, both his uncle and aunt grew increasingly anxious, cold sweat trickling down their brows. Chu Zheng extracted several documents from the folder, laying them out on the coffee table. Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi. The lawyer greeted with a smile. You are the guardians of Yi Chen, correct? The uncle and aunt exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of the lawyer's intentions. With her hands tucked into her pockets, Chu Zheng stood to the side while Yi Chen sat on the adjacent sofa, rendering the scene all the more peculiar. Yes. Yes, the uncle nodded. The lawyer continued. Yi Chen's parents have tragically passed away, leaving behind a compensation of 500,000, along with a property currently valued at 1,500,000. The lawyer's voice resonated through the room, articulating their assets with clarity. The expressions of the uncle and aunt darkened, their unease palpable. Gradually, they realized that the lawyer was there to discuss the inheritance left by Yi Chen's parents. Why are you stating this? As Yi Chen's guardians, we are merely safeguarding these assets on his behalf. The aunt retorted defiantly. The lawyer smiled mildly. However, according to my client, Mr. Yi Chen, you two have squandered these assets entirely. Yi Chen, he had never encountered this individual. He hadn't even seen him when he got into the car. When had he ever said such a thing? Moreover, the house. He had long concealed the property deed. Who? Who said that? No. The aunt hurriedly refuted, stating, he is still so young. We are merely managing his finances, and we shall bestow it upon him once he reaches adulthood. This contract, I presume, is quite familiar to both of you? Chapter 26. The Strategy of Wealth. 26. The lawyer presented a real estate transaction contract. Upon its revelation, both the uncle and aunt displayed evident signs of panic. The lawyer remarked, as guardians of Mr. Yi Chen, you sold the house left behind by his parents for the sum of 1,300,000. Yi Chen rose abruptly, snatching the contract from the lawyer's hands. He lifted his gaze fiercely towards his uncle and aunt, his eyes radiating a ferocity reminiscent of the first encounter with Chu Zheng. You sold my parents' house? He inquired, each word laced with intensity. The chilling glare compelled the uncle to instinctively retreat a step. Only then did he realize he had been intimidated by the gaze of a mere child. The aunt suddenly erupted in anger. After all these years of caring for you, you dare to conspire with outsiders to create trouble? You ungrateful wretch. Had it not been for our support after your parents' departure, you would have perished from hunger long ago. Look at what you have now. It is all due to us. All these years, we raised you for nothing. Even a dog would elicit more gratitude. How could you act in such a manner? The uncle and aunt exchanged barbs, as if performing a duet. Yi Chen was so enraged that he laughed, a darkness gradually accumulating in the depths of his eyes. They dared to utter such words, who had caused him suffering all these years. The resentment and murderous intent that enveloped Yi Chen cast a shadow over his entire being. Suddenly, the room fell silent with a crash. Chu Zheng stepped onto the shards of glass, producing a few soft crunches. The lawyer felt a slight sweat on his brow. This young woman did not appear overtly fierce, yet she emanated an aura of danger. Enough with the pleasantries. Chu Zheng kicked the fragments aside and commanded, sign and leave. The lawyer, hastily retrieving 2 documents, stated, Mr. Yi, Mrs. Yi, please sign these papers, and from this moment forward, Yi Chen will have no ties to you. What? The couple stared at the lawyer in disbelief. They had no choice but to sign the contract. Chu Zheng had brought a multitude of bodyguards, not merely for show. Once Chu Zheng completed all the formalities and secured an independent household registration book for herself, she stood in the sunlight, feeling an unprecedented sense of ease. The immense burden that had weighed upon him was, for her, remarkably light and ordinary. Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng fished in her pocket and handed him a key. This was the key to his home. Wasn't he it sold? Yi Chen. Miss, being such a beast will leave you friendless. Yi Chen accepted the key, gripping it tightly. He vowed to grow until he could stand beside her, at which point he would finally have the right to confess his feelings. Uncle Yi and his wife sold their house to repay debts, yet the proceeds were insufficient. Coincidentally, the creditor had taken an interest in Yi Chen, leading to his being used as collateral. Uncle Yi and his wife had not anticipated that those individuals would come after them, all because Yi Chen had fled. As the saying goes, if one cannot provoke, one should avoid. They dared not approach Yi Chen, who was under the protection of Chu Zheng, and thus sought out Uncle Yi instead. It was only natural for him to repay the debts he had incurred. However, Uncle Yi found himself bereft of funds. He had suffered a broken leg at the hands of the debt collectors, who persistently harassed him. Before long, Aunt Yi fled with the last of their money. Left without care and incapacitated, Uncle Yi ultimately found himself destitute on the streets, leading a woeful existence in his later years. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was on the brink of his college entrance examinations. Perhaps in an effort to resolve the overwhelming troubles, Yi Chen maintained a remarkable state of mind, excelling in his studies. He could not afford to fail. He must exert greater effort too. Yi Chen gained admission to a prestigious university. Yet he opted for a local institution rather than one further afield. This university was quite commendable and conveniently close to Chu Zheng's school. Free from the burdensome presence of his uncle and aunt, Yi Chen gradually transformed in this new environment, no longer the pitiable figure subject to bullying. After Ji Tongtong withdrew from school, she vanished from sight, and Chu Zheng had not encountered her again. Meng Ran also enrolled in Yi Chen's university. But Chu Zheng had yet to cross paths with him. During activities, Meng Ran would cast a glance at her filled with complex emotions before turning away. One day, Yi Chen, clad in a white casual outfit, stood outside the school gate awaiting her arrival. Compared to a year prior, he now appeared a transformed individual, exuding charm and drawing attention in the sunlight. Chu Zheng approached and asked, "Is there something you need? Are you free this weekend? I'm not available. Do you have something to attend to?" "Yes." "What is it?" "Spending money." Yi Chen fell silent. "Shall I accompany you?" Yi Chen cautiously inquired. Recognizing that he could not alter her decision, he opted to abide by it. Chu Zheng responded nonchalantly as she proceeded outside, and Yi Chen took the bag from her hands. "Do you have homework today?" "Yes." "Shall I help you with it?" "Sure." Yi Chen found conversing with her to be quite taxing. She never indulged in superfluous words, always opting for brevity. Following closely beside her, he tentatively asked, "Since your college entrance examination is approaching, have you decided which school you wish to attend?" Over time, he had come to realize that her academic performance was commendable. Her reluctance to do homework stemmed purely from inconvenience, compounded by her slow writing speed. Chu Zheng fell into a brief silence before coldly uttering a single word, "No." Yi Chen's heart leaped with joy. "Then you could consider taking the entrance exam for my school?" He had chosen to remain there for her. If she did not aim for his institution, then he, regardless of the circumstances, he must ensure she applied to his school. Chu Zheng glanced at him, and Yi Chen quickly suppressed the emotions that bubbled within. That is fine. With him around, the possessions purchased with money would have someone to manage them, functioning as an excellent mobile storage unit. Additionally, with certain tasks to accomplish, she could not stray too far from him. Being a good person is truly challenging. Yi Chen's long eyelashes fluttered. Had she actually agreed? A surge of excitement flooded his heart, as if his very blood was boiling. She had indeed consented. Note: while indulging in the narrative is delightful, upon conclusion, one should aspire to embody the qualities of a kind and lovely little angel. It is essential to distinguish between the virtual realm and reality. Chapter 27. The Strategy of 1,000 Gold. 27. Chu Zheng, over here. After graduating from high school, San Mao and the others were unable to gain admission to university, and their families had sought alternative paths for them. Today, they invited Chu Zheng for a gathering. As it seemed they would soon all part ways. Little did Chu Zheng expect to encounter Ji Tongtong once more upon leaving. Ji Tongtong appeared somewhat taken aback and called out to Chu Zheng, "Ji Chu Zheng." As Ji Tongtong approached, Chu Zheng noticed that she seemed to have gained some weight, particularly around her waist. Could it be that she was pregnant? With Yang Qianqian's child? Was Yang Qianqian actually a crossdresser? Quite impressive. You were behind that incident, weren't you? Ji Tongtong fixed her gaze on Chu Zheng. What incident? Chu Zheng inquired, her expression impassive. She had done so much that she could hardly remember. Yang Qianqian. Ji Tongtong spat out the name with clenched teeth, a name that haunted her. Without evidence, do not make baseless accusations, Chu Zheng replied with a serious demeanor. Ji Tongtong's expression twisted for a moment. She had pondered that matter repeatedly and concluded it could only have been her. Furthermore, her mother's unexpected divorce from Ji father must have been orchestrated by her as well. She could not fathom how Ji father had once cherished her so deeply, only for those affections to vanish into thin air in such a brief span of time. After all her efforts to please Ji father over the years, was she ultimately just a source of ridicule? I know it was you, Ji Tongtong asserted with conviction. You must be feeling quite pleased with yourself right now, aren't you? Suddenly, Ji Tongtong smiled. But despite everything, Meng Ran is still with me, and I am carrying his child. Without the Ji family, I still have the Ming family, henceforth. I shall be the young mistress of the Ming household. The gaze of Chu Zheng fell upon Jai Tongtong's abdomen. Jai Tongtong instinctively shielded her belly and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Unwed motherhood, how audacious. Truly worthy of a plot befitting a wealthy family. I am in awe. Yet, is this child truly Ming Ran's? Does Ming Ran bear no psychological scars?" Jai Tongtong's complexion suddenly darkened. She was not yet the Ming family's young mistress. And even the Ming family remained oblivious. Her mother had said that as long as she bore a son, the Ming family would not disavow her. Chu Zheng, uninterested in further discourse, turned to leave. Jai Tongtong reached out to stop her, but Chu Zheng's icy gaze fixed upon her. "Do you no longer wish to keep this child?" "Jitong, what is wrong?" "Mom," Jai Tongtong called out. "I just encountered Chu Zheng, and she." Jai Tongtong recounted the earlier incident, venting her frustrations. "Mom, why did you choose to divorce?" Jai Tongtong expressed her dissatisfaction. If it weren't for the divorce, would she find herself in this predicament? The matter with young Tranqian could have been resolved in another manner. Why divorce? Faced with her daughter's grievances, Jitong's mother felt a surge of anger but suppressed it. "Jitong, once you marry into the Meng family, you can deal with Chu Zheng in due course. For now, focus on nurturing your child. If you hadn't divorced, would I be in this situation? If you hadn't divorced, I would still be Miss Ji. You dare to lose your temper with me." Jitong's mother could no longer contain her wrath. "The mess you created by hiring someone to force Chu Zheng. You undertook this without consulting me, thinking yourself so capable? The primary reason your father divorced me was this." In his heart, Ji Tongtong had always been the obedient and understanding stepdaughter. However, he was suddenly confronted with the unsettling realization that she was not as she seemed, having conspired against his own flesh and blood. Ji Tongtong's complexion paled as the previously incomprehensible events began to crystallize in her mind, particularly the recording involving Chu Zheng. Ji's mother, incensed, rose abruptly to leave. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ji Tongtong hastened to apologize, understanding that she was no longer the stepdaughter of the Ji family. Those who once revolved around her had completely vanished. Months later, Ji Tongtong gave birth to a son. Although the Ming family was taken aback, they understood that Ji Tongtong had born Ming Ran a child, and it was imperative that this son was not left to wander alone. Ming's mother had previously regarded Ji Tongtong favorably, as she was part of the Ji family. Despite her status as a stepdaughter, she had been cherished. The behavior of Chu Zheng back then was intolerable to her. However, after the incident involving the two women, Ming's mother felt a deep sense of discontent. Yet, Ming Ran was exceedingly partial to Ji Tongtong, and as he was her only son, Ji Tongtong moved into the Ming household with her child. Under the pretext of caring for Ji Tongtong and the baby, Ji's mother also took up residence there. Ming's mother was not one to shy away from confrontation and insisted on a paternity test between Ming Ran and the boy. The results were satisfactory, confirming that the child was indeed Ming Ran's biological son. Though the affair was not one to be celebrated, the Ming family chose to keep it discreet. Nevertheless, word seemed to spread within their social circle. While many in this circle had become engaged early on, very few had children at such an early stage. Consequently, Ming's mother endured considerable ridicule, and her attitude towards Ji Tongtong soured as a result. For several days, she remained in a state of agitation. "Mother-in-law, what has happened?" Upon seeing Ji's mother holding the child, Ming's mother's expression soured further. She ignored her entirely and descended the stairs. Indeed, Ji's mother gestured upwards, remarking, "I wonder where the displeasure stems from, to be met with such disdain. Mother, shall I find you a place outside?" Ji Tongtong suggested. "That is out of the question. How would your mother-in-law look after the child? This child is a rare blessing and must be well cared for." Ji Tongtong pondered this and chose not to pursue the matter further. Feeling aggrieved, she found herself unable to sway Ming's mother, ultimately leading Ming Ran to console her, urging her to remain calm at home. However, fate took a tragic turn when, on the child's first birthday, a sudden illness struck and they were rushed to the hospital, where a critical condition notice was issued. Due to Ji Tongtong's tender age at childbirth, the child's constitution was frail. This illness ultimately claimed the child's life, leaving Ji Tongtong bereft of her only support. Ming's mother attributed the tragedy to Ji Tongtong, believing she had seduced her son and led him astray, thus treating her with increasing hostility at home. Caught in the middle, Ming Ran found himself at odds with both sides, leading to a decline in his academic performance. "Ji Tongtong, I have stated that I do not eat red beans. What is this you have brought me?" Ming's mother pushed the bowl towards Ji Tongtong. standing beside her. Ji Tongtong replied, feeling wronged, "Mother, you never mentioned it." She clutched the hem of her clothes, her lowered eyelashes concealing the animosity simmering in her eyes. The more Ming's mother ranted, the more fervent she became. As Ming Ran descended the stairs, frowning, he inquired, "Mother, what are you doing?" "Brother Ming Ran." Ji Tongtong looked over with tear-streaked cheeks. "It is my fault. I did not hear Mother say she does not eat red beans." Upon witnessing Ji Tongtong in tears, Ming Ran felt an overwhelming sense of sympathy. "Mother, when did you cease to enjoy red beans? Please do not make things difficult for Tongtong." Ming's mother, taken aback by her son's unexpected words, was so incensed that she could scarcely touch her breakfast, casting a furious glare at Ji Tongtong before storming off. Chapter 28. The strategy of the wealthy Ming's mother had consistently targeted Ji Tongtong, while merely offering cold shoulders to Ji's mother, without imposing undue hardship. Ji's mother, adept at both grooming and self-care, appeared youthful compared to Ming's mother, often resembling a sister alongside Ji Tongtong. The ongoing discord between Ming's mother and Ji Tongtong created an uncomfortable atmosphere, and whenever Ming's father attempted to intervene, he would be met with scorn from his wife. Over time, this led to a growing estrangement between him and Ming's mother. Additionally, with Ji's mother residing in the Ming household, she enjoyed a certain proximity that was advantageous to her. As the situation escalated, Ming Ren found himself in a state of bewilderment. His mother-in-law had entangled herself with his father. What did that mean for his relationship with Ji Tongtong? What was happening within their family? Ji's mother had anticipated a tumultuous response from Ming's mother. However, after a night of contemplation, Ming's mother displayed no signs of outrage. Instead, she simply expelled both her and Ji Tongtong from the premises. With such a significant upheaval, Ming Ran found himself unable to protect Ji Tongtong. Ming's father, like a timid turtle, was reluctant to take a stand, likely out of fear. The familial ties between Ming's mother's side and the Ming family business were inextricably linked. A confrontation with Ming's mother would yield no benefits for him. Ji's mother, having observed Ming's mother's submissive demeanor toward Ming's father, was unprepared for such an outcome. Ming's mother would not allow Ji's mother any respite. Though they were not in want of money, there were times when their wealth could not be utilized, ultimately compelling the two women to seek refuge far from home. Later, Chu Zheng learned that the fates of the two individuals were far from favorable. Ji Tongtong married a wealthy merchant, only for him to pass away shortly thereafter. She had anticipated inheriting his fortune, but to her dismay, not a single word was mentioned about her in his will. Ji's mother incessantly sought suitable suitors for her, yet it seemed as though her luck had run dry. Every man she encountered ultimately met a disheartening fate. Gradually, Ji Tongtong acquired the reputation of being a husband killer, leaving no one daring enough to pursue her. Ultimately, she was driven to take her own life under her mother's relentless pressure. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun was nearing graduation. He had been devising ways to earn money, having embarked on entrepreneurial ventures during his sophomore year. Now, 2 years later, he had achieved modest success. Chu Zheng would occasionally toss him items, but it was merely a throw. She was not genuinely gifting anything. Once he realized this, Yi Chun felt a sense of relief regarding her gestures. Moreover, during times of financial need, she merely observed with indifference, showing no inclination to assist him. Ultimately, he resolved his challenges independently, although he later discovered that it was indeed her efforts behind the scenes that helped him secure investors. He regarded it as inconsequential. Yi Chun, Sr., called a beautiful girl, her cheeks flushed with shyness as she approached him. Yi Chun, Sr., I like you. Would you be my boyfriend? I do not like you, Yi Chun replied curtly before walking away. The girl was momentarily taken aback, then quickly intercepted him. Yi Chun, Sr., can't you give me a chance? I truly like you. As Yi Chun entered college, his popularity steadily grew. The girl is renowned as the campus belle, confidently asserting that once she takes action, Yi Chun will inevitably submit. To her surprise, she receives an unexpected response. I have someone I like. Yi Chun sidesteps her and strides towards the exit. Frowning, the girl, unwilling to concede, intercepts him once more. I heard that Senior Yi Chun is in need of funding. I could invest in you. Suddenly, a jarring sound interrupts the conversation as a blue car halts before them. Yi Chun lifts his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his features, and his expression softens. The girl stands transfixed. During his time at the school, no one has ever witnessed him smile. Ignoring her entirely, Yi Chun proceeds towards the vehicle. Watching him depart, the girl stamps her foot in frustration, gripping her clothing tightly. Did it work? Lucy, why do you look so pale? A few friends approach from the shadows, inquiring with concern. Lucy points towards the still visible blue car. Whose car is that? Oh my, that must be worth 6 million, right? The girls express their astonishment. 6 million? Is it possible for a student to drive such an extravagant car? Lucy, despite her wealth, drives a vehicle worth just over 1 million. After all, they are all still reliant on their family's finances. That seems to belong to someone named Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng? Yes, that's the one who gifted each of her department's students a phone at the start of the semester. I heard she recently gifted a computer to each of them as well. It's unfortunate that I'm not in her department. Is she really that wealthy? I've heard her family is quite affluent. The esteemed individual made quite an impression at the onset of the school year, orchestrating an event of considerable magnitude. With ample financial resources, a generous disposition, and striking good looks, she is regarded as a goddess within the institution. Yichen, how did he come to know her? Noticing Lucy's displeasure, others hesitated to speak further. In the car, Chu Zheng's first question caught Yichen off guard. He felt a surge of delight within, but simply shook his head, stating, I do not know her. Chu Zheng nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Yichen anticipated her to ask more, yet silence ensued for an extended period. Yichen glanced at Chu Zheng, his eyes momentarily sparkling. She expressed her affection for me. Yichen remained speechless. Although he had foreseen Chu Zheng's reaction, her calm demeanor still left him somewhat disgruntled. She is quite beautiful, Chu Zheng added, amplifying Yichen's frustration. Who cares about her looks? The crux of the matter is that she confessed her feelings to me. Observing the young woman at the wheel, Yichen noted how her beauty had only intensified over the years. Her gaze remained as detached and aloof as ever, exuding an aura of nobility that deterred others from approaching her easily. Yichen sighed inwardly, pondering the challenge of making a place for himself in her heart. She is indifferent to everything, and her wealth only complicates matters. Chu Zheng agreed to dine with Yichen that evening, insisting that she choose the venue. As Yichen gazed at the extravagant establishment, the realization that every step would incur a cost unsettled him. At this juncture in his career, he was acutely aware of his financial constraints. He often sought to save on meals whenever possible. However, if she desires it, he could certainly manage to scrape together a little extra. After finishing their meal and preparing to settle the bill, Yichen was informed that it had already been paid. He glanced at Chu Zheng, who nonchalantly began to walk away. Chu Zheng, we agreed that I would treat today. Why did you settle the bill first? Yichen hurried after her. You treat, I pay, there is no contradiction, she replied, nodding, convinced of her reasoning. However, what she deemed logical left him perplexed. Was it appropriate for a young lady to assume such responsibilities? How could a man like him maintain his dignity in such a situation? As he reached his car, Yichen swiftly scribbled an IOU for her. She refused to accept cash, even threatening to strike herself. But she would only take the promissory note. After escorting Yichen to the dormitory, Chu Zheng waited for him to exit the vehicle. He dawdled, taking his time before finally stepping out. Yichen, he called out joyfully, only to be met with her retort, what with the good afternoon at this hour? Chapter 29. The Strategy of the Wealthy. 29. Upon entering the dormitory, Yichen found himself pinned against the door by two of his roommates. He shot them a glance, and his assailants appeared somewhat intimidated. What are you afraid of? There are 3 of us. How could he possibly defeat all 3? The frontmost boy declared. The other 2 immediately chimed in agreement. Yichen raised his leg and swept toward one of them, twisting his body to push the other against the door. Although his skills were modest, he had not been idle in recent years and was more than capable of handling them. Hey, ye bro, stop. We were wrong. We were wrong. The dorm erupted into chaos. Yichen shot a glance at them and simply replied, His 3 roommates exchanged knowing looks. I told you it was her. There are plenty of people at school with luxury cars, but only she changes hers every month. Yigo, what progress have you made with the goddess? Yigo, you wouldn't. Oh dear Yigo, we are all anxious for you. Marrying into a wealthy family is our lifelong aspiration. Yichen raised his deep, dark eyes. Marry into a wealthy family? The 3 roommates were taken aback and hurriedly began to massage his shoulders and legs. Our Yigo is destined to be in a wealthy family. We were just joking earlier. Yichen pushed aside his computer. Have you all completed your tasks? Are the documents and materials needed for the upcoming meeting prepared? Of course. Yigo, you can rest assured about our work, one of the boys assured with a pat on his chest. When it came to serious matters, the group became noticeably more earnest. A person of the goddess's caliber attracts many suitors. I even saw someone giving her flowers earlier. Yichen glanced at him, and the boy quickly added, Don't worry, the goddess didn't accept them. Yigu, it's not that we're criticizing you. But you've known her for quite some time. Proximity breeds affection. If you don't make a move soon, the goddess may truly belong to someone else. You may not be anxious, but we are all feeling the pressure. Yichen rubbed his forehead and said, she doesn't seem to have that kind of interest in me. He had tested the waters numerous times. The three roommates immediately sat down opposite him, scrutinizing him like a tribunal. Have you confessed your feelings? Yichen shook his head, but he had hinted. How can you know she doesn't like you if you haven't confessed? Yigu, you must pursue her. You can't just sit back and wait for the goddess to come after you, can you? The goddess is not one of those ordinary, superficial individuals. You must take the initiative, do you understand? Allow us to devise a plan for you, ensuring your confession will be a resounding success. Chu Zheng, someone is looking for you. Ji Fu knocked on Chu Zheng's door, holding a book. It appears to be a senior from your school. It's so late, I won't see him, Ji Fu remarked. As a father, I have nothing to say about this. Why are you still refusing to meet him? He continued to chatter incessantly, and Chu Zheng, feeling annoyed, rose to descend the stairs. In the living room awaited someone she had encountered twice before, Yichen's roommate. The roommate greeted her with a cheerful smile. Has something happened to Yichen? You're quite concerned about Yichen, aren't you? You must indeed have feelings for him. No, cough. Well, yes. Yichen has caught a cold and requested to see you, so I came to fetch you, hoping you would come. The roommate thought it best to trick her into going. Chu Zheng scrutinized him. You are deceiving me. The roommate replied, actually, Yichen has something he wishes to discuss with you. I feared you wouldn't go, so I said that. He could simply call me. It would be more efficient and straightforward. Is this something that can be conveyed over the phone? Oh, come on, just accompany me for a moment. The roommate clasped his hands together in a plea. Chu Zheng was somewhat reluctant, yet for the sake of the good-hearted Yichen, she felt compelled to follow. The roommate led her to a secluded street, devoid of any passers-by. Alongside the road lay a candlelit pathway, seemingly guiding her forward. Before her, the flickering candlelight illuminated a handsome young man standing amidst a heart-shaped arrangement of candles, cradling a bouquet of flowers in his hands. In his deep-set eyes, sparks danced playfully. Yichen felt a twinge of nervousness. As Chu Zheng approached, he inhaled deeply and spoke softly. Do you remember this place? Chu Zheng remained silent. How could she possibly recall? She had been too busy indulging in frivolities to bother with such trivialities. It was here that I first encountered you, Yichen continued. He gazed intently into Chu Zheng's eyes, revealing, initially, I thought you were merely toying with me. How could someone like you possibly extend a kind hand to save me? I was wary and on guard, yet it turned out my suspicions were unfounded. To this day, I remain perplexed as to why you chose to assist me at that moment, and why you have been so kind since then. Without you, I shudder to think of where I might be now. After a brief pause, summoning courage from within, he extended the flowers toward her. Chu Zheng, I have feelings for you. Would you do me the honor of becoming my girlfriend? Finally, the words had escaped his lips. Yichen's heart raced as he held his breath, awaiting her response. The girl stared at him, the word no lingering on the tip of her tongue. Dear lady, if you decline, I fear he may succumb to darkness in an instant. A warning echoed in Chu Zheng's mind. Do not be deceived by his current demeanor. A devil resides within him. Chu Zheng hesitated, contemplating. So I cannot refuse? Consider your good person card. Without it, you cannot escape this realm and will be doomed to relive this moment endlessly. Initial Zheng. Who on earth designed this? The young lady is truly fierce. Initial Zheng reached out to accept the bouquet of flowers, and suddenly a few people sprang up around them, joyfully showering them with petals. Yichen appeared somewhat incredulous, taking a while to react before embracing Initial Zheng. She had agreed to be his girlfriend. How far could it be until she became his wife? Kiss her, kiss her. Quickly, kiss her. Yichen released Initial Zheng, cautiously glancing at her. But she held the flowers between them, clearly indicating her refusal. Yichen felt a slight disappointment, yet he did not dwell on it. He had plenty of time to take things slow. Chapter 30. The Strategy of a Wealthy Young Lady, complete. Brother Yi, look downstairs. The dormitory door was knocked upon with a loud thud, startling Yichen, who had been reflecting on his successful confession from the previous night. The dormitory door swung open swiftly, and three roommates pulled him towards the window. Below, a vibrant display of roses had been arranged into a heart shape, with his name inscribed in the center. Yichen frowned. Who could it be? The goddess. His roommate exclaimed excitedly. Oh my, why am I so thrilled to be fed this dog food? The goddess. Yichen's heartbeat quickened slightly. Initial Zheng? Of course. Who else could we possibly call the goddess? Yi Chen scanned the crowd of onlookers below, but did not see a familiar figure. Where was she? His roommates also leaned out to look below. Odd, she had just been there. Has she left? Initial Zheng was indeed absent. Upon going down, Yi Chen found no trace of her. When he called, Initial Zheng informed him that she had to leave for an urgent matter. You gifted me flowers. Yi Chen sighed softly. As a young man, receiving such an abundance of blooms brought him no joy, despite the hidden delight within his heart. Is there a problem? The voice on the other end was cool and detached. You have already agreed to be my girlfriend. Why are you sending me flowers? And so many of them. Is there a conflict? There is no reason to be extravagant, Yi Chen replied. Every day following, Yi Chen found himself greeted by flowers at the foot of his building. When he seized the flower delivery person, he learned that Chu Zheng had arranged for 2 months' worth of daily blooms. 2 months, just in time for his graduation. Yi Chen requested Chu Zheng to cease the deliveries, yet she insisted that she had already paid for them. Money spent is like water poured out. Thus, beneath the boys' dormitory, a grand display of affection unfolded daily, stirring envy and admiration among many. Naturally, some unsavory rumors circulated. Is Yi Chen perhaps being kept by Chu Zheng? Isn't he venturing into entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship? Who knows where the initial funding came from? However, if the goddess were to support me, I wouldn't object. With her beauty and wealth, marrying her would mean winning at life, saving myself half a lifetime of struggle. What could be better? Dream on. What if it comes true one day? As a man, Yi Chen felt discomfort upon hearing such gossip. Yet, upon seeing Chu Zheng, he thought it best to dismiss it. Others' opinions were of no consequence to him. With the public acknowledgement of their relationship, the girls at school who had coveted Yi Chen were left heartbroken. Yet, Chu Zheng frequently sent gifts to Yi Chen, which stirred a sense of melancholy among the other young men. Why did they not possess such a remarkable girlfriend? It was already a blessing if their girlfriends did not squander their money. Dating a girl seemed more challenging than raising a daughter. Upon graduating, Yi Chen's company flourished and blossomed, establishing him as a prominent figure of the new generation. On the 5th anniversary of the company's inception, Yi Chen proposed to Chu Zheng. Her father, Mr. Ji, constantly worried about her marital prospects, having voiced his concerns countless times. Chu Zheng harbored no aversion towards Yi Chen, and with the persistent notion that should he turn to darkness, she would have to start anew, she consented to his proposal. The wedding day was grand and spectacular, capturing national attention. During an interview, a reporter inquired, "It is said that Mr. Yi and Mrs. Yi share a wonderful relationship. Is there a secret to this?" Yi Chen replied, "There is no secret. I simply heed her every word." The reporter, intrigued, asked, "Is Mr. Yi perhaps afraid of Mrs. Yi?" Yi Chen responded, "It is an honor for her to marry me. Thus, I am more than willing to cherish her for the rest of my life. Mr. Yi certainly adores Mrs. Yi." The reporter then asked, "Mr. Yi, when do you plan to have children? Is Mrs. Yi currently preparing for pregnancy?" Yi Chen replied, "She is presently focused on extravagant spending. I wonder how much her father has provided her. I must strive to earn more, or else it would not suffice for her indulgences." "Mr. Yi?" He mused, "Let nature take its course." The reporter continued, "What is this?" He glanced at Chu Zheng, who was seated on the sofa. "Gold. What do you intend to do with this? It's valuable. Out shopping again." Yi Chen sat down beside Chu Zheng, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, delicately suggesting, "But don't you find its design rather peculiar?" Chu Zheng nodded solemnly. "I do think so. So why purchase it?" She turned her head, "Because it's valuable." Yi Chen responded with a silent stare. Chu Zheng then handed him the gold. "This is for you." Grasping the gold, Yi Chen nearly struggled to catch his breath. It was so heavy, unlike handling foam. "Wait, Chu Zheng." Later, Yi Chen presented the item to her father-in-law. "This is a gift from Chu Zheng." The father's disdainful gaze transformed into one of warmth. "My daughter gave it to me. Quite lovely indeed." Yi Chen thought to himself, "Even my father-in-law speaks with his eyes closed. What is so beautiful about this, aside from its value?" He inquired, "How much did you give Chu Zheng?" The father looked bewildered. "I haven't given her money in quite some time." Yi Chen instinctively asked, "Then where did she acquire such funds to buy these things?" The father replied, "Was it not you who provided it?" "Not me," Yi Chen insisted. The funds were from his supplementary card, which had never been touched. The two men exchanged incredulous glances. "Then where did she obtain the money?" the father questioned. "Dad." "Yi Chen, why are you both staring at me like that?" The father pressed, Zheng, where did your money come from?" Yi Chen also fixed his gaze upon her. Chu Zheng pondered, "Do you think they would believe me if I said I found it? They don't seem foolish enough to buy that." What a predicament, she mused. How should I respond? This seems to be a lapse in your duties. You have not clarified the source of the funds. Why should I assist you in covering this up? This is not its first occurrence. Did you not anticipate this? It won't happen again next time. Chu Zheng wore a serious expression. I won the lottery. Yuchen and Jifu. Chu Zheng firmly insisted that she had indeed won the lottery. Yuchen, who followed her every day, was aware that she had no associations with anyone, nor had she engaged in any wrongdoing. Although this explanation was somewhat peculiar, they ultimately chose to believe it. Chu Zheng. Being wasteful is indeed troublesome. It's far easier to dispose of it. Yet there are simple methods available, and instead, one opts for such a convoluted approach. A bronze is still merely bronze. The king is crying in despair in the restroom. But it is just a wasteful system. Is it not acceptable for us to spend money? Why entertain such perilous notions? Chu Zheng had resided in this world for quite some time. Even after the mission was accomplished, Yi Chun had already internally acknowledged her as a good person, yet she could not leave and had to await her natural demise. Yi Chun treated her exceptionally well, never crossing her boundaries, and their relationship could be described as one of mutual respect, living together in harmony, eliciting envy from others. The first dimension concludes. Chapter 31. National Idol. 1. Chu Zheng awoke in a bed within a cramped room, which was filled with an unpleasant odor. She lay still, pondering why she was here. Ah, right. Chu Zheng slightly furrowed her brow, as her memories seemed somewhat amiss. A melodious voice resonated. For your health. The memories of the previous realm have been sealed. Of course, I am a user-friendly system. Feel free to access any information you wish to know. What data do you not provide? As this realm concluded, she was thrust directly into this one, without even a moment to catch her breath. Is this truly what one would call user-friendly? A system of unknown origin shamelessly claims to be accommodating. Those charming ladies are mere illusions. We do not engage in such theatrics. Miss, please embrace the narrative of this realm. An influx of memories surged through Chu Zheng's mind. At this moment, she inhabited the body of Chu Zheng. Hailing from a modest background, she had dropped out of high school and moved to Qingting City, pursuing her passion for acting by taking on minor roles in a film studio. The original owner was strikingly beautiful, but lacked formal training and was stubborn, resolutely rejecting any unspoken rules, which hindered her from securing substantial roles. By a stroke of luck, she successfully auditioned for a part in a play, albeit as the third female lead. However, just as the role began to warm up, she was abruptly informed that her services were no longer required. Confused, the original owner sought answers, but before she could inquire, she witnessed her roommate, Lu Man, departing in the same vehicle as the assistant director. Lu Man, with brazen confidence, asserted that her success was solely due to her own abilities. Naturally, the original owner could not compete with Lu Man, who, thanks to that play, skyrocketed to fame, signing with a major company and becoming their highly coveted star. Lu Man continues to rise in popularity, while the original protagonist remains relegated to minor roles until a director discovers her, deeming her temperament and appearance perfectly suited for the lead in his new production. The original protagonist initially believes she can prove her worth through her talent. However, before she can revel in her good fortune, Lu Man enters the production with financial backing, usurping her role. The director, sensing the unfairness, still offers her a part. Lu Man, with her resources, could easily have ousted the original protagonist. Yet she chooses to keep her around, relishing the opportunity to torment her during filming. To outsiders, it appears as though the original protagonist's lack of skill is hindering the progress of the production. Later, when Lu Man is embroiled in a scandal with a male star, she, fearing the ire of her financial backer, sacrifices the original protagonist as a scapegoat. The physical resemblance between them, coupled with Lu Man's team's machinations and the original protagonist's isolation, seals the latter's fate. In a bid to clear his name, the male star shifts the blame onto the original protagonist, accusing her of seducing him to gain fame. This accusation leaves the original protagonist in a quagmire, as the swirling rumors online threaten to obliterate her budding career. Initially, she attempts to counter the slander, but as the tide of public opinion turns against her, her words fall on deaf ears. Ultimately, unable to bear the weight of the accusations, she takes her own life. The suicide of an obscure actress garners no attention, quickly overshadowed by other news, as if she had never existed at all. Now, we find ourselves in the timeline when Lu Man has just seized a role. The original protagonist, stung by Lu Man's mockery, is heartbroken and falls ill with a cold. Yet, she feels no discomfort. as her body seems to be recovering automatically with her presence. Dear lady, in light of your remarkable performance last time, I shall make some adjustments to the rules. The emphasis on the word remarkable was palpable. A cold glint flickered in Chu Zheng's eyes, tinged with fierceness. You can change the rules as you please? Please, don't be so fierce. I am merely doing this for you. If it weren't for your incessant desire to eliminate others and your reluctance to spend money, would it require such effort? To ensure you spend. It is indeed a struggle. Why can't she learn from the lady next door? All you need to do is spend money. There is no requirement for currency to equate to goods, yet it still cannot be discarded, donated, gifted, or destroyed. The adjusted rule merely shifts the necessity of purchasing $2 worth of water to spending $100 on a bottle of $2 mineral water, which is also acceptable. Main task, please spend 10 million within 2 hours. The funds have been credited. Please check your account. Chu Zheng, could you repeat that? It seemed she did not quite grasp it earlier. Main task, please spend 10 million within 2 hours. The funds have been credited. Please check your account. The task was reiterated verbatim. Chu Zheng, wasn't the previous task a gradual progression? Why is it suddenly 10 million this time? You've lost your mind. Dear lady, the dimensions differ, and thus the amounts vary. The system explained, moreover, the previous dimension was a novice level, aimed at helping you acclimate. How considerate of it. Unlike certain unscrupulous systems that impose hellish tasks right from the start. Chu Zheng held her forehead, propping herself up on the bed. 2 hours. How on earth could she spend 10 million? Are you contemplating purchasing a villa? Well, she must first ascertain where to procure one. Given the original owner's limited knowledge, it is utterly impossible to accomplish this within a mere 2 hours. She retrieved the original owner's mobile phone, which was pressed beneath the script. Chu Zheng pulled the script out, revealing the Phoenix's enchantment, the very production for which the original owner had successfully auditioned, only to have it snatched away by Lu Man. While this production may not be classified as a major project, it garnered unexpected popularity upon release, catapulting not only Lu Man, but numerous others associated with the project into the limelight. Upon unlocking the phone, the very first notification that graced the screen was an alert confirming the deposit of 10 million. Chu Zheng then searched for the director's contact information. After dialing, it took a considerable amount of time before someone finally answered. Without allowing Chu Zheng to speak, the director, visibly irritated, exclaimed, Miss Gu, I have told you countless times that you are not suited for this role. Perhaps we can collaborate on a future occasion? It was evident that the original owner had persistently called, to the point of exasperation for the director. I am willing to invest 10 million. Miss Gu, I am quite busy. If you have nothing of importance to discuss, the director's voice faltered. What did you just say? I am willing to invest 10 million. Chu Zheng reiterated. The director seemed taken aback. A flurry of commotion ensued on the other end. Miss Gu, are you jesting with me? I am very busy and have no time for frivolities. She had only 2 hours. Indeed, she was quite busy. Previously, when this young woman auditioned, despite her lack of foundational skills, her appearance was commendable. But could she truly possess such wealth? The director pondered with skepticism. Yet their production was undeniably in dire need of investment. Where shall we meet, Miss Gu, to discuss this further? At the Film and Television City. She resides not far from the film studio, while the director's location is somewhat more distant. However, meeting at the studio proves to be the swiftest method. In Chapter 32, National Idol, Part 2, Chu Zheng encounters the director at the studio. The director, in his 40s, possesses a square face that exudes a sense of security. He scrutinizes Chu Zheng with a hint of skepticism, pondering how this young lady's demeanor seems rather different from their previous meeting. With time already spent, Chu Zheng cuts through the pleasantries and addresses the matter directly. Ultimately, they reach a verbal agreement, and in the final moments, Chu Zheng hastily transfers 10 million to the director. However, to her utter disbelief, the original owner's card cannot facilitate such a substantial transaction. As destiny would have it, a cheerful voice chimes in, Congratulations, miss. On achieving a doubling milestone, 10 million has been credited. Please ensure to expend 20 million within the hour. Chu Zheng, not only has it doubled, but the time has also been reduced. Casting a serious glance at the director, she inquires, Director, Miss Gu, surely, you are not having second thoughts? They had secured sufficient initial investment for the production, yet the director still fretted over sourcing additional funding for the latter stages. 10 million is indeed a considerable sum for their project. May I possibly add another 10 million? The director's expression freezes momentarily, then blossoms into a broad smile. Of course. Absolutely. What fortuitous circumstances today. 20 million. A fortune. Blessings upon us. Chu Zheng and the director proceed to a nearby bank to finalize the transfer. Once the funds are secured, the director beams with joy. Congratulations, miss, on completing the task. The reward of 10 million has been credited. Initial Zheng. Not doubling. Yes, my dear. Doubling is a form of punishment. I cannot grant you that. Therefore, it is advisable for you to complete your tasks within the stipulated time. Once time can no longer be reduced, you will need to rewind and start anew. Initial Zheng. The initial 10 million. Even if it eventually reaches 100 million, will still amount to only 10 million once spent. When time runs out, I must rewind. Spending money is exhausting. Who on earth designed this scientifically flawed system? Are you all right? A meticulously adorned woman cast a fleeting glance at her, opening the door and bringing in her belongings. This was the original character's roommate, Lu Man. Lu Man tossed her items onto the sofa. Chu Zheng, do not blame me. I earned this role through my own merit. This society operates in such a manner. Chu Zheng closed the door and turned her gaze towards Lu Man. The original character's target for a comeback would undoubtedly be her. As Lu Man rummaged through her bag, she spoke in a condescending tone. By the way, I could have a word with the director to let you play my maid, with lines. No need. A facade of aloofness. Lu Man scoffed, swaying her curvaceous figure as she retreated to her own room. The original character and Lu Man had met while playing minor roles, neither having graduated from prestigious institutions nor possessing any notable backgrounds. They had initially shared a harmonious relationship while renting this space together, but gradually, Lu Man began to exert her dominance over the original character. With her striking beauty and charm, Lu Man gradually secured roles with dialogue. During her filming, she treated the original protagonist as her assistant, causing the latter to miss her own scenes multiple times, which displeased the director and resulted in lost opportunities. Previously, they had maintained a facade of civility, but when Lu Man usurped the original protagonist role and confronted her, Lu Man no longer concealed her malice. Even until her demise, the original protagonist remained oblivious to the reasons behind Lu Man's intense hatred. Lu Man continued to leave early and return late, limiting her encounters with Chu Zheng until the production team announced the commencement of filming. Early one morning, Lu Man was whisked away by a car. Upon arriving at the set, she sought out the assistant director. Assistant director, I heard that our production has secured additional investment. Is that true? The assistant director nodded. Yes. Indeed. What about it? Lu Man inquired curiously. Who is the investor? At her question, several nearby individuals perked up their ears. They had all heard about the increased investment but remained unaware of the investor's identity. The assistant director's gaze swept over Lu Man before settling on her ample bosom, and he replied with a smile, I'm not sure. The director handled it personally. When I asked him, he didn't divulge any details. Perhaps he wishes to maintain an air of mystery. Oh, I see. The cast for this production comprised either lesser-known actors or those past their prime. As the opening ceremony commenced, Lu Man overheard discussions among the crew. It's strange. Where's the second female lead? Indeed, it seems she is truly absent. It appears she has fallen out of favor yet still behaves like a diva. While the first male and female leads have both arrived, the second female lead did not make an appearance until the production officially began shooting. Lu Man thrived within the film crew, charming not only the assistant director, but also winning the affection of the staff. One day, after finishing a scene, she stepped outside for a breath of fresh air, only to collide with Chu Zheng. Lu Man, taken aback, exclaimed, What are you doing here? Chu Zheng, with her hands casually tucked into her pockets, cast a cool glance over her, her lips parting slightly as she replied, What business is it of yours? With a hint of mockery, Lu Man crossed her arms and retorted, Previously, I offered you a role, which you declined. Now that the filming has commenced, what purpose do you serve here? A good dog shouldn't obstruct the way. Lu Man's expression faltered momentarily before she angrily accused, You insult me. Chu Zheng firmly denied. I did not. You're the one who insisted on taking a seat with a code name, and now you blame me? Don't think your beauty grants you the liberty to cast unfounded accusations. Lu Man furrowed her brows, realizing that the words were veiled insults directed at herself. Yet, there was something amiss about this woman. In the past, Chu Zheng had been stubborn and proud, but now she emanated an uncomfortably cold demeanor. Leave this place at once, Lu Man said, suddenly agitated as she pushed Chu Zheng towards the exit. We are filming inside. Do not disturb us. Just go. Chu Zheng swiftly grasped Lu Manman's wrist, twisting it and pulling her along, causing Lu Manman's eyes to widen in surprise as her body was propelled uncontrollably forward. She fell to the ground, momentarily stunned. Man. A man rushed over to help her up. What happened? The assistant director, concerned, supported Lu Manman, his heart aching for her. Lu Manman winced as her palm scraped against the ground, drawing blood, and gasped in pain. Assistant director, this person is inexplicably violent towards me. As the assistant director locked eyes with Chu Zheng, his heart raced, as though he were being scrutinized by some unseen force, goosebumps prickling his skin. You are not. The assistant director scrutinized her closely and recognized her. Gu Chu Zheng? The character of Lu Manman had previously belonged to her, only to be usurped by his own decision. The assistant director quickly grasped the situation, pointing at her with righteous indignation. The roles are determined by the production team. You are unfit for this character. Why are you causing trouble for Manman? Apologize to her at once. Impossible. This insufferable wretch is delusional. In Chapter 33, National Idol 3, Chu Zheng's expressionless demeanor inexplicably intensified the psychological pressure on the assistant director. His mood soured further. It was absurd that a mere young girl could evoke such stress in him. Miss Gu, please do not make things awkward for everyone. Apologize to Manman now, or I will summon assistance. Chu Zheng responded succinctly, go ahead and call. The assistant director was taken aback. Does this arrogant girl truly believe I won't call for help? What are you all doing blocking the way? He looked up to see the director emerging, phone in hand, looking flustered. Director, it's nothing at all. The assistant director quickly reassured, there's a troublemaker here. I will have her leave at once. The director, upon stepping out and catching sight of Chu Zheng, broke into a smile. Miss Gu, you've arrived. Did we not agree that I would come to fetch you? I sincerely apologize for making you come alone. After all, she was their golden goose. It was essential to treat her with utmost care. Anyone causing a disturbance should be swiftly dealt with to avoid being an eyesore. The director took a moment to instruct the assistant director on how to handle the situation with the deity of wealth. The assistant director appeared startled, as if he had just witnessed a mirage, seeing the director speaking to Gu Chu Zheng with an expression of servility. Lu Manman was not in a much better position. The director's demeanor. What? Initially taken aback, the director soon regained his composure. He glanced at the assistant director and Lu Manman, noting that he could not concern himself with how she had entered. Their production was not a grand one, and she was merely a tertiary female role. As long as she could perform, that sufficed. However, suddenly, the director recalled a previous incident. This tertiary actress had usurped a role meant for the deity of wealth. A cold sweat broke out on the director's brow. He had forgotten this in the midst of the earlier excitement. Apologize to Miss Gu, he barked. The assistant director was bewildered. Apologize? To her? The director. The assistant director hesitated to inquire further, but was cut off by the director's reprimand. The title of assistant inherently suggested a lesser status. I apologize, Miss Gu, the assistant director mumbled, utterly oblivious to what he had done wrong. Had the director lost his senses? Lu Manman stood by, her nails nearly digging into her flesh. Miss Gu, I sincerely apologize. Please do not take offense. Come, let us step inside. The director hastily diverted the conversation. The assistant director, feeling frustrated, retorted, I have no idea. He then turned to Lu Manman. Isn't she your roommate? Why are you unaware of her presence here? Lu Manman shook her head, genuinely perplexed. In recent days, she had been coming and going at odd hours, scarcely encountering her, and was entirely ignorant of what she had been up to. At that moment, she could scarcely perceive any means of extricating herself from her predicament. Hey, assistant director. Please wait for me. Lu Manman thought it prudent to rely on the assistant director, unwilling to offend him. The director entered with Chu Zheng, summoning everyone to introduce her as their new second female lead. A replacement for the second female lead? She mused. Chu Zheng appeared frosty and somewhat unapproachable, though undeniably attractive. Have any of you met her? No, she's a newcomer, I presume. Did she perhaps gain entry through backdoor connections? As the discussions grew increasingly ludicrous, the director interjected. Miss Gu is not merely the second female lead. She is also our principal investor. Pay attention, everyone. The atmosphere fell abruptly silent. Lu Manman and the assistant director, who had just entered, stood frozen in disbelief. An investor? The largest one at that? Lu Manman felt as though she had misheard. She pinched herself sharply, confirming that the director was indeed delivering a serious address. How could a person who had not even secured a role be an investor? Impossible. You've doomed me. Lu Man exclaimed hastily. Assistant Director, I didn't tease she. The assistant director shot her a glare before hastening to offer his apologies. Lu Man gazed at the girl surrounded by admirers, her face a tableau of incredulity. How could this be? The director had arranged for Chu Zheng to have a private dressing room, a ridiculous privilege, but one befitting a benefactor. Enraged, Lu Man stormed into the dressing room. Inside was only Chu Zheng. She swiftly shut the door and demanded, Gu Chu Zheng, where did you acquire such wealth? Chu Zheng leaned against the vanity, her expression indifferent as she inquired, what role do you play in my life that warrants my reporting to you? Lu Man was momentarily taken aback. Am I not aware of your background? How could she possibly have the means to invest? Absolutely impossible. What background do I possess? Chu Zheng retorted, astonished at how Lu Man seemed to know her better than she knew herself. You haven't even graduated from high school and your family is of modest means. How could you amass such wealth? As her gaze shifted, a realization dawned upon her. You constantly put on airs, pretending to be aloof. Surely you must be living off a man's fortune, strutting your stuff here, right? You look down on me, but how are you any better? Do you truly believe what you say? Chu Zheng tightened her grip on her wrist, naive. If you were wealthy enough to reside in such a place, Gu Chu Zheng, spare us the charade. You must be funded by some man, no? You. Bang. Enough with the noise. Chu Zheng dropped an unknown prop hammer that had been placed in her hands, tossing the unconscious Lu Man aside. Outside the door, the crowd was left bewildered. It's all over now. I forgot there were people outside, she composedly stated while supporting the door. The onlookers exchanged glances. They had discerned that something was amiss. But the question remained, how had she fainted? Chu Zheng closed the door, gently patting her chest twice. The second female lead, who also happened to be the principal investor, had knocked out the third female lead upon her arrival. This incident swiftly circulated throughout the entire production team, even reaching the neighboring set. When Lu Man regained consciousness, she nearly caused a scene at Chu Zheng's location, but was restrained by the assistant director. The director had made it clear, no one was to offend the goddess of fortune. No matter how formidable the assistant director was, they could not afford to cross paths with money. Lu Man felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. She questioned what right she had to feel this way. How could someone who was once insignificant suddenly become the envy of all, overshadowing her entirely? Man, regardless of your past grievances, you must endure this now, the assistant director remarked curtly. Lu Man, unwilling to accept her fate, began to spread rumors among the cast, claiming that she was being kept by an older man. She painted a picture of her former life as a mere extra, living in rented accommodations, sometimes so impoverished that her only sustenance was instant noodles. If she weren't being kept, how could she possess such wealth? Chu Zheng observed her youthful appearance, which indeed did not suggest affluence. Rumors, once propagated by many, gained credibility over time. Chapter 34, The National Idol 4, the role of the second female lead in the Phoenix Empress was perfectly suited for Chu Zheng. The character was a cold beauty who merely needed to don her costume, apply her makeup, and stand poised. The second female lead was a valiant general, who, upon returning victorious, found herself betrothed to the male lead against her will. Naturally, the male lead was discontent, as his affections lay with the female lead. Coincidentally, the second female lead harbored no feelings for him either and yearned to return to the battlefield. Amidst various intrigues, her straightforward nature led to her downfall. Eventually, she was falsely accused, and it was the female lead who rescued her. Disguised, they ventured to the border, and years later, when the female lead faced peril, the second female lead rallied her troops to assist. This character had substantial scenes both in the beginning and later on. Yet it was peculiar that she harbored no affection for the male lead. One could only ponder the screenwriter's intentions. Chu Zheng found herself struggling to adapt to this filming environment, experiencing several initial setbacks. The director, however, patiently offered guidance. Once Chu Zheng acclimatized, her performance improved markedly. Primarily, it was her commanding presence. Without even the slightest effort, she evoked the image of a valiant female general on the battlefield, exuding elegance and confidence. Lu Man observed from the sidelines, her gaze shadowed with a brooding light. After Chu Zheng completed her scene, she found herself with a moment's respite, as the next scene was not hers. Seated aside, she inadvertently overheard the staff discussing her, insinuating something about being kept by an older man. Chu Zheng took a sip of water, pondering the absurdity of being kept. First, she would need to find such a man, which posed quite the challenge. Should she simply hire one? Main task, please spend 20,000 within 30 minutes. Chu Zheng, Are you truly suggesting I hire an older man? How ridiculous. Dear sister, keep going. Time waits for no one. 30 minutes. If she failed to spend the allotted amount, the stakes would double, reducing her time by half. Meaning if she couldn't expend 20,000, she would soon face the daunting task of spending 40,000 in just 15 minutes. Terrifying. With a sudden burst of determination, Chu Zheng sprang to her feet. The nearby staff, startled by her abrupt movement, fell silent, watching her cautiously. They then witnessed the subject of their gossip, her expression icy. Departing from the set. Fortunately, in the context of filming, her costume was entirely appropriate. Welcome, Chu Zheng declared, leaning against the counter. I would like the most expensive items. Totaling 20,000. The store clerk appeared utterly bewildered. You have just 2 minutes left, dear sister. Chu Zheng retrieved her card, urging the clerk, charge it, 20,000. The clerk gulped nervously, hesitatingly responding, Mississippi. Noticing a QR code nearby, Chu Zheng quickly pulled out her phone and initiated a transfer. The shop assistant, startled by the sudden notification, found herself momentarily disoriented, pondering her identity and surroundings. Congratulations, miss, on completing your task. A reward of 20,000 has been credited to your account. You are truly remarkable. Keep up the excellent work, and you shall undoubtedly become the most formidable spender. The gaming app encouraged her. However, Chu Zheng was far from interested in such encouragement. Leaning against the counter, she sighed inwardly, lamenting that even spending money required a race against time. What an absurd situation. Noticing the assistant's gaze upon her, she quickly composed herself and coldly instructed. Deliver the items to the production team of Phoenix Queen Splendor. Having worked in the shop for quite some time, the assistant had never encountered a customer like this. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, and clad in heavy costume attire, Chu Zheng felt the heat after her recent sprint. She discarded her outer robe, draping it over her arm. The periphery of the film studio was bustling with tourists, some of whom spotted her and eagerly approached for photographs. How stunning. She must be filming something. What is she shooting? I want to follow her. I've never seen her before. She must be a newcomer. Her silhouette is so captivating. Goodness, from behind. I thought she was a young man. Unbeknownst to Chu Zheng, her silhouette was captured and shared online, a striking image of a gallant woman in the blazing sun. Her robe hanging gracefully from her arm, hair flowing behind her as she walked away, gradually fading from view. The image had been edited to render the surroundings ethereal. Emphasizing her presence, and once shared by a prominent influencer, it quickly gained traction. At that moment, Chu Zheng remained oblivious. Standing at the entrance of a shaded alley where a vehicle was parked in the secluded area. Hidden task. Please obtain a good person card from Su Jio to prevent Su Jio from turning to darkness. As the initial notes echoed, I paused, guided by the sound to behold a youth standing beside the vehicle. Concealed tasks lingered. The boy in white lowered his gaze. Accompanied by a man clad in a suit, who was conversing with someone inside the car, his expression replete with obsequiousness. A hand extended from within the vehicle suggested the presence of a woman. Though the distance rendered the exchange inaudible, the car departed swiftly. The suited man spoke to the boy, who merely shook his head repeatedly, his soft locks swaying gently in the breeze, some strands lifted by the wind. Leaning against the wall, I pinched the fabric of my outer robe, casting a detached glance toward the scene. Suddenly, a resounding slap sent the boy staggering against the wall, his head bowing even lower. The man, visibly agitated, stormed away. Once he vanished from sight, the boy lowered his hand, adjusted his attire, and met my gaze. He appeared momentarily taken aback, his porcelain-like visage now swollen and marked by a distinct imprint of a hand, yet it did nothing to mar his delicate beauty. He managed a faint smile, a gentle and submissive expression directed at me, before turning to depart, the hem of his white garment disappearing around the corner. Why don't you approach him, miss? Inquired the guiding voice. Such a splendid opportunity, and you let it slip away. Are you a beast? What did you say? Did I say something? No, miss, I said nothing at all. Allow me to provide you with the details on Su Jio. Su Jio, endowed with striking beauty, had risen to fame through a youthful drama. However, he only gained fame from a single drama. A powerful and influential young heiress took a liking to him and proposed that if he were to accompany her, he could choose any resources he desired, elevating him to the status of a leading actor, granting him whatever he wished. For a principled and youthful lad, the emergence of this woman extinguished all his aspirations for the future. He refused her advances, and in retaliation, she effectively blacklisted him. Later, the boy was drugged by his own manager and delivered to the woman's bed, silently enduring his fate while plotting his revenge against her. Initially, he orchestrated accidents involving those connected to her, followed by fatalities, ultimately implicating the woman herself, while he managed to extricate himself unscathed. In the end, when the police caught wind of the situation, he took his own life before they could reach him. Chapter 35, National Idol 5, Miss. There will be a banquet in 2 weeks. You must go and save him. The notification from the King's account urged Chu Zheng. Her nonchalant demeanor worried the account holder. The weather was sweltering, and regardless of the value of the water, everyone's fondness for Lu Manman increased. The director appeared from an unknown direction. Miss Gu. He almost miscalled her name but quickly corrected himself. You have a scene coming up shortly. It may require some effort. Chu Zheng, covering her face with the script, waved her hand dismissively, urging the director to leave her be. It's so noisy. The director thought to himself, one must not offend the god of wealth. Besides, she simply prefers not to engage in conversation and hasn't caused any trouble. Far easier to manage than certain artists who exploit connections yet still create chaos. With that thought, the director felt considerably relieved. Director! Director! A voice called out from outside. The staff from the Haagen-Dazs store came to deliver several boxes of ice cream, claiming someone requested it to be sent here. What? The director's dialect slipped out. Several boxes. The director immediately equated the situation with money and hurried outside, only to have his coat tugged by the voice of the deity of wealth, obscured by a script. Let's share. The director responded, wait, did the deity buy this? A casual figure capable of dropping 10 million without a second thought treating everyone to ice cream was hardly an issue. The director rushed out, instructing the staff to bring the items inside. Who purchased this? It must be worth thousands. So much. I've longed to indulge, but have refrained due to the cost. The director clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Well, Miss Gu has treated us to ice cream. Please help yourselves. There was a brief moment of silence before someone took the lead, and the atmosphere became lively, with praises flowing as if they had never discussed her being supported by an older man. Lu Man stood on the periphery, holding a bottle of water, her expression dark and tense, her gaze fixed intently on Chu Zheng. For a major star, such ice cream might be trivial, but for Lu Man, it represented an unbearable expense. Lu, here, I brought you a box, someone beside her offered. The cold box dispelled the warmth from her palm, and Lu Man managed a stiff smile. Thank you, but I can't eat. She returned the ice cream to the individual and turned to leave. The person scratched his head and poked the one beside him. Wasn't Teacher Lu quite pleased just now? Why has her mood suddenly shifted? Are you foolish? Previously, Teacher Gu tossed her out. This ice cream was purchased by Teacher Gu. How could she possibly be happy? Oh, right, stop looking. If you continue, there won't be any left. The director handed a box to Chu Zheng, who declined it, finding it bothersome. The director remarked, you find eating bothersome? Are you practicing immortality? Ever since Chu Zheng treated everyone to ice cream, discussions about her have dwindled, for one must acknowledge that taking from others leaves one indebted. Under the intense filming schedule, both the leading female and male actors showed signs of fatigue, despite having assistants to cater to their needs, occasionally arriving late. In contrast, Chu Zheng arrived punctually each day. Neither early nor late, perfectly on time. Although she often wore a cold expression, she never unleashed her temper on others. Nor did she exhibit the arrogance of someone who might bully others due to her status as an investor. Lu Man followed her closely, perhaps hoping to uncover some incriminating evidence against Chu Zheng. However, Chu Zheng was solitary, lacking even a male companion. Lu Man found it perplexing. If she wasn't being supported by someone, how could she possess such wealth? She confided in the assistant director, who, upon learning of Chu Zheng's status as an investor, dared not utter a word of complaint. Offending this benefactor could provoke the director's ire. Lu Man, undeterred, seized the opportunity while Chu Zheng was filming to sneak into the makeup room. Cautiously, she rummaged through Chu Zheng's belongings and discovered her unlocked phone. Yet, the device yielded no secrets, containing only empty spaces. Aside from the crew's contacts, the rest bore ordinary labels, devoid of any suspicious numbers. A notification suddenly appeared on the screen, and she instinctively clicked it, only to be prompted for a password. Lu Man attempted for a while, but was unable to unlock it. She relinquished her phone and shifted her gaze towards the costumes beside her. A frown forming as a plan began to take shape. The next scene involved the second female lead and the male protagonist at the royal banquet where the marriage was to be bestowed. Essentially, everyone who had appeared earlier would be present. Teacher Gu, may I suggest you take a break before changing into the costume for the next scene? With her phone resting on the table, Chu Zheng reached out to retrieve it but hesitated. Who had dared to tamper with her belongings? She distinctly recalled leaving with the screen facing up, yet now it was face down. There were no assistants in her dressing room, so the likelihood of someone inadvertently moving her things was non-existent. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Zheng picked up her phone and unlocked the screen. In the upper right corner, a red notification caught her eye, prompting her to enter the password. A strikingly handsome young man graced the screen, his lips curving into a subtle smile, exuding an aura reminiscent of an angel adorned with radiance, easily evoking a sense of protectiveness. Maintaining her composure, Chu Zheng scrolled down. Below was Su Jiu's basic information, with only one solitary work listed: Youth Does Not End. This was a project she had persuaded the director to secure for her, supplemented by some online data and additional unpublished materials, which she deleted after reviewing. Surveying the room, she could almost visualize the state of affairs when she had departed, swiftly contrasting it with her current environment. Ultimately, her gaze settled on the costume she would be donning shortly. The pattern was misaligned. Teacher Gu, may I begin my makeup? A knock echoed from outside. Yes, you may. Chu Zheng picked up the costume to inspect it, finding nothing amiss. She handed the garment to the makeup artist for a second opinion. Sometimes, people are selectively blind to certain truths. The makeup artist, aware of the rivalries among these performers, conducted a thorough check. Teacher Gu, this strap. Chu Zheng followed the makeup artist's gaze, noticing that the stitching on the strap had been partially unraveled. If pulled too tightly, it would undoubtedly snap. Her current attire was a strapless design, secured by this very strap, and given the sweltering weather, she wore nothing beneath it but a fitted garment. Was this an attempt to force her to strip in public? How malicious. Chapter 36. The National Idol 6. After Chu Zheng changed into her costume, she stepped out to find Lu Mianmin already preparing on stage. Upon seeing her, a fleeting look of schadenfreude crossed Lu's eyes, quickly masked by an air of composure. The various departments were readying themselves. Since it was a royal banquet, everyone was seated, with Chu Zheng positioned at the forefront and Lu Mianmin, playing the third female lead, sitting beside her. As the sound of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, the dancers gracefully took to the stage. Whispers among the courtiers spoke of the stunning grace of the Zheng family's daughter. Would there be an opportunity to witness such beauty today? Among the courtiers, someone inquired. This Zheng family's daughter was indeed the character portrayed by Lu Mianmin. Eager to win the male lead's affections, she rose, feigning modesty and acquiescence. Yet, just as she stepped forward, the excessively long train of her costume suddenly tightened, causing her to lose her balance and fall uncontrollably. Lu Mianmin's head struck the ground, skinning her forehead, while her palms and knees burned with pain. Before she could even call out, the voice of Chu Zheng rang out. If you can't even walk properly, how can you dance? Take her away and tend to her wounds. We must avoid any disfigurement. The director was momentarily taken aback. This was not how the script was written. The confusion extended beyond the director to the others present, yet the scene remained orderly. Chu Zheng's lines were indeed in line with her character in the narrative. Her family had a long-standing feud with the Zheng family, and there had been some unpleasantness prior to the palace banquet. The emperor could hardly reprimand her, for the Zheng family's young lady had indeed been injured and was bleeding, so her concern was quite justified. Although her descent into the scene was somewhat abrupt, it was entirely reasonable. The director hastily instructed the guard nearby to bring her out. Lu Mianmin was utterly bewildered. It wasn't until she was out of the camera's view that she reacted. Director, the script is not like this. Someone stepped on my skirt, causing me to fall. Yes, someone had indeed stepped on her skirt. The woman closest to her was certainly the culprit. Well, you should go tend to your wounds. The director clearly had no intention of vindicating her, instructing the staff to escort her away. Director, someone truly did step on my skirt. The director waved his hand, signaling her to cease her protests. Lu Mianmin felt a surge of indignation and sought to defend herself, but the assistant director, recalling their prior acquaintance, pulled her away. As a supporting female character, any turmoil would only bring misfortune upon her, possibly even implicating him. Why are you dragging me away? Lu Mianmin exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. The director was evidently disinclined to intervene. In any conflict, she would be the one to suffer. The assistant director remarked, what about my scenes? The director was not someone she could afford to offend, and Lu Mianmin cast a pleading look at the assistant director. This scene can be regarded as one of the more pivotal moments for her in this production. Yet, with a single remark from that woman, she found herself cast aside. Seizing the opportunity while no one was paying attention, The assistant director playfully tapped on Lu Manman's ample dairy, assuring her, "Do not fret. I shall endeavor to advocate for you once more." "Really?" she inquired. "Certainly, as long as—" The assistant director gave her a knowing glance. Disgust swirled within Lu Man, though she maintained an air of faint coyness. "Understood." With a glance toward the camera, a flicker of malice sparkled in her eyes. How infuriating. Soon enough, she would have her moment to shine. With this thought, her spirits lifted slightly. However, the shoot concluded without any unforeseen incidents. How could this be? It was simply implausible. At that moment, she had refrained from overstepping, fearing discovery, yet her luck seemed remarkably favorable, despite the numerous significant movements on set. Nothing had gone amiss? When Chu Zheng exited after her scene, Lu Man approached her with determination. "Did you do that on purpose?" Chu Zheng shrugged off her heavy outer robe, tossing it onto a chair, and rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms. "What are you referring to?" In the sweltering atmosphere, her voice flowed like a cool spring in the woods. "You deliberately sabotaged my performance," Lu Man accused. "You caused me to fall." Chu Zheng cast her a fleeting glance, coldly denying, "I did not. It was you. Do you consider me an easy target?" Lu Man retorted incredulously. "Are you not the culprit?" "It was not me," Chu Zheng insisted. "Deny it all you want. What can you do to me? Bite me?" As Chu Zheng walked toward the director, Lu Man followed closely behind. "Keep following me, and I will hit you." As Chu Zheng turned, she posed a threat. Lu Man, recalling the earlier incident in the dressing room when she had been rendered unconscious by her, momentarily froze in place. How infuriating. Ah, Chu Zheng, wretched woman. To add insult to injury, she lacked any evidence, as if she had committed no wrongdoing at all. Even more outrageous, she coolly began to diminish her role. Each time Lu sought out the director, he met her with an expression that suggested he found her concerns quite reasonable. Lu Man, burdened with unexpressed grievances and wearied by the turmoil, resigned herself to her fate. "Sujiao, you must attend this banquet," her manager exclaimed, flinging the invitation onto the young man's lap. He sat there, head bowed, utterly still. With hands on her hips, the manager lamented. "I must be cursed to have brought you along. What is with your stubbornness? This industry operates on such principles. Talent alone means nothing. If you wish to achieve fame, you must possess connections and backing. Without these, you are nothing." Numerous individuals from the banquet circuit would be present, and she insisted, "You simply must go." With that, she departed, slamming the door behind her, indifferent to the young man's reaction. Once silence enveloped the room, he picked up the invitation. No connections, no backing. Must he always be trampled upon? On the day of the banquet, despite his reluctance, Sujiao found himself escorted to the venue by his manager. The attendees, outwardly glamorous, were, in truth, rotten to their very cores, their souls reeking with a foul stench that turned one's stomach. "Sujiao, come with me," the manager urged, leading him towards a woman. As Sujiao's gaze swept across the crowd, he spotted a familiar young woman standing aside, maintaining her distance from others. Her expression cold as she regarded him. She was indeed looking at him. Sujiao was aware that his visage was quite captivating. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a situation. Was she yet another who was drawn to his appearance? His agent, visibly irritated, pinched Sujiao several times, exclaiming, "Sujiao, do not be so ungrateful. Miss Gao is speaking to you." "Oh, it's nothing," the woman in the red dress chimed in with a smile. "I actually prefer him this way." The agent forced a smile. "Well, you two carry on. I shall excuse myself for the moment." Gao Shuiyan nodded. But as the agent departed, he leaned in close to Sujiao and whispered sternly, "Sujiao, do not offend Miss Gao again, or you shall truly find yourself in a dire situation." Sujiao's hands, which hung by his side, tightened slightly. Chapter 37, National Idol 7. "Do you truly hold such disdain for me?" Gao Shuiyan inquired, observing the youthful figure before her, who resembled a timid rabbit, though his temperament was anything but meek. "A forced fruit is never sweet," the young man retorted. "Does Miss Gao not comprehend this principle?" "Haha, on the contrary, I find joy in your demeanor. There is no amusement in something that can be summoned at will." Sujiao remained silent. Gao Shuyun, gazing at the young man, suddenly handed him a glass of wine, stating, "Here, if you finish this drink today, we shall consider it settled, and you may leave at any time." Sujiao frowned. "So, if I drink this, I can depart?" "I keep my word," Gao Shuiyun insisted, extending the glass once more. Sujiao scanned his surroundings before accepting the wine glass. "If I finish this, will you let me go?" he inquired. Gao Shuiyun shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Sujio hastily downed the contents of the glass, his face reddening from the sudden intake. After placing the glass down, he turned to leave. Gao Shuyun smirked, watching the young man depart until he vanished from sight, at which point she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. He's gone. Intercept him and ensure he remains unseen. The voice on the other end acknowledged. Gao Shuyun, in good spirits, engaged in conversation, yet her mood swiftly soured. Gone? How can he be gone? I saw him leave. Didn't you see him? Search for him. She ended the call, her exquisitely made-up face now ashen, her opportunity slipping away. Miss Gao, leave. Gao Shuyun snapped at the individual, striding away in her high heels. What arrogance! Were it not for the Gao family, you would be nothing. The man dared to mutter under his breath only after she had departed. Sujio felt disoriented, his body unwell. Moments ago, as he exited the banquet hall, someone had pulled him down the emergency exit and shoved him into a vehicle. Yet, he was no longer in the car, he was now. Realizing this, Sujio's heart raced with caution, but his physical discomfort continued to cloud his awareness. It was stifling. Chu Zheng stood at the foot of the bed, pondering her next course of action. She should have taken him to the hospital earlier. Now, getting him out was proving to be quite the hassle. Perhaps a warm bath would help him relax. With a solemn expression, Chu Zheng clenched her right fist and tapped it against her left palm, thus making her decision. She entered the bathroom to turn on the cold water. However, upon her return, she was met with the stark sight of a large swath of red staining the pristine white sheets. The young man had pierced his arm with an object. The pain kept him conscious, allowing him to discern the identity of the figure before him. It was you. He had initially thought it was the tall Shuyun, but to his surprise, it was this girl he had encountered twice before. Chu Zheng's face remained impassive. Would the hotel report her for murder and concealment of a body? She had merely gone to draw water. How had it escalated to a murder scene? It was vexing. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate him. Miss, if you don't stop the bleeding soon, you'll truly find yourself in custody. Not to mention, you might have to rewind and start all over. Wang Zhe cheerfully reminded her. Elimination meant a rewind. But it couldn't come to that. The boy's face flushed crimson as he bit his lip, curling his body in agony. The blood loss, combined with the effects of the drugs in his system, rendered him increasingly miserable. Chu Zheng stepped forward. The boy recoiled sharply, his gaze wary. Unfazed by his expression, Chu Zheng seized him, half dragging him into the bathroom and thrusting him into the water. Blood dripped into the basin, dispersing and turning the water a vivid red. It was a challenge to maintain the good person card. It was too brutal to bear. Finally, Chu Zheng grasped his wrist, contemplating for a moment before guiding his hand to apply pressure himself. Sujio, subjected to such treatment, had lost all strength, slumping in the bathtub as the water grew increasingly crimson. His vacant gaze fixated on the ceiling. Was he destined to die? Not likely. He had not struck a vital point. A cold, indifferent voice suddenly pierced the air, and through his blurred vision, Sujio caught sight of the figure departing from the bathroom. Her voice resonated from outside, indistinct and elusive, leaving Sujio at a loss regarding her words. After a moment, he heard footsteps approaching. Cool fingers gently pried his hand away, lifting his injured limb out of the bathtub. The slight improvement in Sujio's condition was swiftly replaced by a resurgence of warmth. He instinctively emitted a faint sound of discomfort. Yet, Chu Zheng merely cast him a fleeting, indifferent glance before mercilessly pouring alcohol over his wound. The sting of the alcohol jolted the boy into clarity, prompting him to gasp and glance at the girl outside the tub. With practiced ease, she tended to his injury, cleaning, applying ointment, and bandaging it, all while maintaining an expression of serene detachment. He was accustomed to the way others regarded him, but encountering a gaze so different left him momentarily entranced. He stared at her, pondering if she was the same as before. Watching her hand approach, he resignedly closed his eyes. A gentle breeze brushed past his ear but did not touch him. As he slightly opened his eyes, that hand glided over his head, pressing down lightly, causing the water in the bathtub to recede. Chu Zheng's gaze fell, and their eyes met in a brief collision. Suddenly, she reached out to grasp his head, gently massaging it a couple of times. It feels so soft. How delightful. Encouraged by the moment, Chu Zheng maintained her serious demeanor as she continued to caress for a while, leaving Sujio in a state of bewilderment. You, Sujio murmured, only to be splashed with water, and at that moment, his already sensitive body reacted violently to the cold deluge. He shivered involuntarily. Chu Zheng held the shower head as if it were an object, rinsing him thoroughly from top to bottom before continuing with the cold water. Sujio, As the water filled, Chu Zheng noticed petals nearby and, with a semblance of seriousness, scattered them about. Sujio suppressed a shiver. What on earth was she planning? However, he had little time to ponder this perplexing question, as an odd sensation washed over him once more. He dared not speak, fearing he might provoke this enigmatic individual. Sujio, she must be a devil. Chapter 38, National Idol, 8. The following day, Sujio lay upon the freshly changed sheets, his wrist wrapped in clean bandages. The memories of the previous night were too hazy. Many details eluded him, leaving him in a state of disorientation. Yet he was acutely aware of whom he was with at that moment. Sujio propped himself up, lifting the covers to take a glance. Good. He was left with only a pair of briefs. The briefs were slightly damp. They must have just been tossed onto the bed. This meant she hadn't done anything to him. Sujio let out a quiet sigh of relief. He surveyed the surroundings and spotted his neatly folded clothes nearby, adorned with a note. Had they been sent for dry cleaning? Sujio quickly donned them, but finding no shoes, he had no choice but to venture out barefoot. The living room lay ahead, where a girl sat on the sofa, glancing at him sideways. Her eyes were calm, akin to a secluded spring in the woods, cold and clear, exuding an air of icy detachment. The young man stood at the doorway, his pale face betraying a hint of wariness. Who are you? Chu Zheng paused momentarily before adding, Gu Chu Zheng. Gu Chu Zheng. That name was unfamiliar to him. Sujio inquired, why did you bring me here last night? He recalled that something felt amiss when he left. It must have been the drink that Gao Shuiyun had offered him. After all, how could that woman possibly let him off so easily? To his surprise, he glanced at the girl beside him, and the hint of suspicion in his vigilant eyes revealed a flicker of confusion. Aren't you afraid of provoking Gao Shuiyun? Gao Shuiyun was the darling of the Gao family. Even if she lacked any real capabilities, no one wished to cross her. Gao Shuiyun? Chu Zheng retorted. Who? Sujio's beautiful eyes betrayed a trace of bewilderment. Did she not know her? Was she feigning ignorance? Or perhaps she simply did not fear Gao Shuiyun. His momentary uncertainty dissipated as his expression softened. He placed his hands behind his back and approached Chu Zheng, saying, Thank you. The youth's voice was melodious, caressing the heart like a feather's gentle touch. Chu Zheng acknowledged with a soft mm, and a brief silence enveloped the room before she asked, Where do you live? Nodding in response. She reflected that her own escape from peril was owed to her. Regardless of her motives, this debt of gratitude must be repaid. She gathered her belongings and stood up, heading towards the exit. Sujio, however, found himself unable to utter a word or make an escape. She forcefully ushered him into the car. The vehicle hummed to life. In the stillness of the cabin, the sudden vibration of her phone shattered the calm. Chu Zheng fumbled a few times until she located her phone. Observing her as she answered the call, Sujio eyed her cautiously. There was a matter at hand. Indeed, it was so. Chu Zheng's gaze inadvertently met Sujio's furtive glance, causing Sujio to hastily avert her eyes, turning her attention to the view outside the car. The cell phone. Sujio beheld the slender, exquisite hand extended before her, instinctively retrieving her phone from her possession, only to discover it was powered down. She glanced at Chu Zheng and innocently remarked, It's out of battery. Chu Zheng pressed the power button, and the phone alerted her of insufficient charge. Yet it could still function for a while. Soon, a series of text message notifications erupted, continuing for what felt like an eternity before subsiding. She entered her mobile number, then tossed the phone to him. Sujio clumsily caught it, the screen displaying the contact named Chu Zheng. The letter C led the list of his contacts. And in the next moment, the phone vibrated and shut down. A cool, detached voice resonated from beside her. You can call me if you need anything. Sujio bit her lip and quietly inquired, What do you wish to do with me? To make you believe I am a good person. This ludicrous premise. May the heavens prevent her from discovering any incriminating evidence against him. Sujio felt a tremor of fear at the thought, clutching her little tail tightly. A good person? Memories of the previous night surged forth, though she hadn't committed any overt wrongdoing. Her actions certainly didn't paint her in a virtuous light. Yet, he dared not pry further. Sujio's abode was hardly commendable. It scarcely qualified as a proper community. Chu Zheng pondered. Is this timid creature experiencing a split personality? How rude. Suddenly, a sultry voice pierced through the air. A woman in a crimson dress, her high heels clicking assertively against the pavement, approached with an air of authority. The newcomer was none other than the sleepless Gao Shuiyun. Gao Shuyun's expression was grim as she pointed at Chu Zheng, inquiring, Were you with her last night? Sujio cast a glance at Chu Zheng and then at Gao Shuiyun before nodding. Yes. He quickly lowered his head, his soft hair gracefully sweeping through the air, obscuring the dim light in his eyes. Gao Shiyun's already unsightly countenance darkened further, her piercing gaze fixed on Chu Zheng. She was all too aware of the effects of that drug. The implications of these two being together last night were all too clear. The person she had coveted for so long had become someone else's garment, a notion that was utterly intolerable to Gao Shiyun. "Sujio, come here." Gao Shiyun suppressed her fury and commanded him. "Go on." Chu Zheng gestured for Sujio to ascend the stairs. Sujio hesitated momentarily, pondering whether he had intentionally said that. Did she not notice, or did she notice but simply not care? Clenching her teeth slightly, Sujio decided that since she had no inkling of her motives, she would allow them to clash. With that thought, she ascended the stairs. Gao Shiyun shot her an incredulous glare and hurried to intercept Sujio. Go up." Sujio pressed her lips together and hastily proceeded upstairs. Upon entering the room, she hesitated, standing before the window, peering down below. She happened to witness Chu Zheng releasing Gao Shiyun, who attempted to strike her but was met with a swift kick that sent her staggering back. The girl approached Gao Shiyun, bending down to whisper something, while Gao Shiyun's enraged and venomous eyes bore into her. However, the latter remained unfazed, stepping back and looking at Gao Shiyun with indifference. Gao Shiyun, flustered, scrambled to her feet, pointed at her, and uttered a couple of words before hastily getting into a car that sped directly towards her. Gao Shiyun likely intended to merely frighten her, yet unexpectedly, the girl stood motionless. Observing this, Gao Shiyun accelerated, her intention seemingly to run the girl down. However, just as the vehicle was about to collide with her, the girl swiftly sidestepped, allowing the car to graze past her, the hem of her clothing and strands of hair fluttering in the wake. Unable to halt, Gao Shiyun's car crashed directly into a nearby utility pole. The pole fell, denting the roof of the vehicle. Chapter 39, National Idol 9. Gao Shiyun was hospitalized. Although her injuries were not severe, she would remain admitted for the time being. Chu Zheng, as the individual involved, was summoned to provide a statement, yet she had done nothing wrong, even if she had previously acted against Gao Shiyun. It was merely self-defense. The car had been driven by Gao Shiyun herself, and the collision with the pole was solely her fault. The fallen pole could only be deemed an unfortunate accident. Gao Shiyun had no grounds to implicate Chu Zheng, leaving her to begrudgingly accept the consequences. How infuriating! Gao Shiyun vented her frustrations in the hospital room, while the life assistant dared not utter a word. "Find out who that wretched girl is," Gao Shiyun shouted at the assistant. The assistant meekly acknowledged her command and seized the opportunity to exit the room. Since the police had already taken statements and retained records, the assistant quickly uncovered Chu Zheng's information. Gao Shiyun perused the details, a cold smirk forming on her lips. A minor actress barely known beyond the fringes of the industry dared to oppose her. Moreover, Sujio, that individual, had even crossed paths with her. She would not let this go unpunished. Chu Zheng, was it? Just wait. Ouch, it hurts. Bring me a doctor. Summon the doctor. The life assistant fled in a cold sweat, hastily summoning the doctor to alleviate the wrath of Gao Shiyun. Meanwhile, "Hello, may I inquire if you are Mr. Sujio?" Sujio gazed at the impeccably dressed man before him, adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles, feeling somewhat perplexed, yet he obediently nodded. "Yes. Greetings, I am Peiyu. From this day forth, I shall be your manager." Sujio was taken aback, his expression laden with hesitation and confusion. "Manager? Has the company reassigned my manager?" The name Peiyu rang a bell, but he could not quite place it. Peiyu adjusted his glasses and clarified, "I am not a manager from Xingyao Entertainment." Sujio was even more bewildered. After a moment of contemplation, he furrowed his brow and cautiously inquired, "Then who are you?" Peiyu offered a polite smile. "Do you not wish to invite me in for a discussion, Mr. Su?" Sujio hesitated for a moment before stepping aside. "Please, come in." Peiyu surveyed the room, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He had never managed an artist in such dire circumstances. "I have seen Mr. Su's work. It possesses a certain charm, and your acting is commendable. If it were not for Xingyao's suppression, you would have already achieved fame far and wide." Peiyu selected a seat, and Sujio poured him a glass of water. Upon hearing his words, Sujio could not help but smile wryly. "As someone with no power or influence, what can I possibly do?" Peiyu did not dispute this. "It is the prevailing circumstance. I have a question I wish to pose to you, Mr. Su." Sujio nodded. "Why do you aspire to enter the entertainment industry?" Sujio's eyelashes fluttered as he met Peiyu's gaze and replied slowly, "I enjoy acting." This was his dream. Unfortunately, Dreams often falter in the face of reality. The youth's eyes shimmered with light, embodying a steadfast dedication to his dreams and beliefs. Peiyu appeared quite pleased with this answer, extending his hand. Then let us embark on this collaboration with joy. Su Jiu remained unmoved. Mr. Pei, I am an artist under Xingyao. I have several years left on my contract. By the time it ends, the opportunity for a resurgence may have long passed. Why? How could such a fortuitous turn of events fall upon me? You are worth this price, Pei remarked. At present, you need only to make a choice. Follow me, and I will ensure your name resonates across the land. Refuse me, and consider it as though I never graced your presence today. Su Jiu's hands, clasped before him, tightened slightly. You have already sent lawyers to Xingyao. Are you so certain I will not refuse? Peiyu smiled faintly, silent, resembling a cunning old fox with victory assured. Su Jiu inhaled deeply. Such an opportunity was impossible to decline. Peiyu then slid a contract across the table. Here is the agreement. Any unsatisfactory clauses can be amended. Su Jiu quickly scanned the document, noting that every term favored him. Such a contract was virtually unheard of in this industry. Mr. Pei, may I inquire who sent you here? Mr. Su, you will naturally discover the answer when you meet my employer, Peiyu replied. Su Jiu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. If I sign this contract, will your employer compel me to undertake tasks I would rather not? Peiyu assured him. Rest easy, Mr. Su. That will not happen. Su Jiu clutched the contract tightly, his heart in turmoil over the opportunity presented before him. He resolved to take a gamble. Should he lose, he would merely leap from one pit to another. Yet, if fortune favored him, with fingers as delicate as jade, Su Jiu lifted his pen and inscribed his name upon the contract. The flowing characters of Su Jiu radiated a sharp brilliance, incongruous with his seemingly gentle demeanor. Peiyu's gaze lingered on the signature for a few seconds before he extended his hand again. May our collaboration be fruitful. The young man spoke softly. I will trouble you in the future, Mr. Pei. Just call me Yugu, he replied. Here is your upcoming schedule. Take a look. The new apartment will be ready for you to move in a couple of days. Gather your essentials, and I will arrange for someone to assist with the move. Su Jiu. This is undoubtedly a premeditated scheme. Meanwhile, Chu Zheng proceeded leisurely with the filming. Thanks to her investment, the production team had acquired numerous enhancements and raised their standards significantly. Over the past few days, Lu Man had been unusually quiet, disappearing after filming wrapped. Not wishing to disturb Chu Zheng, she made no effort to seek her out. Main task, please acquire a company within 10 days. Chu Zheng. Is it a matter of throwing money at the acquisition? Indeed, the more capital, the better. We are not short on funds. Best of luck, sister. Chu Zheng. Acquiring a company is not so simple. She resolved to first find a capable team to assist her, thereby minimizing complications. By the time she secured a competent team, 3 days had elapsed, during which Peiyu called her. Miss Gu, Xingyao has imposed an exorbitant penalty for breach of contract. And I possess another contract that raises my suspicions of forgery, though I lack concrete evidence. How much? 80 million. An 80 million penalty. While there may be higher sums in the entertainment industry, for an artist who has been shelved, existing beyond the limelight, and devoid of popularity, this sum is undeniably astronomical. Chu Zheng coldly inquired, is it Xingyao? Yes, there was something peculiar in that tone. Upon ending the call, Chu Zheng turned to her newly assembled team and declared, acquire Xingyao Entertainment. The team leader responded, but, boss, we weren't discussing Xingyao earlier. Besides, Xingyao Entertainment is thriving. How can we acquire it? Actually, we do have the financial means to make it happen, Wang Zhihao timidly interjected. It would be more efficient to do it all at once. Wang Zhihao fell silent, fearing that the young lady might suggest an even more ambitious plan. If it can be done, that would be splendid. It knew. What is wrong with spending money? Having wealth truly allows for boundless freedom, oh young lady. I wish I could switch to a different young lady next door. I've heard she is gentle and kind, with a knack for spending. It too desires such a young lady. Chapter 40, National Idol, 10. The acquisition of Xingyao was not a straightforward endeavor, as the company was in a profitable state. Chu Zheng invested considerable sums of money before the opposing party finally acquiesced. The team responsible for the acquisition was enveloped in astonishment. Which prodigal heir from a prestigious family is this? Indeed, they are their employers, too afraid to express their discontent openly, resorting instead to whispered complaints. Peiyu was somewhat taken aback. Previously, he had vehemently asserted that he was not the agent of Xingyao, yet turned around to find himself entangled with them. Oh, life. One can never predict what the next moment may bring. In the later stages of Phoenix Queen, exterior filming was underway. Chu Zheng departed with the crew, embarking on a journey that would last nearly 2 months. "Let go," she exclaimed, shaking her hands and casting a glance toward the men's restroom. Today was the wrap party. As an investor and the second female lead, her presence was imperative. After drying her hands, her phone suddenly vibrated in her pocket, an incoming call from Sujio. Upon answering, she was met with strange static followed by a man's lecherous voice. Glancing once more at the men's restroom, she confirmed that the sound emanating from her phone echoed that of the restroom. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence? "Miss, if you don't go in soon, it will be over. What are you contemplating?" "Hurry," Wang Zhi urged anxiously. Chu Zheng replied, "Do I really have to save this? What does it have to do with me? This is the men's restroom. Of course it's you. If you don't intervene, how will you earn your Good Samaritan card? Onward for the Good Samaritan card." Chu Zheng sighed in exasperation. Why is this so bothersome? Just a bunch of weaklings. Before their dark transformation, those young men must have been quite feeble. If they possessed any real strength, would they need to resort to such measures? Such ignorance. The restroom was empty. However, a commotion erupted from one of the stalls. Approaching the stall, she tugged at the door, but it wouldn't budge. Stepping back, she inhaled deeply, raised her leg, and kicked. Bang! The door of the compartment was forcefully kicked open, colliding with the man inside, who, though somewhat handsome, glared in anger, questioning who dared to disrupt his affairs. To his surprise, he found a young girl standing outside, momentarily taken aback. Seizing this opportunity, Chu Zheng stepped forward and delivered another kick, pushing him aside while effortlessly pulling Sujio out. In her hand, Sujio clutched a sharp knife that seemed to have appeared from nowhere, nearly stabbing Chu Zheng. Startled, her hand trembled, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. The young boy's expression was one of panic. His eyes slightly reddened, and his lips, bitten until they bled, painted a vivid contrast of crimson against his pallid skin. "Who are you?" the man exclaimed as he rose. "Mind your own damn business." Chu Zheng bent down to retrieve the knife, advancing toward him, causing the man to retreat in fear. "What do you intend to do?" he stammered as he fell back onto the toilet, his expression devoid of emotion while the girl raised the knife, aiming it toward his inner thigh. Alarmed, the man instinctively spread his legs, and the blade struck the toilet lid perfectly. Meeting the man's terrified gaze, Chu Zheng warned, "If you cannot manage your third leg properly, I shall assist you next time." The man dared not exhale, overwhelmed by the intimidating aura that radiated from her. "Strip," she commanded. The man, seemingly paralyzed by fear, remained still. Chu Zheng withdrew the knife and plunged it down once more, her tone colder than before. "Strip. Strip. Strip. I'll strip." Chu Zheng led Sujio out of the restroom, discarding the man's clothing and phone into the trash bin. She washed her hands and turned to look at Sujio, whose complexion was ashen, gripping her clothes tightly, her fingertips tinged with a bluish hue. "Where's Peiyu?" Upon hearing the sound, Sujio turned her doe-like eyes towards Chu Zheng. The youth resembled a soulless doll, exquisite yet devoid of vitality, quietly gazing at her. Chu Zheng dialed Peiyu's number, who hurried over. "Mr. Gu, what has happened?" Peiyu glanced at Sujio. "Sujio, didn't you just go to the restroom? How did you encounter your boss?" "Something felt amiss. Why bring him here?" Chu Zheng inquired. "To attend a gathering," Peiyu replied, utterly bewildered. He glanced towards the restroom, seemingly grasping the situation. "Mr. Gu, it's my oversight." He had thought that a mere trip to the restroom wouldn't lead to significant trouble, yet here they were. Over the past 2 months, he had been accompanying Sujio and had to admit that he was quite clever and exceptionally suited for acting. However, that face was too striking. Whether it was women or men, without a formidable background, he would undoubtedly struggle to navigate this circle, with the worst fate being reduced to someone else's plaything. There would be no next time. Each instance required her to rescue him. It was exhausting. No next time. No next time. The boss had spoken. He wouldn't dare involve him in such events again. Only after Chu Zheng departed did Peiyu breathe a slight sigh of relief. This young master. From which prominent family did he emerge? "Sujio, are you all right?" Peiyu asked, glancing at her. Sujio, in a daze, shook her head and after a moment, grasped Peiyu's arm, her voice slightly hoarse. "Is the person behind you her?" "Indeed." Peiyu perused the contact list while remarking, "Sujio, do not offend her. You must understand that in this circle, she is the only one who can provide you with support." After verifying that the restroom situation was manageable, Peiyu swiftly resolved the matter. The details of their conversation eluded Su Zheng, and gradually, the apartment descended into silence. The phrase, "She is the only one who can provide you with support," echoed incessantly in Su Zheng's mind. Unlike those who came before, the gaze she cast upon herself resembled that of an object, devoid of any desire, frigid and unyielding. Yet, if she harbored no desire for herself, why should she? Su Zheng lowered her gaze to her phone, watching as the screen flickered between brightness and darkness. After a while, she opened her call log to the last dialed number. At that moment, the man had entered unexpectedly. With her phone tucked away, she could not retrieve it. She had merely attempted to press a button, inadvertently initiating a call. Had she come specifically to rescue her? No. How could she have fortuitously been there? This was not a conspiracy theory. It was simply a product of her experience, rendering her wary of trusting others indiscriminately. Su Zheng dialed Peiyu's number. "Brother Yu, may I inquire why Mr. Gu was present there today?" "Oh, Mr. Gu's drama had just wrapped up, and the wrap party was taking place there." "Why do you ask?" "Nothing, just curious. Was it merely a coincidence?" "Very well, take care of yourself. Tomorrow, I will arrange for a bodyguard for you. Such incidents will not recur." Peiyu offered a few words of caution before hanging up. Su Zheng collapsed onto her bed, the fractured light from the crystal chandelier reflecting in her eyes. Resembling blooming crystal flowers, luminous and translucent, yet devoid of soul. He raised his phone only to lower it again, repeatedly. His slender fingers delicately tapped the screen to open the messaging interface, slowly composing a few words, only to swiftly erase them. He typed, deleted, typed, deleted. After several iterations, Su Zheng ultimately sent only 2 words, "Thank you." One could only wonder how Su Zheng felt upon receiving those 3 characters. But it was clear that the sentiment was not favorable. At that moment, it would be prudent to offer some words of comfort and engage in further conversation to foster familiarity, thereby earning some goodwill. A curt response was hardly appropriate. Even if the other party wished to converse, they would be left at a loss for words. Was this serious? How could the young lady commit such a heartless and inhumane act? This young lady was utterly inhuman, quite terrifying. The system felt utterly exhausted, yearning to swap for another, wishing to consult the neighboring system about the existence of such a person. It longed for the soothing presence of a gentler soul next door. As for the troublesome matter of publicity, she had no interest in it. The production team had little leverage over her, and fortunately, she was merely the second female lead, not the protagonist. To maintain suspense, the team had no choice but to withhold all information related to the second female lead until the very end. Very well. More expenses are on the horizon, she mused, contemplating the treacherous landscapes and harsh environments that lay ahead, which netizens had dubbed the Star Torture Show. But this is not my fault. I have no lack of money. Perhaps it is you who have miscalculated. Wang Zhihao offered suggestions to Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng, not reserved at all. Such a trivial amount of money has bought you off. Is there no ambition? Sister, I have told you that wealth enables one to act as they please. Wang Zhihao was quite smug. Wang Zhihao teaches you how to live. Ha. Chu Zheng blocked Wang Zhihao. It was utterly annoying. Having money cannot compare to being skilled. She was not wrong. By the time Chu Zheng arrived, 2 or 3 artists had already gathered. Another arrived. Who is it? Curiosity piqued. Someone craned their neck. Prior to filming, they were unaware of who would attend. The car door swung open, and a girl dressed in light casual attire stepped out, elegantly shutting the door behind her, her movement seemingly accompanied by special effects, exuding a captivating charm. I don't recognize her. Do you? No, I don't. The 3 artists present all claimed not to know her. Is she a newcomer? She looks quite attractive. The production team occasionally invites newcomers, as familiar faces can lead to aesthetic fatigue. Introducing a new face, whether controversial or otherwise, often stimulates the audience's interest. Following the guidance, Chu Zheng approached the table to collect her designated folder. After the photographer departed, someone stepped forward to introduce themselves. However, even after the introduction, they remained unacquainted. The 3 artists present had some renown, and while Chu Zheng had not encountered them, she had heard their names. They exchanged simple greetings. The trio soon realized that Chu Zheng had no intention of forging connections and wandered off to converse among themselves. Who is she? Why such an air? One artist expressed dissatisfaction. They are, after all, seniors. When newcomers encounter their predecessors, it is only fitting to show the respect that is due, rather than seeking to ingratiate oneself. I just inquired with the director, and it seems that sponsorship has been discreetly introduced. Is this true? The three exchanged glances, indicating their understanding. The funds of the production team do not simply descend from the heavens. Subsequently, a few more artists arrived, and upon meeting, they quickly became a lively group. However, it was evident that there was a distinct camaraderie among them. Chu Zheng sat alone beneath a sunshade, resting her chin on her hand, her expression indifferent as she observed the commotion. In the distance, a vehicle approached, and as Chu Zheng lifted her gaze, she was unexpectedly met with the familiar sight of Lu Manman. Lu Manman seemed equally surprised to find Chu Zheng there, her expression momentarily awkward, but she quickly composed herself. What was there to fear from a mere Gu Chu Zheng? Yet another unfamiliar face? There seems to be an abundance of newcomers this episode. Some artists complained, as they had worked hard to gain entry, only to be met with a wave of new faces. Lu Manman bypassed Chu Zheng entirely, sweet-talking the other artists to elevate their spirits, thus diminishing her own presence. Finally, two artists arrived simultaneously. The door of the vehicle opened, revealing a man dressed in a suit, stepping out as if he had just emerged from a grand castle, radiating an aura of elegance and nobility. Wow, it's the acclaimed actor Xie Zhou. The female artists gasped in astonishment. Chu Zheng understood why Lu Manman was present. Xie Zhou was her benefactor. With his striking looks, wealth, and exceptional acting skills, every project he participated in became a classic. However, the young woman has quite a few suitors. Changing partners is as effortless as changing clothes. Yet, despite this, she remains the dream lover in the eyes of countless admirers. Xie Zhou is not only an artist, but also comes from an illustrious family. The entertainment company currently managed by Lu Manman is under the auspices of Xie Zhou's Phoenix Entertainment. Lu Manman's gaze towards Xie Zhou is imbued with a gentle tenderness, tinged with a secret pride. Nevertheless, Xie Zhou does not acknowledge her in the public eye. Hey, I say, you all, at least we are strikingly handsome. How can your eyes be solely on the esteemed actor Xie? The male artist jestingly complained. Xie Zhou, standing on a pedestal, naturally finds it difficult to mingle with this group, merely offering a faint greeting. However, his demeanor has won him the admiration of many. Chu Zheng feels a twinge of discontent. Why is it that her aloofness is deemed ungrateful and impolite? Is it merely because of his handsome visage? How shallow, how juvenile. Chapter 42, The National Idol, 12. Next, only the final vehicle remains. Everyone is curious about who will emerge last. The car slowly approaches, and, upon coming to a halt, the driver disembarks and opens the door. Long, slender legs gracefully extend from the vehicle, pristine white sneakers making contact with the ground. An instant silence envelopes the crowd. The youth in white resembles an angel descended from the heavens, surrounded by a shimmering aura that captivates the onlookers. If Xie Zhou embodies the archetype of a stoic male deity, then this boy in white is the epitome of charm, effortlessly evoking a sense of protectiveness in all. He is as exquisite as a finely crafted doll. A soft smile graces the corners of the boy's lips, and in that fleeting moment, one can almost hear the melody of spring's blossoming warmth. The photographer at Su Jiu's side was busy capturing moments, and once he concluded his work, Su Jiu cast a glance towards the crowd. In that fleeting moment, he spotted a girl seated apart from the throng. Her demeanor was cold, elegant, and noble, yet she exuded an air of aloofness that seemed to keep others at bay. The young man blinked in surprise. She had arrived as well. Ah, yes. She too was an artist. Do you not find him somewhat familiar? I too feel a sense of recognition, though I cannot quite place where I have seen him before. She is truly stunning. I wish I could embrace her. The term beautiful is not often deemed suitable for a male. Yet they found no better words to describe this exquisite youth, akin to an angel. He was the male lead in that immensely popular youth drama that had captivated audiences far and wide. Someone had already inquired about his name and discovered it, Su Jiu. The crowd gathered to take a closer look. Indeed, it was Su Jiu, and he seemed even more handsome than before. Wait, hadn't I heard he was in a period of obscurity? Ever since that youth drama became a sensation, there had been no news of him. It was evident he had been sidelined. Xing Yao is such a fool, to hide away such a promising talent. Has he lost his mind? How adorable he is. The soft murmur of discussions reached Su Jiu's ears as he surveyed the crowd, his expression remarkably gentle and docile, evoking a sense of tenderness that made others hesitate to intrude upon him. The director called everyone over, offering a few opening remarks before delving into the main agenda. With everyone present, he announced that they would be pairing off into groups, allowing for free team formation. There were a total of 8 artists in attendance, 4 men and 4 women. In addition to Chu Zheng and Lu Man, there is a sweet-looking girl named Feng Jiao, whose voice is soft and delicate, and another girl with a mature demeanor, Wei Jun. Among the boys, there are Su Jiao and Xie Zhou, accompanied by the scholarly Lu Yuxing, and finally, the carefree and sunny boy, Du Ming. Feng Jiao is the first to cast her gaze towards Su Jiao, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she extends an invitation. Su Jiao, would you like to be in my group? Su Jiao looks at her in confusion, his gaze drifting toward Chu Zheng, who appears indifferent in her observation of him. Their eyes meet, and Su Jiao's heart skips a beat as he hurriedly averts his gaze. Su Jiao thinks to himself, he does not wish to be in her group. Chu Zheng approaches the director, swiftly takes the grouping card, and hands it to Su Jiao with an air of authority. Su Jiao. Feng Jiao. Feng Jiao frowns at Chu Zheng, pouting in displeasure. Hey, what are you doing? Didn't you see I was forming a team with Su Jiao? Did he agree to it? I was still discussing it with him. What do you mean by this? Chu Zheng ignores her, pushing the card further towards Su Jiao. Su Jiao offers an apologetic smile to Feng Jiao. I think I'll join her. With the principal party expressing such a preference, and being utterly unable to resist the boy's charming smile, what choice does Feng Jiao have? She glares at Chu Zheng in frustration before storming off to team up with Lu Yuxing. Naturally, Lu Man pairs with Xie Zhou. In the end, only Du Ming and Wei Jun remain. With the teams formed, each group boards their designated vehicle to head to their destination, but it is not merely a straightforward journey. There are tasks to complete along the way. The director held 4 cards in his hands. You have 4 routes to choose from. The team that arrives first will receive a hint regarding tomorrow's task. The routes were similar, yet their conditions remained uncertain, relying solely on luck to determine which one they would draw. The director gestured for everyone to select a card. Su Jiao glanced at Chu Zheng, who encouraged him to proceed. Su Jiao approached and drew a card, revealing Route 3. The production team provided them with the route map, and they were required to drive themselves to the destination. As for who would drive, Chu Zheng had already taken the passenger seat, leaving Su Jiao to take the wheel. Throughout the journey, there were cameras capturing every moment, so Su Jiao refrained from conversing with Chu Zheng, resulting in nearly no interaction between them. The production team grew a tad anxious. With such a reticent duo, would there be any viewership? The photographer could not help but urge Chu Zheng and Su Jiao to engage with one another. Chu Zheng cast a glance at the photographer, turned away, and closed her eyes against the window. The photographer sighed in exasperation. Su Jiao smiled softly at the camera, diligently following the route. Perhaps fortune favored him. As the journey proceeded smoothly, after nearly half an hour, the car suddenly halted. What's wrong? Chu Zheng opened her eyes. We're out of fuel, Su Jiao replied. Chu Zheng felt as if he was toying with her. What do we do now? Su Jiao inquired, his gaze strikingly innocent, exuding an aura of harmlessness akin to a soft little bunny. Chu Zheng labeled him with 4 pretentious words. She exited the vehicle, prompting Su Jiao and the photographer to hastily follow suit. The vicinity was surrounded by towering skyscrapers, leaving no gas stations in sight. Main task, please spend 10 million within half an hour. Chu Zheng. A fool with too much money has come to offer his riches. With a glance around, Chu Zheng spotted a particularly large sign and made her way towards it. She strode confidently into the 4S dealership, causing the sales staff to hesitate in approaching her due to the imposing presence she exuded. A car worth 10 million was ready for the taking. Chu Zheng succinctly articulated her intent. What was she there for? To purchase a vehicle. The sales associate inadvertently echoed her query, to which Chu Zheng responded with indifference. The car was out of fuel, a scenario deliberately orchestrated to compel the artist to reach her destination through alternative means. The other 3 groups would encounter similar predicaments, designed to add intrigue and difficulty to the show. Little did they expect her to march directly into the dealership to buy a car. This maneuver. After so many episodes, they had yet to witness such a thing. Su Jiao tugged at Chu Zheng's sleeve. We needn't purchase a car. We can utilize other modes of transportation. Chu Zheng's expression remained unyielding. What a hassle. This money must be spent. Do I have a choice? Su Jiao. The film crew. Huh. Which little princess has come out to play? Chapter 43. National Idol, 13. By the time Chu Zheng arrived at her destination, Lu Man's group had already made it. However, upon seeing Chu Zheng's vehicle, Lu Man was visibly shaken. The car was evidently of considerable value, and soon after, Xie Zhou confirmed her suspicions, stating that one could not acquire such a car without 10 million. The production team certainly was not that generous. Nevertheless, Lu Man was not foolish. She recognized her current lack of standing and chose to wait for the next arrivals. Sure enough, Feng Jiao, who arrived shortly after, expressed her dissatisfaction immediately. Why is her car different from ours? Feng Jiao's voice was loud enough for everyone present to hear. The director quickly instructed all the photographers to turn off their cameras. Chu Zheng coldly uttered 3 words. I have money. Feng Jiao. Director. Do you intend to interfere with how I spend my own money? Feng Jiao. Director. The director was somewhat exasperated. Upon learning of her actions, he nearly lost his composure. Casually spending 10 million on a car, was she here to flaunt her wealth? However, according to the rules, there was indeed no prohibition against this. Well, there is no stipulation in our rules, so Gui's actions are permissible. The director felt a bit embarrassed. Feng Jiao widened her eyes. She is cheating. Chu Zheng crossed her arms. Spending my own money. How is that cheating? Who knows where your money comes from? Feng Jiao scoffed coldly. In any case, it is not from you. Chu Zheng replied expressionlessly. You cannot afford me. Uft. Du Ming, who was watching the spectacle, couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Casually spending 10 million is certainly beyond the means of an ordinary person. Feng Jiao was nearly driven to the brink of fury, and the director hurriedly intervened, attempting to calm her down. What a situation this is. Thus, Feng Jiao's uproar led to no resolution. However, her disdain for Chu Zheng only intensified. Everyone adhered to the rules. Why should she be allowed to disrupt them? Feng Jiao complained to Wei Jun. Indeed, there was no rule against it. If others choose to spend their own money on a car, they cannot interfere. Whose side are you on? Feng Jiao glared at Wei Jun. At such a young age, how could one possess so much wealth? Perhaps she has been taken under someone's wing. Standing nearby, Lu Yuxing gently reminded, let us refrain from such remarks. An artist who has never even been heard of outside the 18th tier, what worth could she possess? Feng Jiao, however, paid no heed to the comment. Wei Jun shrugged, offering no further commentary, and Lu Yuxing fell silent as well. Feng Jiao, feeling indignant, huffed and moved aside. Indeed, seek for yourself. If the villagers consent to your stay, then you may reside here. If not, I regret to inform you that you shall have to sleep outdoors. Chu Zheng had no intention of seeking the villagers. She planned to spend the night outside. Yet, Su Jiao scampered over with excitement, exclaiming, I have found us a place to stay. It's just over there. Chu Zheng responded with a look of disbelief. Su Jiao, relying on his deceptively charming visage, had secured accommodation with a villager who warmly invited them inside, treating Su Jiao as though he were his own son. Chu Zheng thought to herself, this is nothing but a deception, a gathering of superficial individuals. As for Su Jiao, she found it difficult to articulate her feelings. There was something about him that seemed insincere. The villagers arranged rooms for them, and after wrapping up their shoot, the filming crew concluded for the day, planning to return the following morning. Chu Zheng had no particular preferences regarding where to sleep, casually tidying up before retiring to bed, embodying a spirit of acceptance. In the dead of night, a gentle knocking echoed at the door, so faint that had Chu Zheng been in a deep slumber, she likely would not have heard it. She covered her ears with the blanket, intending to ignore it. Yet, the persistent knocking continued, growing increasingly irksome. Frustrated, she thought to herself, enough. I shall go see who it is. With that, Chu Zheng rose from her bed and opened the door. The youth stood outside, clutching a pillow, as the moonlight cascaded upon him, elongating his shadow into a pitiful silhouette. What is it? Chu Zheng's voice cut through the air, icy and tinged with frost. I feel a bit scared, Su Jiao murmured softly. Oh, your fear is of no concern to me. Chu Zheng replied with an impassive expression, shutting the door with a fierce warning. Do not knock on my door again. Left outside, Su Jiao blinked and knocked once more. A thud echoed as something struck the door, producing a dull sound. Then, the girl's cold voice pierced through the door, carried by the night breeze to his ears. Knock again, and I shall end you. Su Jiao remained silent. He stood there for a moment, the stillness within the room unnerving him. Was she truly not doing this for herself? Then why the pretense? He tightened his grip around the pillow, realizing that he had acted impulsively today. If she had allowed him in, what would he have faced? The following day, when Su Jiao awoke, the world outside was still shrouded in a hazy twilight. He leaned over the balcony, peering down into the mist, where someone sat in the courtyard. Lost in thought, he pondered the nature of this enigmatic girl. Once the staff departed, the girl suddenly lifted her gaze towards him, prompting Su Jiao to swiftly crouch down. Only after settling did he realize the absurdity of his hiding. Cautiously, he rose to look again, but the courtyard was now deserted. As the sun ascended, Photographers began to arrive, bringing with them the tasks for the day. They were to scour the village for sufficient supplies to equip them for survival on the mountain 2 days hence. The supplies are all located within the village, obtainable through assisting the villagers or engaging in games. Xie Zhou and Lu Man were the first group to arrive, acquiring a clue and subsequently securing a piece of equipment. Other teams gradually followed suit. Only Chu Zheng remained seated in the courtyard, showing no intention of moving. "Aren't we going to take action?" Su Jiao inquired softly from the side. "It's troublesome. She can manage a night without equipment. There's no need for such alarm. However, without gear. How will we proceed with the subsequent recordings? I've heard it gets quite chilly on the mountain. One could fall ill." Chu Zheng cast a glance at him, prompting Su Jiao to immediately don a sweet smile, his lovely eyes seemingly conveying the words, "I am obedient." "Then you should go search," Chu Zheng icily retorted. The photographer was left speechless, pondering how this group could be so daunting, especially in contrast to Xia Yingdi's team, which radiated perfect chemistry and was filled with captivating moments. This group, he found himself at a loss for words, his emotions tangled. Chapter 44, National Idol, 14. Typically, locations with equipment bear markings. Upon discovering such marks, one can inquire further. Su Jiao located a villager who requested his assistance in drying grain. Although Su Jiao's life was not particularly easy, he had never engaged in strenuous labor. Drying grain under the scorching sun made his skin burn with discomfort. Who? Su Jiao paused to catch his breath, releasing the rake from his grasp, his palms marked with numerous red welts, captured in a close-up by the photographer. The youth's fair face flushed a vibrant red, sweat trickling down his cheeks, evoking a sense of pity that tugged at the heartstrings. Even the photographer hesitated, gently suggesting, "Would you like to take a break? I can stop recording. After all, it would be edited later. A polished beginning and end would suffice." The young man flashed a faint smile, replying, "It's fine. I can endure." Suddenly, the rake in his hands was snatched away, leaving the photographer momentarily stunned as he swiftly redirected the camera. A girl, wearing a straw hat she must have acquired from some villager, regarded the boy with a cool demeanor. Before he could utter a word, she tossed him a bottle of water, removed her hat, placed it atop his head, and forcefully pulled him aside to resume his previous task. The fluidity of her movements suggested a well-rehearsed routine, leaving the photographer in awe. Just moments ago, this girl had seemed disinterested. How had she suddenly become so proactive? Chu Zheng's pace surpassed the boy's significantly, and she quickly completed the task, retrieving the equipment. Unlike other teams who expressed their joy through laborious efforts, she merely cast a cursory glance before tossing it to Su Jiao. Holding the gear, Su Jiao touched the hat atop his head and inquired with concern, "Are you hot?" "Next," she replied. Su Jiao was taken aback, as was the photographer. Subsequently, Chu Zheng acquired a full set of equipment with remarkable speed, leaving the photographer astounded. Engaging in either labor or gaming is physically demanding, compounded by the need for coordination during filming, yet this girl displayed no signs of fatigue. Indeed, she was a sleeper who, once awakened, astonished all. Thus, while everyone else was tirelessly searching for equipment the next day, Chu Zheng spent the day resting at a villager's home. By the third day, they gathered together. "Wow, Xia Yingdi is incredible. Almost everything has been found." Feng Jiao nestled beside Lu Man, gazing dreamily at the esteemed actor, Xia Yingdi. It was evident that Xia Yingdi was indeed remarkable. Du Ming let out a whistle, remarking that one could hardly compare themselves to Xia Yingdi. Lu Man, slightly embarrassed, chuckled softly. "Have you all seen Su Jiao?" Feng Jiao suddenly recalled the young man, turning her head to inquire. "No," came the reply. This village, while not overly large, had seen everyone crossing paths in recent days, yet neither Su Jiao nor Chu Zheng had been encountered. Could it be that they had not participated? That seemed unlikely, especially with the upcoming activities on the mountain. How could they manage without proper gear? Indeed, another voice echoed. "These past few days have been exhausting. I've never felt this fatigued, even during military training." As Feng Jiao began to enlighten her friends about Chu Zheng's privileged connections, she noticed a group of individuals approaching from a distance. Feng Jiao paused to observe. Chu Zheng was carrying a backpack that towered to her waist, despite its weight. It appeared almost weightless in her grasp. Su Jiao followed closely beside her, carrying a small bag, exuding an air of obedience. The scene was unexpectedly endearing. Lu Man's eyes narrowed slightly. They indeed possessed equipment. She glanced at Feng Jiao, noting the latter's troubled expression, yet a hint of a smile lingered on her lips. Over the past 2 days, Lu Manman had encountered Feng Jiao twice and had enjoyed some meaningful conversations during their breaks. Now that everyone is here, the director clapped his hands. We shall proceed to the mountain. Director. Feng Jiao stepped forward, pointing at Chu Zheng with suspicion. Where did her equipment come from? All equipment is obtained through tasks or games completed by the villagers, the director explained. Then how come we haven't seen her around the village? Feng Jiao questioned, skeptical. On the very first day, Teacher Gu had already gathered all the necessary equipment. The director inquired, are there any questions? The crowd responded with incredulity. How is that possible? They had toiled for 2 days to gather such supplies, and there were still some items unaccounted for. How could she possibly collect everything in just 1 day? Even Xie Zhou had taken 2 days to assemble his gear. But why? With a hint of frustration, Feng Jiao cast a glare at Chu Zheng. The ascent required everyone to carry their own equipment, and while Chu Zheng and Su Jiu lagged behind, the rest of the group appeared somewhat fatigued. Once they reached the mountain, everyone collapsed in exhaustion. It was imperative to set up the tents before nightfall. The director reminded them that the team who erected their tent first would be rewarded with a sumptuous dinner. A collective groan echoed through the group. Yet for the sake of avoiding a night spent outdoors and the allure of dinner, they pressed on to pitch their tents. Su Jiu found a clear patch of ground, unpacked their belongings, and began the arduous task of setting up the tent. These artists, accustomed to a life of luxury, were largely inexperienced in such practical endeavors, resulting in a scene of utter chaos. Chu Zheng observed Su Jiu's struggles from the sidelines. After some time, Su Jiu, exasperated, glanced over for assistance. Miss, please, be a good person and lend a hand, she implored, her inner voice echoing a plea for help. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zheng rose and deftly pulled her aside, swiftly assembling the tent in a matter of moments, drawing gasps of astonishment from the other teams. What's so impressive about that? Feng Jiao sneered, continuing her own tent setup. The others, after a few glances, dispersed. The second team to finish was Xie Zhou, and with Lu Manman now experienced, she immediately began assisting the others. As the final tents were erected, the group, led by Chu Zheng, was rewarded with a sumptuous dinner, while the others were left to devise their own means of satisfying their hunger. After the day's filming concluded, Chu Zheng sat in front of her tent, idly tapping a stick against the ground. Su Jiu settled cross-legged beside her, remarking, "You seem to possess an uncanny ability to excel at everything." The stick paused momentarily before she replied nonchalantly, The stars twinkled above, and the night breeze rustled through the grass, creating a gentle sound. Su Jiu nervously fidgeted with his fingers and asked, Gu, I have a question. Ask away. Why do you hold me in such high regard? To make you believe I am a good person, Chu Zheng replied, twisting her wrist to point the stick at him. Am I a good person? Su Jiu was taken aback. Is it common practice to directly inquire if one is a good person? The conversation stalled, and Su Jiu, feeling awkward, rubbed his neck and said, I think I'll head in to rest. Chapter 45, National Idol, 15. After sitting for a while, Chu Zheng rose to the side to get some fresh air. Gu Chu Zheng. Lu Manman called her name from a short distance away, her tone neither too loud nor too soft. Is there something you need? I would like to have a word with you, Lu Manman replied. Let us go over there. I don't want to, Chu Zheng declined, feeling too lazy to move that far. Before she could react, Lu Manman suddenly cried out and stumbled backward. The people in the distance heard the commotion and rushed over, asking, what happened? Is everything all right? Feng Jiao and Wei Jun helped Lu Manman to her feet, who appeared visibly distressed as she reproached Chu Zheng. Even if you refuse to lend something, must you display such a temper? Chu Zheng retorted. Is it truly acceptable for someone to act on a whim without offering a moment's consideration? Where was your fervor during filming? The esteemed actor, Xie, seemed to suggest that it was she who had pushed Manman. Feng Jiao quickly reported, I merely wished to borrow some mosquito repellent from her, yet she refused and... Lu Manman hesitated, struggling to find the right words. The other teams lacked mosquito repellent. Only Chu Zheng, who had received it as a reward for being the first to gather all the equipment, possessed any, a fact well known to all. Lu Manman had no issue in seeking the repellent, but her initial intention was clearly not to borrow it. Rather, it stemmed from Chu Zheng's refusal to engage in conversation with her, prompting this sudden pretext. The speed at which Lu Manman concocted such a ruse was indeed remarkable. This charming young lady ought to pursue a role in a palace intrigue drama, for her cunning is worthy of an award. She must be crowned the champion of such schemes. Immediate arrangements must be made. Do not overthink it, dear lady. They have already imposed upon you. Chu Zheng, how could you push someone? Feng Jiao interjected. I did not. There are only the two of you here. Who else could it be if not you? Herself. Huh. Feng Jiao chuckled in disbelief. Are you suggesting that Man pushed herself? What would prompt her to do such a thing? Chu Zheng, wearing a serious expression, replied, perhaps she is simply foolish. Never mind. Lu Man spoke softly. Perhaps Miss Gu was simply in a foul mood. I bear her no ill will. Man, not only did she push you, but she also berated you. Are you truly willing to forgive her? No, an apology is imperative. Feng Jiao not only disagreed, but also pulled Xie Zhou into the fray. Xie, you can't just stand by and let her bully someone, can you? Xie Zhou replied. Miss Gu, perhaps you should consider offering an apology. He directed his gaze toward Chu Zheng, having scarcely paid her any heed in recent days. Merely perceiving her as somewhat aloof and reclusive, Chu Zheng remained silent for a moment, lost in thought. When one errs, one must apologize. With Xie Zhou's support, Feng Jiao stood tall. Miss Gu, even if you refuse to lend mosquito repellent, there's no need for hostility. We are all young ladies and should look out for one another, Wei Jun added. It's not a grave matter. A simple apology will suffice. With the esteemed Xie Zhou voicing his opinion, the others naturally concurred. Moreover, through the subtle insinuations of Lu Man over the past few days, it is likely that many believe Chu Zheng to be a kept woman. Chu Zheng touched her wrist and, under the scrutiny of the crowd, swiftly seized Lu Man. Lu Man fell to the ground once more. You claim I pushed you? Then let it be so. What of it? Can you strike me? Chu Zheng turned and departed, denying them any opportunity to retaliate. Chu Zheng, you are utterly unreasonable. Feng Jiao's voice echoed from afar. Was her previous remark truly an apology? It was evidently a taunt, and she even shoved Lu Man in front of Xie Zhou. Has she lost her mind? Man, are you all right? I'm fine. Lu Man feigned distress as she rose, deliberately acting as though in great pain. The tents were allocated one by one, a distribution that seemed somewhat unreasonable, considering the distinctions between genders. However, Xie Zhou expressed no dissent, and others were reluctant to voice their opinions. Thus they had to make do with the arrangement. Upon entering the tent, Chu Zheng found Sujio curled in a corner, clutching a blanket. At the sound of her entrance, he shrank even further into the shadows. Chu Zheng laid down directly. Sujio cast cautious glances at her. The tent was enveloped in a hushed stillness. After a moment of fidgeting, Sujio quietly inquired, what happened outside just now? Nothing much. He had refrained from stepping out as it was not his concern, yet he distinctly heard someone outside calling her name in a fit of anger. It must have been related to her. Their previous proximity had been less than half a meter apart. Sujio lay flat for a while, then turned on her side, her peripheral vision catching an unexpected sense of tension. She attributed this unease to a fear of what she might do to him. In a state of anxiety, he slipped into slumber. As the night deepened and silence cloaked the campsite, Sujio sensed a warmth beside her, her mind clouded. Suddenly, it struck her. She seemed to be holding someone. There were only two individuals in the tent. Sujio's mind erupted in chaos as she abruptly shoved Chu Zheng away and recoiled to the side. Chu Zheng opened his eyes, irritated. What are you doing? It's the middle of the night. Why are you making such a fuss? What on earth are you doing? Sujio gritted her teeth in response. I did nothing, he retorted. Chu Zheng sat up, calmly stating the facts. You rolled over and clung to me without letting go. Impossible. Sujio countered vehemently. How could he possibly have rolled over and held her so tightly? Chu Zheng felt around and, upon locating his phone, activated a feature and handed it to her. Look for yourself. Chu Zheng felt a twinge of impatience, overwhelmed by fatigue and yearning for sleep. Sujio hesitantly took the phone, which was poised to play a video. As he pressed play, his face gradually flushed, ultimately feeling the device's heat radiate against his skin, compelling him to quickly shut it off, his ears burning with embarrassment. He had always slept alone, unaware of the peculiar habit that emerged when he drifted into slumber. I'm sorry, Sujio stammered, hastily covering his head with the blanket. He reached up to touch his blazing cheeks, a whirlwind of confusion and strange emotions swirling within him, leaving his thoughts in disarray. His hand instinctively moved to his heart, which seemed to be racing. Just moments ago, upon waking, his cheek had brushed against her skin, feeling the delicate yet fervent warmth. What are you thinking, Sujio? He scolded himself, shaking his head in an effort to regain composure. Sleep. Do not dwell on it. Chapter 46, National Idol, 16. Sujio found it impossible to sleep, lying awake until dawn. Upon hearing sounds from outside, he immediately got up and ventured out. During the subsequent filming, he could not bring himself to look at Chu Zheng, yet she behaved as if nothing had transpired, going about her business as usual. Lu Miaman had twisted her ankle, and Xie Zhou initially intended to take her to the hospital, but she insisted on finishing the shoot first. Her dedication only heightened the group's fondness for her. The filming on the mountain involved completing various tasks, such as foraging for food to prepare a meal, in addition to engaging in games. After 2 days, the shooting concluded, and their respective managers awaited them at the base of the mountain. Peiyu came personally to pick up Sujio. Was that really Peiyu? Du Ming was taken aback. He is the agent of Sujio? What is Sujio's background? It has been ages since Peiyu took on a newcomer, hasn't it? And isn't Xiangdi? As Du Ming spoke, he fell silent, realizing that Xie Zhou was indeed an artist nurtured by Peiyu. However, at that time, Xie Zhou's identity had not been revealed. And in the early stages, Xie Zhou relied solely on his own abilities without the support of his family, with Peiyu playing a significant role in his rise to fame. Peiyu had single-handedly elevated him to stardom, and no artist emerging from Peiyu's tutelage could surpass Xie Zhou. It has been a while. Xie Zhou greeted Peiyu proactively. Mr. Xie, long time no see. Peiyu replied with a polite nod. Did you not say you would not take on newcomers? Xie Zhou glanced at Sujio. Mr. Xie, you seem to have misremembered. What I meant was that I would not be taking on newcomers from Huangfei Entertainment. Xie Zhou's eyes darkened slightly. Peiyu, if you come to Huangfei, I can offer you better resources. Mr. Xie, I do not require them, Peiyu replied, averting his gaze. President Gu. Chu Zheng approached alone, and Xie Zhou's frown deepened. President Gu? How come I was unaware of such a figure in the industry? Chu Zheng passed by Xie Zhou without a glance and directly got into the car behind her. Peiyu nodded. Mr. Xie, I must take my leave. Peiyu took Su Jiao and swiftly departed. Xie Zhou furrowed his brows and instructed his assistant, look into that Gu Chu Zheng. The assistant acknowledged and turned to leave. Xie Zhou called him back. Wait a moment. Also investigate that Su Jiao. The newly appointed president of Xing Yao Entertainment, Gu Chu Zheng. Xie Zhou examined the photograph in the file, his frown deepening further. Xie Zhou perused through all the materials. Her family background was unremarkable. So how could she ascend to the position of president at Xing Yao Entertainment? The illustrious Gu Chu Zheng? When Xie Zhou obtained the information on Chu Zheng, Huangfei Qingcheng had just premiered. Initially, the drama faced skepticism, yet to everyone's astonishment, viewership skyrocketed post-launch. Its presence became ubiquitous. Chu Zheng, who once had a meager following on Weibo, suddenly found herself inundated with a surge of fans. Wanzhong Hongchuan Luo found the goddess's Weibo. Haha, I'm the first. Luo Jin Wudo. The young lady portraying the general is so handsome. Does she need a girlfriend? One who can sing and keep her warm? Dai Dai Shang, GFA. She perfectly embodies the image of my ideal female general, absolutely stunning. Sending support to the young lady. Zhuing saw Qiuyu, eagerly anticipating the upcoming episodes. It's agonizing to wait. Huangfei Qingcheng became a phenomenal success. Although it was a web drama, it emerged as the most popular series of its time. Aside from Chu Zheng, the other characters, including Lu Manman, also garnered fame. It is a rare occurrence for a single drama to elevate so many individuals. Chu Zheng's fan base soared from a mere handful to millions, ultimately surpassing 10 million. Her character, devoid of any controversies and lacking romantic entanglements with the male lead, nonetheless captivated audiences. Even when the plot necessitated their connection, no sparks ignited. She remained devoted to her homeland, ultimately rescuing the female lead, an endearing role. Coupled with her authentic portrayal, it was only natural for her to achieve such prominence. Even a photo capturing her silhouette taken at the film city resurfaced on trending topics. Her attire made it effortlessly recognizable as the same individual. As this drama surged in popularity, a particular piece of news unexpectedly surfaced online. The general, played by the Phoenix consort, is suspected of being kept. Some viewers had already discerned this detail from the investment notes. Previously, investments were always attributed to companies. Yet this drama curiously bore the name of the actress portraying the second female lead. Li Nxing Ch. Surely this cannot be true? The young lady does not seem like that kind of person. HSHD Ing Jn. Is it even possible to enjoy a drama nowadays? It is maddening how every hot topic is scrutinized. D Ing Zhy. Clearly, it is the current generation of actresses who lack decorum. As public figures, should they not set a proper example? If she ascends through such means, it only encourages a detrimental trend. The online uproar was intense, prompting CHZH Ing to post on Weibo. Gu CHZH Ing V. I too wish to know who possesses such wealth to keep me. If you cannot uncover the truth, I might just hire someone to do so. The subject of the rumors stepped forward with such a bold statement, leaving many netizens bewildered. Seeing YN Chi Shu TOTO, so audacious. CHZH Ing's sweetheart. I believe in you, dear lady. You are certainly not that kind of person. YSHNZHI. To be honest, the lady does appear rather aloof. If I were wealthy, I might admire her, but I would not keep her. Today's affluent individuals often seek to indulge in the company of charming companions for their own pleasure. YNYYLing. It is disgusting how these baseless accusations are spread with such conviction. F. Ing Chi NWNZH. If she had not engaged in such behavior, why would anyone speak of it? Flies do not alight on an impenetrable egg. Have you all been saying that our young lady is being kept? Very well. Find the person who is supposedly keeping her. Mr. Gu. This matter certainly has some hired commenters stirring the pot. Should I arrange for some public relations on my end? Although Peiyu is not the manager of our boss, he feels compelled to show concern since our boss lacks a manager. No need. She is not being kept by anyone. What could this idle crowd possibly uncover? Do they genuinely wish to pay to hire someone for her? However, what surprised Chu Zheng was that someone indeed paid to hire a keeper for her. Chapter 47. National Idol 17. Chang Xiang-yi. Isn't this the concrete evidence you all were seeking? Look, there are photographs, and he is such an old man. TSK. Zhang Jianxing Qianli. An old geezer. This is too much. If it were a handsome man, I might have been able to accept it. Hu Wen and Shang Ta Gu Shang. Ha! With Gu Chu Zheng's background, how could she land a role without climbing onto someone's bed? What a laugh. The comments below were filled with unsightly remarks. After all, Chu Zheng's fans lacked cohesion. In light of this upheaval, the comment section was almost entirely filled with insults. People were merely following the trend, and they likely did not even grasp the entirety of the situation, as long as everyone was criticizing. The law does not punish the crowd. Chu Zheng scrolled through the comments, sipping her milk while earnestly scrutinizing the photograph. It was utterly hideous. Which scoundrel did this? Young lady, are you angry? Want to spend some money? Money can bring peace of mind. Chu Zheng reached for the knife on the table. I am going to deal with this scoundrel. Why resort to such violence when matters can be resolved with money? Must we not adhere to a philosophy of peace and positivity? Wang Xiaohua earnestly advised Chu Zheng, assigning her a task to cool down, leaving her with no time to harm others. Xuyun, that lipstick shade complements you beautifully. Gao Xuyun's complexion radiated health. Her smile was utterly dazzling, surrounded by her companions. Often referred to as her entourage. Choose whatever you like. It's on me, she declared generously, her spirits high today. What has you in such good spirits today, Sister Xuyun? Someone inquired. Gao Xuyun toyed with the lipstick in her hand, her smile enigmatic. Some people cannot rely on fortune for a lifetime. A few of her companions exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend her words. Suddenly, Gao Xuyun's gaze caught sight of something outside, her brows furrowing slightly, prompting her to rise and head out. Sister Xuyun, where are you going? They called after her. Gao Xuyun noticed someone entering a store ahead. She paused outside for a moment before straightening her posture and stepping inside. Miss Gao greeted the staff. Please, come in. This was an upscale boutique, where Gao Xuyun was a frequent patron. She strode in, exuding an air of authority, arms crossed and heels clicking assertively against the floor. Be cautious of the unsavory individuals you allow inside, she warned. The sales associate, initially bewildered, followed Gao Xuyun's gaze and quickly grasped that she was referring to a particular girl. Chu Zheng was holding a garment, handing it to the sales associate when Gao Xuyun approached and snatched the item away. Wrap it up. I'll take it. Chu Zheng calmly glanced at her before turning to select another piece. Gao Xuyun seized the moment once more, tossing the items to the sales associate, instructing, wrap it up. As Chu Zheng selected an item, Gao Xuyun snatched another. Chu Zheng, feeling the tension in her wrist, pivoted and swiftly removed an entire rack of clothing, hurling it atop Gao Xuyun. Gao Xuyun was unexpectedly overwhelmed, the garments obscuring her vision. In her flustered state, she stumbled, losing her balance and crashing to the ground. Chu Zheng seized the opportunity to heap more clothing upon her, bending down to restrain her, ensuring she would not rise. That scoundrel brought you here. It was obvious nothing good would come of it. The nearby sales associates were left in a daze, bewildered by Chu Zheng's audacity. What sort of behavior was this? Gao Xuyun's eyes blazed with fury as she bellowed. Chu Zheng, how dare you treat me this way? Release me. If you lay a finger on me, I guarantee you won't leave this place. Do you still want more? Chu Zheng inquired. Chu Zheng, let me go. Do you still want more? Chu Zheng tightened her grip on Gao Shuyun's arm. The latter felt as though her arm might snap, her face contorted in agony. It hurts so much. Let me go. Let me go. Someone pull this madwoman away. The last sentence was directed at the sales associates. Chu Zheng exuded an air of fierce determination, leaving the associates hesitant to intervene. I ask you again, do you still want more? In unbearable pain and devoid of assistance. Gao Shiyun dared not retort, her head shaking in a defeated manner amidst the heap of clothing. No, I don't want any more. Chu Zheng released her and crouched down, her expression grave. You arranged for someone to support me. Where is the person you promised to send? Do you not understand the importance of completing the entire act? Your lack of professionalism is appalling. Gao Shuyun clutched her immobilized arm, shivering at Chu Zheng's words. How did she know? The escalation of this incident is inextricably linked to Gao Shuyun. She dared to covet the one I fancied, brazenly offending me. She deserves this predicament. Gao Shuyun appeared utterly frightened, exclaiming, I cannot comprehend what you are saying. She enlisted a legion of online trolls and recruited top-tier experts to manipulate images, ensuring they were virtually indistinguishable from the originals. The enormity of this scandal is primarily orchestrated by her behind the scenes. Although she sought substantial evidence, she found herself devoid of leads in this regard. In the realm of the internet, the veracity of claims becomes irrelevant when a multitude of voices lend credence to them. By merely procuring sufficient online support to solidify the narrative, she could paint herself as the one being courted, and with further stratagems, surely she could not be thwarted. Gao Shuyun's plans were meticulously laid out. Yet, she could not have anticipated that the protagonist of her schemes would deviate from the script and, moreover, become aware of her machinations. Who had betrayed her? Chu Zheng rose, gathering the displayed garments in one swift motion, hurling them onto Gao Shuyun, and gestured for payment. Gao Shuyun was left speechless. Watching Chu Zheng depart, she was soon met by a cadre of bodyguards clad in black, who unceremoniously ejected her along with the garments from the shopping center. Gao Shuyun found herself in an undignified heap of luxurious attire, subjected to the scrutiny of the bustling crowd. In all her years, she had never endured such humiliation. Chu Zheng, the one who usurped her affections, now sought to further humiliate her, just as Gao Shuyun contemplated her retaliation against Chu Zheng. News erupted online. Gao family heiress spotted with a paramour, allegedly a married man. Gao family heiress as the mistress. This revelation swiftly eclipsed Chu Zheng's notoriety, catapulting it to the forefront of public attention. What kind of family is the Gao family? A prominent and influential clan, yet they find themselves embroiled in such scandalous disgrace. At that moment, Gao Shuyun felt utterly bewildered, especially upon seeing the photograph. It was as if she had encountered a ghost. She recognized this man, one among her numerous boyfriends, yet he was not married. How could she possibly be the mistress? He was lying. Gao Shuyun attempted to clarify the situation, but the individual in question publicly accused her of exploiting her wealth to coerce and threaten him. Consequently, she became the target of scorn from countless netizens. If the man had been willing, one might argue he was merely seeking to associate with Gao Shuyun. However, he was unwilling, and she had resorted to financial and authoritative pressure. Following this, a deluge of revelations emerged, exposing Gao Shuyun's decadent lifestyle, including the incident involving Chu Zheng, which was reported to have been orchestrated by her. Chu Zheng instantly garnered sympathy, successfully absolving herself. Father, you must have someone suppress this information immediately. I don't care what you do outside, but this is out of control. Gao's father, nearly succumbing to a heart attack from indignation, retorted, Are you still forcing him? What kind of man do you wish to find? Are you trying to coerce a married man against his will? Have you lost your mind? Chapter 48. National Idol, 18. No, that person is lying. He is not married at all. Gao's father hurled a stack of documents, expressing his frustration with a tone of disappointment. He has been married for 5 years. They have a 2-year-old child. Gao Shuyun, gazing at the child in the photograph, was rendered speechless with shock. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, How is that possible? Father, listen to me. I truly do not know. He deceived me. Bring him out, and let him clarify. Gao Fu replied, We cannot locate him. How can you not find him? Was he not just interviewed? Gao Shuyun questioned vehemently. Gao Fu explained, After the interview, he was taken away by a vehicle and has since vanished without a trace. Even if we managed to find him, what difference would it make? There are still so many issues to address. Gao Fu was nearly driven to exasperation by his daughter. What else have you done? He demanded. Gao Shuyan shook her head in denial. No, father, I have not. Please, you must suppress this matter. You surely have a way. The very mention of this issue further incensed Gao Fu. He had initially attempted to contain the situation, yet the fervor continued to escalate. He invested money to quell the uproar, only to find that others were equally willing to pay to amplify it. The opposing party cared little for monetary concerns, and the fervor remained uncontainable. As Gao Fu listened to Gao Shuyun's piercing cries, he felt a throbbing headache and ordered for her to be confined to her room, forbidding her from leaving without his permission. At Huangfei Entertainment, Xie Zhou observed the latest trending topics with a perplexed expression. Whom has the Gao family offended? He inquired. His assistant replied, it appears to be Chu Zheng. There were reports of Gao Shuyan being abandoned outside a shopping center, and I uncovered some details. Here are the photographs. The assistant presented the images to Xie Zhou. They depicted that day, capturing Gao Shuyan being physically subdued by Chu Zheng, utterly defenseless. I have also discovered that the previous negative news regarding Chu Zheng was likely orchestrated by Gao Shuyan from behind the scenes. Chu Zheng is indeed repaying with the same coin. This woman is remarkably ruthless and swift in her retaliation. Mr. Xie, it seems that Chu Zheng is not to be underestimated. She dares to offend the Gao family, yet they have been unable to uncover any concrete information. Moreover, her sources of information are alarmingly rapid. Even if she has discerned Gao Shuyun's machinations against her, she must still investigate the matters surrounding Gao Shuyun, right? Yet, within just a few days, she has orchestrated such a shocking turn of events. Xie Zhou closed the webpage. We shall observe how this unfolds. And what about Chu Zheng? Continue the investigation. Xie Zhou frowned. Provide her with the script. The assistant understood the implication, as her role had been informally assigned. Meanwhile, Chu Zheng reclined on her chaise longue, her mind incessantly occupied by the game. Sister, you see, I was not mistaken. Money can indeed work wonders. In the future, indulge yourself wisely and abandon thoughts of eliminating anyone. Such violence is unbecoming of a lady. If I could eliminate them, would I be troubled by such matters now? Chu Zheng resolutely ignored the advice. My heart is so weary, I am logging off. Chu Zheng swayed in her chair. If Gao Shuyun is dealt with, then the issue with Su Jiao should also be resolved. Without Gao Shuyun, he cannot possibly continue down a dark path. Can he? What remains is merely the good person card. Ding. Pei Yu. Ms. Gu, Su Jiao has been hospitalized. Chu Zheng, I will cover the medical expenses. Pei Yu was surely taken aback by these few words. With such generous treatment, could it be that this enigmatic Ms. Gu has taken a fancy to him? Why are you in the hospital, yet remain utterly unconcerned? Oh dear. Wang Zhe sighed. At this moment, you should promptly make your way to the hospital to offer your tender, attentive care. How could you possibly refuse to engage in such a noble act? Are you seeking a good person card? Chu Zheng. During filming, Su Jiao's foot was injured by a rig, leaving it swollen and immobile. He sat on the bed, attempting to read the script, yet not a single word registered in his mind. His beautiful face appeared somewhat pale due to the pain, enhancing his already endearing demeanor. Mr. Gu, you've arrived? Su Jiao glanced towards the door, where it seemed someone was standing. He immediately lay down and closed his eyes. Footsteps approached from outside, and Pei Yu remarked, the doctor advised rest, and I've already taken care of matters with the production team. He seems to be asleep. Should I wake him? Chu Zheng removed her mask and tucked it into her pocket. No need. You may go about your business. Pei Yu understood. Then I shall take my leave. Chu Zheng pulled out a chair and sat down, reaching for the script beside Su Jiao. Upon looking up, she met his tearful gaze. Su Jiao offered a gentle smile. I thought you wouldn't come. He yearned for her presence. Initially, Su Jiao was startled by this thought. How could he harbor such feelings? Yet, he continually reassured himself that if she indeed had ulterior motives, there would be ample opportunity to act. Yet she had not done anything inappropriate, had she? Perhaps she was unlike those others? This was their first encounter after filming the reality show. Chu Zheng placed the script down. Be cautious while filming. Do you care about me? Su Jiao tilted her head slightly, her long lashes fluttering, casting delicate fan-shaped shadows beneath her eyelids. Chu Zheng clasped her hands together, resting them on her lap. If something were to happen to you, it would cause me great trouble. A good person cannot afford to be in distress. Su Jiao found that statement somewhat perplexing. He could discern the myriad thoughts others harbored towards him through their gazes. Yet this individual remained inscrutable. Her eyes were remarkably serene, tranquil as a frozen lake. Devoid of ripples, no one could ever become the focal point of her attention. No one at all. Sujio pressed his slightly parched lips together. I would like some water. Chu Zheng reached for the cup beside her, only to discover it was empty. She stood and stepped outside to fetch him some water. Sujio took a sip. The lukewarm water was just right. After drinking a few more sips, he offered the cup back to her. Do you want some? Sujio asked. Just set it down. Isn't that common sense? He tentatively made a few more requests, noting the coolness in her gaze, yet she promptly turned to fulfill them. He found himself increasingly bewildered by her intentions, sensing that he might have a slight inclination towards her. Chapter 49. The National Idol, 19. Chu Zheng waited for Pei Yu to arrive before departing. No sooner had she stepped out of the ward than she heard a charming call from behind. Gu Chu Zheng. Gao Shiyun rushed up, grabbing her arm to halt her. Despite Chu Zheng wearing a mask, Gao Shiyun recognized her instantly. Clad in a hospital gown, her complexion appeared quite normal, leaving one to wonder where her ailment lay. However, at that moment, her gaze was ablaze, detracting from her beauty. What a pity. Chu Zheng maintained her composure. What is it? Gao Shiyun, what are you pretending to be clear about? Wasn't it you who exposed those matters online? Chu Zheng, do you have any evidence proving that I did it? Without evidence, refrain from making baseless accusations. I refuse to acknowledge it. The online revelations come from informed sources. What do they have to do with her? Gao Shiyun trembled with rage. Are you bold enough to act, but not to admit it? Chu Zheng, with a serious demeanor, replied, It was not me. You despicable wretch. Gao Shiyun, infuriated, raised her hand to strike her. Chu Zheng sidestepped, causing Gao Shiyun's slap to miss. Chu Zheng stepped back and delivered a kick to her backside, sending Gao Shiyun crashing against the wall. She turned her head, glaring fiercely at her. Chu Zheng prepared to kick again, but Gao Shiyun's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Chu Zheng. In public, this is just asking for trouble. What a scare. I must leave quickly. Chu Zheng hurriedly exited the hospital, only to later learn from Pei Yu that Gao Shiyun had suffered psychological trauma and could not withstand any stress. Amidst the uproar online, the Gao family struggled to contain the heat, and within days, they sent Gao Shiyun abroad to avoid the storm. Half a month later, the grand finale of Huang Fei Qing Qing aired, and Star Challenge premiered. With her recent notoriety, Chu Zheng suddenly became the center of attention. One red peony. I see my goddess. Ah, I'm cheering for you. Shi Yang Xia. Isn't this the one who's been kept by some benefactor? Ning Lu Bu Xia Qi. Spare me the talk of being kept. The goddess has spoken, demanding that you rumor-mongers provide proof. Yuing Pai Huai. Don't we already have photos? How can this not be evidence? You brainless fans are truly amusing. Must we hold a press conference? The incident involving Gao Shiyun has already been exposed, and it has nothing to do with our goddess. Stop spreading baseless claims. The matter concerning Gao Shiyun is still fresh in everyone's minds. We are merely bystanders, and most are already aware. Those who are uninformed have swiftly been enlightened by those in the know. Gao Shiyun has resorted to spending money on photoshopping and hiring online influencers to malign Chu Zheng. Ah, my goddess has made her appearance. The goddess is indeed stunning. Let us give her a call. Truly, my goddess embodies an aloof charm. Oh, that young gentleman is quite adorable. Is that not the male lead from a certain youth drama? Sujio. Yes, Sujio. A classmate of mine was quite fond of him. It seems he starred in that particular show. Haha, did they not interact at all? Yet, the scene appears inexplicably harmonious. Not awkward in the slightest. Oh my, a luxury car worth millions. My goddess is indeed affluent. The photographer seems to be trembling in awe. Is my goddess perhaps a rich second generation? Previously, there were rumors of her being kept. Who, once kept, can casually spend millions? Am I the only one who perceives this as product placement? As the program aired the moment when Chu Zheng purchased the car worth millions, the screen was immediately inundated with comments. Some suggested it was product placement, only to be met with a thorough explanation from various prominent figures. From the audience's reactions to the visuals, there is ample evidence to support that this is not mere advertising. As information about Sujio became more widely known, comments flooded in. Wang Xiang. I can't take it. My inner girl is exploding. This is so charming. The goddess's action of taking Sujio's belongings is incredibly cool. Bufongren. Per Sujio, it breaks my heart to see him like this, but with my goddess looking after him, he's utterly pampered. Xingluo Huayan. Hello. Domineering CEO Gu. Are you in need of a cute companion? One that doesn't cost anything. Miss Chu Zheng's sweetheart. The screen is filled with dog food. Sob. How can the goddess be this enchanting? Chu Zheng assisted Su Jiao in completing tasks and acquiring equipment. Even Su Jiao himself felt a sense of admiration when he observed her efforts. However, the spotlight was primarily on Chu Zheng and Su Jiao. While the other groups lacked presence, apart from Xie Zhou, who naturally attracted fans. Yu Yonggui. Actually, actor Xie dotes on Lu Manman as well. But compared to the chemistry between CEO Gu and Su Jiao, it feels somewhat lacking. Hua Chunming. Haha, I feel the same way. Watching the interactions between Xie Zhou and Lu Manman just doesn't evoke the same feelings as those between CEO Gu and Su Jiao. Su Jiao was taken aback by the affectionate nickname Su Jiao AI, causing him to abruptly close his computer. Upon stepping back from the screen, he realized that he had interacted with her more than he initially thought, and now, every little detail seemed to tug at his heartstrings. He took a moment to steady his emotions before reopening his computer to continue watching. The girl on the screen bore an uncanny resemblance to the real person. Her expression was aloof, exuding a sense of coldness that made one feel a chill in her presence. At that moment, Peiyu stood at the door, looking at Su Jiao with a curious expression. What are you doing? Su Jiao smiled. Gu, it's nothing. Pei stepped in with a hint of suspicion. Have you seen the news online? Su Jiao's complexion turned slightly red as he nodded. Yes. He paused for a moment, realizing that although he was currently in the spotlight, such fervor could dissipate swiftly if not sustained, reminiscent of his earlier drama. I am acting, Su Jiao declared with renewed determination. He had entered the entertainment industry for this aspiration, not merely for fame. Very well, I shall make arrangements for you. Peiyu responded without hesitation, honoring Su Jiao's choice. Brother Yu, is there anything else? Su Jiao hesitated. With the online buzz being so intense, could it potentially cause trouble for President Gu? The two of them were now almost universally recognized as a screen couple, and such matters carried both advantages and disadvantages. However, his greater concern lay with Chu Zheng. Su Jiao lowered his gaze. Has she shown no indication? Chapter 50, National Idol 20. After being discharged from the hospital, Su Jiao commenced a new filming project. Although he currently lacked a new work, his popularity remained undiminished. Su Jiao, would you like some water? A young and beautiful actress smiled as she offered him a drink. Su Jiao accepted it with a compliant expression. Thank you. The actress immediately beamed with an even brighter smile. No need to thank me. Brother Yu has called for me. I must take my leave. Su Jiao excused himself. Hey, Su Jiao. He quickly distanced himself from her sight, and, when out of everyone's view, discarded the drink. Su Jiao, what are you doing here? Peiyu approached. Searching for someone. President Gu is waiting for you outside. You should head out. President Gu? Su Jiao momentarily paused, contemplating. I still have a performance later. It's fine. I will inform the crew. You may go. Having changed out of his costume, Su Jiao stepped out of the production set, standing at the entrance as he scanned the surroundings. Numerous cars were parked outside, yet the one he remembered was notably absent. Just as he was about to inquire which vehicle belonged to Peiyu, a car approached and halted beside him. The window descended, revealing the girl's distant gaze. Get in. Su Jiao obediently entered the car and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, President Gu, do you need something from me? Chu Zheng's gaze lingered on the soft tips of his hair for a few seconds, a desire to touch stirring within her. President Gu? Su Jiao tilted his head in confusion. Chu Zheng composedly averted her eyes, producing an invitation card for him. Upon opening it, Su Jiao discovered it was an invitation to an auction. Was she asking him to attend? It was evident that Chu Zheng was not seeking his opinion, as the event was scheduled for today, with less than 2 hours to go. As he took a sip of the warm milk tea resting against his hand, the temperature was perfectly suitable for the cooling weather. He instinctively accepted it, cradling the cup between his palms. The vehicle started moving, weaving through traffic. Leaning back against the seat, he gradually relaxed, observing the swiftly passing cars outside. A glance at the person beside him revealed that she was indeed quite beautiful, albeit somewhat aloof. The online community had transitioned from referring to her as a goddess to President Gu. Chu Zheng turned her head slightly, their eyes meeting, causing Su Jiao to hastily lower his gaze and unconsciously take a sip of the milk tea. The rich aroma of the drink spread through his mouth, and before he could reconsider, he swallowed it after a brief pause. If he didn't like it, he could simply refrain from drinking. Chu Zheng discerned the hesitation in Su Jiao. Su Jiao's body stiffened slightly as he forced a smile, responding, No, I don't like it. Ever since that incident, he had become wary of consuming anything offered by others. Chu Zheng fell into silence, her focus unwavering as she drove, while Su Zheng nibbled on the straw, gradually depleting his cup of milk tea. Chu Zheng parked the car in front of a shop. Su Zheng peered outside, hesitating to utter a word. Upon exiting the vehicle, Chu Zheng handed him a mask. Donning the mask, Su Zheng opened the car door and made his way around to Chu Zheng's side. As he ascended the steps, he unexpectedly slipped. Chu Zheng stood right beside him, causing Su Zheng to collide with her. She steadied him, cautioning, "Be careful." With a slight flush on his face, Su Zheng stepped back, apologizing. "I'm sorry." Chu Zheng led him into the store, and just as they entered, an individual emerged from around the corner. By the time Chu Zheng and Su Zheng exited the shop, news had erupted online. Chu Zheng and Su Zheng suspected of dating. The captured moment depicted Chu Zheng supporting Su Zheng, and from the angle of the photograph, their postures appeared even more intimate. Yuezhong Sun Gui, Su is adorable and petite, haha. Xinian Jian, is President Gu really in a relationship with the cute Su? Shuelu Wuxian, I believe they have great chemistry, the aloof president and the soft, lovable darling. How charming. Huakai Dan Mohen, wait, don't you think this is a gender mismatch? Su Kawai Zue Bang, nonsense. How could our Su Kawai be in a relationship? Absolutely impossible. This is just publicity. It's definitely a publicity stunt. Luo Songhua, I support President Gu and Su Kawai being together. Zheng Jia is formidable. I disagree. Zheng Jia belongs to all of us. Su Jia received a message from someone in the crew, scrolling through it with a faint blush on her cheeks. The comments varied. Some were filled with adoration, wishing for an immediate marriage certificate, while others were laden with malice, eager to tarnish their reputation. Mr. Gu, Su Zheng called out. We were just photographed. ISNT being photographed quite normal? What is the fuss about? Su Zheng hesitated, just as Pei Yu's call came through, and she promptly answered. Mr. Gu, how do you wish to handle this? Should I clarify the situation immediately? Those previous rumors were just that, rumors. Now they have captured both of them. Unable to hear Pei Yu's response, she could only listen to Chu Zheng. He wished to sever ties with her. Yet that was an impossibility. Everything he possessed was granted by her. But if she were to clarify, Su Zheng instinctively touched her chest, feeling a wave of discomfort. She found herself in a state of conflict, unsure of what was plaguing her. It was as if she were ensnared in a peculiar cycle from which she could not escape. Su Zheng? What had she just discussed with Pei Yu? It dawned on her that she had been lost in thought and had not been listening. They arrived at the auction venue, with Chu Zheng leading Su Zheng inside. Mr. Xia, long time no see. How have you been lately? Xia Zhou noticed Chu Zheng before Lu Man did, striding towards her. Only then did Lu Man catch sight of Chu Zheng, her brows furrowing in evident disdain. How could she be here too? Mr. Xia, have you given any thought to the matter we discussed last time? Our company's prospects remain quite promising. The man, adorned with a sycophantic demeanor, noticed that Chu Zheng and Su Zheng stood at the entrance, showing no intention of yielding. In a hurry, he stepped forward, attempting to push Su Zheng aside to clear a path. However, before his hand could touch her, he was suddenly seized by someone, causing him to gasp in shock. What are you doing? He snapped, to which Chu Zheng retorted, What are you doing? The man glanced toward Xia Zhou and quickly added, Did you not see Mr. Xia has arrived? Why are you still standing here blocking the way? Xia Zhou held a position of significance not only in the entertainment industry but also across the entire business realm, making it entirely reasonable to clear a path for him. I did not see, Chu Zheng asserted with conviction. The man, infuriated to the point of stomach pain, then contemplated a different notion. Was this woman being deliberately obstructive? Was she attempting to capture Mr. Xia's attention? It must be so. Nowadays, women would go to any lengths to secure their standing. Yet, this woman seemed somewhat familiar. The exchange between Chu Zheng and the man transpired in but a fleeting moment when Xia Zhou spoke. Mr. Gu, shall we proceed inside together? The man was taken aback. Which Mr. Gu? He was unfamiliar with him and declined. Chu Zheng pulled Su Zheng away. Chapter 51. National Idol 21. Xia Zhou gazed intensely at Chu Zheng's retreating figure. The man, bewildered, pondered the significance of that woman. Why did Xia Zhou address her as Mr. Gu? Who was she? He did not recognize her. Lu Man, her expression inscrutable, lowered her head, concealing her emotions behind her bangs. Only her tightly clenched hands revealed the turmoil within her heart. Xia Zhou guided her into the venue, and the man hesitantly followed, his mind consumed by Xia Zhou's reference to her as President Gu. Upon entering, his gaze immediately fell upon the girl seated in the front row. How did Xingyao Entertainment change its president? I have no idea. There wasn't a whisper of such news. Isn't that the girl who has recently gained fame in the entertainment industry? What was her name? Chu Zheng? I've heard of her. They say she has been kept by someone. No way. Didn't I hear that this was a fabrication by the Gao family? I wonder what enmity Gao Shuiyun holds against her. The president of Xingyao being kept? What a joke. It would take an enormous sum. The fragmented discussions around them pierced the ears of the man and Lu Man. The president of Xingyao Entertainment. The man wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Xiezhou's earlier address to her as President Gu indicated that he was already aware. Xiezhou, is she truly the president of Xingyao? Lu Man clung to Xiezhou's arm, her face a mask of curiosity. Yes. The affirmative reply darkened Lu Man's expression. How could she be the president of Xingyao? Was everything she thought she knew about her merely a deception? The whispers did not seem to affect Chu Zheng, as if the happenings around her were entirely unrelated to her. As the auction commenced, the murmurs gradually subsided. It was rumored that this auction featured numerous valuable items, and Chu Zheng perused the brochure she received upon entry, which listed the upcoming auction lots. Yet, the last 3 items were marked with question marks. Today, a multitude of people has gathered here, presumably for these 3 items. Chu Zheng harbored no interest in them. Had it not been for that scoundrel assigning tasks, she would not have come at all. Whatever she liked, she would bid for herself. Chu Zheng tossed the bidding paddle to Sujio. Sujio was taken aback, pondering how this scene resembled a melodramatic television series. Yet the perplexity remained. He was a man. Why did she utter such words without a hint of discomfort? Sujio dared not raise the paddle. Besides, these items were trivial to him, for he had never entered the entertainment industry with the intent of amassing wealth. He lowered his head, idly spinning the paddle in his hands. Suddenly, Chu Zheng's voice cut through his thoughts, and he froze, his wrist seized by someone, lifting the paddle. Sujio glanced up to the stage, where a painting worth 3 million lay displayed. Did she truly desire this? As Chu Zheng raised the paddle, Lu Man followed suit. Initially, others joined in, yet gradually they fell away, leaving only Chu Zheng and Lu Man. As the price soared, Lu Man had come with Xiezhou. Her audacity surely stemmed from his encouragement. It was not uncommon for wealthy men to lavish extravagant gifts upon women. Yet the new president of Xingyao Entertainment was also so financially audacious. 9 million. Lu Man's voice rang out suddenly. Chu Zheng turned her gaze towards Lu Man, who wore a provocative smirk. President Gu, 9 million seems rather unwise, Sujio cautioned her, noting that the painting's base price was merely 3 million. Chu Zheng grasped his hand and raised the paddle once more, 10 million. The crowd erupted in astonishment, marking the highest bid thus far. Everyone turned their gaze towards Lu Man. Yet she showed no intention of raising her placard again. A wave of sympathy washed over the onlookers for Chu Zheng, pondering if she had been deceived. Sujio grasped Chu Zheng's hand firmly, whispering, Mr. Gu, Lu Man is deliberately provoking you. I am aware. Should I send her a banner of gratitude for her eagerness to assist? You know how to repay. With wealth. Those seated around Chu Zheng felt a tinge of embarrassment. Wealth is indeed impressive. Which affluent family does this young lady hail from? Is her family aware of her extravagant ways? Sujio's gaze fell upon the hand he was holding, and as he realized it, his fingers seemed to stiffen. The delicate warmth beneath his fingertips made him reluctant to let go. He swallowed hard, stealing a glance at Chu Zheng, who suddenly lifted her other hand and ruffled his hair playfully. Sujio's ears flushed crimson, and thankfully, the dim lighting concealed it. This playful gesture made him forget to release Chu Zheng's hand. From that moment on, every time Chu Zheng raised her placard, Lu Man would inevitably follow suit, driving the price up before ultimately relinquishing her bid. Chu Zheng graciously accepted the escalating costs, expressing her heartfelt appreciation for Lu Man's lavishness. Those seated further away assumed Chu Zheng was easily provoked, yet those closer knew she was fully aware of the game. She simply had an abundance of wealth. Congratulations, miss. Task completed, and a reward of 50 million has been credited to your account. The cheerful notification of the gaming app chimed. You are amazing. Compliments poured in, yet why was she still not pleased? Why was she so hard to please, huddling herself, trembling slightly? As the final 3 mysterious auction items approached, many attendees perked up with renewed energy. Xiezhou was clearly here for the final 3 auction items. Each time Lu Man raised her paddle, she would glance at him, and only upon his nod would she proceed. The price of the last item soared dramatically, surpassing 20 million. Several bidders remained undeterred, each appearing resolute in their pursuit. Many also cast their gaze upon Chu Zheng, curious whether the newly appointed president of Xingyao, known for her wealth, would join the fray. 25 million, once. 25 million, twice. 30 million. Su Jiao raised her paddle, her clear voice resonating throughout the venue. 32 million. Lu Manman followed suit. 40 million. Su Jiao's voice trembled slightly. The escalation was utterly outrageous. While others incremented by the minimum, she had surged forward with a 10 million leap. Lu Manman gritted her teeth, a tumult of anger and resentment swirling within her, and impulsively declared 42 million. Su Jiao hesitated, glancing at Chu Zheng, who signaled her to continue. 50 million. Xie Zhou tugged at Lu Manman, urging her to desist, but she preempted him with a shout of 60 million. Once she declared, she intended to withdraw, believing that Chu Zheng would undoubtedly continue bidding. However, after waiting in vain, she realized there was no further movement from Chu Zheng's side. Panic set in. 60 million once. 60 million twice. Sold for 60 million. Lu Manman's eyes widened slightly, her complexion drained of color. Why had she not continued? Hadn't she always followed through before? Mr. Xie. The final item had been auctioned off, and as the host uttered a few closing remarks, the crowd began to disperse. Xie Zhou, with a solemn expression, rose to leave. Mr. Xie. Lu Manman anxiously chased after him, pleading, please, let me explain. Chapter 52, National Idol, 22, in the backstage. She collided with Xie Zhou, her visage fraught with urgency as she trailed beside him, yearning to speak, yet hesitant to do so. Lu Manman caught sight of Chu Zheng approaching, a surge of animosity swelling within her. It was all because of this woman. How could she suddenly be in tears after everything seemed fine just moments ago? Does life require such seamless performances? Chu Zheng, you are doing this on purpose. In an instant, Lu Manman was reduced to tears, her voice quivering as she confronted Chu Zheng. The words "you have money" pricked at Lu Manman's heart like needles. Where could she find wealth? All the money belonged to Xie Zhou, 60 million, not 600,000, nor even 6 million. You are deliberately raising the stakes against me. Why would you want to harm me like this? She could not bear the burden of this situation alone. She had finally found a man like Xie Zhou, and she could not let this woman ruin it. Chu Zheng replied, her expression earnest and serious. Did I? Lu Manman's face flushed with indignation. If you weren't deliberately raising the price, then why did you shout such a high number? Chu Zheng retorted. Is it wrong for me to have money that I have no place to spend? Lu Manman was momentarily taken aback. Even the usually silent Xie Zhou cast a glance at Chu Zheng. The reasoning of having money with no outlet was indeed irrefutable. Clenching her fists, Lu Manman struggled to contain the fury boiling within her, especially with Xie Zhou still present. Chu Zheng casually tucked a few strands of hair behind her ear, exuding an effortless charm. Lu Manman's palms were slick with cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, she felt a chilling dread. Here, Chu Zheng said, as she handed over all her belongings to Su Jiao. Embracing the precious treasures worth millions, Su Jiao remarked, these items are far too valuable. He returned them to Chu Zheng, stating, I cannot accept this. Their worth is so high. How would she regard me once they are in my possession? I absolutely cannot accept them. Chu Zheng, appearing serious, made it clear that Su Jiao dared not discard them, holding onto the pile with an almost paralyzed grip, terrified of inadvertently damaging them. It was not until Chu Zheng accompanied him to the apartment that Su Jiao finally moved his somewhat stiff neck and turned to her, addressing Ms. Gu. With her hands firmly on the steering wheel, Chu Zheng replied, Yes? What do you wish to gain from me? Su Jiao's gaze was unwavering, fixed intently upon her. Chu Zheng cast a sidelong glance. I want you to perceive me as a good person. Why would he want to think of her as such? Su Jiao furrowed his brow, inquiring, Why? To avoid rewinding and starting over. What? Su Jiao could only see Chu Zheng's lips moving, yet he heard no sound. A warning echoed in his mind. Miss, you cannot speak of matters concerning you and this system. Next time, there will be consequences. The tone of the voice seemed to anticipate her mistake. Chu Zheng tightened her grip on the steering wheel, her eyes narrowing. You scoundrel. Nothing, she replied, maintaining her composure. Let's proceed. Peering out the window, Su Jiao suddenly leaned in, his hand brushing against Chu Zheng's cheek, a cool kiss descending upon her lips. The items he held clattered to the ground as he grasped her wrist, nearly pinning her against the seat. Chu Zheng's eyes remained calm and unperturbed as the two of them held their positions, neither daring to move. After a moment, Su Jiao tilted his head back, a charming smile gracing his face. Mr. Gu, you've hurt me. Chu Zheng fixed her gaze on him for a few seconds before slowly releasing her grip. A red mark adorned Su Jiao's neck, and he gently touched it before pushing open the car door to step out. Good night, Mr. Gu. Stop. Su Jiao froze momentarily, a fleeting glimmer of darkness crossing his eyes. As he turned around, a smile appeared, obedient and docile. Mr. Gu, take your things. Su Jiao leaned against the door, gasping for breath as the items in his hands tumbled to the ground, producing a faint sound. He slowly sank to the floor, wrapping his arms around his knees, burying his face in the crook of his arms, revealing only his dark, deep-set eyes. The sheer curtains in the living room danced lightly, illuminated by the cold, serene moonlight. The clock on the wall ticked away steadily. At that moment, he could hear the irregular thumping of his heart. Thud, thud, thud. Each beat resonated clearly. Su Jiao was unsure how long he had been sitting there. Eventually, he fished out his phone. The first name in his contacts was that individual. He paused for a moment, his finger gliding down to find Peiyu. Su Jiao, brother Yu, may I inquire about Mr. Gu's recent schedule? Peiyu, what do you need that for? Su Jiao, Mr. Gu has helped me a lot before, and I would like to express my gratitude. Peiyu, the company does not manage Mr. Gu's schedule, and she has no assistant. However, I can ask on your behalf. Su Jiao, thank you, brother Yu. Su Jiao ended the call, rising to collect the scattered items from the floor, carefully placing each one in the bedroom. Gu Chu Zheng. He murmured softly, the cold and desolate surroundings amplifying the eeriness of his voice. Main quest. Please become an investor in Water Moon Mirror Flower within 3 days. Chu Zheng. This production team is the one where Lu Man invested to take away the original lead role. Not long ago, the director of this drama reached out to her, hoping she would play the female lead. However, before she could respond, they called back to politely decline. Although there are some discrepancies with the original's memories, the general trajectory remains similar. This drama is a major annual production, already abundant in investments. And with Lu Man bringing in funds, financial resources are hardly lacking. Even if they were to throw money at it, it would be futile. That scoundrel is at it again. 3 days to become an investor? How could one possibly become an investor in a production that already has ample funds? Is it through brute force? Mississippi. Chu Zheng was disinclined to engage with the system and chose to disregard it. Why is spending money so difficult? After some contemplation, she identified the investor behind Water Moon Mirror Flower, and indeed, eliminating him seemed the most prudent choice. Ultimately, it would come down to force. Miss, we are a legitimate system, and we don't engage in such matters, all right? We simply need to quietly squander some wealth. Why resort to such violence? The system was in a frenzy. It merely wished to quietly spend some money and indulge in a bit of extravagance. Chapter 53, National Idol, 23, I will come over shortly. Please prepare the documents. Chu Zheng exited the elevator, only to be blocked by someone in front of her. As she attempted to sidestep, the individual mirrored her movements. She raised her gaze. It was President Gu. Su Jiao softly called out. Chu Zheng glanced behind him, noticing he was alone. What are you doing here? Su Jiao placed her hands behind her back, her body slightly leaning towards Chu Zheng, a smile gracing her lips. Waiting for Mr. Gu. Chu Zheng, with an expression of indifference, retorted, Why are you waiting for me? Su Jiao tilted her head, her soft, wispy hair cascading to one side with emotion. Mr. Gu saved me before. I wish to express my gratitude by treating him to a meal. Would that be agreeable? Not available. Chu Zheng swiftly declined. But doesn't Mr. Gu wish for me to perceive him as a good person? If you refuse to dine with me, how could I possibly regard you as such? As Chu Zheng met Su Jiao's gaze, the latter's smile blossomed even brighter, her eyes sparkling with innocence. This timid demeanor seemed somewhat different, perhaps a bit unhinged. Miss, seize the moment. The good person card beckons you. The voice of encouragement chimed in swiftly. Mr. Gu, may I? Su Jiao inquired once more. Chu Zheng nodded. I have matters to attend to. I am free today, and if it does not inconvenience you, I would gladly accompany Mr. Gu. Su Jiao promptly interjected. I can wait until you're finished. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Zheng acquiesced to her suggestion. Once seated in the car, Su Jiao occasionally stole glances at Chu Zheng, who appeared utterly unfazed by the events of that day, as if oblivious to the world around her. Su Jiao. After a brief pause, Su Jiao retrieved her phone and sent Chu Zheng a message. Chu Zheng. Su Jiao, you locked the car door. I need to use the restroom. Su Jiao bit her lips slightly, her cheeks warming. Chu Zheng opened the car door, standing outside and gazing at her. Mr. Gu, I can hardly hold it any longer. Su Jio's face flushed, her expression particularly innocent. There's a lot going on. Desire to eliminate. A considerable number of individuals surrounded her, seemingly recognizing her, with faint echoes of excited screams audible. Yet, none dared to approach, as if intimidated by the aura she exuded. Could it be Su Jio? It must be so. Her figure and hair were identical. So, they're indeed in a relationship? Su Jio trotted over to Chu Zheng, who opened the car door, allowing him to swiftly enter. Chu Zheng then relocated the vehicle. As she prepared to depart, Su Jio grasped her arm. Could you refrain from locking the car door? All right. Chu Zheng exited the vehicle, and Su Jio heard the sound of the door locking, causing his lips to twitch slightly as he gazed through the window at Chu Zheng's departing silhouette. Moments ago, they had been photographed, and now, within a short span, the news had trended. Chu Zheng cast a cold glance, and, without uttering a word, started the engine. Su Jio cautiously observed for a moment. President Gu, if you wish to prevent any unfounded gossip, you might consider clarifying the situation. You are quite bothersome. Su Jio pressed his lips together, falling silent. Does this imply she has no intention of clarifying? Su Jio provided an address to a highly private establishment, where he had already secured a reservation. From the underground garage, they could directly access the designated floor. Upon entering the private room, Su Jio removed his mask and intended to pull out a chair for Chu Zheng, only to find her preemptively taking the initiative, pulling out the chair and seating herself. What do you think? Such a lack of romantic sentiment, a statement Su Jio dared not voice. He smiled and shook his head. It's nothing, President Gu. You are doing splendidly. If she were to transform into one of those women outside. Su Jio felt that, at this moment, he might not be sharing a meal with her at all. As Su Jio perused the menu, the nearby waiter kept stealing glances at Chu Zheng, her eyes seemingly aglow with admiration. Su Jio's smile dimmed slightly as she leaned closer to Chu Zheng in front of the waiter, inquiring softly, "What would you like to eat? Anything is fine. Please, make a selection." Su Jio pushed the menu towards her, anticipation glimmering in her gaze. Chu Zheng casually pointed to a dish, and Su Jio appeared genuinely delighted as she handed the menu to the waiter, who reluctantly exited the room. Once outside, the waiter leaped with joy, exclaiming to herself, "I actually saw a goddess. How thrilling." Her colleague, unfazed, inquired, "Which celebrity?" Given the establishment's high level of privacy and exquisite cuisine, it was not uncommon for stars, officials, and affluent individuals to frequent the place. So encountering someone famous was hardly surprising. "It's Goddess Chu Zheng." "Who?" her colleague asked, puzzled. "Goddess Chu Zheng. How wonderful. Is she alone?" "No." The waiter shook her head. "She is with Su Jio. Su Jio is so adorable. They must be dating." "How do you know?" "I saw them. Such a tender scene. They must be in a relationship." After the dishes were served, Su Jio opened a bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for Chu Zheng. "Ms. Gu, I toast to you, thanking you for saving me last time." Chu Zheng, with a serious expression, replied, "You're welcome." Su Jio slightly parted his lips, watching her finish her drink. He smiled and raised his glass, downing it in one go. He continued to pour wine, saying, "This glass is to thank you for your recent care, Ms. Gu." Su Jio raised 3 glasses in quick succession, while Chu Zheng remained composed, drinking as if it were merely water. Su Jio felt a swirl of emotions within, silently placing down his glass. He bit on his chopsticks, observing Chu Zheng as she ate. "Do you think I can be satisfied just by watching?" Chu Zheng glanced sideways, wondering what this timid fellow intended. Did he perhaps harbor some mischievous thoughts towards her? This little darling? Although he had previously exhibited a docile demeanor, he was inherently vigilant. However, today was markedly different. Chu Zheng inquired, "What do you want?" Su Jio tilted his head, his voice clear as a bell. "President Gu, I merely wish to express my gratitude. I do not intend anything else." Chu Zheng's gaze fell upon the crown of his head as she replied coolly, "It would be best if that were the case." Su Jio asked, "What does President Gu think I wish to do?" Chu Zheng responded, "I haven't thought of anything. Even if I did, would I divulge it to someone as meek as you?" Su Jio was beginning to comprehend the situation. Not only was communication with her somewhat arduous, but eliciting her thoughts was equally challenging. Chapter 54, National Idol, 24. Upon circling to another side, he encountered more reporters. This apartment housed numerous celebrities, and it was unclear whom they were waiting for amidst such a grand spectacle. However, if Su Jio ventured out, he would undoubtedly be cornered. Their recent relationship had stirred considerable public interest. Upon spotting him, the reporters would undoubtedly react like dogs catching a whiff of meat. As Chu Zheng prepared to exit the vehicle, Su Jiao grasped her arm. "President Gu, are you truly going to step out like this?" "What else? Change my clothes?" Chu Zheng replied, surveying her attire, which seemed perfectly acceptable. Su Jiao countered, "Changing would only complicate matters further. President Gu, there are reporters outside, and they are not easily dismissed." His eyelashes fluttered slightly. "Perhaps we should wait a moment." Chu Zheng glanced outside. Such a small crowd could be handled in an instant. Why wait? Yet, Su Jiao held onto her firmly. His expression tinged with a hint of desperation. Su Jiao rested her chin on her hand, adorned with a charming and docile smile, fixated on Chu Zheng. An hour elapsed, and reporters remained outside the apartment. 2 hours, 3 hours. Su Jiao murmured, "Gu, it seems unlikely to get in today. Why not grant me shelter for a while?" "Why should I?" Chu Zheng shot her a sidelong glance. "I am your employer, not your mother. What gives you the right to ask for refuge?" With a playful flutter of her lashes, Su Jiao's dark, ink-like eyes sparkled as if adorned by starlight. "If you were to take me in, perhaps I would come to see you as a kind-hearted person." Chu Zheng remained silent for a minute before starting the car and departing from the apartment. A smile danced at the corners of Su Jiao's lips as she lowered her head to delete a message from her phone, her cascading hair obscuring the glimmer of mischief in her gaze. Having relocated, Chu Zheng now resided in an extravagant villa, its vastness somewhat absurd. Yet the interior felt stark and desolate, akin to a newly renovated abode, exuding an air of coldness and emptiness, much like her own persona. Is the CEO living alone? Yes. Such a spacious place. Do you not find it lonely? Su Jiao inquired, her curiosity piqued. Not particularly. Chu Zheng allowed Su Jiao the freedom to choose her own room, permitting her to sleep wherever she wished. Su Jiao pointed toward a room that appeared distinct from the others. It was the master suite, and Chu Zheng merely nodded before entering the adjacent room. "Is that it? You're just leaving me here?" Su Jiao wondered, pushing open the door to the master suite, which held a few more belongings, clearly indicating that it had been occupied previously. Su Jiao surveyed the room, his gaze lingering upon the script resting on the table. His fingers glided across its surface before he slowly raised his hand to his chest, pressing gently with his fingertips. Thunder rumbled ominously, accompanied by the tumultuous sound of rain. As lightning cleaved through the night, illuminating the room, Chu Zheng turned over in her sleep and, through the haze, discerned a figure standing in the room. Startled, she bolted upright, exclaiming, "What on earth is that?" In that very moment, the shadowy figure lunged towards her. Instinctively, she grasped the person's throat and pushed them onto the bed. "Gu, Mr. Gu?" A familiar voice emerged. With the flash of lightning, Chu Zheng could clearly see the face of the person she had restrained, pale and shrouded in a misty haze within his eyes. "Oh, it's this coward again." Su Jiao suddenly enveloped Chu Zheng in his arms, his body trembling as he murmured, "Mr. Gu, I am frightened." "Oh, I am not afraid. It's just thunder. What is there to fear?" Chu Zheng tugged at his arm, but Su Jiao held on tightly, refusing to let go. The thunder grew louder, and Su Jiao's trembling intensified. Observing his ashen profile, Chu Zheng realized he was genuinely frightened, not merely pretending. "Su Jiao," he mumbled, "Mr. Gu, may I sleep with you?" "No, but I am scared." Chu Zheng hesitated before replying, "You can sleep on the floor." Su Jiao did not dare to press further and nodded in acquiescence. Chu Zheng released him, arranged a blanket on the floor, and tucked him in. He curled into a ball, and as she prepared to turn off the light, he immediately protested, "Mr. Gu, can we keep the light on? Why are there so many demands?" Chu Zheng sighed. The room was suddenly cloaked in darkness. Chu Zheng glanced out the window, only to be met with an expanse of impenetrable blackness, devoid of any light. Had there been a power outage? Given the ferocity of the thunder, such an occurrence seemed plausible. This was not her doing. Just as she was about to surrender to sleep, a figure on the floor rose and burrowed beneath her covers. Clutching her tightly, Chu Zheng thought to herself, "Is it permissible to dispose of him? If the young lady wishes to rewind and start anew, I have no objections." Chu Zheng retorted, "Who on earth desires to rewind?" With her eyes shut, she silently counted to 3 in her mind before lying back down, allowing Su Jiao to envelop her like an octopus. Chu Zheng's fingers grazed the soft ends of Su Jiao's hair, and her mood lifted slightly. Well, if the opportunity presents itself, one might as well seize it. Cautiously, she twisted a strand of hair, and when Su Jiao exhibited no reaction, she grew bolder, tugging several times. Su Jiu pondered. What does she take herself for? He had already offered his embrace, yet she remained unresponsive, even petting his head. What did that signify? As Su Jiu felt the hand resting on his head gradually lose its grip, he cautiously lifted his gaze. In the dim light, he could only discern the outline of the girl. He held his breath for a moment, extending his hand to gently caress her cheek, which felt softer and smoother than he had anticipated, akin to silk. As his fingers delicately moved, they were suddenly captured, accompanied by a soft whisper, "Don't tease." Su Jiu's heart raced instantly. The girl merely ruffled his hair before falling silent again. Su Jiu thought, does she consider herself a cat? He puffed out his cheeks, refraining from further movement for fear of waking her. The sound of her steady and calm heartbeat resonated in his ears, and for the first time, Su Jiu felt a warm sensation enveloping his limbs. He had lived alone for as long as he could remember. Eventually, he entered the entertainment industry, where he continued to exist in solitude, regardless of his endeavors. He shunned friendships, which led to his ostracization and harassment. Yet, these matters held little significance as long as he could act and pursue his passion. However, one day, even that which he cherished the most was stripped away from him. Lacking the power to resist, he remained an ordinary individual, devoid of influence. He had struggled and fought back, but to no avail. Just when he believed that everyone in this world was akin to that, she appeared. He once doubted her intentions, suspecting ulterior motives, yet no matter how he tested her, she seemed devoid of any such thoughts regarding him. Su Jiu cautiously slipped his fingers between Chu Zheng's, their hands intertwining. Chu Zheng, it was you who first graced my presence. Chapter 55. National Idol. 25. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a rainbow-like hue across the sky. Chu Zheng tilted her head, observing for a moment before propping herself up on the bed. Glancing to the side, she noted the signs of someone having slept there, yet found no one. President Gu. You're awake. Su Jiu's half-figure peeked through the door, a charming smile illuminating his face. I've prepared breakfast. Please tidy yourself up and join me. With that, Su Jiu retreated. After changing her clothes, Chu Zheng made her way downstairs, where a meticulously arranged breakfast awaited her on the dining table, accompanied by a bouquet of fresh flowers. Did you make this? She inquired. Yes, Su Jiu nodded, his eyes sparkling. I hope it suits your taste. If there is anything you prefer, please let me know, and I shall learn to prepare it. I don't have any particular favorites. Chu Zheng said for me. She paused, seemingly realizing she had divulged too much, and silently began her breakfast. Su Jiu blinked, refraining from further inquiries. Mr. Gu, I apologize for the trouble I caused you last night. Well, as long as you understand, came the reply. Su Jiu nearly gasped in disbelief. So, do you now perceive me as a good person? Chu Zheng inquired. Su Jiu's lips twitched slightly. Mr. Gu, a good person wouldn't pose such a question to others. Chu Zheng pondered this thoughtfully while continuing her meal. In the meantime, Pei Yu called Su Jiu to remind him of the day's itinerary, ultimately asking where he was so he could pick him up. After they finished breakfast, Pei Yu arrived just in time and called Su Jiu to come outside. Mr. Gu, I shall take my leave now. Chu Zheng waved her hand dismissively. Troublesome pest, hurry along. A barely perceptible frown crossed her brow. Su Jiu dashed out of the villa and into Pei Yu's car. Pei Yu observed him closely, hesitating to speak, but eventually said, Su Jiu, about you and Mr. Gu. That's fine, Su Jiu replied. Pei Yu smiled and added, however, if Mr. Gu does fancy you, there's nothing wrong with you two being together. Having witnessed many relationships in this circle, he was candid in admitting he had never seen anyone treat a male artist with such kindness, especially without any apparent ulterior motives. She doesn't like me. Su Jiu murmured softly, gazing at the villa growing distant in the rearview mirror. At least not at this moment. A month later, man. There's something I wish to discuss with you. The manager hesitated over the phone. What is it? Lu Man replied, puzzled. Please wait until you've heard everything before reacting. The agent remarked. The production team suddenly called to say they want to replace you. What? Lu Man sprang up from the sofa in disbelief. Why would they replace me? We have a signed contract. The other party expressed their willingness to pay the penalty for breach of contract. This didn't feel right. Lu Man was aware of how this role had come to her. Although Xie had not disclosed the details, those close to him had shared information. Something was amiss. Before the agent could finish speaking, Lu Man abruptly hung up. She attempted to call Xie, only to be met with a notification that he was out of the service area. Without hesitation, Lu Man changed her clothes and set out directly for Xie's company. At this point, her relationship with Xie was no longer a secret. Rumors had circulated online, though he had managed to suppress them. Thus, when she arrived at the company looking for him, no one obstructed her. Xie Zhou was in a meeting, and Lu Manman waited for him in the office. While waiting, she inadvertently stumbled upon some documents on his desk. Inside were materials regarding Chu Zheng, causing Lu Manman's mind to momentarily blank. Was Xie Zhou investigating Chu Zheng? He had been frequently making excuses about being busy lately. Hearing a noise at the door, Lu Manman hastily closed the documents. Xie Zhou entered, and upon seeing her standing by the desk, his brow furrowed slightly. President Xie, Lu Manman greeted with a smile. I called you, but you didn't answer. So I came over myself. Is there something you need? Lu Manman moved closer and took hold of his arm, beginning to voice her grievances with a sense of injustice. I mentioned that I was preparing for a film, right? I've worked hard for this role, read the script countless times. But today my agent informed me that they have replaced me. Lu Manman shook her head, expressing her confusion. I don't know. My agent just suddenly informed me that they want to replace me and mentioned they are willing to compensate for the breach of contract. After preparing for so long, to be replaced just like that. At this moment, Lu Manman was unaware of the origins of her role, so she could only respond in this manner. Subsequently, she had faith that Xie Zhou would certainly investigate. After all, Lu Manman was his woman. He had already intervened. And yet she was still being replaced. Wasn't this a slap in the face for him? The assistant had already received word from the production team, but had not yet reported it when Lu Manman arrived first. Mr. Xie. It was a request from the largest investor in the production team. They even increased their investment. The assistant slowly revealed a name, Chu Zheng. Xie Zhou's expression darkened. Her again? I remember that drama belongs to Sheng Rue Company. How is she involved? She is now the largest shareholder of Sheng Rue Company. Xie Zhou tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment. Arrange a meeting with her. Xie Zhou sought to meet with Chu Zheng, but she initially declined his invitation. Undeterred, he had his assistant persistently arrange meetings, and eventually, Chu Zheng, perhaps exasperated, agreed to see him. On the day of their meeting, Xie Zhou arrived even before Chu Zheng. Miss Gu, he greeted with a nod. Chu Zheng took her seat across from him, dismissing any pleasantries and directly asked, what do you want? Holding a cigarette. Xie Zhou cast a sharp glance at Chu Zheng. The young woman before him possessed an exquisite appearance, and every gesture seemed to exude an air of nobility. Her demeanor was indifferent, or more precisely, cold. It appeared that Miss Gu was even busier than I am. When he meets someone, he requires a sequence of appointments. Busy spending money, how could one not be preoccupied? Thus, to be succinct, Xie Zhou extinguished the cigarette but in the ashtray, leaning back on the sofa, adopting a negotiating stance. Miss Gu, was it your idea to replace Lu Manman? Not at all. Xie Zhou frowned slightly. Miss Gu, is there any point in denying it now? Chu Zheng rested her fingers on her knee. On what grounds do you claim it was my idea? You are now a shareholder of Sheng Rue Company. Does that preclude me from being a shareholder of Sheng Rue? Well, what of it? Does that prove I orchestrated it? Chu Zheng asked impassively. Do you possess any evidence? Mr. Xie, do not slander me without basis. Chapter 56, National Idol, 26. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense until Xie Zhou finally broke the silence. Aren't you afraid of offending me? Chu Zheng earnestly inquired. What would happen if I offended you? Would you kill me? Even if you possess a modicum of handsomeness, you cannot charm me to death. The consequences of offending him were well known to all. Was it necessary to state the obvious? Xie Zhou, having navigated the business world for so long, prided himself on his resilience. Yet he found himself at a loss for words when confronted with such a question. Miss Gu, may I ask, why do you wish to replace Lu Manman? Mr. Xie, I have already stated, it was not my decision. Her denial left him with little recourse. As she articulated, although the investor is Sheng Rue and she is a shareholder, without concrete evidence, one cannot definitively conclude her involvement. Xie Zhou took a deep breath and posed another inquiry. To which organization does Miss Gu belong? Chu Zheng was perplexed by his sudden question, her mind swirling with various doubts regarding what additional drama the Wangzhe account had introduced. Nevertheless, she maintained a composed facade. The Wangzhe account promptly briefed her on her new identity, designed to facilitate her financial transactions in this realm without attracting undue complications. Chu Zheng replied, Isn't this already troublesome? Has it made another mistake? No comment. With an air of noble aloofness, Chu Zheng stated, if Mr. Xie has no further matters, I shall take my leave. As she rose to depart, she paused momentarily at the booth, retrieved a USB drive, placed it on the table, and gently nudged it towards him with her fingertip, adding a small gift. Xie Su Jiao stood in the corner, observing Chu Zheng's departure. He glanced in Xie Zhou's direction, pondering why the two were here together. Lowering his head, Su Jiao sent a text to Chu Zheng, inquiring about her activities. Chu Zheng, is there something? He was uncertain if her demeanor was directed solely at him or if she treated others similarly. Su Jiao continued to type, stubbornly repeating his question. Su Jiao, what are you doing? His gaze darkened, fixated on the phone screen, immobilized for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, he lifted his head and looked towards Xie Zhou's direction, only to find it devoid of presence. His fingertip glided across the screen. Su Jiao, I am feeling unwell. Chu Zheng, see a doctor. Su Jiao, I wish to see you. Chu Zheng inquired, where are you? Su Jiao provided an address and donned a mask before setting off to wait. The route Chu Zheng took diverged from that of Su Jiao, prompting her to instruct the driver to turn around. Faced with a congested road, Chu Zheng felt a twinge of irritation, which manifested in her increasingly frigid gaze upon the traffic outside, as if she might leap out to confront the obstruction. Upon reaching the designated spot, just as Chu Zheng prepared to call Su Jiao, someone slipped into the vehicle. Su Jiao removed her mask, revealing her fair, delicate visage. Chu Zheng asked, are you feeling unwell? Su Jiao tilted her head and grasped Chu Zheng's hand, guiding it to her chest. Here. The driver, displaying commendable discretion, lowered the partition and started the engine. Your heart? Chu Zheng inquired calmly. Shall I take you to the hospital? Gu Zhong, Su Jiao called her name. It is because of you that I feel unwell. I did not strike it. Do not attempt to fabricate. Su Jiao's dark eyes bore into Chu Zheng's, noticing her serene demeanor. After a moment, he smiled and said, a hug from you, Gu Zhong, would alleviate my discomfort. If one is ill, one must seek medical attention. What good is a hug? If a hug suffices, why consult a doctor? Su Jiao leaned forward, wrapping her arms around Chu Zheng's neck. I do not wish to go to the hospital. I only want to spend some time with you. Chu Zheng thought, if I were to strike him now, would he still regard me as a good person? Trust me, sister. He definitely would not. The reminder from the gaming app chimed. So do not refuse him. It's merely a hug, nothing of great significance. You have shared a bed before. The vehicle glided smoothly forward as Su Jiao held on to Chu Zheng, nearly bearing the entirety of her weight. He delicately grasped her hand, slowly intertwining their fingers. General Gu, what were you doing with Xie Zhou earlier? He inquired. Nothing much, Chu Zheng replied softly, suddenly lowering her gaze. How did you know I met him? He lifted his eyes slightly, his gaze colliding with the depths of her pupils. Her delicate lips were mere inches away, and he swallowed hard, cautiously leaning in. Yet before their lips could touch, Chu Zheng instinctively drew back, widening the distance between them. Su Jiao felt a twinge of disappointment as he lowered his head, wrapping his arms around her neck. Xie Zhou asked to discuss something with me. It was nothing significant. She explained, gently ruffling his hair. Why wasn't Pei Yu with you? Su Jiao's eyes brightened. Was she attempting to justify herself? Chu Zheng recalled the barrage of messages cluttering her inbox. In the future, refrain from sending me so many pointless texts. Su Jiao felt as if he had been struck by an arrow. To her, those messages were deemed trivial. He was now almost certain that she harbored no feelings for him. In the past, such a realization might have brought him joy. Yet now, he could not muster any semblance of happiness. Are you hungry? Su Jiao glanced at the person across from him, casually ordering several dishes. After the waiter departed, he moved to sit beside Chu Zheng, sharing anecdotes about his recent experiences on set. Chu Zheng responded absent-mindedly, somewhat annoyed by his chatter, but unable to be harsh with him. Finally, when the dishes arrived, she seized the opportunity to silence him. The food here is delicious. How did you discover this place, General Gu? Su Jiao contentedly patted her belly. Enjoying it? I have never tasted such delectable dishes. Su Jiao obediently responded, her eyes sparkling with delight. How did you discover this place, Mr. Gu? Will you bring me here again? Someone informed me. Mainly, the dishes here are quite expensive. Someone. Su Jiao felt a twinge of curiosity about whether this someone was male or female. Mr. Gu. Su Jiao hesitated. Will you support anyone else in the future? No. This task was assigned by that scoundrel. Otherwise, she wouldn't have time to waste on others. According to that scoundrel's nature, there is only one card for good deeds. Thus, she would not support anyone else. Chapter 57, National Idol, 27, Mr. Su, greetings. As Su Jiao stepped out of the private room, she was startled by the figure standing outside, quickly transforming her surprise into a polite smile. Hello. Is there something I can assist you with? Hello, I am the manager of this establishment. Su Zheng nodded, and then the manager produced several documents. This establishment will henceforth belong to Mr. Su. May I inquire if there are any changes or instructions you would like to make? Su Zheng. She instinctively glanced back into the private room, where Chu Zheng had just finished a phone call and was emerging. Did you not say you liked it? Su Zheng. He said he liked it. And she purchased the entire establishment? And how quickly she managed to do it. Just how long has it been? Mr. Gu spares no expense for Su's affection. This trending topic surged instantly, revealing that Chu Zheng bought a restaurant for Su Zheng merely because of her casual remark of liking it. The serene mountains and bright moon have never been empty. The goddess is indeed affluent. Cease disparaging our goddess by insinuating she is being supported by someone. In my heart, I ponder who our goddess truly belongs to. Is she in need of any adornments? In a life filled with darkness, has Su Zheng been taken under someone's wing? And yet, she boldly flaunts it online. Does she not possess any sense of shame? As frost and wind arise, a mere disagreement leads to Su Qi being bestowed a shop. How magnificent and commanding is our CEO? In response, how can one speak so? They are merely in a romantic relationship. How does it concern you? Clearly, this matter was not disclosed by our esteemed CEO. If blame is to be placed, let it rest upon the intrusive paparazzi. Within the comments, individuals with differing opinions have erupted into conflict. They no longer believe that Chu Zheng is being supported. Instead, they allege that Su Zheng is being sheltered by Chu Zheng. This discord intensifies, primarily due to the fact that Chu Zheng is a woman. It seems the world permits men to pamper women, while women are eternally perceived as the weaker party. Wealth and power attributed to women are often dismissed as mere advantages conferred by their families. Even when a woman forges her own path, she is frequently accused of ascending through the favor of a man, awakening from a dream. Should the roles be reversed and a man lavish gifts upon a woman, he would undoubtedly be envied. It is as if a girl possessing wealth cannot bestow gifts upon someone she cherishes, who decreed that only men are entitled to present gifts to women. It is rather absurd, is it not? We are now in the year 8102. Wake up, everyone. Mother, he has taken my candy. Is this not the legendary Phoenix Man? Surely, Su Zheng has risen solely through Chu Zheng's support? Su Zheng's little sweetheart, how can you all be so malicious? Is it not permissible for Su Qi to engage in a romance with our CEO? In a world bustling with malice, the online sphere is rife with venomous individuals, yet Chu Zheng typically remains indifferent to their barbs. With Peiyu managing matters on Su Zheng's behalf, there is little cause for concern. Consequently, even as the situation escalates into a frenzy online, it bears little consequence for the two individuals at its center. The premiere of Su Zheng's inaugural drama marks a turning point as the series unfolds. The derogatory labels suggesting he lacks talent and relies solely on his appearance gradually fade into obscurity. With this production, Su Zheng captivates a multitude of fans, transitioning from merely being a beloved figure among the CP enthusiasts of him and Chu Zheng to amassing a dedicated following of his own. His fan club is swiftly reestablished, as if he had never departed from the limelight. Previously reliant on Peiyu for access to company resources, Su Zheng now finds himself capable of securing promising roles independently, thanks to the success of his drama. Meanwhile, Lu Manman has not seen Xie Zhou for a week, despite having spotted his vehicle entering and exiting the company premises. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Zhou is deliberately avoiding her, leaving her in a state of despair. She struggles to comprehend the sudden shift. After all, he had previously assured her that they would move on from the incident and even provided her with resources afterward. What could have transpired to bring about such a drastic change? Lu Manman reflects on recent events, recalling that after she broached the subject of being replaced with Xie Zhou, he ceased all contact. Could this be the catalyst for his withdrawal? Despite her musings, she remains at a loss for answers, compelled to devise daily strategies to locate him. On this particular day, after considerable effort, Lu Manman learns that Xie Zhou will be dining at a specific establishment, prompting her to rush to the location. This is a private club, and without anyone to accompany her, she could only wait outside. When Xiao Manman saw Xie Zhou emerge, she hurried over, her small face displaying a look of grievance. Mr. Xie, why won't you answer my calls? Xie Zhou, caught off guard, exhibited no trace of embarrassment. Miss Lu, our affair has come to an end. Ended? Lu Manman's complexion paled dramatically. As she noticed Xie Zhou attempting to leave, she quickly obstructed his path. Mr. Xie, why? Have I done something wrong? Miss Lu, please maintain your dignity, Xie Zhou replied, his brow furrowing. Mr. Xie, let's go. A charming young girl emerged from behind Xie Zhou, wrapping her arms around his. Her voice was sweet. After speaking, she noticed Lu Manman. Oh, do you need something? Xie Zhou extracted his arm, now embracing the young girl's waist. It's nothing, let's go. Lu Manman looked on in disbelief. Was there another woman by his side? Mr. Xie, what have I done wrong? Why are you treating me this way? Please tell me, Mr. Xie. Suddenly, Xie Zhou's bodyguard appeared from nowhere, blocking her path. Mr. Xie, grant me a chance to explain. Lu Manman was frantic, yet the bodyguard refused to let her through. It wasn't until their vehicle departed that the bodyguard released her. She turned to the assistant beside her. Why did Mr. Xie break up with me? Why? Miss Lu, Mr. Xie was never in a relationship with you, the assistant emphasized. Lu Manman was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Xie Zhou had never claimed her as his girlfriend. The individuals surrounding Xie Zhou changed one after another. Yet she had never encountered a woman who claimed the title of girlfriend. From the very outset, Xie Zhou had made his intentions crystal clear. He sought merely a beautiful and obedient woman, rather than a romantic partner. Yet why was it so? Had she erred in some way? Why had he chosen to discard her? She was convinced that as long as she remained by his side, she could surely become his girlfriend. An assistant approached, offering her a tissue before placing a USB drive in her hand, stating, President Xie said, you have had your time with him, part amicably, and do not seek him again. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. The assistant departed, accompanied by a bodyguard, leaving Lu Manman to gaze at the USB drive in her grasp. She was uncertain of its contents. Yet she understood it must be connected to the reason behind Xie Zhou's treatment of her. In a frenzy, Lu Manman sought out a computer nearby, inserted the USB drive, and discovered several videos within. With anxiety coursing through her, she grasped the mouse tightly, inhaled deeply, and clicked. A piercing honk erupted as the driver leaned out of his vehicle, cursing vehemently. Are you seeking death? If you wish to die, do not crash into my car. Her mind was flooded with the images from the video. It depicted her during her time on the set of Phoenix Empress, where someone had surreptitiously filmed her with the assistant director, including numerous intimate photographs. Who could have taken them? Had she known back then that she could ascend to the heights of someone like Xie Zhou, she would never have become entangled with the assistant director. Yet now, it was too late. A man of Xie Zhou's caliber could hardly tolerate the thought of his woman being touched by another. Who was it that conspired against her from the shadows? It has been reported that Chu Zheng will portray the female lead in director Yifang's film Infiltration, which is anticipated to be released next summer. Director Yifang seldom employs newcomers, yet Chu Zheng has recently captured significant attention. It remains a mystery what prompted director Yi to select this emerging starlet. As Lu Manman gazed at the interview footage on the screen, a sudden realization struck her, and a wave of resentment began to swell within her. It is Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng joined the cast to film. And due to the distinct nature of film production compared to television, the filming schedule and demands were exceptionally rigorous, leaving her little time to engage with the outside world. As the new year approached, Chu Zheng made a financial contribution to the crew, requesting a break. The director, despite being a workaholic, could not decline Chu Zheng's generous offer. Consequently, the crew was granted a holiday on the 29th. Alas, securing tickets proved to be an impossible task. Did you manage to get any? No worries. A break is quite nice. The staff huddled together, desperately trying to snatch tickets, but those who succeeded at this juncture likely exhausted their year's worth of luck. Is everyone ready? The director suddenly appeared from nowhere. Almost done. Staff member, Director, what are you doing at the airport? The director smiled enigmatically. Chu Zheng has arranged a private jet for everyone. Staff member, wow. The world of the wealthy is beyond their imagination. One of the crew members posted on Weibo, and this topic quickly gained traction. Miss Chu Zheng's sweetheart. Front row, the goddess is spending lavishly once again. Recently, Gu and Su have been filming, yet they have not shared the screen together. I have replayed the celebrity challenge dozens of times, yearning for some delightful moments. The previous commenter seems quite obsessed. Our goddess is indeed affluent, seeking a benefactor. It's impossible. Our Gu is devoted to Su. Insider revelation. We owe our time off to teacher Gu's generous contributions. Otherwise, our workaholic director would never have granted us leave. Teacher Gu is the most adorable person in the world. No need to guess who it is. Everyone knows. Director, you remain the director. I must commend your ingenious advertising. While others gain notoriety through scandals, Chu Zheng simply needs to indulge in extravagance to trend. Netizens are eager to uncover the identity of Chu Zheng, the daughter of a wealthy family. However, they find that aside from publicly available information, there is nothing else to discover about her online. Fear not, dear lady, as long as you continue your lavish spending. I shall be your steadfast protector. A promise from a bronze-ranked player to Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng, who needs your bronze-level protection? As Chu Zheng arrived at the villa, she noticed someone standing outside. What brings you here? She didn't recall inviting him. To spend the new year with you. Su Jiu replied, pulling down his scarf to reveal his face, exhaling a puff of breath. It's so cold, may I come in? Chu Zheng gazed at him for a few moments before opening the door. Su Jiu adeptly changed his shoes and turned on the heating. Have you eaten? Not yet. Su Jiu removed his outer jacket and rolled up the sleeves of his knitted sweater, striding directly toward the kitchen. What would you like to eat? He inquired. Upon opening the refrigerator, his expression slightly faltered, for it was empty. He rummaged beneath and discovered a few ingredients. Su Jiu proceeded to saute a steak. Given the scarcity of supplies, he could not concoct anything elaborate. Once the steak was cooked, he carried it to the living room and placed it before Chu Zheng. Do you have any wine? It is unwise to drink, Chu Zheng replied in a muted tone. Today is New Year's Eve. A little indulgence would not hurt. Su Jiu replied obediently. Just a little, he added. Chu Zheng coldly uttered 2 words, no wine. Su Jiu pondered over her barren refrigerator and kitchen. The absence of wine seemed entirely reasonable. Had he known, he would have brought some himself. Then, I suppose we shall forego it, he murmured. Settling down cross-legged on the plush carpet, slicing the steak for Chu Zheng, and only after cutting it did he present it to her. Is it tasty? She responded. Su Jiu beamed with a radiant smile, akin to a child receiving praise. The ingredients were insufficient, otherwise, it would have been even better. Next time. Shall I prepare it for you again? Chu Zheng did not answer, casting him a meaningful glance. As she lowered her head to eat the steak, Su Jiu bit his lip, his gaze deepening with unspoken emotions, his grip on the knife tightening slightly. After a moment, he lowered his eyelashes to conceal the turmoil within. Once they finished the steak, Su Jiu took the plate back to the kitchen to wash it. When he emerged, it was just in time for the New Year's countdown. He nestled beside Chu Zheng, wrapping his arms around her. When she flinched slightly, he tightened his embrace. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Su Jiu's lips brushed against Chu Zheng's cheek, akin to a dragonfly lightly touching the water before retreating. His voice followed, resonating with warmth. This marks the first new year we share together. I wish to accompany you through every new year that follows. Chapter 59. National Idol. 29. Su Jiu carefully observed Chu Zheng's expression, yet disappointment washed over him as he noted her lack of reaction. It was as if his words held no more significance to her than a mundane inquiry about her meal choice. Indifferent. Su Jiu, does indifferent imply your consent? Or is it merely a dismissal of my words? There were rooms upstairs. She could choose one for herself. Chu Zheng rose, bidding him good night. Su Jiu quickly stood as well. I am afraid. I promise I will be well-behaved and not disturb you. Not disturb you? This timid soul seemed to have forgotten his past antics, who bestowed upon him the audacity to utter such claims. Su Jiu recalled the time during the celebrity challenge when he could hardly remember how he ended up beside her. Su Jiu clung to Chu Zheng, who, overwhelmed by the noise, climbed upstairs and casually locked him in a room. Su Jiu knocked on the door, calling her name. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Then, an incessant stream of phone calls ensued, all of which Chu Zheng dismissed. She ought to confiscate his phone. A lesson for next time. Su Jiu, there are no blankets in this room. With calls unanswered, Su Jiu resorted to sending messages. Chu Zheng, impossible. The timid one attempted to deceive her. But not a chance. Su Jiu, there truly are none. See for yourself. Su Jiu had sent a picture, revealing that there were indeed no blankets on the bed in the room. Chu Zheng pondered for a moment before heading to Su Jiu's room. She opened the door, and there stood Su Jiu at the entrance, holding his phone with a bewildered and somewhat helpless expression. Chu Zheng snatched the phone from him and promptly shut the door. She could adjust the heating herself. She wouldn't freeze. Su Jiu stood in the room, utterly perplexed. Had he truly been locked in? He glanced at the door, then at his empty hands, clearly indicating his predicament. Leaning his head against the door, he felt a wave of frustration. This was not how it was supposed to be. He had not intended to confine her. How had he ended up trapped instead? Turning towards the window, he noticed that beneath it lay a decorative platform, part of the villa's overall design, connecting to the adjacent room. Peering down, he saw the blanket he had carelessly discarded lying forlornly in the snow below. The biting cold wind rushed in through the window, chilling him to the bone. After taking a shower, Chu Zheng emerged, preparing to retire for the night when she heard a faint tapping sound coming from the window. In the stillness of the room, it was particularly pronounced. Tying her nightgown securely, she approached and drew aside the curtains. Outside the window, Su Jiao was perched precariously. Chu Zheng could only shake her head in exasperation. It seemed she would have to lock the window. As she unlocked and opened the window, a gust of cold air rushed in, causing Su Jiao's face to become pale, his expression pitiful as he looked at her. His soft hair was tousled by the wind, resembling someone who had endured a rough ordeal. Chu Zheng raised her hand to press down on his head, stating, "If you wish to perish, you need only inform me. I would be more than willing to assist you. I miss you." With a serious demeanor, she held his head firmly, feeling the chill that was less comforting than before. "I am on the verge of falling." Su Jiao's hand trembled slightly, almost losing his balance, yet he continued to press against himself. Chu Zheng, seemingly unfazed, removed her hand from his head and extended it towards him. Su Jiao immediately displayed a smile, placing his icy hand into her palm. Chu Zheng exerted her strength, pulling him into her embrace. Su Jiao, as cold as ice, tumbled into her arms while she effortlessly held him with one hand and closed the window. Su Jiao felt entirely frigid, his body shivering slightly as Chu Zheng led him into the bathroom, filling the tub with warm water for a bath. "Aren't you going to kick me out?" Su Jiao inquired cautiously as he stood before the bathtub. "I prefer not to have the police knocking on my door for a chat tomorrow," Chu Zheng replied, stepping out of the bathroom and shutting the door behind her. Leaning against the tub, Su Jiao chuckled softly, shedding his clothes and immersing himself in the warm water to dispel the chill. Chu Zheng stood by the window, glancing downwards, and was not at all surprised to see the quilt in the snow below, now adorned with a fresh layer of snow that would likely be gone by morning. As she lost herself in thought, a warm body enveloped her from behind, a youthful voice chiming in. "Happy New Year, President Gu." Chu Zheng turned to push his arms away, but the youth took the opportunity to nestle into her embrace. "Good night, President Gu," she murmured, holding her phone. Chu Zheng hesitated for nearly 3 seconds, her palm resting on the boy's head. For his sake, she relented, not wishing to nitpick with someone so fragile. She reassured herself and returned her attention to her phone. The boy's breathing was calm, his hand resting on her waist, his demeanor remarkably serene. If he were a girl, her innocence would undoubtedly be at risk. Alas, Su Jiao was awakened by the sound of firecrackers. Although the city forbids the use of firecrackers, there are always those who adhere to customs passed down through the ages. Chu Zheng was also disturbed by the noise, pulling the blanket over her head in an attempt to muffle the bothersome sound. It is truly vexing that one cannot even enjoy a peaceful slumber. Amused, Su Jiao embraced her, lifting a hand to cover her ears. As the cacophony outside gradually ceased, Su Jiao glanced down to find the girl with her eyes closed, resting against his chest. His breath momentarily stilled as his fingers glided from her ear to her cheek, pausing at the corner of her mouth. He loosened his hold slightly and slowly lowered his head, their noses brushing against one another. Thump, thump, thump. Su Jiao could hear the rapid beating of his heart. Gazing at the person so close, he steeled himself, closed his eyes, and pressed his lips against her soft petals. He was uncertain when Chu Zheng would awaken, so he lay with her for a while before rising to prepare breakfast. By the time Chu Zheng arose, Su Jiao had already made breakfast and was waiting for her. "You needn't do all this," Chu Zheng remarked. Su Jiao poured her a glass of milk, obediently replying, "I am more than willing to prepare breakfast for you." "Does Mr. Gu think my cooking is inadequate?" A hint of anxiety crossed his features, as if he were facing a significant event in his life. "It's quite good," she reassured him. Su Jiao silently exhaled in relief and took a seat across from her. As Chu Zheng scrolled through her phone, notifications mentioning her frequently popped up. This occurrence was not unusual, and she paid little heed to it. However, while tapping on her screen, she inadvertently touched the top and found herself drawn into a different window. Her finger hesitated for a moment before she raised her gaze to look across the table. "Su Jiao?" Su Jiao lifted his head and smiled at her. "Is this what you sent?" Chu Zheng turned her phone towards him. On the screen was a Weibo post with an image and text. "Su Jiao V. New Year's gift." The image depicted intertwined hands. Chu Zheng could still recognize her own fingers. She had no recollection of this photograph, which must have been surreptitiously taken by Su Jiao earlier that morning. Su Jiao abruptly stood up, a look of panic on his face as he searched for his phone. I will delete it right now." Chu Zheng observed him for a few seconds, then tossed her phone aside and said, Never mind. It has been posted for so long. Those who intended to screenshot it have undoubtedly done so. Deleting it would be futile, an exercise in redundancy. Chapter 60. National Idol. 30. Su Jiu inquired what Chu Zheng intended to do next. She, feeling lethargic, replied that she would not be going anywhere, while Su Jiu dutifully remained by her side. Leaning her chin on her hand, her gaze remained indifferent and cool, yet she was focused. Su Jiu approached with some items, squatting down and resting his hands on her knees, tilting his head slightly to look at her. But it will take me quite some time to do it alone. You are the best, President Gu. Chu Zheng, the benevolent one. Move a bit to the left, now up a little. Snap. Irritated. Chu Zheng affixed the character for fortune onto the glass, just as Su Jiu was about to point out that it was askew. She shot him a glance that silenced him, and he quickly donned a compliant smile, pleased with her work. Chu Zheng descended to take the other character for fortune from his hands, slapping it onto the other side. Su Jiu cast a silent glance at the crooked character, refraining from speaking. The villa was arranged by Su Jiu in a manner that felt exceedingly comfortable, evoking a sense of home. Chu Zheng stood by the window, watching the children playing outside. President Gu, shall we go out to shop? It's a holiday. In some places, doors may be ajar. Su Jiu has begun to grasp the meaning behind her simple phrases. If we do not venture out to procure supplies, we shall face hunger today. For even takeout is unavailable. Guzong, would you not consider donning an extra layer? It is quite frigid outside. A sudden slip caused Su Jiu to fall into the snow, eliciting a chorus of laughter from children in the distance, leaving Su Jiu with a slightly displeased expression. With Chu Zheng so near, she did not even offer him a hand. Rising from the ground, Su Jiu glanced back. Chu Zheng stood unfazed, hands tucked into his pockets. What are you staring at? You fell on your own. I did not push you. It has nothing to do with me. The two remained in a standoff before Chu Zheng finally stepped forward, grasping his hand and guiding him outside. Su Jiu, seizing the moment, slipped his fingers through Chu Zheng's, intertwining their hands. The latter cast him a discontented look, and Su Jiu silently mouthed, "You'd better." The supermarket outside the villa area had not closed, and Su Jiu pushed a cart, filling it with numerous snacks from the snack aisle. Chu Zheng trailed behind, hands in pockets, resembling a parent observing a mischievous child. Look over there, he appears quite handsome. A group of girls nudged each other, marveling at Su Jiu and Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng adjusted the mask on his face and glanced at Su Jiu, who wore an identical mask. How could they possibly discern handsomeness? Do they possess X-ray vision? Which one do you mean? One girl inquired. That girl. Another pointed at Chu Zheng. I feel like I've seen her before. I think so too. Is she a celebrity? Look at that boy in front. Doesn't he resemble Su Jiu? It resembles. Isn't it the esteemed President Gu accompanying Su Jiu? President Gu and his beloved Su Qi are perusing the supermarket. Have they taken to cohabitation? The two young ladies engaged in a spirited discussion, transitioning from the topic of cohabitation to the matter of which surname their future children would bear. Chu Zheng remarked, "Are the current fans so devoted as to concern themselves with the offspring of their idols?" Chu Zheng shook her head, taking over the shopping cart, signaling Su Jiu to move ahead. Su Jiu did not dispute with Chu Zheng. Instead, she relinquished the cart and took Chu Zheng's hand. After selecting snacks, they proceeded to fresh ingredients. While Su Jiu scrutinized the items, Chu Zheng stood by, evidently growing impatient, led by both. Is it not a bit unmanly for a boy to dawdle so? We cannot consume it all. Su Jiu disagreed. We must not waste. Just because we have money. Money does not justify wastefulness. Eventually, Su Jiu selected the ingredients and moved on to the next. Gu, your money does not simply fall from the sky. Chu Zheng responded. It genuinely does seem to fall from the sky. After completing the checkout, Chu Zheng stuffed the items into the trunk, and Su Jiu had already entered the vehicle, awaiting her arrival. Meow. A faint sound of a kitten emanated from beneath the car, causing Chu Zheng to momentarily pause her action of closing the trunk, bending down to peer underneath. A small cat was curled up, shivering in the cold. Chu Zheng moved to the other side, rescuing the kitten, which instinctively burrowed into her embrace for warmth. After waiting for an extended period without seeing Chu Zheng emerge, Su Jiu glanced in the rearview mirror and, not spotting her, felt a sudden pang of anxiety, hastily exiting the car. He glanced around, not seeing anything of interest, until he turned to the other side and immediately spotted a girl squatting by the car, tenderly cradling and stroking a small kitten. Su Jiu was taken aback. He had never associated such a delicate creature with the girl before him. She seemed entirely indifferent to animals, as she was aloof even towards people. Yet, the evidence stood before him, compelling him to believe. He approached cautiously, inquiring, "Chu Zheng, is this a stray cat?" "Not at all," she replied. The kitten appeared clean, its fur glossy, and its claws neatly trimmed, clearly indicating it had been lovingly cared for, though it remained a mystery how it had ended up here. Where could it have come from? Su Jiao gently patted the kitten's head, and it mewed affectionately, nuzzling against his fingers. Surveying the surroundings, he found nothing amiss. He ventured into a nearby supermarket to ask, and the attendant mentioned they had seen the cat outside yesterday and had fed it twice, suggesting it must have wandered off, with its owner unable to locate it. "Don't you want it?" Su Jiao asked, noticing her apparent fondness for the creature despite her protest. "It's a hassle." "A hassle? I could take care of it for you," he offered. "Is that permissible?" After a brief moment, Chu Zheng affectionately stroked the kitten's soft fur, and 3 seconds later, she cradled it and got into the car. That morning, Su Jiao posted a tweet, and soon after, they were spotted shopping together at the supermarket, solidifying the rumors of their cohabitation. Online, a multitude of fans lamented their heartbreak, yet a greater number extended their blessings. Even though this couple had never publicly acknowledged their relationship, Peiyu, filled with concern, dialed Su Jiao's number, utterly unaware of the situation at hand. Su Jiao reassured him that Chu Zheng had shown little reaction, implying that Peiyu need not worry, with the top boss advising him to let it be. Peiyu naturally refrained from intervening. In Chapter 61, National Idol 31, Chu Zheng periodically indulged in extravagant spending on set, earning her a considerable amount of respect from the crew. Ultimately, she even contemplated hiring a special effects team from a renowned studio abroad for the director. The director pondered, was she seeking a leading lady or a veritable treasure? Various productions, facing budget constraints, aspired to cast Chu Zheng as the protagonist, if not the lead. They would settle for a supporting role, for her mere acceptance would signify financial stability for the project. There was scarcely a production that did not welcome her presence. The most prevalent discussions revolved around, has President Gu splurged today? Did President Gu buy gifts for Su Kawai today? Did President Gu showcase his affection for Su Kawai today? The dramas featuring Su Jiao had achieved remarkable success, and even those detractors claiming he relied on Chu Zheng could not dismiss his undeniable talent. Despite some shortcomings in acting, each appearance left audiences captivated, as he exhibited rapid improvement that transcended mere monetary investment. However, fans expressed dissatisfaction with the infrequent appearances of Su Jiao and Chu Zheng together, both in their personal lives and during events. "Su Kawai is mine. Please let them marry immediately." Feng Hua lights up Xijing. "When will President Gu and Su Kawai star in a drama together? I long to see them perform." A voice in autumn. "Is Miss Chu Zheng not considering a change in roles? She always plays the aloof beauty. I wish to see her portray a shy, adorable character." Miss Chu Zheng's sweetheart. "The person upstairs is utterly disheartened, yet I firmly believe our dear sister will not alter her acting path. I adore her domineering CEO persona." Chu Jiangchimpa. "It is indeed a challenging path to sustain." Chu Jiao's adorable one. "Our manager Gu is not lacking in funds. She can portray whatever role she desires. What is there to fear about not going far? Just throw in some money." Everyone. Such sound reasoning, utterly irrefutable. In a certain apartment, Lu Manman sat amidst a chaotic mess. For days, she had been yearning to find Xie Zhou, but she realized that while it was once so easy to encounter him, now it seemed impossible. To her astonishment, she saw Xie Zhou publicly declare that the girl she had last seen with him was his girlfriend. It is well known that many women have been rumored to be involved with Xie Zhou, yet how many have been openly acknowledged as his girlfriend? Only this one. Lu Manman's eyes widened in disbelief. Her grip on the tablet tightened to the point of her veins protruding and her fingertips losing color. "Girlfriend, girlfriend." Ah! Lu Manman flung the tablet away, and it crashed against the wall, shattering into pieces. In the end, she was nothing, merely a joke. No, all of this was caused by Gu Chu Zheng. If Xie Zhou were unaware of her past, how could he possibly have ended their relationship? Had they not separated? The one publicly recognized would have been her. The one envied would have been her. Gu Chu Zheng. What right does she have to live so splendidly? An endless stream of resources, constant trending topics, and a boy showcasing their love every day? Why does she deserve it? Gu Chu Zheng, if I am to suffer, you shall not find solace either. Lu Manman tidied up, took her bag, and headed out. Is Teacher Su coming to visit? What about President Gu? Su Jiao obediently replied, while signing the book presented by the staff. inquiring as she did so. President Gu should be in the lounge. I will lead you there. The staff member cheerfully guided her to the lounge. Su Jiao raised her index finger, signaling for silence. The staff chuckled and dispersed, without knocking. Su Jiao cautiously pushed the door open. Chu Zheng lay on the chair in the lounge, her face covered by a script, seemingly unaware of anyone's presence. Su Jiao tiptoed closer, lifting the script from Chu Zheng's face. The person beneath had her eyes closed, breathing steadily, as if in slumber. He gently pressed a kiss on Chu Zheng's face, lingeringly turning towards her enticing lips. Just as he was about to kiss her, Chu Zheng suddenly opened her eyes. Their gazes locked, and Su Jiao's face instantaneously flushed crimson. He clenched his fist slightly, swiftly pecking Chu Zheng's lips before rising abruptly to stand beside her. Chu Zheng furrowed her brows. Why are you here again? Su Jiao. What do you mean by again? How much does she dislike me? The name was chosen by Su Jiao. Chu Zheng clenched her fist then released it. Come here, Su Jiao. He moved in front of Chu Zheng, who gestured for him to squat down. Although puzzled, Su Jiao obediently complied. It was only when Chu Zheng placed her hand on his head that the corners of Su Jiao's mouth twitched. What did she think of herself? Su Jiao lay on her lap like a cat, one hand clutching her empty fingers. President Gu, may I act in a play with you? He inquired. Pei mentioned that this matter required her consent. It could only proceed with her agreement. Why? You treat me the best. Su Jiao had already mastered the art of playing the good card. Indeed, Chu Zheng nodded. I will have Pei provide you with the script. Su Jiao beamed with joy, gently kissing the tips of Chu Zheng's fingers and tentatively asked, I don't want to call you President Gu. May I call you Chu Zheng instead? This appellation was hardly intimate. You may call me whatever you like. Names are mere labels. Su Jiao wrapped his arms around her waist, whispering, Chu Zheng. His voice was exceptionally melodious, laced with an enticing undertone that made one's heart flutter. MHM. Su Jiao buried his head in Chu Zheng's embrace, feeling an overwhelming desire for her to belong solely to him, wishing for her eyes to reflect only him. Chu Zheng pulled his hands away, and Su Jiao immediately suppressed his emotions, revealing a docile and compliant smile. Why are you pinching yourself? She asked. Su Jiao's gaze darted away, his palm stained with traces of blood, the marks of his nails etched into his skin. He turned his head, struggling to articulate his thoughts. No, it's nothing. Chu Zheng handed him a tissue to wipe his hand, suddenly leaning closer. Su Jiao, you're not ill, are you? Su Jiao shook his head. If you are unwell, we can treat it. Money is no object. Avoiding the issue is not an option. Su Jiao remained silent, contemplating how to confess his desire for her to belong solely to him. Su Jiao feared that his shadowy thoughts might be uncovered by her, and she might not even spare him a glance. The mere thought of Chu Zheng turning away, leaving him alone, made his body tremble uncontrollably. He embraced Chu Zheng once more, imploring, please don't abandon me. Chu Zheng, bewildered, patted his head and replied, no. In Chapter 62, National Idol 32, she intended to assure him that without a good person card, she would never leave him, but the latter part of her sentence faded away, leaving Su Jiao only with the word no. Chu Zheng thought to herself, what a scoundrel. This wretched creature is indeed riddled with traps. It was late. Oh, which hotel are you staying at? Chu Zheng did not plan to disclose this information, yet it seemed Su Jiao had no intention of departing unless she did. She couldn't afford to relinquish her good person card. Repeating this mantra in her mind several times, she handed him her room key. Su Jiao, beaming with delight, accepted it. I'm leaving now. Hey, scoundrel. The moment he spoke, trouble was bound to ensue. Warehouse at number 230, Shanghai Road. Sure enough, the next instant, the king provided an address. Chu Zheng collided with the door, lamenting her unfortunate fate. Why was she so unlucky? The heavens were determined to strike her, this pitiful soul. Demons. They were all demons. But who exactly were the demons? With a click, the door beside her swung open, and a figure emerged from the room. Chu Zheng immediately straightened her posture, expressionless as she adjusted her clothing, and nonchalantly exited under the scrutinizing gaze of the individual. Warehouse at number 230, Shanghai Road. The roads of mountain and sea are lined with warehouses, now abandoned and on the verge of demolition to make way for commercial buildings. Everywhere, the bold red characters signaling demolition are visible, and the ground is littered with crushed cans and discarded newspapers, stained with an indeterminate liquid. Chu Zheng, accompanied by a dozen burly bodyguards, strides through the streets like a formidable leader of a clandestine organization, eventually arriving at number 230. Boss, this is the place, she says, fiddling with her phone. Upon hearing this, She lifts her gaze slightly and nods her chin, commanding, "Kick the door in." Understood. Two bodyguards advance simultaneously, and the rusted iron door is forcefully kicked open, unleashing a cacophony of confused voices from within the warehouse. Chu Zheng stands outside, tilting her head towards the sky, where the myriad stars seem to cascade into her eyes, shimmering like fragmented light, yet enveloped in profound silence. "Boss, everything is taken care of." Sujio burrows into her embrace, clutching her tightly. "It's all right," Chu Zheng reassures him, gently patting his head while playfully ruffling his hair, which feels delightfully soft. "Ahem. Boss, how should we deal with these individuals?" A bodyguard inquires from the side. On the ground lie 6 muscular men, adorned with tattoos of a dragon and a tiger, each looking quite formidable, yet currently cowering on the floor in fear. Chu Zheng glances at them, bemused by their delusion that mere tattoos could grant them mastery in combat. They might as well be scaring children. What a nuisance, let us just get rid of them. The voice of the king in her mind clamors for action, prompting Chu Zheng to feel a headache coming on. She gestures for a bodyguard to bring over a chair for Sujio to sit, reluctant to release her. Sujio clings to her waist, pressing against her abdomen as he observes those who had attempted to kidnap him. The bodyguards haul the men up, lining them up for what comes next. "A family must remain united." Chu Zheng inquired, "Who compelled you to abduct him?" The kidnapper replied, "Had I known this task would be so troublesome, we would have never accepted it. Alas, there is no remedy for regret." Suddenly, a bodyguard delivered a swift kick to one of the men, bellowing, "The boss is asking questions. Speak." The oppressive aura emanating from the bodyguard made the kidnappers feel like mere jesters before these formidable individuals. The target of the abduction was Chu Zheng. However, after observing her for several days, they realized she was never alone, always accompanied by someone. Thus, they had not found an opportunity. Then, they stumbled upon Sujio. Consequently, Sujio became entangled in Chu Zheng's plight. They intended to use Sujio to lure Chu Zheng into their grasp for the purpose of kidnapping her. These 6 individuals were driven to desperation. Otherwise, they would not have taken on the audacious task of abducting a public figure. Chu Zheng pressed further. "Who is that woman?" The kidnapper responded, "I don't know. She wore a mask and sunglasses, and we have never seen her face." The kidnapper, not daring to lie, confessed the truth. Chu Zheng continued, "What is the purpose of abducting me?" The kidnapper shook his head vigorously. "I don't know. I truly don't know. She said to kidnap you. And then, to call her." Chu Zheng's hand glided from Sujio's head to the back of his neck, tugging gently. "Call her, and inform her that we have captured me." Faced with the overwhelming presence of Chu Zheng's entourage, the kidnapper trembled and pressed the call button. The call connected, but silence lingered on the other end. "It's me." The kidnapper attempted to steady his voice. "We have captured the person. What shall we do next?" "Send me a photograph." The woman's voice resonated before abruptly cutting off, followed by a busy tone. Lu Manman and Chu Zheng recognized the voice on the other end. Her benefactor, Xiezhou, had chosen to disregard her. Despite the situation, he still seemed to carry on nonchalantly. She had long suggested eliminating the problem directly to avoid complications. Look at the consequences of ignoring her advice. Though reluctant to criticize the young lady, it was difficult to suppress her frustration. After all, she was the victim. The kidnappers cast fearful glances at Chu Zheng, this young girl exuding an unsettling aura. They had made the call. It was this woman who had instructed them, and they were merely mercenaries seeking payment. "Please spare us," they implored. "Spare you?" Chu Zheng posed the question, her tone remarkably calm. The kidnappers felt an inexplicable chill run down their spines, cold sweat suddenly enveloping them. The already eerie warehouse seemed to grow even more foreboding. "Are you frightened?" Chu Zheng inquired. Sujio bit his lip, shaking his head, yet his hand instinctively grasped Chu Zheng's, following her closely. Chu Zheng emitted an ambiguous hum. Sujio's heart inexplicably raced, yet she said nothing further, instructing him to freshen up. Standing in front of the bathroom mirror, Sujio gazed at his reflection. He slowly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his collarbone and chest. The youth in the mirror remained handsome, yet his eyes bore a somber darkness, reminiscent of a brewing storm, evoking trepidation. As his shirt fell to the floor, he turned toward the shower, the icy water cascading over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The cold water washed away the uncomfortable aura that clung to him, cleansing him of impurities. He remained the same clean young man who captivated at first glance. Chapter 63. The National Idol, 33. After Sujio finished his shower, Chu Zheng waited her turn. During their stay at the villa, Su Jiu had made various excuses to climb into her bed, so Chu Zheng had grown accustomed to it, directly lying beside him upon emerging. Su Jiu, seeking warmth, snuggled closer, his cold skin pressing against hers. Chu Zheng turned her head to pull back the covers and inquired, "Where are your clothes?" "They're wet," Su Jiu replied innocently. Blinking, "Should I put them on?" His clothes lay beside them, and as Chu Zheng reached out to touch them, she found them indeed damp. Even his bathrobe was soaked. What on earth had he been doing in the bathroom? She touched his forehead and remarked, "Why are you so cold?" Su Jiu shook his head in confusion. "I don't know." Chu Zheng adjusted the temperature slightly higher, and Su Jiu, feeling secure, wrapped his arms around her, oblivious to the fact that he had deliberately soaked his clothes and taken a cold shower. He did nothing. It seemed likely that they would never have a substantial connection in this lifetime. He could only be a bit more proactive. As the room dimmed, the only sounds were their gentle breaths. "Chu Zheng," Su Jiu suddenly called her. Chu Zheng, clearly not asleep, gently threaded her fingers through his soft hair. "I like you," Su Jiu said, lifting his head to catch her gaze in the faint light. "Can we date?" "No, miss. Let's rewind and reconsider." "Yes." "What does dating even mean?" "Yes." Su Jiu was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. "Do you like me too?" "No." The exhilaration that had enveloped Su Jiu felt as though it had been doused with a bucket of icy water, leaving him stiff and bewildered. "Then, why did you agree to me? What you desire. Thus, I promise you, for the sake of the good person card." Su Jiu fell silent for a moment. "Will you come to like me in the future?" Chu Zheng parted her lips, and after a few seconds, she replied softly, "I don't know." Su Jiu bit her lip with determination. She had indeed agreed to be in a relationship with you, had she not? One cannot ask for more. "Su Jiu, you must exercise restraint. Will you try to like me?" Su Jiu wrapped her arms around her neck. Speaking gently, "I will behave well." "Chu Zheng." The room descended into a profound silence. Chu Zheng's gaze lingered in the darkness, lost in thought, pondering what it truly means to like someone. She had never learned about this. Is there a tutorial? After a long while, Chu Zheng pulled down his hand from around her neck and gently patted his head. "Sleep now. Give me a kiss." "I will sleep on the sofa." Chu Zheng stood up. "No kiss." Su Jiu quickly grasped her. "I will sleep." Su Jiu, in a huff, clung to her. "Then it's over." "No kiss, then no kiss." A certain actor with the surname Liu was found dead at 4 in the morning, suspected of having clashed with an escaped murderer. The reasons for their connection are still under investigation. Su Jiu rubbed her eyes and sat up. The television broadcasted the news, showcasing the warehouse on Shanghai Road. Police were bustling in and out, and the scene was somewhat chaotic. Su Jiu stared blankly at the screen until the news concluded. "Dead. Lu Man is dead, and 2 kidnappers are dead. The others have fled." Chu Zheng was not in the room. Su Jiu could only find clean clothes and shoes. He rummaged through his phone to call Chu Zheng, but the call was answered by a crew member, who informed him that she was filming and was unable to take the call at the moment. Su Jiu changed into a suitable outfit and headed directly to the film set to find her. "Baby," she called out. Chu Zheng's fingers trembled slightly as she cast an expressionless glance at Su Jiu. "What did you just call me? What kind of ridiculous title is that? Are city folk truly this terrifying?" "Baby," Su Jiu repeated, swiftly shifting the topic. "Did you see the news? Lu Man is dead. How could she possibly die?" "Baby, you. She's dead, so what? No more trouble, just as I desired," Chu Zheng replied. "Wait a moment. What about me?" Chu Zheng questioned. Su Jiu pulled her aside, a look of concern on her face. "Do you think the police might suspect you? What does that have to do with me?" Chu Zheng was bewildered. Last night, she had instructed the kidnappers to lure Lu Man over. Was it not her doing? "I merely told them to teach her a lesson. As for how she died, that is not my concern." Indeed, she had contemplated eliminating Lu Man. The gaming device had been incessantly screaming, and even when she tried to mute it, it breached the block, claiming it was an emergency mechanism. It asserted its right to correct her actions that could lead to mission failure and rewind any erroneous behavior. Chu Zheng expressed her frustration. "What? This wretched device can override the mute function. What good is the mute for? Is it merely a ruse?" The emotional turmoil of the device at that moment must have been intricate. Was this truly the crux of the matter? However, the device soon clarified that this emergency mechanism could be utilized only 3 times per dimension, with each session lasting 3 hours. "Is that true?" Su Jiu inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. Su Jiu's anxiety dissipated. "That's a relief. Baby, shall we have lunch together?" "Box lunch." Su Jiu. "In the past, you always took me to dine at 5-star hotels, And now you are asking me to settle for a boxed meal? Has our relationship diminished in significance? Very well. Su Jiao obediently acquiesced. Do not call me baby. It makes me seem as if I have not weaned, tarnishing my image. All right, baby. A passing staff member remarked. It is too painful to witness. Due to media exposure regarding the murder of Lu Man, officials have been tirelessly investigating the scene for clues. It was ultimately confirmed that Lu Man had contacted the murderers first, though their intentions remain unclear. The evidence suggests a confrontation ensued, resulting in Lu Man being stabbed 3 times, with 1 fatal wound. The other 2 assailants also bore similar stab wounds, one of whom succumbed to injuries sustained from a fall. Therefore, this appears to be the outcome of mutual struggle. A few suspects still at large will be swiftly apprehended. The traces left by Chu Zheng, accompanied by bodyguards, have been thoroughly eradicated. Miss, have you been up to something behind my back? The King's order expressed skepticism. After activating its emergency protocol, it would enter a 12-hour dormancy period, during which it remained unaware of her actions. This was something that must never be disclosed to her. No. The King's order remained unconvinced. Her serious denial of wrongdoing lacked credibility, as it was not the first instance. Do you suspect me? This matter truly has no connection to her. Is she that kind of person? Is she? She is not. Are you not aware of the possibility of being suspected? Miss, I am merely concerned that you might jeopardize the mission. You would not wish to rewind and start over, would you? If it were my doing, then perhaps it is time to rewind. Chu Zheng calmly inquired. Are we rewinding now? How could that wretched creature cast doubt upon her? What of the trust between man and dog? No, between man and system. It certainly needs addressing. The young lady is rather formidable. The gaming account declared a need to log off and reflect in silence. Chapter 64, National Idol, 34, 3 months later. The villa now brimmed with numerous items, completely devoid of the previous emptiness and chill, overflowing with vitality. Chu Zheng sighed as she entered the villa. A considerably larger kitten scampered over, affectionately nuzzling against the hem of her trousers. After several months apart, it was evident that it still recognized its owner. Chu Zheng lifted it up, indulging in a gentle rub. Nodding, she kicked her suitcase inside and cradled the fluffy creature as she stepped into the house. Where is Su Jiao? Has he been staying here? The housekeeper instinctively nodded, then pondered, where else would Mr. Su reside? After all, weren't they cohabitating? This was common knowledge across the internet. Shall I inform Mr. Su? The housekeeper asked. No need, Chu Zheng replied. She placed the fluffy creature on the bed, where it wagged its tail and mewed. Fluffy, she remarked, tapping its head. What a ridiculous name. Only he could have come up with that. Mew. Chu Zheng rolled onto the bed with Fluffy, reveling in its softness, feeling utterly comfortable. Good night, you go. As for that suitcase? Su Jiao observed the luggage in the living room. Without waiting for the housekeeper to respond, he dashed upstairs. The door was ajar, and Su Jiao caught sight of the person lying on the bed, accompanied by the fluffy creature beside her. As Su Jiao entered the room, the fluffy creature opened its eyes and meowed while flicking its tail. Su Jiao raised a finger, signaling for silence, and to his surprise, the fluffy seemed to comprehend. Falling into a tranquil hush, he crouched beside the bed, gazing intently at the slumbering figure, gently brushing her hair aside with his fingertips. Cautiously, Su Jiao leaned in and bestowed a soft kiss upon her lips. The fluffy creature squeezed in from below, prompting Su Jiao to swiftly embrace it, lest he disturb the sleeping beauty above. His movements froze momentarily as he shot a glare at the fluffy, which affectionately rubbed against his fingers. Su Jiao inwardly lamented. Why won't you cuddle me? At that moment, he could only look at the fluffy with a touch of grievance. With no pressing engagements ahead, Chu Zheng had entrusted her responsibilities to the capable hands of professionals. Her role was merely to indulge in extravagance when funds ran low, fearing not the losses, but rather the absence of them. An employee mused on the peculiar experience of having a boss who wished for daily financial losses. After completing his tasks, Su Jiao found himself with some leisure time and suggested a trip abroad. Chu Zheng, however, was disinclined to move and declined his proposal. Yet just then, a notification from the Game King's glory pinged her with a new task, compelling Chu Zheng to pack her bags and prepare for an overseas flight. Su Jiao retorted, Is it truly necessary to purchase a plane for a trip abroad? My dear, something feels amiss. As he turned his head to survey the surroundings, he was met with the sight of an island. He refrained from questioning how he knew this, for a large banner reading Welcome to XX Island, Mr. Gu and Mr. Su was clearly visible, His eyesight was perfectly fine. While boarding the plane, he recalled her promise of heading to country alone. How had they ended up on an island instead? Chu Zheng, producing a pair of sunglasses from seemingly nowhere, perched them on her nose and adjusted them with a casual flick. Don't you like it? Sujio hesitated before responding, I do. Then that's settled, she replied. Chu Zheng made her way towards the individuals on the other side. And after a brief moment, Sujio followed suit. As she approached, she happened to overhear a conversation regarding the purchase of an island. Sujio thought to herself, it seems that in his lifetime, he wished to find a place to confine her, but that is now unlikely. They have even acquired an island. Chu Zheng handed the pen to Sujio. Sujio, feeling somewhat dazed, signed the document presented by the man, who smiled and remarked, Mr. Su, you may sign here. After Sujio completed her signature in a haze, the man closed the document and congratulated her. Congratulations, Mr. Su. Would you like to change the name of the island? I have the paperwork ready, and it can take effect immediately. Sujio was taken aback, suddenly overwhelmed by the prospect of owning an island. The news of Chu Zheng purchasing an island for Sujio somehow found its way online, instantly creating a stir. Chu Zheng and Sujio are the best. Could Mr. Gu and the adorable Su please get married immediately? Shang Xuanfang Jio. It's terrifying how rich people date. Sujio is undoubtedly the happiest boy in the world. Wanhua Ruxiao. I suspect Mr. Gu is male. Is she perhaps disguised as a woman? Wudong Wuxia. That is a bit frightening upstairs. Chu Zheng. Are you getting married today? Are you all beginning to question Mr. Gu's gender now? Chu Zheng. Are you spreading dog food today? An island. Oh my goodness. Mr. Gu, are you in need of a partner? I volunteer. Wanli watching Kong. Cue up. The signal on the island was not very good, thus Sujio remained unaware of the events occurring outside. The island boasted exquisite scenery and a pleasant climate, making it an ideal vacation destination. Initial Zheng found Sujio to be quite extraordinary. Wherever he went, he seemed to transform the place into a cozy and inviting haven. This seemingly trivial and mundane skill left her perplexed. If Sujio were aware of Initial Zheng's thoughts, he would likely darken in demeanor immediately. Initial Zheng had performed in numerous dramas, and as her fans noted, her acting style remained unchanged. Yet, her aloof and commanding presence was particularly captivating, endearing her to many. From time to time, she and Sujio would showcase their affection online, which the fans interpreted as a display of romance. However, Initial Zheng was oblivious to this. She merely wished to declutter her life, fortunate enough to have someone capable of taking on her superfluous possessions. Director Fang's film The Unseen was released to tremendous box office success, not only due to its compelling narrative but also because of Initial Zheng's remarkable performance as the female lead, prompting audiences to willingly purchase tickets. Subsequently, The Unseen garnered a nomination for a prestigious international film award, with Initial Zheng winning the accolade for Best Actress. Following this, Initial Zheng and Sujio co-starred in a youth drama, reigniting the fervor for such productions and establishing it as a representative work of recent years. The most beautiful love is akin to that of a first encounter, delicate and refined, like fine wine, yet with a lingering aftertaste. Mr. Su, do you have any comments regarding your recent award? Mr. Su, do you believe your accomplishments today are closely tied to Miss Gu Chuzheng? Is there an inappropriate relationship between you two? Mr. Su, when do you plan to marry Miss Gu Chuzheng? Peiyu stood protectively beside Sujio, shielding him from the barrage of questions posed by reporters. Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize, but we will arrange a press conference shortly. Please allow us some space. Years have passed, yet he remains as youthful as the fine Su Wine, suddenly seizing the microphone from a reporter. Su Wine, he exclaimed, flashing a smile. Peiyu furrowed his brow, ultimately refraining from intervening. After all, if anything were to happen, the boss would handle it, as long as he was unharmed. That was all that mattered. The reporters fell silent. The young voice emerged slowly. My greatest dream is to act, yet life does not always unfold as one wishes. Not everyone is born with the finest resources. I once sacrificed much for my passion, yet in the end, I gained nothing. However, I harbor no regrets for striving towards my dreams. Then, I met her. I know many of you believe that my success is solely due to her support. I do not deny it. Without her, I would not be where I am today. Perhaps you do not even know who I am. Su Wine spoke candidly, dispelling the ill-intentioned speculations. Whether you claim I am living off a woman or question my abilities, you cannot deny that I possess the finest partner. She is my benefactor, the most significant person in my life, and the embodiment of my future aspirations. I will dedicate everything to her. Thank you all. Su Wine graciously returned the microphone to the reporter and, before the latter could comprehend, departed the scene alongside Peiyu. Stepping out behind them, Xiezhou observed Su Wine's retreating figure, his expression somewhat complicated. Those within the industry remarked that Peiyu could no longer elevate anyone beyond his caliber. Yet here was an exception. Although this individual borrowed the enigmatic persona of Chu Zheng, it is evident that without Peiyu's unwavering support, Sujio could not have achieved such rapid growth. Xiezhou has emerged. The reporters have spotted Xiezhou. Mr. Xie, this year you did not receive the Best Actor award. Do you have anything to say? Mr. Xie, please don't leave. Could you share a few words? Meanwhile, as Sujio entered the car, he discovered Chu Zheng seated inside, and an intense warmth flooded his ears. Did you hear everything? When he uttered those words, he had already prepared himself for her eventual awareness, yet he never anticipated her presence at the scene. The vehicle was parked not far away. She must have overheard. Congratulations. But did she truly hear it? Sujio wrestled with his thoughts for a moment before suddenly recalling something. He reached beside him and retrieved the trophy he had just won, presenting it to her as if it were a precious treasure. This is for you. What use is a trophy to me? Can it be consumed or spent? No. Chu Zheng did not accept it. Instead, she gently ruffled his hair. Sujio, in turn, leaned against her, prompting her to wrap her arms around his shoulders. Are you tired? Not at all. How long have you been waiting for me, sweetheart? Peiyu delivered a swift slap to the driver's head and promptly lowered the partition. The driver, perplexed, questioned, What did I say wrong? Mr. Gu simply finds it troublesome. Why strike me? A glimmer of light sparkled in Sujio's eyes. He may not currently occupy the most significant place in her heart, but he firmly believed that in the future, he would undoubtedly hold that position. He was resolute in his conviction and diligently worked towards it. He had contemplated simpler methods. Yet, reflecting on past experiences, he felt that the likelihood of confinement was greater, particularly since she was adept at it. Locking him away was as effortless as securing a ball of fur. Indeed, it was as if invoking the heavens yielded no response, and calling upon the earth proved futile. Sujio contemplated the feeling of being confined, and he preferred to find another way rather than subject her to such distress. His words swiftly spread across the internet, prompting a wave of fans clamoring for the couple to hasten their marriage. Then, on a certain day, they were taken by surprise when both Sujio and Chu Zheng simultaneously shared their marriage certificate on Weibo. Following this revelation, the official account of Xingyao and their manager Peiyu sent out congratulatory messages, leaving the bewildered fans gradually coming to terms with the fact that the couple they had incessantly urged to marry had indeed tied the knot. The comments flooded in. Did Chu Zheng get married today? Yes. Clouds high and winds gentle. Oh my, they really got married? Ah, my goddess is married. I'm heartbroken. Looking across 1,000 miles. No way. They really got married? Su, my adorable sweetheart, is now married? Chu Zheng's little sweetheart. Woo-woo. My goddess has married. Is she unfaithful? I wouldn't mind. Did Chu Zheng spread dog food today? Congratulations to Gu and Su for a lifetime of happiness and early blessings. Luan Xin. Congratulations to Gu and Su for a lifetime of happiness and early blessings. Chun Shan Han Si Mian. Congratulations to Gu and Su for a lifetime of happiness and early blessings. Sujio wore a radiant smile. Having already shared the news, he saw no reason to delete it. He leaped into Chu Zheng's embrace, playfully toying with the red marriage certificate, his face alight with joy. He turned to plant a kiss on Chu Zheng's cheek, exclaiming, You are a wonderful person. Chu Zheng affectionately ruffled his hair. Get up, you're heavy. Shall I carry you? Sujio proposed, eager to switch positions. All right, my darling. Chu Zheng, the urban dwellers are undeniably fashionable. The fluffy ball of fur, seemingly appearing from nowhere, leaped onto Sujio, treading softly as it nestled into Chu Zheng's embrace, presenting its chin to be caressed, purring contentedly. Upon the arrival of the fur ball, Sujio instinctively sensed impending doom. Indeed, Chu Zheng's attention swiftly diverted to the furry creature, to the extent that she contemplated withdrawing her arms that encircled him. Sujio. He cast a lingering glance at the fur ball, which, sensing the threat, burrowed deeper into Chu Zheng's arms, meowing pitifully in protest. Subsequently, Sujio engaged in his daily contest for affection with the fur ball. The only solace for Sujio was that Chu Zheng did not allow the fur ball to sleep with her, thereby solidifying his position as her favored companion. Chu Zheng lived a full life in this realm. Sujio relished performing, yet he cherished the moments spent with Chu Zheng even more. Thus, Any subsequent roles he accepted had to include her, resulting in the two of them not only displaying their affection off-screen, but also on-screen, much to the delight of their fans who lamented while consuming their dog food. The couples they chose, even while shedding tears, continued to shower each other with adoration. The conclusion of the second dimension. Chapter 66. The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm. 1. Open the door, you harbinger of doom. Don't think you can hide inside and escape my wrath. The dilapidated door rattled violently, threatening to collapse at any moment. You, the harbinger of doom, have pilfered right under my nose. I swear, if I don't obliterate you, come out. Come out. The door appeared feeble. Yet despite the relentless kicks from the outside, it stubbornly refused to yield. Meanwhile, Chu Zheng sat behind the door, gazing impassively at the entrance. Another world change. 99. Chu Zheng, her expression void of emotion, inquired, how many now? With a hand pressed against her forehead, Chu Zheng pondered when she would gather a total of 99 cards. All I need to do is collect good person cards. Why must I squander? She mused. However, dear lady, if you fail the main quest, you will have the opportunity to rewind. The voice of the game weakly reminded her. Rewind, indeed, Chu Zheng exclaimed, grasping an object nearby and forcefully striking the clanging door. The noise was unbearable. Whether it was her action or sheer coincidence, the sounds from outside abruptly ceased. The surroundings fell into a serene silence, prompting the game to initiate Chu Zheng's memory retrieval. The original owner of this body was indeed named Chu Zheng, born in the demon realm. A millennium ago, a fierce battle erupted between the demon realm and the human clan, culminating in the latter's triumph and the sealing of the demon race within the shadowy confines of the underground demon city. In this desolate place, devoid of sunlight and barren of life, sustenance was scarce, and existence itself was a struggle. After Chu Zheng's birth, she lost her parents and was taken in by an elderly man, enduring a tumultuous upbringing until he too departed from her life. One fateful day, Chu Zheng encountered a wounded youth named Lin Chen, who had trespassed into the underground demon city. The original owner rescued him and provided tender care. Lin Chen was strikingly handsome, and as they spent time together, Chu Zheng gradually developed feelings for him. Once Lin Chen recovered, he promised to return for her when he discovered a way to escape. However, when he did not come back, Chu Zheng resolved to seek him out. Yet, the underground demon city had been sealed for ages, and no one knew the exit. Nevertheless, she believed that if Lin Chen could enter, there must be a way out. Determined, she ventured forth, only to be captured upon her exit. When she finally encountered Lin Chen again, it seemed he had forgotten her entirely. The original protagonist recounted her days spent in the underground demon city to Lin Chen, who, however, responded with an expression of indifference, indicating that he could not comprehend her words. As a member of the demon clan, the original protagonist was inherently at odds with them. They initially intended to dispose of her, but at that moment, Lin Chen unexpectedly intervened. The original protagonist believed that Lin Chen had remembered her, filling her with joy. Indeed, Lin Chen treated her well, seemingly recalling how she had once saved him while he was among the demons. Not only had she granted him an identity, but she had also concealed it, ensuring that the rest of the sect remained oblivious to her true nature as a demon. What the original protagonist did not anticipate was that Lin Chen had saved her life for his own benefit. When the human race sealed the demon clan, they left behind a warning. The emergence of the demon bone would herald the demon's return to the light, and the original protagonist was the one who possessed this demon bone. Lin Chen had a beloved, but that person was on the brink of death. He proposed to transplant that person's soul into her, which would not only allow him to inherit her demon bone, thereby thwarting the demon's resurgence, but would also revive the one he cherished, achieving two objectives in one stroke. The original protagonist had harbored feelings for Lin Chen since the moment they met, yet Lin Chen's affections were bestowed upon another, compelling him to kill her and seize her body for that individual. Upon discovering that she was aware of this plan, Lin Chen imprisoned her. The kindness he had once shown seemed but a fade. He reverted to the cold, heartless figure she had first encountered in the mortal realm. In her bitterness and anguish, the original protagonist's soul was extracted. She watched helplessly as her essence inhabited another's body. To add insult to injury, Lin Chen even nourished her soul, ensuring her complete integration into this new form. However, Lin Chen's ruthless demeanor, when directed towards the one he cherishes, transforms into a profound tenderness, a softness the original owner had never witnessed before. The original owner is but a wisp of lingering soul, yet Lin Chen remains unrelenting, utilizing her final remnant to forge a weapon for his beloved. As Chu Zheng absorbed the memories, she rubbed her temples, feeling the original owner's lingering resentment. As if it were about to erupt, the current timeline finds the original owner just having discovered the injured Lin Chen. In a desperate attempt to save him, she ventured next door to pilfer a morsel of food from a burly man's household. In the underground demon city, where food scarcity reigns and the original owner lacks the ability to cultivate, her survival thus far is nothing short of miraculous. Consequently, the burly man, upon realizing his belongings were stolen, has come to confront her. In the memories, the original owner darted out to divert the man's attention, only to be ultimately captured and beaten. Had it not been for someone pleading on her behalf, she might have perished at his hands. Chu Zheng turned to glance behind her. In the dimly lit, dilapidated room, a wooden plank served as a makeshift bed, upon which a young man lay. He was indeed striking, with rosy lips and white teeth, his features elegantly refined. Such beauty, yet he harbored a terrifying disposition, wielding a malicious hand against a girl who adored him. How cruel. Such a handsome face. It would be better to eliminate him first. Crash. The rickety door, unable to withstand any longer, collapsed, splintering into pieces and sending dust swirling into the air. A towering figure, muscular and imposing, blocked the entrance. Moments later, he bent down to enter, a scar slicing across his face, rendering him particularly fearsome. The harbinger of doom, clutching a knife in his hand. His menacing gaze swept over the room, landing squarely on Chu Zheng. I will not let you leave here alive today. Chu Zheng, he just left. Could it be that he went to fetch a knife? How could he possibly harm such a pitiful creature as her without his conscience pricking him? Chu Zheng lowered her gaze to her hands, which were not particularly delicate, marred by a few wounds and calluses. Confronting such a robust man, according to her recollection, this man possessed some degree of skill. How utterly unprincipled to bully the weak. The man was already striding toward Chu Zheng, and with a few more steps, he caught sight of Lin Chen behind her. The man sniffed the air, detecting a scent human. Chu Zheng stood up expressionlessly, pointing at Lin Chen on the bed. A gift for you. The man, who was about to erupt with anger, paused. The demon race regarded Chu Zheng with utter disdain, proceeding directly to seize Lin Chen, inhaling deeply. He was indeed human. Since the underground demon city had been sealed, no humans had appeared again. Where did you find him? The man inquired, turning to Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng leisurely adjusted her soiled clothing. I picked him up. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. You give him to me? Yes. I am quite generous. Since I cannot dispose of him myself, it is of no consequence to me if someone else does it. Consider it a trade. Chapter 67. The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm 2. The man assumed it was merely her good fortune to have stumbled upon Lin Chen, offering her a warning before taking the ladder away. Chu Zheng tugged at her tattered clothing, contemplating this world in the underground demon city. There were indeed many high-ranking demons. However, these demons resided in the central city, while the original host's current location was on the outskirts of the demon city, far removed from those individuals. According to the original owner's guardian, the underground demon city is immense. It takes over a month to traverse from the outer city to the inner city, and another month from the inner city to the central city. If one were to categorize it like an ordinary town or village, the place where the original owner resided could be regarded as a small village, and one situated quite close to the periphery. This raises a pertinent question. In a world where might is paramount, how does one squander wealth? Main quest, dear lady. Please spend 5 demon crystals within the span of an hour. Just as Chu Zheng's thoughts settled, the voice of the ruler echoed. Please take 10 steps forward, and the demon crystals shall be delivered. Chu Zheng. The ruler, a tad too smug, remains the ruler, following the ruler's instruction. Chu Zheng advanced 10 steps and rummaged through some debris in the corner, unearthing a small pouch. The pouch was exquisitely crafted, adorned with totems that Chu Zheng could not decipher, and bore no resemblance to any totems from the original owner's memories. This pouch did not belong to this world. It must be from that scoundrel. Dear lady, henceforth, I shall directly distribute the demon crystals within this pouch. Please do not misplace it. The pouch was remarkably light, seemingly devoid of contents. Upon opening it, however, Chu Zheng was met with a collection of dark stones. Is this truly the demon crystal? It is rather unsightly. What is this? Chu Zheng inquired about the pouch. It is a spatial pouch, a storage pouch, essentially capable of holding items. Well, whatever you prefer to call it, dear lady, that shall be its name. The ruler responded cheerfully. Is it now mine? Chu Zheng weighed it in her hands. It was so light that it felt almost weightless, suggesting that it would be quite convenient for storing items. In certain necessary realms, I shall be distributed as a prop to the young lady. Should she desire to possess it, she may exchange 10 good person cards for it. Chu Zheng narrowed her eyes, and the temperature around her seemed to plummet. 10 cards? Why doesn't that scoundrel go and rob someone? There is only one good person card per realm. And now, they demand 10 cards for exchange? Do they think good person cards are as plentiful as cabbages, easily found on the streets? The young lady exuded an intimidating aura at this moment. Speak properly. How many cards? Chu Zheng toyed with the cord of her spatial bag. It is indeed 10 cards. I speak not in jest. Why are you being hostile towards me? 5 cards. How many? Chu Zheng's voice turned icy, reverberating through the dilapidated little house, adding an air of depth to the atmosphere. It cannot be lower. 5 cards. The stubbornness of the Wangzhe persisted. Chu Zheng silently rummaged through her spatial bag, while Wangzhe dared not even breathe, uncertain of what the young lady intended to do. It could only hope she would not create any trouble. The worst-case scenario would be to settle for 3 good person cards. Just as Wangzhe was engulfed in anxiety, it suddenly noticed the interface linked to the spatial bag appearing before Chu Zheng. Light emanated from the totem of the spatial bag, illuminating the entire shabby room. An option to bind appeared before her, and she tentatively clicked on yes. The spatial bag vanished before her eyes in an instant, with a flick of her wrist. The totem of the spatial bag materialized slightly above her hand, entirely black, ancient, and mysterious. It is now mine, Chu Zheng declared coldly, raising her hand and giving it a slight shake. Is the young lady a devil? No, how did she trigger the binding mechanism? This defies logic. It is utterly abnormal. It must be a glitch. Why employ such a glitch de-triggering mechanism? The young lady is so intelligent. In such a realm, she would certainly think to attempt it. Chu Zheng stepped out of the dilapidated hut. The underground demon city was devoid of sunlight, a gray haze enveloping the sky, exuding a sense of oppression. Surrounding her were buildings, some akin to her humble abode, while others were slightly more refined. Small stalls were set up outside each household, displaying an array of goods. In the outer city, one could only barter. A single magic crystal could sustain a demon family of 3 for an entire year, yet they possessed none of such. Spending 5 magic crystals in this place would cause quite a stir. A stir equates to trouble, and trouble may attract a multitude of onlookers. Oh. No, a multitude of demons. The thought of being encircled filled Chu Zheng's face with the unmistakable expression of trouble. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Can I eliminate those who seek to trouble me? This world is not governed by the rule of law. It is a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. If she refrained from taking action, others certainly would. The voice of the system fell silent for a moment. You may eliminate those who provoke you, provided they are unrelated to the main quest. But do refrain from indiscriminate slaughter. Chu Zheng responded with a cold demeanor. Do I seem so idle? No. The young lady's desire to eliminate them stemmed solely from a wish to avert further complications. A young lady who is perpetually inclined to dispose of others to avoid hassle is not something she wishes to embody. Butcher, you've closed your doors so early today. What business is it of yours? Be gone. I have no intention of changing. Why would I? Just leave quickly. Chu Zheng glanced towards the source of the voice and saw the burly man who had previously kicked down the rickety door, now menacingly driving people away. Lin Chen, in his grasp, was unlikely to meet a favorable fate. However, she had no time to concern herself with Lin Chen. She needed to find a place to expend 5 magic crystals. Magic crystals come in 2 varieties. One type is derived from magical beasts, which dwell on the outskirts of the underground magic city and are notoriously difficult to hunt. The other type is mined from deposits controlled by powerful demon clans, leaving ordinary demons with no opportunity to access them. The purpose of magic crystals is to absorb energy. They are an essential consumable for demon cultivation and serve as the currency within the underground magic city. In the area where Chu Zheng found herself, the number of practitioners was relatively scarce. Observing the courtyard before her, which was vastly superior to the surroundings, she approached and knocked on the door. What are you doing standing at Mo Gij's doorstep, you wild girl? Before she could even knock, a voice suddenly interjected. The door from the adjacent courtyard swung open, revealing a rather attractive young girl, hands on her hips, glaring at Chu Zheng with disdain and revulsion. Pa, what do you want with Mo Gij? Just look at yourself. Do you really think you could get close to him? Hurry up and leave. The girl's tone dripped with scorn and contempt. Chu Zheng thought to herself, who wants to ingratiate themselves with her Mo Gij? She merely wished to squander some wealth. Chapter 68, The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm. 3. Noticing that Chu Zheng did not leave and seemed intent on knocking again, the girl charged towards her. Wild girl. Do not harbor any illusions about Brother Mo. The girl attempted to pull Chu Zheng away, but as Chu Zheng stepped back, her hand grasped nothing but air. In retaliation, Chu Zheng delivered a swift kick. The girl lost her balance and stumbled towards the courtyard gate, which unexpectedly swung open, causing her to tumble inside. The occupants within swiftly sidestepped, and the girl let out a piercing scream as she fell to the ground. Standing inside the gate was a young lad, clad in a clean and bright outfit, who furrowed his brow at the girl sprawled on the floor. Fatty, what mischief are you up to this time? Though she was called Fatty, the girl was anything but. In fact, she possessed a slender figure. The moniker was a remnant of her past, when she had been overweight, and the name had stuck, much to her chagrin. Dusting herself off, she pointed an accusing finger at Chu Zheng. Brother Mo, I saw this wild girl loitering outside your courtyard, and I overheard the butcher claim she was stealing. I was worried she might come here to pilfer from you. Mo Zilin followed the direction of Fatty's finger and regarded Chu Zheng. Recognizing her as the orphan who lived on the outskirts, he felt no ill will towards her, merely inquired, Is there something you need? Chu Zheng produced 5 magic crystals and stated, I need clothing from your home. Mo Zilin's eyes widened in astonishment. Fatty, too, recognized the crystals and gasped, Magic crystals. Mo Zilin quickly pulled her inside, addressing Chu Zheng, Please, come in. We wouldn't want anyone to witness this and misunderstand. Chu Zheng, wishing to avoid any further complications, accepted the invitation. Once inside, she explained to Mo Zilin what she required. Mo Zilin is not usually present here. His sister is married to a powerful figure within the demon clan nearby, which allows him to cultivate under her protection in that family. In the place where the original owner resided, the Mo family was considered a prominent household. Do you only require clothing and food? Chu Zheng swiftly selected the garments and placed the magic crystal on the table. There is no need for so much. Although clothing from the outer city is indeed precious, it pales in comparison to the value of magic crystals. Typically, he would take months of diligent cultivation to acquire even a single inferior magic crystal. Magic crystals are categorized by quality. The brighter and purer the crystal, the higher its grade. At this moment, those magic crystals are undoubtedly of superior quality. Chu Zheng nodded and departed with the clothing and food. At last, it has been spent. How delightful. Fat girl. Mo Zilin reprimanded Fat girl, demanding she surrender the magic crystals, but she ran around the courtyard unwilling to comply. It wasn't until Chu Zheng left the courtyard that Fat girl finally halted. Brother Mo, these are magic crystals, essential for your cultivation. Fat girl handed all the magic crystals to Mo Zilin. That wild girl willingly gave them to you. Why should you refuse? Mo Zilin shot her a glare and dashed out, intending to return the magic crystals to Chu Zheng. However, she had already vanished from sight. He then searched the dilapidated little house from his memories, but to no avail. Brother Mo, what are you doing? Magic crystals are exceedingly precious. You are aware of that. The clothing and food are hardly worth these magic crystals. So what? She willingly gave them. Mo Zilin was too weary to argue with Fat girl. You must not disclose today's events to anyone, or it will invite trouble. Do you understand? Mo Zilin recalled the matter and reminded Pangya once more. Pangya nodded, understanding that with the magical crystals in Mo Zilin's possession, she dared not speak recklessly. Brother Mo, where do you suppose that wild girl acquired so many magical crystals? Mo Zilin and Pangya exchanged a glance, suddenly realizing the gravity of the question. Chu Zheng changed her attire and departed from that place, heading towards the inner city. She had lingered on the outskirts for too long. It would be exceedingly difficult to squander her resources there. She had to reach the inner city or the central city. Sister, you must leave the underground magic city. Why? The good person card is not here. The good person card, the good person card, the good person card. Chu Zheng suppressed the agitation rising within her. Even if she had to leave the underground magic city, she must go to the central city. However, not long after her departure, she was intercepted by several individuals. It was evident they had been following her, yet their attire suggested they were not from the same realm as the original inhabitants. You little brat, hand over the magical crystals. Chu Zheng swept her gaze over them and replied nonchalantly, I don't have any. Don't try to fool us. We saw you wield 5 magical crystals. Hand them over quickly to avoid suffering. We won't show any mercy. If you surrender them willingly, we might spare your life. Several burly men closed in on Chu Zheng, their eyes gleaming with greed. They had merely passed by when they spotted her with 5 magical crystals. 5. They recognized the Mo family boy and dared not provoke him, which is why they pursued this little girl. A child capable of casually producing 5 magical crystals surely possessed more. I don't have any. Unaware of the robbery, one might question whether it could be deemed as squandered. Certainly not, came the merciless retort from the player. How dare you, you ungrateful wretch. If we eliminate you, we shall undoubtedly acquire the magic crystal. A group of burly men encircled the slender girl, confident that this frail little creature posed no threat to them. With a casual demeanor, they advanced. Kill me? The girl replied, her tone devoid of emotion. You are incapable of that. Ha. Did you hear that? This insolent girl dares to claim we cannot do it? A mere child, we could crush you with a single hand. One of the men sneered. Rest assured, I shall ensure your demise is excruciating, so you may comprehend our capabilities. The men laughed maliciously. Suddenly, a few of the burly men changed their expressions dramatically, sensing something in the air. They waved their hands in futile attempts to grasp it. The girl at the center remained expressionless, raising her hand with fingers splayed outward. A glimmer of silver enveloped the men, as if ensnared by an unseen force, their faces contorted in terror. With a swift motion, the girl clenched her fist and pulled it towards her, causing the men to disintegrate into nothingness, leaving no gruesome aftermath. Merely dissipating into fine powder that vanished into the air. The girl lowered her hand, a fleeting shimmer of silver flashing at her wrist, yet upon closer inspection, there was nothing to be seen. Mississippi. The player stammered, taken aback. They intended to kill me first. The player struggled to articulate. That is not what I meant to imply. I was inquiring about the means you just employed. What concern is it of yours? The girl retorted. The ill-fitting sleeves hung down, completely obscuring the wrists. You are my host, so naturally it concerns me. How could this young lady possess such terrifying power? What has it missed? Chapter 69, The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm 4, the king's vessel seemed to be intimidated, subsequently falling silent and ceasing to issue any tasks. Following the memories of her predecessor, Chu Zheng made her way to the central city, only to recall upon arrival that to exit through that place, one must attain a certain level of strength. Not her own strength, but that of this world, this body. Thus, Chu Zheng could only diligently cultivate. The king's vessel, understanding, refrained from assigning tasks during her training. Enchanting city, vibrant and bustling. 2 figures raced swiftly through the streets. Catch him, thief. Someone shouted from behind the 2 figures, yet the crowd showed little inclination to intervene, instead parting to allow the 2 speeding figures passage. The one in the lead turned back and made a provocative gesture. Suddenly, that person stumbled and fell to the ground, whereupon the pursuer caught up and yanked him up, retrieving the stolen goods. The owner of the belongings also pursued, striking the thief with fists and kicks. However, amidst the chaos, the thief managed to twist away and vanish into the throng, leaving no trace behind. At the very spot where the thief had fallen stood a young girl, her arms crossed over her chest, coldly observing the unfolding scene. Time seemed to slow around her, the surrounding clamor fading into the distance, creating a serene yet distant world that dissuaded any from approaching, exuding an invigorating chill and indifference. Indeed, this is Chu Zheng. At this moment, she has departed from the underground demon city and finds herself in the human realm. Navigating through the crowd, she enters a weapon shop. A young lady purchasing arms? The shopkeeper, noticing Chu Zheng's extraordinary demeanor, immediately greets her with a smile, saying, Our weapons are the finest in Shangning City. Do you prefer swords, whips, or perhaps something else? We have it all, feel free to choose. The most expensive one, Chu Zheng interrupts the shopkeeper. Taken aback for a moment, the shopkeeper then chuckles. Are you looking for spirit weapons? In this world, anyone can cultivate, but most only achieve a modest level of skill for the sake of physical enhancement. True mastery is reserved for those from sects or esteemed families. Spirit weapons are meant for these cultivators, correct? As long as it is expensive, I will not see quality, only price. The shopkeeper's gaze shifts, now seeing her as a prime target for exploitation. Please, my lady, upstairs. The finest selections await you there. He gestures for Chu Zheng to ascend the stairs. The decor above is vastly different from below. Each weapon is meticulously arranged. However, a man is already there, accompanied by someone as he browses. Upon her arrival, he lifts his gaze to her, his eyes instantly gleaming. A beauty. My lady, have we met before? He inquires, rising and playfully fanning himself. Not at all. Then I must have encountered you in a dream. Fate has conspired for our meeting. Do you not agree? His tone is frivolous as he closes his fan, fanning an attempt to lift Chu Zheng's chin. With a swift motion, Chu Zheng grasps the fan, retorting, In dreams, there exists only the lady. Are you of no worth? A true man should harbor ambitions for the realm, How can one be solely captivated by beauty? What a lack of ambition. Man. Shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, following Chu Zheng, yearned to caution her, yet she offered no opportunity for him to speak. With a firm tug, her hand wrenched the folding fan from the man's grasp. As her fingers released, the fan tumbled to the ground. With an impassive countenance, she strode away, prompting the shopkeeper to wipe the cold sweat from his brow and hastily pursue her. The man bent down to retrieve the fallen fan, a smile of amusement gracing his face. How intriguing. Young Master Song. The attendants nearby were equally drenched in sweat, pondering the identity of the bold maiden who dared to confront this notorious figure. The shopkeeper swallowed hard and continued. This whip is crafted from the scales of the fire-Chilan beast. When you infuse it with spiritual energy, the scales will launch forth, a perfect gift for the lady. Is that truly so? How could I possibly deceive you? Wrap it up. Certainly. As for Chu Zheng, she required no deliberation. She instructed the shopkeeper to procure the most expensive item for her, paying with a swiftness that surpassed even that of young Master Song. Just as she was about to step forward to pay for the beauty and showcase her charm, young Master Song interjected. In our realm, we utilize spiritual stones, which can be obtained in a manner akin to that of the demon clan. Both spiritual minds and spiritual beasts are viable sources. Congratulations, young lady. On completing the task, 100 high-grade spiritual stones have been delivered. The king's account daily praises its esteemed young lady. You are truly remarkable. Excuse me. Young lady, please wait a moment. As Chu Zheng stepped out of the shop, the self-proclaimed dashing young Master Song swiftly followed her. Isn't this your first visit to Shangning? Not at all. However, I discern that the young lady is not from Shangning. How did you come to that conclusion? Chu Zheng inquired earnestly. Her accent seems dissimilar, and even her attire is not typical. Young Master Song did not dwell on this. May I inquire your esteemed name? Fair maiden? What is wrong with this fellow? In dreams, she is a lady. Upon encountering a lady, must he engage in idle conversation? Is there nothing in his mind save for this maiden? Chu Zheng felt a tinge of impatience and glared at young Master Song, threatening, do not follow me, or I shall strike you. The fierce little demeanor of the young girl only heightened young Master Song's desire. There is no one like her in Shangning. He must possess this beauty. Young Master Song beckoned, and immediately, 2 attendants approached. Go, follow her and ascertain her whereabouts. The 2 attendants exchanged lewd glances, hastily pursuing the departing Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng managed to shake off her pursuers, taking a detour through a secluded alley. Hidden task, young lady. Please obtain a good person card from Li Tang to prevent his descent into darkness. Chu Zheng halted abruptly, infuriated by the hidden task, realizing that the good person card was likely within her grasp, awaiting her discovery. Yet, after surveying her surroundings, she found no one in sight. Has the fool vanished? Young lady, do not merely gaze at the ground. Chu Zheng retorted. Must I look to the heavens? Can a good person card ascend to the sky? She lifted her gaze to the azure expanse above before lowering it back to the ground. Above, below? Suddenly, Chu Zheng turned her gaze forward, spotting an individual peeking at her. Upon being noticed, the figure immediately turned to flee. Chu Zheng raised her hand and hurled the spiritual artifact she held, striking the man. He fell to the ground, and Chu Zheng approached, gazing down at him. What are you stealthily following me for? She inquired. It's you. The man suddenly turned, glaring fiercely at her. What do you mean, it's me? Back on the street, you tricked me. Chu Zheng scrutinized him closely, recognizing him as the very thief who had been pursuing her moments before. With a serious expression, she replied, It was not me. Do not speak recklessly. It was you. The thief's eyes turned red with anger. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been caught. It was not me. Chu Zheng stated expressionlessly as she picked up the spiritual artifact, surveying the surrounding buildings. I saw it all. The thief snarled, his teeth clenched. You owe me. Sometimes. What the eyes perceive is not the truth, Chu Zheng replied earnestly. The thief was at a loss for words. He had undeniably witnessed her tripping him. Yet she denied it with such audacity. Even after years of thievery, he had never encountered someone so shameless. He glanced at the spiritual artifact in Chu Zheng's hand, then noticed her scanning the area, and an idea began to form in his mind. He needed to acquire spiritual stones today, or else. Suddenly, the thief sprang up, seized the spiritual artifact, and dashed away. However, after just a couple of steps, he found himself unable to continue. Is she really coming after me? He wondered. She certainly did not appear easy to rob. Clutching his lower back, he looked at her in fear. This girl, seemingly expressionless, exuded an intimidating aura. He abandoned thoughts of the spiritual artifact and hurriedly scrambled to escape down the alley. Chu Zheng pursued for a few steps, navigating the labyrinthine alley until the thief swiftly vanished from sight. How fast he ran! In a dimly lit basement, within a damp cell that reeked of mildew, a youth leaned against the frigid wall, his gaze vacantly fixed on a mouse scurrying past. His hands and feet were shackled by iron chains, and his face and body bore mottled stains of blood. The sound of keys clinking accompanied by footsteps grew louder as they approached. Then, voices emerged. This place is truly cursed. If it weren't for the decent treatment, who would come here? Indeed. How is he faring? The two individuals halted before the cell door. He refused the food we brought him yesterday. He hasn't eaten for 2 days now. Is he attempting to starve himself? Who knows, but we cannot allow him to perish. That would be unacceptable. Go fetch something for him. We must ensure he consumes it today. The chains clinked softly against the cell door as one person departed, while another stood at the entrance without stepping inside. Who are you? The youth suddenly heard a sharp reprimand, followed by the figure collapsing before him. He stared blankly at the fallen person, and after a prolonged moment, he slowly raised his head to find a young woman standing at the threshold. She entered the cell, impatiently kicking aside the obstructing figure, and then crouched before him. Li Tang? The girl's voice was crisp, laced with a hint of coldness. The boy's vacant eyes flickered with a semblance of focus. Observing his reaction, Chu Zheng felt assured of her identification. She grasped the iron chain and inspected it before extracting a mystical artifact. The youth's gaze, despite having found focus, remained dazed as he stared at her, resembling a puppet devoid of thought. A fleeting glimmer of cold light from the spiritual weapon passed by, prompting him to close his eyes. The wind brushed against his eyelashes, and the chilling light flickered across his pale, yet refined visage. The clang of iron chains falling to the ground startled a nearby mouse, which scurried away with squeaks of alarm. "Follow me," Chu Zheng commanded as she turned to leave. The boy did not move. His eyes, once shut, opened to reveal an empty, numbed stare, exuding a sense of lifelessness. Chu Zheng sighed, releasing the boy. He seemed to lack strength beneath him, unable to maintain his balance, and tumbled down, his vacant gaze fixated upon her. "No, it wasn't intentional. Who knew you were so feeble, unable to even stand? Don't look at me." The boy stared at her movements in a daze, offering no response. His pant legs rolled up revealed numerous scars on his calves, varying from fresh wounds still bleeding to old ones that had already scabbed over. The further up one looked, the more gruesome the sight became, with his knees a gruesome mess. Chu Zheng paused in silence, letting the pant legs fall. The state before his dark transformation had indeed been dire. So now, the pressing question emerged. What should be done? The good deed card seemed to be nearing its end. Perhaps it was time to consider more drastic measures. Get him out of here. The system, known as the King's Order, was in a frenzy. How to exit? Drag him out or toss him out? Are you here to prevent his dark transformation or to assist in it? Carry him out. Like a princess carry. Chu Zheng replied, "Are you out of your mind? You want me to carry a male being like that? Unless you plan to carry him yourself?" The King's Order was on the verge of exploding with frustration. Chu Zheng contemplated whether to acquiesce to the request. Chu Zheng gazed at the young boy for a while, ultimately bending down to lift him into her arms, surprised by his lightness. She carried him out of the cell, traversing the dimly lit corridor flanked by prison doors, stained with remnants of ancient blood. Ahead, a glimmer of light caught the boy's attention, and his eyes seemed to sparkle with newfound hope. However, at that moment, shadows flickered in the light. Someone was approaching. How did this get opened? Let us go see. The boy trembled ever so slightly, and Chu Zheng looked down at him, still bearing his usual expression of stoicism. She gently stroked his back, waiting for the figures above to descend. "What are you doing? Who are you?" The newcomer tensed, swiftly drawing a weapon. The others above, alerted by the commotion, hastily made their way down, among them a familiar face to Chu Zheng. The beauty? Young Master Song was taken aback, then elated. "What are you doing here? I knew we were destined to meet." "My lord," someone beside him interjected. "She is carrying that illegitimate child." Only then did young Master Song notice Li Tang in Chu Zheng's embrace, his expression shifting slightly. "My lady, what is the meaning of this?" "You've seen it all and still ask," Chu Zheng replied with an icy gaze. "You are not only useless but also blind." The entourage beside young Master Song gasped. "I can't believe this little girl dares to insult our master." Young Master Song's face darkened with displeasure. "Put that illegitimate child down and come with me. Let us pretend this incident never occurred." "Absolutely not. How can I so easily discard my good person card? If I must die, it shall be at my own hands." One should not harbor excessive expectations towards the young lady. Young Master Song scoffed. Fair maiden, do not overestimate your charm. Do you comprehend the extent of my family's influence in Ning City? To offend me would be unwise. Chu Zheng replied with a calm demeanor. Then I shall refrain. Young Master Song gestured towards her. Very well, your spirit intrigues me. Today, I shall witness just how resolute you can be. Seize her, he commanded his followers, his gaze lewdly roaming over Chu Zheng's form. Do not harm my beauty. Since she enjoys this place so much, I shall indulge in her company right here. In front of this illegitimate child, I advise you to leave promptly. Chu Zheng's tone remained composed. Since you have delivered the beauty to me, how could I possibly depart so easily? Chapter 71. Pinnacle of the Demon Realm. 6. Drip, drip. Blood cascaded from the tip of the sword, staining the ground in a vivid crimson hue. Young Master Song's expression morphed into one of terror as he beheld the sword-wielding maiden before him. The iron scent of blood pervaded the dungeon, coiling around him like a cold, viscous serpent, suffocating him. Chu Zheng's demeanor was icy as she softly uttered, I offered you a chance to leave. Do not approach. Young Master Song retreated. I am the eldest son of the Song family. What do you dare to do to me? The Song family will not let this slide. Oh, Chu Zheng raised her hand, and the sword gleamed ominously. The youth glanced over Chu Zheng's shoulder, encountering young Master Song's wide-eyed stare, as if he were fixated on him. That person had perished, so casually. Wealth can compel even the devil to grind. The generous gifts from Chu Zheng ensured that water and garments were swiftly delivered. Wash yourself, she instructed, placing the clothes beside the steaming wooden tub. Without regard for Li Tang's consent, Chu Zheng boldly exited the room, shutting the door behind her. Leaning against the bed, Li Tang gazed intently at the rising steam from the tub. He had escaped that lightless realm, yet it was not a matter of joy in the eyes of others. He remained a monster, unwelcome in the world. Outside, Chu Zheng received the intelligence concerning Li Tang transmitted by the royal messenger. Li Tang was a product of the union between humans and demons, a being of both realms. His father had likely departed the underground demon city in a similar manner to his mother, subsequently meeting the youngest daughter of the Song family. However, after she became pregnant with Li Tang, this demon vanished without a trace. The scandal of an unwed pregnancy was already a heavy burden for the Song family's daughter to bear. Initially, Li Tang's hybrid nature went unnoticed. But during the family's testing, it was revealed that he possessed no talent for cultivation, leading to disdain from the Song family. Yet, during that time, his mother protected him, and life was bearable. It was only after her untimely death from a cold that Li Tang lost her shield and his identity as a half-human, half-demon was disclosed. The Song family sought to execute him, but young Master Song cunningly orchestrated a switch, allowing another to die in his stead. His motives were not to save Li Tang, but to torment him, driven by a desire to observe how the half-demon differed from a human. Young Master Song imprisoned Li Tang in a dungeon, employing various methods of torture that spanned several years. During this time, Li Tang attempted to end his own life on several occasions, yet each attempt was thwarted. Gradually, he ceased his pursuit of death and began to seek opportunities for escape. At long last, on a certain day, he found a chance and fled from the dungeon. It was from this moment that Li Tang underwent a complete transformation into darkness, dedicating himself to the cultivation of demonic arts. The first act upon his emergence was the massacre of the entire Song family. Henceforth, Li Tang became a notorious villain, inciting the wrath of various sects that sought to hunt him down, ultimately meeting a tragic end, pierced by a multitude of arrows. Chu Zheng leaned against the railing, a gentle breeze lifting a strand of her hair as her indifferent gaze observed the bustling market below. How tragic, utterly tragic. It was nothing short of a human tragedy. Miss, you should go inside and see him. Do not remain here, expressionless while casting sarcastic remarks. Why? He is injured, and you left him alone in there. How could you act so inhumanely? The voice of the king's account continued to spiral into madness. I can indeed do that. Chu Zheng nodded. If he dies, we can start anew. With a flick of her sleeve, Chu Zheng turned and pushed the door open. The youth lay sprawled on the ground, more bloodstains marring his clothing than before, and a trail of blood marked the floor beneath him. It dawned on Chu Zheng that his leg appeared to be injured. She lifted him and placed him on a stool beside a wooden tub. Crouching down, she began to unfasten the buttons of his outer garment. The boy, with bloodied hands, struggled to shield himself from her gaze, silently watching her. Chu Zheng coldly pulled his hand away, forcibly stripping him of his clothing. With the removal of his garments, the boy's body was laid bare to the air, revealing the myriad scars that marred his skin, now exposed to Chu Zheng's eyes. A flicker of embarrassment crossed the boy's gaze. yet he lacked the strength to resist, ultimately resigning himself to inaction. The injuries he bore were far more numerous than Chu Zheng had anticipated, the most severe being a penetrating wound on his shoulder. Such an abundance of wounds could not be cleansed in water. Thus, Chu Zheng could only wring out a cloth to wipe him down. Who was she? Why did she choose to save him? The girl with the cold expression merely stood there with the cloth, watching him collapse to the ground. Chu Zheng's mind was consumed with thoughts of his actions. Was he out of his mind? She took a few steps forward, but the youth recoiled. What are you doing? Am I not deserving of your gratitude for attending to you? Do you think I am idle? Li Tang shook his head, signaling her not to approach. Tightening his grip on his trousers, a hint of wariness and caution emerging in his eyes. Chu Zheng, feeling disheartened, cast the cloth aside and exited the room. Li Tang lay half reclined on the cold floor, watching the door close, his gaze gradually returning to a state of lifelessness. After a moment, the inn's attendant pushed the door open, and upon seeing the youth sprawled on the ground, hurried over to assist him onto a stool. The attendant diligently cleaned Li Tang's wounds and changed his clothes before respectfully exiting the room. Li Tang lay on the bed, the familiar pangs of pain coursing through his limbs. He had long since grown accustomed to it. The creaking of the door announced another's entrance. Li Tang turned his gaze and found the same girl approaching him. She sat at the edge of the bed, disregarding his protests, and pulled down his clothing to expose his shoulder. Chu Zheng glanced at the medicine in her hand and suddenly inquired, "You are half human, half demon." Li Tang's already pallid face turned even more ashen, something tumultuous stirring in his eyes. That should be of use. Chu Zheng paid no heed to his thoughts and directly helped him sit up, settling herself cross-legged behind him. He then felt a surge of foreign energy coursing through his back and into his body, spreading to his limbs and bones. The frigid body seemed, in that moment, to be enveloped by warmth, akin to the tender caress of a March breeze. Li Tang could distinctly perceive the wounds upon his body beginning to heal, forming scabs. She was of the demonic lineage. Perhaps his physique leaned more towards that of the demons, which rendered him unable to cultivate human spiritual energy. Yet he possessed an innate sensitivity to demonic aura. However, his mother forbade him from practicing, fearing the exposure of his true identity. Suddenly, Li Tang coughed up a mouthful of blood. His previously improved complexion now turned ghastly pale, and his body swayed to one side. Chu Zheng exclaimed, You're spitting blood." Chapter 72. Pinnacle of the Demon Realm 7. How could this happen? Chu Zheng grasped his wrist, examining it closely. The external injuries appeared to have healed significantly, indicating some efficacy. How could he possibly be coughing up blood? If this continued, would he still consider himself a good person? "What ails you?" Chu Zheng inquired. Li Tang, somewhat delirious, leaned against Chu Zheng, his face ashen and unable to articulate his distress. Thus, she had no inkling as to why he was bleeding. The collar of Li Tang's garment was slightly unfastened, revealing the edges stained with blood, which continued to spread. Chu Zheng pulled aside the collar, exposing his shoulder. The wound she had previously observed, now oozing blood, was not confined to his shoulder. His knee bore a similar fate. Chu Zheng gently lowered him and rolled up the pant leg to reveal the knee. The wounds on both the shoulder and knee were nearly identical. "Hey!" Chu Zheng propped herself against the bedside, leaning down to call out to Li Tang. "How did you sustain these injuries?" A sense of agitation brewed within her. How frustrating. Perhaps it would be best to end this once and for all. Li Tang felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame, his bones seemingly ablaze. He could not discern how much time had passed before he began to feel somewhat better. He wished to open his eyes. Yet his eyelids were heavy and refused to part. His body felt as though it were weighed down by some unseen force, his breath uneven, and his limbs stiff. Suddenly, Li Tang awoke, his eyes fluttering open to behold the mosquito netting above him. It was not the dim, filthy, and damp confines of a cell teeming with rats. The room was imbued with a faint, pleasant fragrance. Where was he? Li Tang's memories were muddled, and it took him a moment to recollect that a woman had rescued him. He turned his head to survey the room, recognizing it as the same space he had seen before. His clothing was disheveled, the collar open, revealing a chest and shoulders marred by numerous wounds. Silently, Li Tang adjusted his attire, but the pain in his shoulder rendered him unable to rise. Only at that moment did he truly believe he had escaped that prison, that nightmarish place. That person was also dead. With a creak, Li Tang glanced towards the door, where a young woman in a light-colored dress entered, carrying a tray. Her gaze met his, and she softly remarked, "You are awake." She closed the door, set down the tray, and approached his bedside. "Are you hungry?" Li Tang shook his head, yet his stomach betrayed him with a loud grumble. The young woman, Chu Zheng turned and brought the tray closer. Here, eat. It's warm. Having fasted for 2 days in the dungeon, he was utterly famished. After a moment of silence, Li Tang attempted to sit up, but failed repeatedly, sweating profusely. Only then did Chu Zheng seem to realize his plight. She reached out to assist him, placing chopsticks into his hands. Li Tang leaned against Chu Zheng, his back pressed against her warm and soft body. A glance to the side revealed her fair profile, bathed in a gentle halo of light. As if kissed by a delicate glow, he gazed at her for several moments before diverting his eyes. His fingers trembled, unable to grasp the chopsticks properly. He stared at the food before him, feeling ravenous yet unable to eat. Eat. The people behind him urged. How could he eat? An inexplicable anger surged within Li Tang, causing him to cast aside the chopsticks, his gaze wandering elsewhere like a petulant child. Mississippi. The game account sensed that if it did not intervene soon, she would squander her goodwill card on him. He is currently unable to feed himself. Chu Zheng replied. Should we wait until he can eat on his own? Is this considered normal reasoning? Can't you just feed him? Chu Zheng retorted. I am not his mother. Why should I feed him? Just pretend you are his mother. Is that so hard? I do not have such a large son. Chu Zheng resignedly picked up a spoon, bringing it to Li Tang's lips with a cold command. Eat. Li Tang frowned, refusing to open his mouth. Suddenly, Chu Zheng pinched his chin, forcing the spoon inside. He coughed violently. Did she intend to suffocate him? Chu Zheng patted his back and offered the spoon again. Li Tang remained unresponsive, prompting Chu Zheng to prepare to pinch his chin once more. Li Tang quickly opened his mouth. With each spoonful she offered, he took a bite, but her pace quickened. Li Tang's cheeks bulged with food. After finishing, he was drenched in a cold sweat, his gaze toward Chu Zheng simmering with anger. He himself was unaware that, unlike when he initially left the dungeon, he now experienced emotions, particularly anger. How did you acquire those injuries? Li Tang inquired, fully aware of the wounds to which she was referring. He lowered his head and, for the first time, spoke. Demon-slaying nails. The boy's voice was somewhat hoarse, as if he had not uttered a word in ages, and it bore a faint undertone of resentment. Chu Zheng was consumed by confusion, wondering what a demon-slaying nail was. She had never heard of it. This was beyond her comprehension. After a moment, she composed herself and asked, how do we remove it? Regardless of what it is, we must extract it. The boy shook his head. It cannot be removed. Why not? His gaze once again fell into an abyss of silence. He merely shook his head and remained mute. It was as if he had become ensnared in his own world, unresponsive to anything Chu Zheng said. Right here, Li Tang was jolted awake by the commotion outside. Flickering flames illuminated the room. Chu Zheng stood by the window, peering down at the scene below through the partially open window. The innkeeper was engaged in conversation with the leader of a group, seemingly attempting to deter them, but those individuals rudely invaded the establishment. Soon, they began to forcefully usher the other patrons out, and some were making their way toward her room. Li Tang clutched the blanket, silently exchanging glances with her. Open the door. Come out. Those inside, step out. Chu Zheng approached the door, casually donning the coat that hung on the chair. Creak. As she opened the door, she was met by a corridor filled with torch-wielding individuals. All were members of the Song family. It was her. One among the group pointed at her, exclaiming, I saw it. That weapon belongs to her. She killed young Master Song. She is the murderer. Chu Zheng's indifferent gaze swept towards the individual who accused her, the very thief she had encountered earlier. Upon meeting her eyes, the thief inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine and retreated into the crowd. How dare you? Vile woman, take the life of our young master. The members of the Song family seethed with fury. Do you possess any evidence? Chu Zheng crossed her arms, her tone calm as she inquired. This is the evidence. The accuser hurled a blood-stained spiritual weapon at her feet. The weapon struck the wooden floor with a dull thud. Someone witnessed you purchasing this sword. Our young master perished by the hand of this weapon. The speaker pointed at the thief. He even saw you near the scene of the crime. Who else could it be but you? Chapter 73, The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm 8. I did buy the weapon, Chu Zheng acknowledged. Then, unfazed, pointed at the thief, however. This very weapon was stolen by him. The thief's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, I did not. She is lying. She is the one who killed young Master Song. You claim I am the murderer. Do you have any evidence? This weapon is the evidence. The thief shouted. It was stolen from you. I did not. The thief retorted, glaring at Chu Zheng with malice. I did not steal it. She is lying. She is the true murderer. The members of the Song family glanced between Chu Zheng and the thief, suddenly unsure whom to believe. Who truly killed their young master? Chu Zheng firmly insisted that her weapon had been stolen, asserting that young Master Song's death had nothing to do with her. She maintained an air of composure, displaying none of the panic or tension characteristic of a murderer. In contrast, the thief's frantic outbursts rendered him even more suspicious. With an impassive expression, Chu Zheng retorted, "You doubt me based on a single statement. Can I not assert, with equal validity, that you are the murderer, engaging in a classic case of projection?" The man was momentarily speechless. Before he could articulate a response, Chu Zheng suddenly struck, delivering a forceful kick that sent him flying. He collided violently with the railing of the corridor, breaking it, and plummeted down to the inn below. Chu Zheng regarded the remaining stunned members of the Song family with an expression of indifference, declaring coldly, "I have stated that it is not I. Should you dare to return here, I will ensure your demise." With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut. The leader of the Song family had been thrown back, and the others lacked the courage to approach, opting instead to descend and seek their leader. At that moment, the leader was expelling blood in a frenzy, leaving the onlookers even more aghast. The young woman, observing that it was merely a casual kick, wondered how he could be bleeding so profusely. "It was not my doing. Why do you seek to apprehend me? It was her, that woman, who is responsible." The thief protested as he struggled to his feet. When they discovered the Song heir, they had coincidentally apprehended this furtive individual nearby. However, he soon proclaimed that he had witnessed the murder weapon, which belonged to a woman. This revelation prompted them to investigate further. The death of the Song heir was a significant matter, and by the following day, the news had spread like wildfire, with many applauding the turn of events. The Song heir was notorious as a tyrant in Ning City, known for abducting virtuous women and committing murder in broad daylight. Confident in the impunity afforded by his family's influence, the dungeon yielded no clues, and they remained baffled as to why the Song heir had found himself there, concluding only that the perpetrator must have lured him. That very afternoon, a witness emerged, claiming to have seen someone stealthily following the Song heir, who pointed directly to the thief. The Song family discovered that the thief was in dire need of spiritual stones to settle his gambling debts, providing him with a clear motive for the crime. The innkeeper and the attendant can both attest that she has not ventured outside. Although the Song family harbors considerable suspicion towards Chu Zheng, she possesses witnesses and strength, which deters them from taking rash actions. Ultimately, it is the thief who bears the blame, becoming the alleged murderer of young Master Song. The head of the Song family, however, finds the woman's culpability even more pronounced. With a stern expression, the head of the Song family clenched an iron walnut in her hand. "Song Li is in her possession." "What?" the other person exclaimed in astonishment. "Cousin? But he is supposed to be dead. I witnessed it with my own eyes. That half-human, half-demon monstrosity." The head of the Song family had no intention of explaining why Li Ting still lived. That illegitimate child is in her grasp. "If I were to expose this matter, the Song family would be implicated with the demon clan, making us the target of public outrage." The other person took a moment to digest this. "Head, are you perhaps overthinking the situation? What she says may not be believed by anyone." The head of the Song family replied, "The Song family is a towering presence, and regardless of the truth, there will always be those who seek to exploit the situation." The other person's complexion noticeably shifted. While it appeared that the Song family held the upper hand in Ning City, countless individuals lurked in the shadows, eager to see them toppled. If they were to become entangled with the demon clan, even if the Song family remained innocent, they would be manipulated and plunged into an irretrievable abyss. "Head, this matter. If she has ulterior motives, she will surely reach out to us." The head of the Song family stated, "First, send someone to keep watch over her. If the opportunity arises." She imparted a knowing glance, and the other person understood, mimicking a throat-slitting gesture. The head of the Song family cautioned, without absolute certainty, "Do not act." "Understood." In the inn, Li Tang leaned against the headboard, sipping kanji from Chu Zheng's hand. Do you think they believed it? This marked the first time in days that Li Tang had spoken voluntarily. "What? It's not about you killing him." "I said it's not, so it isn't." Chu Zheng brought the spoon to his lips, and Li Tang slightly parted them. "The Song family does not adhere to evidence. They do not dare to act against me." "Why?" Chu Zheng's face was grave. "Because they cannot defeat me." Li Tang observed as Chu Zheng tidied the dishes. He opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. "If you have something to say, just say it." Li Tang, feeling exposed, finally confessed. "You are from the demon clan, aren't you?" "Yes is yes, no is no. What does isn't it mean?" "The demon clan is sealed within the underground demon city. How did you escape?" "I emerged just as your father did." Li Tang furrowed his brow, his tone shifting slightly. You know my father? His mother seldom mentioned his father. Yet he was aware of her deep affection for him. She bore no regrets. His mother had also said that his father did not intentionally abandon them. He had his reasons. If given the chance. I do not know him, Chu Zheng replied. Then why did you save me? Chu Zheng clenched his fist slightly. His demeanor solemn as if swearing an oath. When witnessing injustice, one must draw their sword to assist, to be a good person. One must strive to be a good person, otherwise, it's game over. No, rewind, there is no going back. Absolutely not. Is this person sane? Were these words spoken by a human cultivator, he might have believed them. Yet she belongs to a demonic clan and dares to proclaim her desire to be a virtuous person. Have all the good souls in this world perished? The manner in which she has treated herself leads me to believe she is deliberately tormenting me. How could she resemble a good person? This woman is truly peculiar. Chapter 74. The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm. 9. During Li Tang's recuperation, the Song family did not make an appearance. Seemingly, as she had asserted, they dared not lay a hand on her. Aside from that day when he conversed with Chu Zheng, Li Tang remained silent, his countenance taut, his gaze shifting from hollow and numb to dark and brooding. However, when Chu Zheng arrived, he would slightly temper that piercing gaze. Chu Zheng believed he had already succumbed to darkness. Should she intervene? Or would it be better to eliminate him altogether? The King Eswar intervened. Weary from the endeavor to prevent the descent of two souls into shadow, the soul-binding nail embedded within Li Tang remained a mystery to Chu Zheng. He himself remained reticent. Perhaps convinced that the nail could not be extracted, speaking of it would serve no purpose, only tearing open his wounds for all to see, thus preserving the scant remnant of his pride. After several days of rest, Li Tang was finally able to rise and walk. He approached the door, intending to step outside for some fresh air, but found the door unyielding to his pull. Li Tang. He exerted force, yet the door did not budge. Turning toward the window, he found it ajar, a gentle breeze wafting in, brushing against his face. However, as his hand reached out, he felt a surge of heat. The entire room appeared to be ensconced within some form of barrier. During his days of confinement, he had not noticed this. As the innkeeper had been entering and exiting normally, he had never contemplated this possibility. Li Tang grasped the edge of the bed, exerting a slight pressure. Now that he had emerged, he could not allow himself to perish. He yearns for strength. No one shall bully him again. Li Tang raised his hand to cover his shoulder, yet what to do about the soul-extinguishing nail within his body? Without its removal, cultivation remains an impossibility, be it spiritual or demonic. Just then, a soft click sounded as Chu Zheng entered from the doorway, a bag of snacks in hand. She grasped Li Tang's hand, placing it within his palm. Are you ready to leave? Pack your things. We shall venture outside the city today. The preceding inquiry was hardly a question. She had already orchestrated everything, merely informing him in a token manner. The warmth radiated from his palm as the oiled paper wrapped delicately around the pastries, releasing a tantalizing aroma. At times, she would offer him a treat, while at other instances, she would place it down without a word, leaving him bewildered as to her intentions. Or perhaps, ever since he met this woman, he had been lost in understanding her true desires. Outside the city? Li Tang sat up, curiosity piqued. What purpose? Chu Zheng approached the nearby cabinet. Her back turned to him as she spoke calmly. There is someone who knows how to extract the soul-extinguishing nail. I will take you to him. His throat felt parched. You. Chu Zheng waited for a few moments, and upon his silence, she replied coolly, pack your belongings. I shall wait for you below. Li Tang watched her exit the room. Should he accompany her? He attempted to reach the door, discovering it could be pulled open. She had dispelled the barrier. If he were to flee now, exiting the threshold, he found himself on a bustling street below. Once he merged with the crowd, capturing him would prove quite the challenge for her. Chu Zheng settled her account with the innkeeper and stepped outside, standing before a carriage. The coachman beamed at her, and she placed a bag of spirit stones into his hands, bringing him immense joy. Such a generous patron. One could hardly earn this much in a year. Miss, we have been waiting for nearly half an hour, the coachman reminded Chu Zheng. Sitting at the front of the carriage, her feet dangling, she idly swayed them back and forth. Upon hearing the coachman's voice, she paused and glanced towards the inn. She was contemplating whether the timid individual had fled when suddenly, a young man emerged from the inn. With a serious expression, he approached Chu Zheng and silently locked eyes with her for a moment. Chu Zheng entered the carriage first, and after a moment of hesitation, the young man followed, taking a seat in the corner. The coachman promptly led the horse out of the city. Look, it's the disciples of Ziyun's sect. Is Ziyun's sect recruiting this year? Of course, they are. They recruit every 3 years, and I have been preparing for this year for quite some time. If I can join Xian's sect and become a true cultivator, life will be much easier. Let us go. They are heading towards the Song family. We should go take a look. Chu Zheng lifted the curtain of the carriage and gazed at the sky. A colossal rock soared overhead, while several figures clad in flowing white garments stood above, resembling celestial beings descending to the mortal realm. Below, the common folk cheered and pursued the rock. Xian sect. The sect of Lin Shun. I wonder if Lin Shun is still alive. He should be. If he had perished, I would surely have retraced my steps by now. As the townsfolk flocked towards the Song family, a solitary carriage leisurely traveled against the current, gradually receding from view. Baying Valley, a young attendant bowed respectfully. Chu Zheng calmly retrieved a pouch of spirit stones. Miss, the Valley Master will not be treating patients this year. Please come back next year. The young attendant remained unmoved. Another pouch emerged. Miss, the Valley Master truly will not see you. The young attendant shook his head helplessly. Chu Zheng, with an expression as impassive as stone, casually tossed forth a multitude of spirit stones nearly as tall as a child. With a swift kick, she sent the stones cascading down, engulfing the small child's legs in a shimmering avalanche. The child swallowed hard. Please wait a moment. I shall report this. Standing beside Chu Zheng, Litong watched in silence. After a brief interval, the child re-emerged, gesturing with an air of politeness. Miss, young sir, please enter. Chu Zheng flung a few more spirit stones, causing the corners of the child's mouth to twitch slightly, before summoning several other children to assist in transporting the stones inside. In Baijing Valley, it is said that the valley's master possesses extraordinary medical skills, yet each year, the master only attends to a mere 12 patients, 1 per month. Once the quota is filled, no further patients will be accepted. Litong found it hard to believe that anyone could extract the soul destruction nail from his body, especially since Chu Zheng had insisted throughout their journey that someone could indeed do so. However, when they sought assistance, the responses ranged from disbelief to complete unfamiliarity with the matter. Yet, Chu Zheng remained steadfast, asserting that next time would surely yield success. Litong couldn't shake the feeling of madness for following her, wasting precious time while she had repeated the phrase, next time countless times. The valley was abundant with a variety of medicinal herbs, the air thick with the aroma of healing plants. As the child ventured into the bamboo grove, it became evident that a peculiar rhythm guided their steps. Upon entering the grove, Chu Zheng felt an unsettling sensation, her body swaying slightly until Litong steadied her. He guided her to follow the child, releasing his grip once they exited the bamboo thicket. Yet, she pondered, why was Litong unaffected? Being half-demon himself, what right did he have to discriminate? How infuriating. Xiao Zhu, you may leave now. Just as the child led them to the entrance, a voice imbued with the weight of ages resonated from within. The child bowed respectfully to Chu Zheng and Litong before retreating. Chu Zheng entered without a trace of trepidation, her composure unwavering, while Litong could only follow suit. In the grand hall sat an elderly man clad in a flowing azure robe, his face, lined with deep wrinkles, bore an expression that suggested he was not one to engage lightly in conversation. The leader of the valley cast a keen gaze over Chu Zheng before it settled upon Litong. Who is that? Chu Zheng pointed towards Litong. The valley leader rose, hands clasped behind him as he gestured. Come with me. Litong glanced at Chu Zheng before following the valley leader into the inner chamber, where a young attendant entered to serve Chu Zheng tea along with a selection of delicate pastries. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the attendant named Xiao Zhu returned to invite her inside. Litong lay bare-chested upon a soft couch, his eyes closed, devoid of consciousness. You are remarkably calm, the valley leader remarked as he washed his hands. Chu Zheng entered silently, but he quickly shot another question at her. Can it be cured? The valley leader took the cloth from the attendant's hands, dried his hands, and tossed it onto the table. The soul-piercing nail has been within his body for several years. He will succumb in 6 months at the soonest, and a year at the latest. Chu Zheng reiterated her inquiry. Can it be cured? Hey, you little girl. The valley leader huffed, his beard bristling in indignation. Do you not understand basic manners? Payment is required for services rendered. It is a fair exchange. The valley leader pointed at Chu Zheng in frustration, momentarily speechless, before he finally muttered, There is no ailment in this world that I cannot treat. Can you cure poverty as well? Chu Zheng asked earnestly. The valley leader retorted, Get out. Leave my baying valley. I refuse to treat him any longer. Calm down, valley leader. We have already provided the spirit stones, Xiao Zhu interjected, managing to soothe the valley leader's temper. He pretended to nonchalantly pat his clothing. He was of the demon clan. The demon suppression nail was originally intended for their kind. What nonsense! The Valley Master clearly discerned the underlying implication in Chu Zheng's words, and the anger that had just begun to subside flared up once more. Those who came to 100 Responses Valley seeking medical assistance were invariably respectful, yet this young girl. Well, considering the spirit stones, let it be. To retrieve the demon suppression nail, the cooperation of a demon was required. The Valley Master scoffed, find a demon, and I can treat him. Oh. Chu Zheng pointed to herself, I am one. The Valley Master furrowed his brow and muttered, no wonder the bamboo grove reacted. He seemed to harbor no prejudice against demons, treating them as he would ordinary patients. Since you are a demon, that simplifies matters. Xiaozhu, prepare accordingly. The Valley Master whispered a few instructions to Xiaozhu, who nodded and departed. A demon. It had been a long time since he had encountered one. The Valley Master clicked his tongue in surprise. What a twist of fate. Two have arrived, one of whom is half human, half demon. Quite rare indeed. Suddenly, he turned to her. Could he be your son? Chu Zheng, with an expression of indifference, replied, I have no such son. A weakling. The Valley Master remained silent. Xiaozhu's preparations would take several days, so Chu Zheng stayed in the valley during this time. The Valley Master was unaware of what had happened to Li Tang, who had yet to awaken. Had it not been for his steady breathing, Chu Zheng would have presumed him deceased. On the 5th day, Xiaozhu came to summon her. They entered a cave where a platform awaited them. The Valley Master instructed Chu Zheng to place Li Tang upon the platform, and she positioned herself at his head. Extracting the demon-slaying nails would cause his vitality to dwindle incessantly. You must use demonic energy to preserve his life force. The Valley Master, while preparing the necessary items, remarked, if you cannot safeguard his life force, he shall perish. Very well. The Valley Master positioned himself near Li Tang's feet and glanced at Chu Zheng. My dear child, this will demand considerable energy. Are you able to endure? Chu Zheng nodded resolutely. Let us begin. How could I possibly fail? As a girl, I must persevere. Humph. Should any mishap occur, the consequences will be yours to bear. The Valley Master flicked his sleeve, forming a seal with his hands, and the platform suddenly illuminated with beams of light, enveloping Li Tang. Following the Valley Master's instructions, Chu Zheng commenced channeling demonic energy into Li Tang as the light intensified. Gradually, the radiance of the platform dimmed, revealing Li Tang's shoulder beginning to bleed as the first demon-slaying nail slowly emerged from the wound. Clink. The bloodied nail fell onto the platform, and the Valley Master proceeded to extract the next nail. By the time the third nail was reached, beads of cold sweat had formed on the Valley Master's forehead, and his movements had noticeably slowed. As the final nail began to surface, emerging from Li Tang's knee, the Valley Master rushed onto the platform, applying pressure to several of Li Tang's wounds to staunch the bleeding, while administering 2 medicinal pills. Only 4 demon-slaying nails had been removed. Had there been a 5th, he would likely have succumbed long ago. The Valley Master gestured for Chu Zheng to cease. But upon observing her composed demeanor, he felt a surge of irritation. This young girl is quite formidable. 5 nails. The Valley Master pressed a finger against Li Tang's heart. Rising to his feet, he stated, if he awakens within 3 days, he shall be fine. Otherwise, what then? The Valley Master scoffed. We shall dig a grave and bury him. Initial Zheng. Should she dig a pit? Don't you bury anything here? Sister. 5 days later. Xiaozhu, why has this gone moldy? Master Gu, it rained a few days ago, so it might not have dried properly. It can no longer be used. Go find a substitute. Master Gu, isn't that inappropriate? What is inappropriate about it? No one will die. Indeed. Master Gu discarded the moldy herbs from his hand, clasped his hands behind him, and was about to enter the house when he turned to see the youth standing at the door. Ah, you're awake? The youth struggled to step out of the room. Have the soul-extinguishing nails been removed from my body? Are you questioning my abilities? Master Gu was displeased. I wouldn't dare. The youth lowered his head slightly. Thank you, Master Gu. Humph. Master Gu walked away, reluctantly saying, if it weren't for that little girl, you wouldn't have survived this time. What about her? Master Gu replied sarcastically, she's gone to dig a pit for you. Li Tang. Under Xiaozhu's guidance, Li Tang found Initial Zheng. She wasn't digging a pit, but was watching 2 little children dig one. Finally, they had succeeded. The 2 children climbed out of the pit, holding something white. It was so difficult to dig. It's so deep. As the 2 children were about to fill the pit, Initial Zheng stopped them, giving them spirit stones. The 2 children exchanged glances, clutching the white object, and ran off, leaving Initial Zheng alone. She stood by the pit, uncertain of her intentions. Ahem. Li Tang cleared his throat. Why can't he just wake up? From her tone, she seemed rather disappointed. I have already prepared the pit for you. Chu Zheng pointed at the pit, exclaiming, "What a waste of my time." When he was unaware, it was those two little boys who had dug it. Litong approached and peered into the pit, asking, "Do you intend to bury me?" The master stated that if you do not awaken within 3 days, you may as well be buried. I have already waited an extra day. That is quite generous of me. Litong felt a pang of disbelief. Were these two conspiring against him? If he truly did not awaken, was she genuinely planning to entomb herself? Litong inhaled deeply, then exhaled a breath of frustration, saying, "The demon-slaying nail has been removed. What do you wish for me to do? Surely, we can speak of it now?" "Do what?" Chu Zheng inquired. Litong responded, "That question ought to be posed to you. What do you desire from me?" Chapter 76, The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, 11. You have extracted me from the dungeon. What is your intention? The youth's gaze was as cold as a frigid pond, yet held an aggressive edge, as if he sought to dissect Chu Zheng's very soul. Chu Zheng glanced at him nonchalantly and replied, "There is no ulterior motive. I merely wish to be a good person. If there is no motive, why then did you rescue me?" This seemed a paradoxical inquiry. "Because you." The remainder of his words faded into silence as Chu Zheng paused, adding, "I have previously stated, believe it or not, it is of no consequence." Her tone, so calm and indifferent, left the youth momentarily speechless. He watched as Chu Zheng walked away, a gentle breeze brushing against his cheek, carrying the scent of herbs, bitter yet tinged with a hint of sweetness. 3 more days had passed. Litong's injuries had nearly healed, allowing him to perform some strenuous movements. The soul-sealing nail had resided within his body for many years, yet he had not experienced such a sense of ease as he did in this moment. His body felt like his own again, free from the fear of exerting himself too much and aggravating the nail within. Li Tang completed a series of movements and turned to gaze at the other end of the courtyard. There lay Chu Zheng languidly on a bamboo chair, her garments cascading to the ground, swaying gently as the chair rocked, sweeping across the earth. Li Tang averted his gaze and continued his practice. From this point onward, he must grow stronger. Perhaps due to the ample spirit stones provided by Chu Zheng, the somewhat irritable and sharp-tongued Valley Master had chosen not to expel them. Li Tang's health improved day by day, while Chu Zheng grew increasingly indolent. When evening came, she remained in the same spot where she had been, and upon waking, she was still in that same place, never bothering to shift her position. However, for Chu Zheng, the days spent without the burden of financial worries were undeniably delightful. She relished every moment of it, refusing to let any opportunity slip by. The moonlight fell upon the valley, enveloping it in a delicate veil, casting an ethereal glow that rendered everything indistinct. He strode directly into the house. After wandering about for a moment, he retrieved a soft blanket and draped it over Chu Zheng. "This is merely in gratitude for saving my life," Li Tang muttered, allowing his gaze to linger on her for a brief moment before swiftly diverting it and retreating into the house. In the dead of night, Li Tang was stirred by sounds from outside. He promptly rose and stepped out, instinctively glancing toward the bamboo chair. The figure seated there was wrapped in the blanket, her gaze fixed on the distance from whence the sounds emanated. The chair creaked gently as it swayed. There was a commotion, a fight. Li Tang approached her side. What does it matter to me? Sleep, sleep. It's too noisy. Are you not going to take a look?" She responded, "We are merely guests." What an intriguing sight. "I have never witnessed such a brawl," Chu Zheng remarked in a nonchalant tone. "One must fulfill the duties of a guest. You truly are diligent." The voice grew increasingly louder, evidently approaching them. Xiao Zhu and the Valley Master hurried past their courtyard. Li Tang glanced at Chu Zheng, furrowing his brow, and stepped outside. Not far off stood a group of individuals, the children of Beiying Valley encircling the Valley Master, while another group loomed on the opposite side. Who dares to invade Beiying Valley with such audacity? The Valley Master, unable to suppress his fury, nearly shouted in indignation. "Valley Master, upon hearing of your unwillingness to receive guests, I fear I may have caused offense," the other party replied, bowing slightly, their tone tinged with urgency. "We beseech you to show mercy. What are your intentions?" The Valley Master retorted with a cold scoff. "We implore the Valley Master to intervene and save a life. To breach my Beiying Valley and still request my aid?" The Valley Master's voice was laced with disdain. "Valley Master, I am left with no choice. My heart is heavy with the desire to save a life. I humbly request your understanding. Beiying Valley has its own regulations, and this year, our quota is already filled." The Valley Master expressed his discontent. "Even if it were not, I would still refuse to assist. Valley Master, my intrusion into the valley is indeed my fault. I will accept any punishment you deem necessary. I implore you to render assistance." Li Tang was lost in thought when he suddenly sensed the presence of another beside him. Turning his gaze, he found Chu Zheng leaning against the courtyard door, arms crossed, coldly observing the commotion. Had she not expressed disinterest moments ago? Why was she now engaged? The Valley Master of Beiying Valley was an enigmatic figure. Chu Zheng had previously broken protocol with her spiritual stones, yet at this moment, the group before them fervently piled promises of benevolence upon the Valley Master, vowing that should he succeed in saving the individual, they would offer substantial rewards. But what if he failed? The Valley Master, unwilling to relent, raised his hand and performed a gesture, conjuring a bamboo grove that appeared out of thin air, causing the group to vanish without a trace. Infuriated, Xiaozhu expressed her confusion. Valley Master, we have made exceptions before. Why? Humph, the Valley Master retorted. That individual belongs to the demon clan, are they not? We treat 12 each year, and the ones I healed previously were not human. Thus it does not constitute an exception. Do you understand? Xiaozhu nodded vigorously, acknowledging her understanding. The Valley Master then departed with Xiaozhu, while Chu Zheng cast a sidelong glance at Li Tang, remarking, he just called you a non-human. Li Tang remained silent. In truth, he was not human in their eyes, but rather a monster. Although he comprehended this reality, hearing it voiced was still disconcerting. A palpable aura of low pressure enveloped him as he turned away with a stern expression and retreated indoors. Miss, what are you doing here? Xiaozhu inquired. Observing Chu Zheng, who had been standing outside the bamboo grove for quite some time in a contemplative pose. Were those people inside last night? They're gone. They were expelled from the valley, Xiaozhu explained with a smile. Indeed. Chu Zheng nodded solemnly. Xiaozhu then watched as Chu Zheng turned and walked away with a graceful poise, disappearing from view. Puzzled, Xiaozhu scratched her head, questioning what she had been doing standing there for so long. From the other children in the valley, Chu Zheng learned that the group had not truly departed but remained outside. It was said that one individual had knelt for an entire day and night, pleading for the Valley Master to save someone. The person they sought was a young woman named Song Fenglan, a name that resonated deeply with the original owner of Lin Chen's heart, the one who occupied the original host's body and ultimately transformed her very soul into a weapon. Song Fenglan. That night, she indeed did not mishear. Lin Chen was still alive. However, the narrative seemed to deviate somewhat. At this juncture, Song Fenglan had just sustained injuries and sought the healing of the Valley Master of Beiying Valley. Yet, when the original host encountered Lin Chen, Song Fenglan had already visited Beiying Valley. Hence, Lin Chen's knowledge of the method to allow Song Fenglan to utilize the original host's body may have originated from Beiying Valley itself. Chu Zheng harbored no doubts that the Valley Master would divulge this to Lin Chen. The Master appeared far from the righteous savior who would only aid those of his own kind. Oh dear. Xiaozhu rushed in haste, colliding with Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng reached out to steady his shoulder. Xiaozhu clasped his hands and bowed slightly. Greetings, Mississippi. Are you leaving the valley? The Valley Master has instructed me to invite someone from outside, Xiaozhu replied. He intends to save someone? I am unaware, Xiaozhu admitted, troubled. I merely follow the Master's orders. Their thoughts are beyond our comprehension. Perhaps one moment he desires to save you, and the next, he may wish otherwise. Wait here. I will see the Valley Master, Chu Zheng asserted, patting his shoulder solemnly. Ah? Xiaozhu stared blankly at Chu Zheng, then nodded as if compelled by fate. Chapter 77. Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, 12. Why? The Valley Master inquired, waving his hand dismissively. I do not wish to see those from outside the valley. Drive them away. Understood. Xiaozhu began to retreat when the Valley Master suddenly called him back. Those two must be expelled as well. Fury filled the Master's eyes. Remember, ensure they encounter one another. It would be preferable if the outside world were aware that it was she who prevented me from rescuing others. Xiaozhu's lips twitched slightly. What had the young lady said to offend the Valley Master so profoundly? A sense of trepidation washed over Xiaozhu in the presence of Chu Zheng, who exuded a chilling demeanor devoid of warmth. As for the other individual, perpetually shrouded in gloom, Xiaozhu had scarcely exchanged more than a few words with him. He conveyed the Valley Master's message, albeit with a touch of delicacy. Those patients who had already recovered were free to depart. Chu Zheng, however, was reluctant to leave, for departure signified the imminent dread of squandered resources. Yet, in another's domain, when the host made a request, it was unbecoming for Chu Zheng to cling stubbornly to her position. The resources accumulated from her previous expenditures had dwindled considerably, leaving her in a rather impoverished state. Nonetheless, she found joy in her frugality. Shouldn't she be allowed to remain blissful? Must life continually conspire against this little darling? Young master, please wait. The valley master has further words for you. Another young attendant hurriedly approached, calling out to Li Tang. Confusion washed over Li Tang. His interactions with the peculiar valley master had been limited to the last occasion when he had jokingly suggested that Chu Zheng intended to bury him in a pit. The valley master awaited him in the medicinal fields behind. Li Tang ambled along the ridge. Valley master, do you wish to speak with me? The valley master inspected the herbs in his hands and inquired, what is your name? Who bestowed it upon you? My mother, Li Tang replied. Would you like to know where your father is? The valley master plucked the herbs from the earth and set them aside, while Li Tang froze. His mind flooded with memories of his mother's words before her passing. Your father loves you dearly. Do not blame your father. He acts for your sake. The valley master clapped his hands and stood up. Your father is at the Ziyun sect. The valley master gazed at Litong, who departed in a daze, and sighed softly. The demon clan will inevitably emerge one day. Humph. It is better when chaos reigns. Outside Baying Valley, senior brother, how is senior sister Fengwan? Sister. Lin Chen looked anxiously at the person in his arms. Do not worry. I will surely rescue you. Someone is coming. Shazu escorted Chu Zheng and Litong to the valley's exit. Bowing respectfully, please proceed slowly, esteemed guests. Lin Chen followed the crowd's gaze and immediately spotted the woman walking ahead, clad in a delicate blue gown. Her exquisite attire accentuated her striking beauty. However, an aura of chill radiated from her, compelling onlookers to maintain their distance. That person. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Although she appeared somewhat different, he was convinced he could not be mistaken. It was indeed the girl he encountered in the underground demon city. At that time, she had saved him, yet when he regained consciousness, he found himself bound to a pillar by a demon, who claimed she had given him to him. Why do they get to enter while you refuse us? Did you not say the quota was full? We demand to see the valley master. While Lin Chen was lost in thought, someone had already stepped forward to block Xiaozhu. Xiaozhu recalled the valley master's instructions. The valley master is not refusing to see you. But Chu Zheng walked ahead, while Litong followed with her head bowed. Halt. A sharp reprimand was followed by a fierce assault. Li Tang, distracted and still recovering, could not evade in time. The attack collided with a tree behind him, causing its leaves to rain down to the ground. 2 leaves spiraled down before Li Tang. As Chu Zheng pulled him behind her, is something amiss? The assailant angrily demanded, why didn't you allow the valley master to rescue my senior sister? What enmity do you hold against her? Chu Zheng cast a glance towards the valley, while Xiaozhu hastily waved his hands, clarifying that he was merely following the valley master's orders and had no stake in the matter. Chu Zheng expressionlessly denied the accusation. I did not. You still refuse to acknowledge it? How malicious you are. If anything befalls my senior sister, I shall not spare you. Chu Zheng's brow furrowed coldly. The rules of Baying Valley are well known. What power do I possess to persuade the valley master to change his mind? You hold me in such high regard. I ought to thank you. Do you expect me to let you in and devise a way to use my body to prolong Song Fenglan's life? I am not foolish. I will certainly not allow you entry. The assailant paused, seemingly considering Chu Zheng's words, but soon realized something was amiss. He abruptly pointed towards Xiaozhu's direction. He said it himself, he personally. Where is he? Why is he gone? At the entrance of the valley, there was no trace of Xiaozhu. Deceived by others, he could only blame his own foolishness. Chu Zheng reached out to catch the leaves drifting down from the air and casually tossed them aside. The leaves suddenly tensed, shooting towards the assailant at an astonishing speed. Sensing danger, he instinctively braced himself for defense. However, the blade, imbued with immense force, pierced through his defenses, embedding itself into his shoulders, from which blood oozed forth. Ah, the man, belatedly aware of his plight, let out a wretched cry. Senior brother, are you all right? The crowd surged forward. Someone shouted angrily at Chu Zheng. How dare you resort to violence? Chu Zheng, with a calm gaze, articulated her rationale for the injury, an eye for an eye. Had she not acted swiftly, it would have been this weakling who was now injured. Litong stood behind Chu Zheng, his expression devoid of its usual gloom, revealing a hint of bewilderment, as if he was uncertain of his surroundings. We did not strike you. On what grounds do you attack us? Chu Zheng replied. Does not striking equate to the absence of aggression? If others evade harm, does that absolve the assailant of wrongdoing? If I did not hit you, can you truly blame me? Whose foolish teachings have led to such ignorance? Truly remarkable. It would be a pity not to eliminate you. Chapter 78. Pinnacle of the Demon Realm. 13. You must not emulate them. Chu Zheng suddenly turned to speak to Litong. He responded, Emulate what? On what basis do you accuse me of striking? Chu Zheng turned back, her expression grave. Do you possess any evidence? The individuals on the other side, taken aback by Chu Zheng's retort, were infuriated. We all witnessed it. Is evidence even necessary? Chu Zheng countered. It is possible that you all collectively experienced a hallucination. Was it not you who threw that leaf? With unwavering conviction, Chu Zheng declared, no. Leaves abound in this place. Why should I be held accountable for it? Can a leaf still recognize my name? Do not speak carelessly in your absence. The crowd. They had never encountered such unabashed audacity. Witnessing her hand in motion, how could she deny it with such brazen confidence? Those provoked by Chu Zheng wished to voice their thoughts, yet were silenced by Lin Chun, who gazed at Chu Zheng with an inscrutable expression, a hint of caution emanating from him. Litong tugged at Chu Zheng. There are many of them. Chu Zheng. So what if there are many? Litong insisted they depart. Let us go. Lin Chun appeared to share the sentiment of a temporary truce, allowing Chu Zheng and Litong to leave unimpeded. Senior brother? First, save junior sister. Lin Chun exhaled sharply. Do not stir up trouble. But you heard it. She deliberately barred our entry to Baying Valley. A certain junior brother protested. Why are they the troublemakers? The rules of Baying Valley cannot be so easily disregarded. Lin Chun advised. Use your brain. Junior brother. That was explicitly stated by a child within Baying Valley. Could it possibly be false? Lin Chun's assertion left the junior brother hesitant to retort. What shall we do now? Will senior sister be all right? Once outside the confines of Baying Valley, Litong released her grip and walked ahead in silence, head bowed. Litong. Chu Zheng hurried a few steps to overtake him. Litong? Still no response. Something felt amiss since leaving the valley. What happened? He seemed distracted. Could it be he was reluctant to part with some enchanting beauty in the valley? No, there were no such beauties, so it must be those mischievous children? Oh. This penchant for being a good person is rather peculiar. Li Tang's gaze drifted past Chu Zheng, settling on the wildflowers by the roadside. It's nothing, he murmured. I'll be the one to rescue you if you fall into a pit. It's hardly reassuring. Chu Zheng stepped ahead, seemingly indifferent to him. After a lengthy silence, Li Tang finally inquired, Where are you headed? To spend money, she replied. Ever since the Valley of Kings, there's been no rest. I knew I shouldn't have come out. Li Tang contemplated her retreating figure, pondering if she truly would allow herself to leave. He halted, watching as she ventured further away until she vanished from his sight. The wind caressed the meadow, creating ripples like water. Standing amidst the breeze, Li Tang felt it sweep around him. He believed he was unaffected. Yet the vividness of each moment lingered in his mind, every image etched with clarity. Even his heartbeat seemed to quicken. Not running away, the woman's voice drifted to him, carried by the wind, clear, distant, devoid of emotion. A strange tremor coursed through Li Tang's heart, a mix of anxious disarray intertwined with an unfamiliar thrill. He averted his gaze, replying, I never said I would run. Chu Zheng responded coolly, oh. Upon reaching the nearest bustling town, which appeared ideal for spending, Li Tang observed her indulging in a shopping spree. Where did she acquire such an abundance of spirit stones? Wasn't she from the demon clan? How could she possess so many? Congratulations, miss, for completing the task. A reward of 10,000 spirit stones has been issued. Chu Zheng handed a deed to Li Tang. What is this for? He asked. For you, she answered simply. Li Tang clutched the land deed, bewildered, and inquired. Why are you giving this to me? What a hassle. Why would you still give it to him? Li Tang struggled to comprehend Chu Zheng's line of thought, her handsome face appearing somewhat dazed. I don't want it. I'll throw it away. Chu Zheng, with an air of extravagance, waved her hand dismissively. Money is merely a material possession. It must be spent to be of any value. Do we have an excess of spirit stones to burn? Open a shop? Chu Zheng wore a look of indifference, pointing to herself. Am I that idle? Li Tang retorted. If you're not going to open a shop, then why purchase one? Chu Zheng instructed the people in the shop to maintain the status quo, continuing their previous operations. As evening fell, Li Tang approached her. I am going to Xian's sect. Oh, go ahead. What does it matter to me? I won't be escorting you, replied Chu Zheng, leaning on the railing. She asked earnestly, Do you think I am a good person? Well, there's nothing more to say. Farewell. Was my saving him in vain? What an ungrateful wretch. Miss. Lin Chen is at Ziyun's sect. You must make your way there. Chu Zheng sighed. Thus, when Li Tang departed the next day, she noticed that Chu Zheng was following her. What do you want by trailing me? Chu Zheng remained remarkably composed. It's on the way. She would not reveal that the scoundrel had deceived her. On the way, among humans, those with talent must choose a sect or a prominent family for their education. Ziyun's sect is one such establishment, situated among the three great sects of the cultivation world. recruiting new members every 3 years. This year, it happened to be the time for Ziyun sect's recruitment. Upon their arrival at the Ziyun sect, Chu Zheng and Litong found themselves before a staircase of white jade that ascended into the heavens, seemingly endless. A considerable gathering had formed at the foot of the mountain, comprising individuals who had come independently. The sect also dispatched disciples to various towns to recruit those endowed with talent. "Do you have a way to enter?" Litong inquired of Chu Zheng. "What?" Litong took a deep breath and replied, as a member of the demon clan, "You must suppress your demonic aura to avoid detection, or else it would be disastrous." "They want notice," Chu Zheng asserted with confidence. "Why?" After a moment's contemplation, Chu Zheng mused, "Am I weaker than them?" Litong, he need not worry about her. Being half human and half demon, and with no training yet, no one would discern his true identity. His only concern lay in the upcoming talent assessment. If he failed to demonstrate any aptitude, entry into the Ziyun sect would be impossible, regardless of whether the words of the Valley Master of Being were true or not. He yearned to witness the man whom his mother defended until her dying breath, to understand what manner of person he truly was. Chapter 79, Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, 14. Look, what is it? Don't push me. Look at the sky. There are spiritual beasts, and there are people on them. The crowd erupted in excitement, collectively gazing upwards. They beheld a great rock soaring through the air, eventually vanishing into the clouds of the mountains. Over there, someone was flying on a sword. What is that? A flying spiritual artifact? In 3 days, the unified assessment would commence. However, those who had already been selected would be exempt from the preliminary test. Main quest. Please ensure the young lady enters the Ziyun sect within 5 days. Eliminate the sect leader? The esteemed Wangzhu was nearly at a loss for breath. Dear lady, do remember, we are a system of extravagance, not a demolition squad. Let us maintain a semblance of grace. With wealth, one can indeed indulge in their desires. Why should you tarnish your hands, dear lady? Moreover, engaging in conflict is truly exhausting. Chu Zheng gently touched her wrist and departed in the opposite direction of the mountain gate. Hey, Li Tang called out to her. Where are you going? Chu Zheng ignored him, and Li Tang, wary of attracting trouble, felt compelled to follow her. 3 days later, the initial examination commenced. Disciples at the foot of the mountain were required to ascend the seemingly endless staircase to participate in the next round of assessments. There is nothing novel about this. It is dreadfully tedious, was Chu Zheng's assessment. Only you two remain. A disciple at the mountain gate reminded Chu Zheng and Li Tang, noting that no one else was behind them. One by one, individuals on the staircase struggled to advance, as if burdened by immense boulders. I demand to see the sect leader, Chu Zheng declared, unwilling to climb. Merely observing was exhausting enough, and she was not mad. The sect disciple regarded her with a hint of disdain. Miss, please make haste. Many within the sect had never encountered the sect leader. Yet this individual wished to meet them at once, as if the leader were merely a common vegetable, accessible at will. I am not here to participate in your recruitment examination. Then what is your purpose? The sect disciple, growing increasingly impatient, urged, if you are not here to participate, kindly take your leave. Chu Zheng offered the disciple several spirit stones. Please have someone in charge come down. I have matters to discuss. Upon seeing the spirit stones, the disciple's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. Spirit stones facilitate cultivation. Typically, they receive 1 inferior spirit stone per month. However, now, Chu Zheng has bestowed upon him a superior spirit stone, a privilege reserved for the esteemed disciples. The sect disciple swallowed hard and inquired, what is your purpose? Do you possess the authority? The disciple scratched his head, stowed the spirit stone away, and his demeanor softened considerably. Please wait a moment. He communicated with someone higher up, and before long, a middle-aged man descended. Li Tang, bewildered, observed the exchange between Chu Zheng and the middle-aged man. After a brief conversation, they were respectfully invited upstairs. It was not until they entered the North Spirit Peak that Li Tang realized he had stepped into the Ziyun sect, and moreover, he was accorded the status of a distinguished guest, with an entire peak to himself. Once the sect disciple who had arranged their visit departed, Li Tang hastily asked, what transaction did you make with him? I provided them with sponsorship in the form of spirit stones. Li Tang found this hard to believe. Does a sect as grand as Ziyun sect truly lack spirit stones? Indeed, they do, Chu Zheng replied with unwavering certainty. The Ziyun sect had been declining year by year, and among the new generation of disciples, aside from Lin Chen and Song Fenglan, there were scarcely any worthy representatives left. Yet, they still needed to recruit newcomers annually to infuse the sect with fresh blood. They must maintain their facade. lest other sects look down upon them and undermine their standing. The consumption of spirit stones was immense. Had it not been for the long-standing foundation of the Ziyun sect, it might have declared bankruptcy long ago. Their need for spirit stones was not merely a shortage, it was dire. Chu Zheng demanded residence within the Ziyun sect in exchange for providing them with spirit stones. Despite the Lord's suspicions regarding her ulterior motives, he ultimately acquiesced to her request under the compelling allure of genuine spirit stones. The North Spirit Peak is situated at the periphery between the outer and inner sects, a location historically designated by the Ziyun sect for the accommodation of guests. Thus, placing her here was entirely reasonable. Standing upon the peak, Li Tang could behold the outer sect's mountain, where examinations were currently underway. The soul-destroying nail within him had vanished, granting him the ability to cultivate. Yet he found himself unable to harness spiritual energy, leaving him with no choice but to pursue demonic cultivation. However, he was at a loss as to how to proceed. He must grow stronger. He could no longer remain a pawn, devoid of the power to resist. Li Tang approached Chu Zheng, who was reclining on a chair. "Can you teach me to cultivate? Do you wish to take me as your master? Is becoming my disciple a more effective means of obtaining a good person card? There is a saying that goes, once a teacher, always a father. Isn't there? It can be arranged. To take her as his mentor?" An inexplicable sense of resistance welled up within Li Tang. He did not wish to become her disciple. "You do not wish to take me as your master?" "Indeed, I do not." He truly did not want to, not in the slightest. Though he could not pinpoint the reason for his reluctance, he resolved not to betray his own feelings. Chu Zheng waved her hand dismissively, unwilling to engage further. "If you refuse to acknowledge me as your master, what purpose would there be in teaching you?" Li Tang stood his ground, speaking earnestly. "Aside from this condition, you may stipulate any others." Chu Zheng turned over, her expression serious. "You claim that I am a good person." Li Tang felt somewhat bewildered and even thought her behavior peculiar. Yet he reiterated, "You are a good person." The king's emblem remained unresponsive. Indeed, this weakling silently berated her. What sincerity exists between demons? A deceiver. Chu Zheng angrily turned over, embracing her own little self, feeling utterly pitiful. "Li Tang, what does this mean? Did you agree? You are so noisy. Will you teach me?" Silence. Li Tang parted his lips slightly, but ultimately refrained from speaking, standing quietly beside her. As time ticked away, he cautiously glanced at Chu Zheng. The woman lying on her side had her eyes closed, her porcelain-like face exuding a coldness that seemed to repel others, concealing an inscrutable enigma. This person, who had suddenly appeared in his world, had somehow always captured his attention. Li Tang sighed and entered the room, finding a thin blanket which he delicately draped over Chu Zheng. He then crouched down, gazing at the figure before him. Her features were exquisitely refined, harmoniously combining to create an exceptionally striking visage. Yet, this face remained perpetually frigid, akin to a snow lotus blooming upon ice and snow, noble and elegant. So close, yet utterly untouchable. His fingers hovered at the tip of her nose, almost making contact. His fingertips slowly curled and then gradually unfurled. In the depths of his dark and profound gaze lay a hint of bewilderment. What was he contemplating? Li Tang was uncertain, only aware of the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. He pondered, for the second time, why he felt concern over whether she would feel cold. "Li Tang, I wish to be your partner, yet you treat me like a son." Chapter 80. The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, 15. Miss Chu. "This is what our master uncle sent over. Please take a look and see if anything is missing." The disciples of the Ziyun sect stood respectfully before Chu Zheng, with various items placed nearby. When questioned, Chu Zheng gestured towards Li Tang. Li Tang expressed that there was nothing lacking, as their arrangements were quite satisfactory and no negligence had occurred. Given that Chu Zheng had expended a considerable amount of spiritual stones, and considering that Li Tang, who accompanied her, did not appear to possess any significant cultivation, it was evident that the Ziyun sect was extending a gesture of goodwill towards her. He declined politely, expressing his gratitude first. Chu Zheng observed as the disciples of the Ziyun sect departed, casting a cold glance in his direction. What did she need him to teach? Was she merely toying with her? "I must navigate through the Ziyun sect," Li Tang clarified, stating that he had a purpose for coming to the Ziyun sect. He initially intended to infiltrate the sect to gather information regarding his father. However, he had not anticipated her presence within the sect. Nonetheless, he was certain of one thing. Her earlier assertion that the people of the Ziyun sect were weaker than her was indeed truthful. With that, Chu Zheng turned to leave. Li Tang furrowed his brow slightly. Was she angry? Yet, she did not seem to be. This had always been her demeanor. Why did he feel she was upset? Disciples descending from the North Spirit Peak were promptly intercepted by several fellow sect members. Senior brother, what kind of individuals reside on the North Spirit Peak? Please, enlighten us. The sect disciple waved his hand dismissively. Do not prattle about. This individual is our esteemed guest. You must not be disrespectful if you do not inform us. What if we inadvertently offend the esteemed guest? The disciple scratched his head. Well, let me share a few details with you. Quickly, please. They were eager to discover who resided on the North Spirit Peak, a place long devoid of inhabitants. The disciples of the sect, however, possessed little knowledge. Only that two individuals resided there, one named Chu Zheng and the other Li Tang. The two appeared to be of similar age, yet their relationship remained a mystery. The elder master regarded them as esteemed guests of utmost importance, insisting that they be treated with the highest respect and that the necessities of North Spirit Peak be promptly attended to. The gentleman named Li Tang was expected to study alongside them, and should they encounter him, they were to exhibit proper decorum. Is he particularly formidable? One disciple inquired. After a moment's reflection, he replied, he seems to lack any cultivation. How can one study with us without any cultivation? Another disciple countered. Were you not without cultivation when you entered the sect? Enough, disperse now. With the influx of new disciples, let us not create chaos, the disciple admonished. With exchanged glances, several comrades prepared to depart. Brother Lin. Lin Chen approached along a narrow path, his expression grave. What are you all doing beneath North Spirit Peak? Brother Lin, you must be aware that our sect. One disciple, unable to contain their eagerness, recounted what they had just overheard. Given their esteemed guests, why are you still gathered here? Lin Chen chided. Shouldn't you be dispersing? The disciples, clearly intimidated by Lin Chen, complied. Yes. Lin Chen cast a heavy gaze toward North Spirit Peak, burdened with unspoken thoughts, before turning in another direction. 3 days later, the new outer disciples had settled in and commenced their lessons. Classes were conducted by senior brothers and sisters of the inner sect, as the sect likely feared that Li Tang might lag behind the pace of the inner disciples, thus allowing him to attend classes among the outer disciples for the time being. Who was that person standing over there? I don't recall seeing him among the new disciples before. He is quite handsome. Could he be a senior disciple? No, senior disciples wear blue embroidered patterns, while direct disciples have silver embroidery. Ah, you seem to know quite a bit. This is merely a matter of observation. I find him more attractive than Zhao Yu. What do you all think? Upon hearing the name Zhao Yu, Li Tang's eyes flickered with a shadow of darkness, perhaps by coincidence. Zhao Yu has arrived. The Zhao Yu they spoke of entered with a few followers, his gaze sweeping across the room until it landed on Li Tang. Li Tang understood that this matter was far from over. This was indeed the Zhao Yu he was familiar with, who had once colluded with young Master Song and had bullied him during his mother's lifetime. There was an instance where Zhao Yu nearly caused him to lose a leg. Had it not been for his mother's timely intervention, he would now be a cripple. You look somewhat familiar, Zhao Yu said, striding directly towards Li Tang and scrutinizing him without restraint. You must be mistaken, Li Tang replied, lacking the strength to confront Zhao Yu and wishing to avoid causing her trouble. How do you know I'm mistaken? Zhao Yu mused, stroking his chin with interest. The more I look at you, the more familiar you seem. I must have seen you before. The teaching senior has arrived. Someone called out. Zhao Yu, seemingly unable to recall, heard the announcement and, tossing out a casual wait here and don't leave, departed with his entourage. As all were newly initiated disciples, the lessons consisted solely of theoretical knowledge that many of them were already well aware of. Yet, even such philosophical knowledge is rather novel to Li Tang, for no one has imparted these concepts to him. Chu Zheng sat before the main hall of the North Spirit Peak, cradling a fluffy spirit beast in her arms, her expression serious as she gently stroked it. The sect is not devoid of merit. The spirit beast's ears perked up, as if it had heard something, and it wriggled free from Chu Zheng's grasp, darting away in a flash. At that moment, a figure emerged, silhouetted against the setting sun. Li Tang seemed to notice Chu Zheng seated there, and he turned to retreat to his own quarters. Chu Zheng exclaimed, "The good person card is ignoring me." She seized him by the arm, inquiring, "What's wrong with your face?" "Nothing much," Li Tang replied, lowering his head further to evade her scrutiny. His visage bore slight swelling, tinged with traces of blood. Had he been struck? Li Tang averted his gaze, replying, "I can handle it myself." Chu Zheng remained silent for a few moments before responding, "That would be for the best." With that, she crossed her arms and departed. Li Tang gazed at her retreating figure, his fingers brushing over the area she had touched, feeling a sudden heat radiate from it. He shed his clothing, revealing a multitude of bruises upon his arms. Creak. Chu Zheng re-entered from outside, commanding, "Come here." Her voice, calm and devoid of fluctuation, carried an undeniable authority. Li Tang, clutching his garment, approached her, asking, "What is it?" Chu Zheng gestured for him to sit. After a moment's hesitation, he settled beside her. "From today onwards, I shall teach you how to cultivate," she declared. Li Tang assumed she intended to address his injuries, but instead, she made that unexpected announcement. "You truly intend to teach me?" he inquired. Chu Zheng then asked, "Can you sense the demonic energy?" "Li Tang, this is the Ziyun sect. How can there be demonic energy here?" Chu Zheng, with an unchanging countenance, replied, "Can you sense the spiritual energy?" Li Tang, after a moment, he shook his head. Chapter 81. The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, 16. Chu Zheng cannot be considered a proficient teacher. The King's number believes that Li Tang will inevitably succumb to madness. She actually allows a demon to perceive spiritual energy and then cultivate? Has she lost her mind? "Miss, you ought to be concerned about his injuries. It is better to teach a person to fish than to simply give them a fish. Who else could possibly be single if Miss is not?" Li Tang's injuries were inflicted by Zhao Yu. Naturally, Zhao Yu did not emerge unscathed from this encounter. Thus, the following days were relatively stable for Li Tang. By day, he attended lectures in the outer sect, and by night, he trained with Chu Zheng. "What is this?" "A demon summoning array." Li Tang. "Li Tang, is this a question regarding its effectiveness? You have set up a demon summoning array in the Ziyun sect. Are you afraid that others do not know you are a demon? Why would you create a spirit summoning array?" "She is a demon cultivator, for goodness sake." Li Tang was left speechless. As he stepped into the array, he, who had little perception of spiritual energy, felt as if he had entered an ocean upon entering the demon summoning array, distinctly sensing the demonic energy. The array relies entirely on demonic crystals for support, requiring a change of crystals every 10 days. At this moment, she was in the human realm, and the King's number would not issue tasks related to the demon realm. Thus, the supply of demonic crystals is limited. It seems I must devise a method to create a spirit conversion array. Pray tell, what is a spirit conversion array? It converts spiritual energy into demonic energy. Is that not the literal interpretation? Why pose such a dim-witted question to me? Do you know how to do it? I don't. Then how will you manage? You'll find out once I do it. It seemed as though he foresaw the terrifying fate awaiting Li Tang, who had succumbed to madness. Li Tang had spent an entire night within the demon summoning array. With the brief theoretical knowledge imparted by Chu Zheng, and his inherent talent for darkening into a formidable villain, he successfully drew demonic energy into his body. His swift progress was likely connected to the earlier incident at Baiying Valley, where Chu Zheng had infused demonic energy into him. However, a new dilemma arose. Li Tang, now imbued with demonic energy, lacked the capability to contain it. Anyone with even a modicum of cultivation could perceive the aura emanating from him. "Why haven't you left yet?" Li Tang gestured to the demonic energy surrounding him. "Well, you're officially beginning your cultivation now. Having demonic energy is quite normal. There is no need to be alarmed." Li Tang continued, "If I go out, I will be discovered." The demonic energy enveloping him was faint, as if he had inadvertently accumulated it from somewhere. The good person card is gone. Without the good person card, I must rewind. No. Chu Zheng rummaged through her spatial pouch and unearthed an ancient jade, which she had unwittingly purchased at some point. She handed the jade to him, saying, "As long as you keep the jade close, no one will notice." The jade was warm to the touch, containing a peculiar energy that swirled slowly within. "What kind of jade is this?" "I don't know. As long as it's valuable and useful, that's all that matters to me." Chu Zheng waved him off. "You may leave now." Zhao Yu suddenly recalled who Li Tang was. In Zhao Yu's memories, Li Tang should have been dead, yet here he stood, which left Zhao Yu perplexed. However, in the past, he was merely a target of his own bullying. Even if he were to survive, he could only remain a victim of his own torment. Consequently, Zhao Yu was exceedingly rude to Li Tang. From verbal provocations to physical confrontations, Zhao Yu initially sought to suppress Li Tang with his followers, but as time progressed, Li Tang garnered his own adherents, and the divisions among the outer disciples became increasingly pronounced. Zhao Yu found himself at a disadvantage. "You are nothing but a wildling, born of a mother who never taught you." At that moment, the boy across from him suddenly glared with icy intensity, propelling himself towards Zhao Yu with force. Sensing the murderous intent in an instant, Zhao Yu had no time to retort and hurriedly attempted to defend himself. The The boy's eyes gleamed with a chilling resolve as he breached Zhao Yu's defenses, striking him squarely in the chest. Zhao Yu was sent sprawling to the ground, where his lackeys hurried to assist him. "What are you doing?" A gentle yet authoritative voice resonated from above. A girl adorned in garments adorned with silver embroidery stood gracefully on the pathway, her delicate features tinged with a slight pallor that did not diminish her beauty. Sister Song. It was Sister Song, the renowned beauty of Ziyun's sect. Indeed, Sister Song. He is bullying me. Zhao Yu whined, his face bruised and battered as he reported to Song Fenglan. She recalled having met this boy once before in Baying Valley, yet there was a familiarity about him that she couldn't quite place. The Song family. Li Tang lowered his head, concealing much of his visage. "You are bullying others?" she inquired softly. Some disciples behind Li Tang immediately chimed in. "It's merely a spar, just a spar. Zhao Yu, refrain from displaying your inadequacies and stop being so repugnant." "Nonsense, he just attempted to take my life." The recollection of the earlier encounter sent a shiver of dread through Zhao Yu. Had it not been for the timely intervention of Song Fenglan, he might well have met his demise. A fellow disciple retorted, "Just now, Li Tang could have easily killed you. And yet you still have the audacity to engage in idle chatter with the senior sister? Senior sister, please advocate for me. He truly intended to end my life." Song Fenglan furrowed her delicate brows, admonishing, "Disciples must not resort to mutual harm. Sparring should be conducted with moderation. Exercise caution in the future." Zhao Yu remained silent, casting a venomous glare at Li Tang. Why was even senior sister Song siding with him? Li Tang coldly clasped his hands and departed the scene with his companions. A flicker of doubt passed through Song Fenglan's eyes as she imparted a few words of caution to the remaining disciples before taking her leave. Li Tang belonged to the Northern Spirit Peak, and none dared to impose punishment upon him. It was always Zhao Yu who bore the brunt of the consequences, further intensifying Zhao Yu's disdain for Li Tang. Half a year swiftly elapsed. The outer disciples had acquired some rudimentary techniques, and their brawls had evolved beyond mere physical confrontations. The discord between Zhao Yu and Li Tang resulted in frequent skirmishes, occurring every few days. However, this time the situation escalated considerably, culminating in a fatality. The incident was fortuitously witnessed by an elder from the law enforcement hall, which amplified the severity of the matter. "I have dispatched someone to inform the Northern Spirit Peak," whispered a disciple from a certain sect into Li Tang's ear. Li Tang nodded, albeit with little hope. She was not present at the Northern Spirit Peak. Occasionally, Chu Zheng would leave the Northern Spirit Peak for several days, and whenever Li Tang inquired, she would claim to be visiting the Flower Spirit Stone. Li Tang harbored doubts, suspecting that Chu Zheng was engaged in some clandestine endeavor. It had already been 3 days since she last saw her. "This matter has nothing to do with her." "Elder, I speak." Zhao Yu raised his hand. The elder of the law enforcement hall gestured to a disciple beside him. "You speak." Chapter 82. The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, 17. Sun Fei was indeed the deceased. In the hands of the dead was a jade pendant. This jade bore a striking resemblance to the one in Li Tang's possession, yet Li Tang was certain it was not the one given to him by Chu Zheng. A flash of insight struck Li Tang's mind as he realized Zhao Yu's intentions. He turned to Zhao Yu, who wore a sinister and provocative expression, and then spoke with feigned righteousness. "Elder, I have seen this jade in Li Tang's possession. He must have killed Sun Fei out of spite. That is not my jade, not yours. I witnessed it with my own eyes. You possess such a jade. If it is not yours, then whose could it be? Since you claim it is not yours, why not produce your own for us to examine?" Li Tang remained silent. Zhao Yu's objective was not merely to pin the murder on him, but to expose his identity as a member of the demon clan. Once he produced the jade, Zhao Yu would seize it under the pretense of comparison. She had previously stated that the jade must never leave her side. But when did Zhao Yu realize he belonged to the demon clan? How did he ascertain that this jade was the key? He had been exceedingly cautious in his interactions with others outside the sect. The elder of the law enforcement hall was aware that Li Tang was the one from North Spirit Peak, yet this pertained to a life lost. And he was compelled to act with due diligence. "If young Master Li confirms that the jade in the deceased's possession is not yours, please present it for our examination." Li Tang's hand, which hung at his side, tightened into a fist, his gaze fixed on Zhao Yu. "What, unable to produce it?" Zhao Yu sneered. "You are the one who killed Sun Fei. Even if his identity as a member of the demon clan cannot be exposed, he can still be made to bear the weight of a life, and Zhao Yu strikes 2 birds with 1 arrow. This is certainly not a scheme that Zhao Yu, the fool, could conceive on his own. He has someone guiding him. Young Master Li Tang, the elder of the law enforcement hall, remains relatively courteous, especially since the individual from North Spirit Peak is currently their cash cow at Ziyun's sect. Li Tang forces himself to maintain composure as he retrieves the jade from his waist. Zhao Yu's eyes gleam with sharpness as he raises his voice. Elder, I want to see if that jade is the one I have encountered before. What if he simply presents another to deceive me? Sun Fei cannot die in vain. The perpetrator must be punished severely. The elder of the law enforcement hall furrows his brow. After all, it is merely a piece of jade. With that thought, he nods slightly. Zhao Yu swiftly approaches Li Tang, reaching for the jade. Li Tang evades him, leaving Zhao Yu grasping at emptiness, and he sneers coldly. What? Are you afraid? Afraid I might expose you? You are unworthy of it. If you wish to see, then behold. You. Zhao Yu's countenance darkens ominously. You must have a guilty conscience to refuse me, is that not so? Elder, look at him. He must be the murderer. Elder, you must seek justice for Sun Fei. You cannot simply die without reason. The elder of the law enforcement hall raises his hand, signaling for Zhao Yu to be quiet. Young Master Li Tang, it is merely a piece of jade. Please hand it over so everyone can see. As long as it is confirmed that the jade in Sun Fei's possession is unrelated to you, I will ensure that Zhao Yu apologizes to you. Elder. Zhao Yu feels a surge of indignation. Why does even the elder of the law enforcement hall support him? Could it truly be that he is the murderer? If not, why is he so reluctant to present the jade? Previously, he had been at odds with Sun Fei and Zhao Yu. Could it be that he accidentally killed Sun Fei? The surrounding disciples whispered among themselves. Zhao Yu, growing increasingly impatient, suddenly exhibited a glint of malice in his gaze and made a swift move to seize the jade from Li Tang's grasp. Caught off guard by Zhao Yu's sudden and rapid action, Li Tang, constrained by the presence of the law enforcement hall elder, hesitated to reveal too much and inadvertently let the jade slip from his fingers. A tightness gripped his throat, and in the next moment, his wrist was seized by another. His body recoiled sharply. The jade, which had been clutched by Zhao Yu, now hovered inexplicably in mid-air, while Zhao Yu's body was propelled backward, colliding with a nearby structure. The scene abruptly fell into silence. What are you doing? A cold voice shattered the stillness. The elder of the law enforcement hall stiffened, hastily cupping his hands in greeting. Miss Chu. Chu Zheng grasped Li Tang's wrist, her indifferent gaze sweeping over the assembly. I ask again, what are you doing? The girl exuded an air of chilling detachment, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet the crowd simultaneously felt a shiver run down their spines, even daring not to meet her eyes. The elder of the law enforcement hall glanced at Zhao Yu, who lay on the ground, and recounted the events. You killed him? Chu Zheng inquired, tilting her head toward Li Tang. A burning heat enveloped Li Tang's wrist, an abnormal warmth coursing through his limbs, while his mind swirled in confusion. Chu Zheng's unwavering gaze bore into him, and an unsettling heaviness settled in his heart. Did she doubt him too? I did not. His words were directed at the elder of the law enforcement hall. The elder replied, this matter involved the Northern Spirit Peak, and he was utterly at a loss as to how to address it. Li Tang, meanwhile, was left in a state of bewilderment. Did she truly believe in him? As Chu Zheng raised her hand, the jade in the air drifted towards her, seemingly destined to land in her grasp, only to be intercepted mid-air. The jade veered off in another direction. Lin Shun, accompanied by several inner sect disciples, arrived on their swords, the coveted jade now firmly in his possession. It was senior brother Lin. How astonishing to encounter him here. Among the assembled disciples, the female members displayed a look of infatuation. It must be said that Lin Shun was indeed strikingly handsome, possessing an even greater charm and poise than when Chu Zheng had first seen him in the underground demon city. What is so admirable about him? Dress him in ragged clothes, and how appealing could he possibly be? Shallow, uninformed, and he snatched her jade. Good looks do not grant one the liberty to act as one pleases. Fortunately, the descent was not too great, allowing everyone to land safely on the ground. However, their swords shattered into fragments upon impact. The inner sect disciples surveyed their surroundings with a sense of caution. Had they been ambushed moments ago? Yet, they had felt nothing at all. The atmosphere turned awkward as silence enveloped the scene. No one could discern what had transpired. Not even the elders from the law enforcement hall, who were left in a bewildered state of what just happened. In front of the outer sect disciples, this display was particularly noteworthy for the inner sect members. Lin Shun appeared composed as he approached the center, holding the jade. Master Uncle. Lin Shun. The elder from the law enforcement hall called out, what brings you here? A disciple reported that there had been a fatal incident. Prompting my master to send me for an inspection, Lin Shun replied. Has the sect master been informed? The elder from the law enforcement hall expressed mild surprise. Logically, such news should not have reached the main peak so swiftly. Has Master Uncle uncovered any leads? Lin Chen completely disregarded Chu Zheng and Li Tang, conversing solely with the elder of the enforcement hall. The elder cast a glance at Chu Zheng, recognizing her earlier implication that her current relationship with Li Tang had been severed. With a sigh, the elder acknowledged that since the sect leader was already informed, he had no choice but to relay the facts. He recounted the details surrounding Sun Fei's demise and Zhao Yu's suspicions meticulously. Given the presence of doubt, it was insufficient to resolve this matter with mere words. Lin Chen turned to Chu Zheng, stating, Miss Chu, although you are a distinguished guest of our Ziyun sect, we cannot condone acts of violence. How can one condone what has not been done? Chu Zheng retorted expressionlessly. Why are you so certain before the investigation has concluded? Lin Chen responded with composure, asserting that the perpetrator would never admit to murder. He continued, if Miss Chu truly wishes to assist him, you ought to allow us to clarify this matter. Chu Zheng glanced at Zhao Yu, who lay on the ground nearby, then at the lifeless Sun Fei. Before her gaze settled on the jade piece clutched by Lin Chen, they were not attempting to frame this weakling, were they? Miss Chu, young Master Li, this matter pertains to a life. Without a thorough investigation, the remaining disciples will surely be filled with fear. Should I have caused any offense? I kindly ask for your understanding. The elder spoke with greater courtesy. Chu Zheng's tone remained frosty. Proceed with the investigation. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, his penetrating gaze assessing both Chu Zheng and Li Tang, momentarily pausing at the sight of Chu Zheng grasping Li Tang's wrist. He then turned to instruct the others to examine the cause of Sun Fei's death and to retrieve the jade from Sun Fei for comparison. Young Master Li, may I request your presence here? Lin Chen suddenly spoke. Li Tang realized that the demonic energy within her body had gone unnoticed because she was gripping his hand. He walked forward alone. Chu Zheng's palm slipped down, as if letting him go, yet Li Tang felt a chill at her fingertips, as if something had ensnared him. Go on. Li Tang dared not glance at his fingers as he advanced toward the center. As he drew closer, the confusion in Lin Chen's eyes deepened. Lin Chen suppressed his doubts and presented 2 jade pieces before Li Tang. These 2 jades appear quite similar. How can you prove which one belongs to you? Li Tang replied, I can identify my own belongings. Lin Chen countered, none have scrutinized the 2 pieces closely, which means you could potentially substitute a similar one. Chu Zheng interjected, his piece bears the mark of the Jinping Pavilion. The mention of Jinping Pavilion caused a collective intake of breath among those present, for its items were intended for cultivators and were exorbitantly priced. Lin Chen's expression darkened slightly as he examined Li Tang's piece, confirming the distinctive mark of Jinping Pavilion. Such a mark could not be forged. While it was plausible that he lost the genuine piece and replaced it with a counterfeit, how could one lose a fake and leave the real one for others to seize? Chu Zheng stepped forward. Let it be. Lin Chen's face soured. This does not absolve suspicion. Chu Zheng, growing impatient, remarked, let it be. A host of troubles. How vexing. Lin Chen. An elder from the law enforcement hall hastily approached, nudging Lin Chen with his elbow, retrieving the jade and returning it to Chu Zheng. Miss Chu, do not be upset. This appears to be a misunderstanding. Chu Zheng grasped the jade. Misunderstanding? I do not think so. She released her fingers, and the jade fell, shattering into powder upon hitting the ground. Lin Chen's pupils constricted slightly. The others stared in disbelief. That was a product of the treasure pavilion. Reduced to mere dust like this. How many spirit stones must that represent? This is a frame-up. Her voice emerged slowly, akin to the melting snow flowing from an iceberg, crisp yet frigid. The elder of the law enforcement hall was taken aback. Miss Chu, why do you think this way? It is evident to everyone. The elder pondered. Is she insinuating that she is not human? However, as he reflected on the entire incident, he too sensed something amiss. His expression hardened. Rest assured, Miss Chu, I will thoroughly investigate this matter and provide you and young Master Litong with an explanation. Chu Zheng remained non-committal as she departed with Litong. In someone else's territory, how could they truly hand over the perpetrator to her if they intended to frame her? She was not convinced. The elder of the law enforcement hall secretly exhaled in relief. Who had orchestrated this affair? Who was she? The disciples, who had previously been too timid to speak, now dared to converse. I don't know. I've never seen her before. Didn't they say there are 2 individuals residing on Biling Peak? Could she be the other one? So young? I perceive that she and Litong appear to be of similar age. What is their relationship? Did you notice how the elder treated her with more respect than Litong? Silence. The elder of the law enforcement hall barked. The murmurs immediately subsided, and he sternly reprimanded them before resuming his discourse on the matter of Sun Fei's demise. On the other side, Lin Chen found himself encircled by the inner disciples. "Senior brother, how could our swords have suddenly shattered?" one inquired. "Indeed, I felt nothing. It spiraled out of control and transformed into this." "Is it a ghostly encounter?" They had already inspected the vicinity and found no anomalies. The swords had broken inexplicably. Lin Chen's thoughts drifted back to the earlier incident. "You had departed." Yet Li Tang bore no trace of demonic energy. Initially, he attributed it to Chu Zheng's presence, but even after departing from her, the absence remained. Could he have misjudged? No. The junior sister had claimed to sense demonic energy on Li Tang. She would not be mistaken. "Senior brother, what are you pondering?" Someone waved a hand before Lin Chen. A few disciples nodded, watching as he departed. Chu Zheng strolled slowly up the path of North Spirit Peak, with Li Tang following closely behind. His gaze was fixed on his fingers, seemingly aware of the constraining sensation upon them. The icy touch pressed against his skin, offering no warmth even after such a prolonged duration. Li Tang attempted to grasp the intangible in the void and, indeed, seized the frigid thread. Peering ahead, he tugged forcefully. The thread tightened, manifesting before his eyes under his unwavering gaze. It was an exceedingly fine silver line, shimmering with what appeared to be flowing light. One end coiled around his pinky, the other vanishing into the sleeve of Chu Zheng. They stood on the shaded path, the leaves rustling softly, while fallen leaves danced in spirals between them. Their silent gazes met momentarily. Suddenly, Li Tang released his grip on the silver line, allowing it to droop gracefully, forming an arc before dissipating into the air. He could sense that the line still existed, though it was invisible at present. Chu Zheng continued to ascend. "Thank you for believing in me." "You're welcome." She felt that believing in the goodness of people was essential, and even if he truly was guilty, she would find a way to prove otherwise. Heavens, how utterly vexing. Why must fate be so cruel to her, a mere wretch? Speaking with her was somewhat challenging, akin to its previous manifestation, silent and unnoticed. Chapter 84. The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, 19. I was exceedingly cautious outside, yet for some inexplicable reason, someone noticed me. Li Tang voluntarily elucidated the events of the day. Chu Zheng replied with an indifferent tone, "Think it over again." Li Tang hesitated, his gaze dimming slightly. "Once, Zhao Yu provoked me, and in my anger, I retaliated." His voice was low. "Anger does not resolve problems," Chu Zheng advised him. Zhao Yu had insulted his mother, and in defense of his beloved mother, how could he refrain from reacting? Chu Zheng inquired, given Zhao Yu's lack of intellect, what else transpired? Li Tang also believed that with Zhao Yu's limited intelligence, he would certainly be oblivious. Zhao Yu had repeatedly sought trouble with him, and that day was no exception. However, when Zhao Yu suddenly mentioned his mother, he acted out of rage, intending to kill Zhao Yu in that moment. Then there was Song Fenglan. Song Fenglan was the elder sister of young Master Song, the esteemed daughter of the Song family. By rights, he should refer to her as cousin. From a young age, she had caught the eye of an elder from the Ziyun sect, who took her under his wing as a personal disciple. Thus, she likely did not know him. This is also a significant reason why the Song family feels empowered in Shangning City. Oh, Lin Chen's beloved junior sister even desires her body. To covet another's flesh in broad daylight is a profound distortion of human nature. However, nearly 2 months have passed since that incident, and I remain uncertain. If it had been discovered then, why has it only become an issue now, 2 months later? Yet, if that incident were not the cause, Li Tang truly cannot fathom when his own exposure occurred. Seeing that Chu Zheng remained silent, Li Tang furrowed his brow. "Have I caused you trouble?" "Indeed." Chu Zheng replied without a moment's hesitation. "It's not merely trouble. It's a great dilemma." Li Tang, I apologize." He clenched his fists, feeling his own weakness acutely. Chu Zheng glanced at him, her lips slightly parted. The Wang Yao hurriedly interjected, "Miss, please refrain from speaking too freely. You might inadvertently provoke him, as he is quite fragile." "Chu Zheng, must I refrain from scolding or even speaking to him? Should I find him a temple?" "Why a temple?" Wang Yao was bewildered. "To offer him some reverence." "Why must you be harsh with it? It is struggling too, you know. How annoying. Truly insufferable." Chu Zheng insisted that he should not concern himself with the matter. For the time being, no one would come seeking trouble. Her spirit stones were not given in vain. Despite her intentions to avoid causing her any distress, he ultimately still managed to displease her. As night fell, Li Tang heard a knock at the door. In the North Spirit Peak, it was just he and Chu Zheng, so he swiftly opened the door. Chu Zheng, with a frosty expression, presented him with a hexagonal bell. Entirely golden and exquisitely crafted, unlike any ordinary item. "What is this?" "The jade has shattered. Replace it." Li Tang received the bell, which, despite containing a spring, emitted no sound when shaken. Why was there no sound? You cannot hear it now, Chu Zheng bluntly remarked, striking Li Tang with her words. Aware of his own limitations, Li Tang refrained from retorting. After a moment of silence, he declared he would go train, holding the bell in his hand. He understood that she had been diligently refining the demon summoning array, yet he often worried that one day she might lose control. Her grasp of the demon summoning array was entirely derived from the spirit summoning array, and it was highly likely she had learned it through clandestine means. Should she mismanage it, the entire sect would soon know that a demon clan resided on the North Spirit Peak. Li Tang's heart grew heavier with each passing day. For such a long time, he had failed to uncover any information regarding his father, and his own strength had not seen significant advancement. He could not afford to slacken his efforts. Thus, he immersed himself in relentless training day and night. 2 days later, an elder from the law enforcement hall personally came to announce the death of Sun Fei, clarifying that it had no connection to Li Tang but was the act of another disciple. Sun Fei and Li Tang had always been at odds, and after the disciple committed the murder, he had framed Li Tang for it. Chu Zheng neither accepted nor refuted this explanation, coldly dismissing the elder from the law enforcement hall. Following this incident, Li Tang seldom left North Spirit Peak, dedicating himself entirely to training. Chu Zheng wandered outside, circling twice. Would he become a fool from excessive training? If he were to fall into madness, who would take responsibility? A month later, someone from the main peak came to summon Chu Zheng. As Li Tang emerged from his seclusion, he happened to encounter them and hesitated, contemplating whether to follow. To his surprise, the messenger called out his name as well. With an air of calmness, Chu Zheng walked ahead, while Li Tang, noticing that the guiding disciple had distanced himself, approached Chu Zheng and inquired, "At this moment, are we being summoned to the main peak for a specific reason?" "Yes." "What is it?" Li Tang pressed. "Could it possibly pertain to the matter concerning Sun Fei? Or has the identity of the demon tribe been exposed?" Chu Zheng offered no explanation, prompting Li Tang to fall silent. The main peak, adorned with pavilions and towers, was enveloped in ethereal mist, resembling a celestial realm. The guiding disciple gestured for them to enter the hall, saying, "Please, step inside." Inside the hall sat several individuals, with a stern middle-aged man occupying the seat of honor. This was the leader of the Ziyun sect. Arranged in a fan-like formation around him were the elders of the sect, each seated on a tiered step. Song Fenglan stood behind one of the elders, her expression tinged with concern. Lin Shen occupied the center, accompanied by several disciples who knelt on the ground, creating a rather grim atmosphere. As Chu Zheng and Li Tang entered, Song Fenglan's expression shifted slightly, revealing a mix of shock and other complex emotions. Lin Shen, however, kept his gaze fixed on the ground, lost in thought. Lying on the floor was a lifeless body. Chu Zheng walked forward with unwavering focus, positioning herself directly opposite the corpse. She remained silent, her eyes fixed upon the sect leader. Though the leader maintained his composure, the intensity of Chu Zheng's gaze eventually rendered him somewhat uncomfortable. He cleared his throat lightly, resting his fist against his lips. "Miss Chu Zheng, I have summoned you today to inquire about a matter." "Ask," Chu Zheng replied, adhering to her usual brevity. The sect leader glanced at the elders before addressing her. "Do you recognize the individual lying on the ground?" Upon a brief exchange of glances, Chu Zheng denied any acquaintance. The sect leader paused momentarily, inquiring, "Are you acquainted with young Master Li Tang?" The lifeless body on the ground was none other than Zhao Yu. Chu Zheng's claim of unfamiliarity was plausible, as she seldom ventured beyond Biling Peak. However, Li Tang was different, having spent considerable time in the outer sect. Li Tang nodded affirmatively, acknowledging his recognition. The perplexity surrounding Zhao Yu's demise weighed heavily on him, and he could not fathom how this incident pertained to them. The sect leader gestured for a disciple to elucidate the current circumstances. Zhao Yu had been discovered dead earlier that morning, with the prime suspect being Lin Shen. A conclusion drawn from the presence of items at the crime scene that indicated Lin Shen's identity. The summons for Miss Chu and young Master Li Tang stemmed from the established suspicion towards Lin Shen, mirroring the circumstances surrounding the death of Sun Fei. An elder then spoke up. "What are your thoughts on this matter, Miss Chu?" "Coincidence," Chu Zheng coldly articulated, her words sharp and unyielding. "Do you truly believe such coincidences?" The elder's demeanor shifted, exuding an imposing pressure that descended upon the room, aimed solely at Chu Zheng and Li Tang. While Chu Zheng remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the oppressive force, Li Tang felt the weight of it, gritting his teeth to withstand. With an impassive gaze, Chu Zheng turned her attention to the elder, her lips parting with conviction. "I do believe, Why would I not? Even contrived coincidences are still coincidences. The elder, taken aback, pondered the true extent of this young girl's capabilities, astonished that she remained unaffected by his formidable presence. Wan Luo, the sect leader reprimanded sharply. The implication behind Wan Luo's words was clear. He insinuated that she was responsible for Zhao Yu's death and had framed Lin Chen, much like the incident involving Sun Fei. The matter concerning Li Tang had only recently unfolded, and now another occurrence transpired, nearly identical in nature. It was only natural for anyone to cast suspicion upon Chu Zheng and Li Tang. Do you believe I am the perpetrator? The question was posed bluntly, catching everyone off guard. Miss Chu, that is not our intention, came the swift response from the sect leader. We merely find the situation peculiar and wish to inquire about your perspective. If there are those who seek to sow discord between us, it would be detrimental to our harmony. Chu Zheng, her fingers pressing against her wrist, regarded them with an impassive gaze. I have no opinion. If you believe I am guilty, then present your evidence. If you cannot, this matter has nothing to do with me. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by her assertion. You. Wan Luo sprang to his feet, disregarding the leader's warning, and exclaimed in fury, I firmly believe you orchestrated this. A month ago, my junior brother came to inform you of the situation, yet you offered no response. Are you dissatisfied with the Justice Hall's explanation and seeking revenge in the shadows? Chu Zheng chose not to engage in a debate with Wan Luo, her expression stern as she declared, without evidence, you are merely being unreasonable. Do not attempt to bully me. Wan Luo, the sect leader raised his voice, commanding, sit down. But sect leader, Wan Luo protested, unable to contain his concern for his disciple, Lin Chen. The sect leader shot him a glance that silenced him immediately. He offered a few words of reassurance to Chu Zheng and instructed a disciple to bring her a chair. This matter could not be resolved merely on the basis of resemblance. One could not hastily conclude that she had intentionally framed Lin Chen. Wan Luo was evidently displeased, feeling that it was merely due to the spiritual stones she had provided to the sect that the sect master was now favoring her. The sect master turned to Lin Chen and inquired, Pray tell, how is it that your fragrant pouch was found at the site of Zhao Yu's demise? The disciples kneeling on the ground nodded in affirmation. I have seen her. Suddenly, one disciple pointed at Chu Zheng, exclaiming, I witnessed her at the location where Zhao Yu perished. The atmosphere in the hall shifted dramatically. Wan Luo glared at Chu Zheng, thinking, wasn't there a lack of evidence? Yet now, evidence had seemingly materialized. Wan Luo asserted, Sect Master, there are witnesses. What further defense can she offer? The sect master addressed Chu Zheng, Miss Chu. Just because he claims I was there, does that make it a truth? If I were to assert that I saw you in the presence of the sect master, would you then question your own credibility? Preposterous. A certain elder rebuked vehemently. Before the sect master could respond, a disciple hurriedly entered, exclaiming, Sect Master. A disciple requests an audience. The interruption caused the sect master to frown. What is it concerning? It pertains to Zhao Yu. The sect master exchanged glances with several elders before waving his sleeve. Let them enter. Li Tang felt a sense of unease, sensing that the day's events were far from straightforward. Chu Zheng remained calm and composed, seemingly unperturbed by the unfolding situation, which provided Li Tang with a slight sense of reassurance. She must possess discernment. The disciple seeking an audience entered with his head bowed, advancing to the center before kneeling with a thud. I pay my respects to the sect master and esteemed elders. Concerning Zhao Yu's death, do you have anything to declare? There was an incident when senior brother Lin discovered him and gave Zhao Yu a severe reprimand. Lin Chen furrowed his brow as he directed his gaze towards the disciple who had spoken. Indeed, he had reprimanded Zhao Yu, but that was solely due to Zhao Yu's inappropriate behavior towards his junior sister. Aside from that incident, he had had no further dealings with Zhao Yu. The appearance of his talisman at the scene of Zhao Yu's demise bewildered him entirely. The only thing that came to mind was an event from a month prior. This incident bore striking similarities to the one from a month ago, save for the individuals involved. On the very day Zhao Yu met his end, I happened to be present at the scene. A chill ran down Lin Chen's spine as he abruptly fixed his gaze on the woman seated before him, her expression devoid of warmth. The disciple's voice persisted. I witnessed it. Lin Shixiong killed Zhao Yu. Impossible. I did not slay him, Lin Chen retorted vehemently. Wan Luo's countenance darkened, laced with a warning. Think carefully about what you are saying. To falsely accuse a fellow disciple is a capital offense. I would not dare. I truly witnessed it. The disciple trembled, prostrating on the ground. Master, such a one-sided account cannot serve as evidence. Wan Luo immediately addressed the sect leader. The character of Chinner should be well known to you. Just moments ago, you seemed to believe that disciple's solitary testimony. Is this how your sect conducts itself? Chu Zheng interjected unexpectedly, branding Wan Luo a hypocrite. Words without proof are meaningless. The sect leader pondered aloud. Do you possess evidence? Previously, the leader had dismissed the disciple's claims and would not readily accept them now. However, unlike the unfounded accusations made earlier, this disciple responded, I do have evidence. Both Lin Chun and Wan Luo's expressions shifted dramatically. Lin Chun was astonished. He had never harmed Zhao Yu, so what evidence could possibly exist? Wan Luo was deeply troubled, fearing that his own disciple had, in fact, killed Zhao Yu for the sake of Song Fenglan. In the midst of the gathering, the disciple produced a stone. This is a recording stone, which captured the moment Lin Shixiong killed Zhao Yu. The recording stone was exceedingly precious, worth its weight in gold. Wan Luo coldly questioned, as an outer disciple, from whence did you acquire such a stone? This. I brought it from my clan. The sect master may send someone to inquire at my family, the disciple replied. The sect master narrowed his eyes. Bring it forth. Immediately, a disciple presented the recording stone before the sect master. He glanced at the other elders, infused his spiritual energy. And the image from the recording stone was projected into the void. It depicted a secluded slope, and due to the distance of the recorder, the figures within the stone appeared somewhat blurred, yet it was evident to all that those were Lin Xin and Zhao Yu. In the projection, Lin Xin seemed to converse with Zhao Yu, provoking his ire, leading to a physical confrontation. The owner of the recording stone was clearly shaken, causing the image to tremble. The disparity in strength between Lin Xin and Zhao Yu was stark. Within just 2 exchanges, Zhao Yu was rendered defenseless, ultimately meeting his demise at the tip of Lin Xin's sword. The sect master turned his gaze towards Lin Xin, who was engulfed in confusion. How could actions he had not committed materialize upon the recording stone? Sect master, I did not kill Zhao Yu, Lin Xin insisted, forcing himself to remain composed. The recording stone cannot lie, the sect master stated solemnly. This matter must surely be a misunderstanding. How could Shi Xiang commit such an act? Song Fenglan, disregarding her master's objections, stepped forward to defend Lin Xin. Zhao Yu did indeed harass me, but at that time, Shi Xiang merely reprimanded him. He did not lay a hand upon him. Zhao Yu's demise bears no relation to my senior brother. I implore the sect master to discern the truth. Song Fenglan immediately knelt down. Junior sister. Lin Xin rushed forward to support her, but Song Fenglan insisted on remaining on the ground, compelling Lin Xin to kneel alongside her. Sect master. I am unaware of who has framed me, but I assure you, I did not commit this act. As a distinguished inner disciple, there is no reason for me to engage in conflict with an outer disciple. Wan Luo maintained a stoic expression, silent, perhaps contemplating how to exonerate his disciple or pondering other matters. Upon noticing Wan Luo, the sect master prompted him to speak. Sect master, Zhao Yu is but an outer disciple. Even if he erred, Lin Xin had no need to slay him. This entire affair is shrouded in mystery. I beseech you to investigate thoroughly. How shall we account for the recording stone? The sect master was well aware of the implications, yet the evidence lay starkly before them. Wan Luo found himself at a loss for explanation. The recording stone is invaluable and cannot be fabricated. The images captured are undoubtedly authentic. Whether Lin Xin is guilty remains uncertain in Wan Luo's mind, but can he question his disciple at this moment? No, regardless of Lin Xin's innocence or guilt. He must now support his disciple. The sect master had previously allowed Wan Luo to cast doubt upon Chu Zheng. To disregard this matter in her presence would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Lin Xin, do you acknowledge your wrongdoing? Sect master, Wan Luo exclaimed. Sect master, Song Fenglan echoed, astonished. Lin Xin, maintaining his composure, replied, Sect master, master, I have not committed such an act. You shall be confined to the cliff of reflection. The sect master gestured with his hand. Lin Xin found himself unable to refute the compelling evidence of the recording stone, no matter his protestations. The sect master had resolutely decided to first sequester him at the cliff of reflection. The master and Chu Zheng engaged in a light-hearted conversation, seemingly concerned about her potential displeasure. Chu Zheng, finding him bothersome, departed before he could finish speaking. In the presence of the god of wealth, the master could only suppress his frustration. Chu Zheng, Lin Xin, accompanied by 2 disciples, pursued her from behind. Lidong observed him with a hint of wariness. After a brief exchange with the 2 disciples, they nodded and did not follow any further. Lin Xin stepped forward, his gaze icy and his tone resolute. You were behind this, weren't you? Not at all, Chu Zheng replied, maintaining her composure. Lin Xin scoffed, clearly unconvinced. I am uncertain how you utilized the recording stone to capture my and Zhao Yu's images. But I will uncover the truth of this matter. Should I wish him luck? After all, the pursuit of truth is commendable, or perhaps not. Saying even a single word seems quite taxing. Chu Zheng turned to leave, but Lin Chen called out to her once more. He lowered his voice. Do you not remember me? Chu Zheng scrutinized him briefly before continuing on her way. The underground demon city, you surely haven't forgotten? Li Tang furrowed his brow. Did they have an acquaintance? The underground demon city. Is that a place for the demon race? Lin Chen persisted. You are of the demon race, infiltrating the sect for some ulterior motive. Chu Zheng retorted. Do not speak carelessly. Who is a demon? And what of the demon race? Were it not for me, a member of the demon race, you would all be among the most destitute in the realm of cultivation. Lin Chen fell silent. In truth, he was uncertain whether she truly belonged to the demon race. During his injury and subsequent unconsciousness, he had only awakened twice. The timid and fearful girl from his memories bore only a slight resemblance to the young woman before him. In every other aspect, they were utterly dissimilar. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and threatened, Are you not afraid of me exposing you? No matter how formidable you are. Within the Ziyun sect, you cannot escape unscathed. Off you go, I'm terrified of you. Chu Zheng retorted before walking away, leaving no chance for Lin Chen to respond. Li Tang cast a deep glance at Lin Chen and hurried after Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng continued to deny, no. Li Tang was skeptical, especially considering the incident with the Song family. She had vehemently denied her involvement then as well. This matter seemed inextricably linked to her. Was she seeking retribution for herself? As this thought emerged, Li Tang found herself spiraling into a whirlwind of speculation. So you and Lin Chen were acquainted previously? Li Tang questioned, unsure why she felt compelled to ask, yet an inexplicable concern lingered within her. What does it matter to you? Chu Zheng shot him a glance. Have you completed your training for today? No. Then why are you still here? Chu Zheng admonished him. Li Tang remained silent. Chu Zheng shoved Li Tang into the room and slammed the door shut. When he attempted to pull the door open, it resisted his efforts. With no inclination to train, Li Tang fiddled with the hexagonal bell, his thoughts adrift. That evening, he discovered the door remained obstinately locked. The following day, it was still unyielding. On the third day, the fourth day, Chu Zheng had entirely forgotten about confining Li Tang. She was preoccupied with addressing the aftermath of framing Lin Chen. Lin Chen struggled to clarify his position. And even when the sect master summoned others to scrutinize the recording stone repeatedly, no inconsistencies were found. Although Zhao Yu was an outer disciple, his ruckus had stirred considerable commotion. Failing to impose a reasonable punishment would only lead to further complications. However, ultimately, under the pleas from all parties, Lin Chen was only sentenced to a year's confinement on the thought reflection cliff. Master, you are well aware that this matter is not the doing of Chen'er. Why do you impose such a punishment upon him? Wan Luo expressed his dissatisfaction with this outcome. He had already reconciled with Lin Chen, who claimed that he had no involvement in this incident and was framed. Yet, the shadow stone and the disciple who stood forth revealed no discrepancies. The master, seated at the head, replied, The evidence provided by the shadow stone cannot be overturned. What do you wish me to do? Should I act unjustly? Wan Luo's anger surged. This must be the doing of that woman from North Spirit Peak. Brother, do you not harbor any suspicion towards that mysterious woman? Why must you doubt her? He continued. Was she not seeking vengeance for the last incident? Her connection with Li Tang is ambiguous. Who knows if she is acting on his behalf? If there were to be vengeance, it should be directed at Zhao Yu. Why does Lin Chen become entangled in this? Wan Luo insisted at that time. When Chen'er appeared to uphold justice, she must have held a grudge against him. The elder from the law enforcement hall was present. The master reminded him, I will certainly find the evidence. Wan Luo declared as he strode away. The master lifted the now cold cup of tea, took a sip, and sighed. In the quiet room, a figure slowly emerged, cupping his hands in greeting. Master, what have you discovered? The master set down his teacup. Since Zhao Yu encountered Li Tang, he has sought to trouble him. According to those around Zhao Yu, it appears that Li Tang hails from Shangning City and has some ties to the Song family. Shangning City? The Song family? The sovereign hesitated slightly. Are you certain? Indeed. I have dispatched someone to investigate, and the Song family has no offspring resembling Li Tang. However, what? The Song family's youngest daughter once bore a child out of wedlock, naming him Song Li. His age aligns with that of Li Tang. But according to reports, Song Li has been deceased for several years. Song Li. The sovereign murmured softly, What of Chu Zheng? The respondent lowered their head. We only discovered that she suddenly appeared in Shangning City, exhibiting generosity, and subsequently traveled to several locations, including Baiying Valley. What was said regarding Baiying Valley? I did not meet with the Valley Master, but a young child within the valley conveyed that. What did they say? That the demonic bones have resurfaced, and the demon clan is about to emerge. After a long pause, the sovereign asked in a grave tone. Who? Unknown. The sovereign narrowed his eyes, summoned several elders. Yes, Lin Shen has been confined for a year, and Song Fenglan's health has deteriorated. Chu Zheng has nearly succumbed several times upon hearing the news. Yet, outside remains lively, while tranquility envelopes Chu Zheng's surroundings. Save for the occasional disciples of the sect who come to serve her on the mountain. However, Chu Zheng mostly disregards them, either engrossed in books or asleep, showing little inclination to engage with anyone. As for the source of her books, Li Tang remains oblivious. He merely perceives that she is indeed studying, albeit not in cultivation, but in other disciplines, such as formations and talismans. Since the incident involving Lin Shen, Li Tang has been increasingly present beside Chu Zheng, and at times, his gaze upon her reveals a hint of complexity. Li Tang placed his index finger upon his lips, and the disciple respectfully withdrew. He draped his cloak over Chu Zheng, carefully tucking in the corners to shield her from the wind. He remained by her side until dusk descended, and the sky adorned itself with countless stars. At which point Chu Zheng stirred softly from her slumber. You are awake. Li Tang's voice was husky. Chu Zheng glanced at him and inquired, why are you not cultivating? What do you hope to achieve by merely standing guard? If your cultivation stagnates, you may be bullied in the future. Who will bear the consequences if you succumb to darkness? Chu Zheng, he called her name. Yes. Li Tang's gaze lingered on her, a subtle yearning flickering in his eyes. He spoke softly, I find it difficult to calm my mind. Every time I attempt to meditate, her visage inexplicably surfaces in my thoughts. Last time, I almost. Li Tang was aware that his feelings for her were different. He had tried to suppress them, but some thoughts, once rooted, become impossible to uproot. Why did he harbor such feelings for her? Li Tang could not articulate the reason. Perhaps it was because she had rescued him from the depths of despair, granting him a new lease on life. Or perhaps it was her vengeance against Lin Shen. Though she denied having orchestrated the event, in Li Tang's heart, she was the architect of that occurrence. Chu Zheng retrieved a vial of pills, labeled Calm the Mind. Li Tang remained silent. The pills held no effect for him, as his thoughts were consumed by her. After a few moments of shared gaze, he rose, stating, Tomorrow, a trial's secret realm of the sect will open. I must venture inside. Chu Zheng, unfamiliar with the sect's affairs, simply asked, What do you lack? I lack nothing, Li Tang replied, casting his gaze toward a distant peak. I intend to enter the library. Achieving first place in the secret realm trial grants him access to the library of tomes. Perhaps within its depths lies the answer to his father's secret. I must depart for a while. Li Tang said, You? He hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. The nature of their relationship was insubstantial. What could he possibly say? As Li Tang pondered this, an inexplicable emptiness settled in his heart, leaving him feeling oddly despondent. Chu Zheng turned over, covering her ears. The book fell to the ground with a loud thud. Li Tang picked it up and set it aside, softly inquiring, Shall I carry you inside? You're quite bothersome, Chu Zheng retorted, finding him irritating. Li Tang bent down and lifted her into his arms. Chu Zheng gazed at him, her eyes cold and tranquil. Li Tang remarked, It will be uncomfortable to sleep here. Chu Zheng turned away, ignoring him. Li Tang sensed her displeasure and gently closed the door. The following day, Chu Zheng lazily emerged from her room. The courtyard was unusually desolate. Typically, at this hour, Li Tang would already be present. The already quiet North Spirit Peak felt even more forlorn in his absence. Chu Zheng spent the entire day doing nothing, showing no signs of distress over Li Tang's departure. On the 10th day of his absence, a disciple came to summon her to meet the sect leader. It was the same grand hall, the same faces, only Wan Luo, who presided over the trial, was notably absent. Miss Chu, please have a seat. Chu Zheng was assigned a position on the right. She gracefully approached, lifting her skirt as she sat down, her movements fluid and undeniably elegant. Shortly thereafter, a woman's voice broke the silence. Sect leader, are we lacking spirit stones? The sect master. Several elders. The sect master coughed lightly. Miss Chu, you have been at the Ziyun sect for some time now. I invited you here today not for any particular reason. The elders echoed his sentiment. Since there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Why summon me if there is no pressing matter? Miss Chu. The sect master hastily called out to her. Today, I invite you to express my gratitude, and also to reminisce a bit. Surely, you wouldn't deny me this small courtesy? Why should I extend you any courtesy? You are hardly pleasing to the eye. Miss Chu thought to herself, yet ultimately, she did not refuse. Observing her acquiescence, the sect master and the elders began to extol her virtues, followed by a round of toasts. The wine posed no issue, and Miss Chu consumed it with an impassive expression. Sister, the voice of the king's order chimed in. The incense in the hall has been changed. Miss Chu glanced sideways, noticing a disciple replacing the incense burner. The smoke wafting from the burner was no different from before. However, the sudden change of incense surely indicated something amiss. These scoundrels were undoubtedly up to no good. Chapter 88. The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm. 23. Trial's Secret Realm. In the dense jungle, a figure darted swiftly through the foliage. Several shadows pursued closely behind, hastening their pace to intercept him. Demon, surrender. Li Tang turned around, his face stained with blood, and his formerly dark eyes now glowed with an eerie red light. The demonic energy surged around him, lending him an air of malevolence. Li Tang raised his hand, wiping the blood from his face, and, under the vigilant gazes of the individuals before him, lunged towards them with sudden ferocity. After Li Tang dealt with those individuals, he discarded the sword he had seized, retreating several steps while clutching his chest. The intertwining crimson light in his eyes became increasingly blinding. Li Tang. Li Tang. He gazed at the woman who suddenly appeared before him. She approached him with a charming smile, pressing herself against his chest. Li Tang, I miss you so much, she whispered, leaning against his neck, her arms encircling him. Breathing softly in his ear, do you miss me? In an instant, Li Tang's hand shot out, grasping her neck. The woman's face drained of color, her eyes glistening with tears. Li Tang, you're hurting me. The crimson light in his eyes flared, and with a forceful twist of his hand, the illusion dissipated before him. She would never smile like that. She would never treat him this way. Quickly, Li Tang fled the scene, seeking refuge against a stone wall to catch his breath. It did not take long for him to realize that this secret realm had been prepared specifically for him. The information he had received prior was merely a lure to draw him in. The Ziyun sect was aware of his demonic lineage, recognized his father, and understood the nature of his inquiries. They intended to kill him here. The illusions within the secret realm amplified his innermost thoughts, giving rise to his inner demons. For a demon, the emergence of such demons could lead to one of two fates: soaring to unprecedented heights as the supreme of their kind, or being ensnared by their own darkness, becoming a mere puppet. Fearing the loss of his sanity, Li Tang struggled to suppress his thoughts of her. Yet, a voice within him incessantly beckoned, tempting him to plunge into the abyss. You yearn for her. Do not deceive yourself. You desire her. With just a single thought, she could be yours. She belongs to you. Yours. Li Tang gripped his wrist, where crimson marks were etched, remnants of his own torment. At the Grand Hall of the Ziyun sect. Chu Zheng listened with indifference to the conversations between several elders and the sect master, contributing very little to the discourse. By the way, I have a question for Miss Chu, one elder suddenly interjected. Chu Zheng's fingers rested on her wine cup, and upon hearing this, her cool gaze swept over. The elder continued, might you be acquainted with Song Li? Who? Song Li. I do not know him. I have never even heard of him. Are you truly unaware of him, Miss Chu? The elder's tone grew slightly more insistent, tinged with curiosity and challenge. With a flick of her fingertip, Chu Zheng sent the wine cup sliding across the table, where it shattered upon hitting the ground. An abrupt silence enveloped the hall. What do you intend to do? Speak plainly. There is no need for such subterfuge. The girl across from her maintained a stoic expression, yet those present could sense the latent ferocity emanating from her. The sect master quickly intervened, attempting to ease the tension. Miss Chu, we merely inquired whether you are familiar with Song Li. There are no ulterior motives. Who is Song Li? I am still pondering about Song and. The sect master and several elders exchanged glances, concluding that Chu Zheng genuinely appeared not to know Song Li. The elder who had posed the question rose to offer an apology. If Miss Chu does not recognize him, then let it be. Prepare a new wine cup for her. The latter remark was directed at a disciple waiting nearby. A new wine cup was promptly brought forth, and the disciple filled it to the brim for Chu Zheng. She did not touch the cup again, and neither the elders nor the sect master pressed the matter further, shifting the conversation instead. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens, causing the ground to tremble, prompting everyone in the hall to glance outside. What is happening? One elder inquired as he rose. The sect master and several elders exchanged worried glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. The patriarch cast a glance at an elder, and the palace doors abruptly closed. Miss Chu, please wait here for a moment. Are you placing me under house arrest? Chu Zheng's voice remained composed, devoid of any anger. Yet, it was this very demeanor that sparked an ominous premonition within the patriarch. Miss Chu, the emergence of demonic energy in the trial realm indicates the presence of the demon clan. As a distinguished guest of our sect, it is our duty to protect you. The patriarch spoke with great gravity. And what if I refuse? The patriarch's expression darkened slightly, and he remained silent. Instead, another elder interjected, Miss Chu, you shall not leave this palace today. Chu Zheng leaned against the small table before her, rising slowly. Is that so? No wonder I was summoned here. It seems you intend to act against Li Tang. However, Li Tang is merely half human, half demon. Why do they seek to confront him? Shouldn't they be addressing their own issues? Are these people not thinking clearly? Why am I unharmed? Seeing Chu Zheng stand resolutely, a certain elder leaned closer to the patriarch and whispered a question. The patriarch, puzzled, replied, it shouldn't be so. By now, the effects of the potion should have taken hold. Your medicine is ineffective against me, Chu Zheng observed, meeting their gazes. The patriarch felt a jolt of unease. Being so bluntly exposed left him somewhat embarrassed. Miss Chu, Li Tang is of the demon clan, are you aware? We understand your close relationship with him. Our actions are a necessary measure to prevent you from being deceived and exploited once more. Once we eliminate Li Tang, we shall apologize for our actions. One elder spoke with righteous conviction. Indeed, you should have eliminated me first, for I am the true and officially recognized demon clan member. What need is there to deal with a mere outcast? Miss Chu, it seems you are a person of profound understanding. I am not. His infiltration into the Ziyun sect surely harbors sinister intentions, and we shall not allow his schemes to come to fruition. Li Tang has deceived you, which must be deeply distressing. Not at all. We will certainly capture this demon. What use is your good person card against me? He is approaching. Quickly stop him. Suddenly, chaos erupted outside the hall. The sect leader and several elders paused, momentarily disregarding Chu Zheng, and swiftly departed the grand hall using their techniques. Only a few disciples remained within. Sister, hurry, save me. Are you on the brink of death? I shall set off fireworks for you. Not me. The King's number panicked. It would not perish so easily. It's Li Tang. Your good person card. Chu Zheng. Another rescue? I am currently imprisoned and unable to ensure my own safety. How can I assist? Let him save himself. Chu Zheng turned her gaze toward the remaining disciples and made her way to the hall's entrance. Miss Chu, you cannot leave. The disciples blocked her path. With a flick of her sleeve, an invisible force sent the disciple flying, along with another who had attempted to advance. The entire grand hall was ensnared in a particular formation, and Chu Zheng could not open the door. If fate intends to take him, I shall bear no responsibility. Chapter 89. Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, 24. Outside the hall, Li Tang was surrounded by the disciples of the Ziyun sect, with Lin Chen also among them. Engaging in combat with Li Tang, his eyes glowed a fierce red, his once elegant features now icy and perilous, radiating an aura of lethal intent. The sovereign and several elders stood at the periphery, observing the battle without intervening. Senior brother, be cautious, a disciple shouted loudly. The sword formation established by the disciples was ruthlessly shattered by Li Tang, as a fierce wave of demonic energy surged towards Lin Chen. Caught off guard, Lin Chen was struck by the demonic force and fell from the sky. Wan Luo swiftly intervened, catching Lin Chen and ensuring his safe descent to the ground. Steadying himself, Lin Chen immediately clasped his hands in greeting, addressing the sovereign, his master, and the elders. He came from the cliff of reflection, and I took it upon myself to intercept him. The sovereign nodded, displaying no intent to reprimand. A cry of agony from a disciple pierced the air, jolting everyone's senses. There, a youth enveloped in dark energy resembled a god of slaughter, as disciples fell one after another. Sovereign, his strength. One elder furrowed his brow. How could he suddenly increase in power so dramatically? The sovereign's expression grew grave. He has succumbed to the heart demon. Heart demon, the elder exclaimed in astonishment, turning to gaze at the youth. They had indeed lured him into the secret realm with the intent to eradicate the demon race, a duty they had sworn to uphold. Yet they never anticipated that not only would he survive, but he would also emerge transformed. Now, he had manifested the heart demon. Once a demon cultivates the heart demon, their strength escalates rapidly. If not subdued swiftly, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. What is that? A surge of demonic energy shot skyward, coalescing into dark clouds that loomed ominously above them, casting shadows that dimmed the light in an instant. That is North Spirit Peak. How could North Spirit Peak harbor such immense demonic energy? The gathering clouds of demonic energy halted above the youth's head. As the sovereign's eyes widened in alarm, "This is dire. We must stop him at once." The master ascended first, forming seals with his hands, unleashing waves of spiritual energy attacks towards the young man. The demonic aura from the swirling clouds continuously seeped into the boy's body, intensifying the crimson hue in his eyes. With each influx of demonic energy, his strength grew exponentially. A singular thought echoed in his mind: eliminate them, eradicate them. The air was thick with the intertwining energies of spirit and demon, as the overwhelming force shattered structures, and the cries of anguish reverberated across the realm. "Be cautious, master," Lin Chen interjected, shielding the master from an incoming strike. The master's gaze turned cold and resolute. "Quickly, head to North Spirit Peak and investigate. Something there is supplying him with a constant stream of demonic energy." The sheer volume of energy bolstering him only augmented his power, making their endeavor to subdue him increasingly arduous. Understood. Lin Chen stepped back, leading several disciples away from the main peak towards North Spirit Peak. The boy seemed to sense their intentions, abruptly abandoning his assault on an elder and darting towards Lin Chen's direction. "Li Tang!" The master and several elders encircled them. Wan Luo bellowed, "Li Tang, this is the Ziyun sect. We will not tolerate your insolence." The boy remained silent, unleashing 2 strikes of demonic energy. Wan Luo intercepted the attack, his face a grim mask. "Do you truly believe you alone can resist so many of us? Do not forget, even your father, in his heyday, was no match for us." Suddenly, the boy fixed his gaze upon him, each word measured. "Do you know my father?" Wan Luo opened his mouth to respond, but was silenced by the master's intervention. "Where is he?" The boy pressed again. "Li Tang, cease your actions. We shall reveal to you the whereabouts of your father," the sect leader proclaimed. The youth appeared to contemplate this, yet the murderous aura surrounding him did not wane. "If you merely seek to know where your father is, there is no need for such hostility. We can inform you." While soothing him, the sect leader exchanged glances with several elders, their years of camaraderie allowing them to understand his intent without words. As the sect leader diverted Li Tang's attention, the elders swiftly formed a formation, its radiant light enveloping Li Tang and ensnaring him within. Li Tang spun in place, fury igniting from the depths of his being. His already scant rationality was rapidly consumed. "Kill them. Eliminate them. Seize him." The violent thoughts of murder surged within Li Tang, yet the formation restricted his movements, making subsequent attacks increasingly arduous. With a sudden impact, he was struck in the chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "No, I have yet to find her. I cannot perish. Eliminate them. Eliminate them." His eyes brimmed with intense malice, dark energy swirling around him like a monstrous entity yearning to burst forth. Before him lay a sea of crimson. His attacks began to falter, drained by the formation's demands on his strength. 2 assaults, one from the left and one from the right, approached simultaneously. He managed to parry the left strike, but the right struck him fiercely. Li Tang staggered. The fabric of his shoulder rapidly stained crimson, droplets cascading from his fingertips to the ground. Wan Luo abruptly vacated his position, advancing toward Li Tang. "Wan Luo?" The sect leader bellowed in anger. Wan Luo, brimming with confidence, disregarded the sect leader's reprimand, convinced he could subdue Li Tang at this moment. As Li Tang approached, a sudden tension gripped his limbs, an icy and perilous sensation creeping up his spine. Wan Luo's arms and legs were abruptly pulled apart, forming a star shape, as if bound by unseen forces. Beneath the brilliance of the array, a woman descended gracefully from the void, landing softly beside Li Tang and enveloping him in her embrace. "Chu Zheng," Wan Luo exclaimed, wide-eyed. "What do you intend to do?" No, this was wrong. They were within the confines of the formation. How had she gained entry? What had ensnared him? "Chu Zheng," Li Tang murmured. No, you must leave." The last vestiges of his rationality compelled him to push her away. Yet, Chu Zheng tightened her grip, her tone chillingly familiar. "Do not move." From the depths of Li Tang's crimson eyes, waves of dark energy began to surge forth. Her presence acted as a catalyst, unleashing a frenzied desire that threatened to consume his final remnants of reason. "No, do not harm her. Cannot, must not." The sect leader spoke gravely. "Miss Chu, he belongs to the demon clan. What are you doing?" Chu Zheng's gaze shifted to the struggling and furious Wan Luo, then momentarily turned towards the sect leader. He could not perish. The demise of a virtuous soul would bring about considerable trouble. "Do you imbeciles understand nothing? Allying with the demon clan, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" The sect leader continued. I am aware that you have shared a life with him for an extended period and developed some feelings, but the demon clan must be eradicated, lest they pose a threat to the entire human realm. I know precisely what I am doing. Your reminders are unnecessary. The safety of the entire human realm is of no concern to her. Her only duty is to protect the virtuous soul. Indeed, that is correct. However, the virtuous soul is rather feeble. Chu Zheng remained resolute, impervious to threats, prompting the leader to declare with ire, Chu Zheng, surrender him, or you shall not blame us for our actions. Chu Zheng, her expression cold and indifferent, replied, impossible. Chapter 90, The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, 25, Then do not hold it against us for our lack of courtesy. A fleeting glimmer of determination flickered in the leader's eyes. Chu Zheng nodded slightly, indicating that she would not take offense. With a delicate movement, she tapped her toes twice, leading Litong away from the formation and onto the roof of the grand hall. On the rooftop, the woman raised her hand, her flowing sleeves dancing elegantly as her fingertips traced through the air. An unseen force propelled Wan Luo, sending him hurtling through the sky, where an elder nearby scrambled to catch him. As the elder began to utter a word, Wan Luo coughed up a mouthful of blood. Senior brother? Senior brother, are you all right? Huh. Wan Luo wished to respond, but as he opened his mouth, blood poured forth. Senior brother. Chu Zheng, what have you done to him? An elder bellowed in fury. What I did to Litong, I merely returned to him. The woman's chilling voice drifted down from the rooftop. The elder cursed vehemently. Litong did not bleed so profusely. Chu Zheng, do you truly intend to stand against the Ziyun sect for the sake of a demon? Chu Zheng pondered for a moment, her small face grave, and nodded with conviction. Yes. The card of good deeds holds greater significance. Leader, why waste words with her? We cannot allow Litong to succumb entirely to darkness. Leader, take action. Leader. The leader's brow furrowed deeply, forming a frown of concern. With the command to take care of Wan Luo, the sect leader, accompanied by the remaining elders, swiftly made their way towards Chu Zheng. Each summoned their spiritual artifacts, exuding an overwhelming pressure that swept through the air. Standing atop the rooftop, the woman remained composed, her skirt billowing, yet her expression unchanged as she coldly regarded the approaching figures. Chu Zheng raised her hand, dark demonic energy coalescing into a sphere within her palm. One elder's eyes widened in shock. You are of the demon clan. Chu Zheng calmly countered. Did I not inform you? The sect leader interjected. When did you ever say that? It is never too late to know now. With a flick of her hand, the sphere of demonic energy burst forth, scattering into several wisps as it soared towards the sect leader and the elders. The refined demonic energy seemed innocuous at first. However, as it neared them, the remaining energy in the air surged downward like a torrent. The mass of demonic energy rapidly expanded, erupting with a thunderous roar. The ensuing shockwave sent debris flying, ancient trees withering, and the surroundings transformed into a desolate ruin. The sect leader and the elders found themselves somewhat disheveled, but miraculously unscathed. Sect leader, what is her strength? One elder pondered. She concealed her power so well that we were utterly oblivious. Her capabilities rival ours. The sect leader's heart grew heavy. She was of the demon clan, which explained everything. He had lured Chu Zheng to the main peak, fearing that she might recall her bond with Li Tang and obstruct their efforts against him. Little did he expect that she too belonged to the demon clan. Two demons, right beneath their very noses. Suddenly, he called out to Chu Zheng. You are the true demon essence. The news from Baiying Valley, he had presumed, was concerning Li Tang. It appears that the situation is not as straightforward as it seems. The demonic bone is not so easily susceptible to corruption. Upon the utterance of the sect leader's words, the elders were momentarily taken aback. Was she truly the demonic bone? Chu Zheng neither acknowledged nor denied the claim. The atmosphere grew palpably tense. You intend to lead the demon clan back to the human realm, boldly conjectured the sect leader, deducing that her presence at the Ziyun sect must be to gather intelligence. Chu Zheng, your ambitions shall not come to fruition. I am far too occupied for such trivialities. The demon clan bore no relevance to her. At that moment, regardless of what Chu Zheng said, they would remain skeptical. She had to be eliminated. Whether the rumors surrounding the demonic bone were true or false, they could not afford to take risks. The demon clan must not be permitted to return to the human realm. Quickly, notify the other sects. Li Tang, held in Chu Zheng's embrace, trembled violently, the suppressed dark energy in his eyes ultimately overtaking the crimson glow. Suddenly, he reached out, launching an attack towards Chu Zheng. Chu Zheng seized Li Tang's wrist, pulling it backward and restraining it behind him, rendering him incapable of striking. Cease this. Release me. Li Tang growled fiercely, shaking off Chu Zheng's grasp and directing an assault towards her. The sect leader and several elders, recognizing this opportune moment, swiftly advanced to strike. Li Tang did not wish to harm her, yet he found himself unable to contain his impulses. He yearned to call out to her, but his voice betrayed him, leaving him powerless to do anything but watch as he relentlessly attacked her. Boom! The ruins reverberated with the clash of figures entangled in combat. Spiritual energy and demonic aura colliding, sending waves of force rippling outward. The sky, thick with ominous clouds of demonic energy, churned restlessly, poised to descend at any moment. Be cautious. Li Tang, unable to articulate his warning, suddenly let out a desperate shout and swiftly lunged forward, enveloping Chu Zheng in a fervent embrace. The strike from the sovereign was entirely thwarted by Li Tang. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky, accompanied by malevolent lightning that tore through the air, distorting the void. In the next moment, the ominous clouds dispersed, allowing sunlight to cascade down, restoring tranquility to the entire space. Chu Zheng was abruptly tackled by Li Tang. A deafening sound rang in her ears, and she felt herself tumbling backward, plunging into darkness. As her body continued to descend, the obscurity enveloped her, rendering her sightless. Yet she could sense the warmth emanating from Li Tang. In her moment of bewilderment, a sudden warmth brushed against her lips, accompanied by a metallic tang of blood. In the darkness, Chu Zheng's eyes widened slightly, as if momentarily forgetting to react. Water surged towards her, and she sank deeper. Feeling Li Tang's embrace tighten as he inexplicably loosened her clothing. Startled, Chu Zheng grasped Li Tang's hand and declared, "Li Tang, I love you." Tendrils of dark energy unfurled like ink dispersing in water, slowly enveloping their surroundings, creating an ethereal dreamscape. Held in his arms, she tilted her head back and urged, "Li Tang, stay alert." "I am very much awake," he replied, his voice laced with restraint. The dark energy coiled around them, creating a barrier against the surrounding water. As Chu Zheng struggled, Li Tang's grip only tightened, and she felt as though she were clinging to a furnace, the heat threatening to consume her, sending peculiar sensations coursing through her limbs. With her eyes wide open, she noticed a glimmer in the water, revealing the figure before her. He had his eyes gently closed, water flowing over his lashes, trembling softly. His face, in that moment, exuded an extraordinary calm, devoid of the earlier madness. Attempting to withdraw slightly, she noticed the boy's brow furrow as he held her firmly, his kisses growing increasingly fervent. As Chu Zheng relaxed, he too gradually softened, treating her like a precious treasure with utmost delicacy. Chapter 91. The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, 26. He leaned slowly against Chu Zheng's shoulder, his entire being descending into tranquility. Chu Zheng took a breath, guiding him towards the surface of the water. Upon breaking through, the light intensified, revealing their surroundings. They found themselves in a cavern adorned with lush vegetation, where bioluminescent plants sparkled like countless stars, illuminating the entire space. Chu Zheng pulled Li Tang onto the shallow bank and sat beside him, resting her hands on her knees as droplets cascaded from her fingertips into the water, creating gentle sounds. The moisture enveloping her evaporated at a visible pace. After a prolonged moment, Chu Zheng reached to touch her lips and gently pressed them together, then turned to Li Tang. Suddenly, she rolled over, positioning her hands on either side of him. Lowering her head, she pressed her soft lips against his, their breaths intertwining. Chu Zheng's tongue flicked against Li Tang's lips, discovering their softness but lacking sweetness. She bit down several times, a fleeting glimmer crossing her eyes, yet they remained cold and distant, exuding an air that repelled others. Hugging her knees, she gently tapped the water's surface, creating ripples that fractured the reflections within. How had she ended up in this place? At that moment, it felt as though something in the sky had torn through space, drawing her and Li Tang into its depths. And then, they began to sink. Chu Zheng was uncertain if they were still at Ziyun's sect. Yet, one thing was clear, this was no longer the battlefield where they had fought. Perhaps the spatial distortion caused by the demonic energy had transported them here. "Sister, he has succumbed to darkness," the voice of the Wangzhe echoed. "Those despicable creatures have corrupted the good person card. This is not my fault, so do not blame me. Regardless of who is responsible, the deed is done. Does this imply that I may dispose of this weakling?" "My lady, you just kissed him. How can you utter such words so swiftly? Are you a beast?" "Initial beast Zheng, I am asking you a question." "My lady, I believe there is still hope for you," the king's account hastily remarked. Initial Zheng picked up a stone and cast it into the water, where it skipped several times before sinking. I believe you too require salvation, her voice followed. It does not need saving. It is perfectly fine. My lady, you frighten it, clinging tightly to its little tail. Initial Zheng wandered around the cave. There was but one exit, yet the paths outside were numerous and unknown. The fire by the water crackled, but the person lying on the ground was nowhere to be seen. Initial Zheng took a couple of steps forward when a gust of wind swept by. She abruptly sidestepped, and in the next moment, her wrist was seized, plunging her into a searing embrace. Li Tang pinned her against the vines at the cave's edge, and a sudden burst of light soared into the distance. Those lights turned out to be tiny insects. Li Tang's face loomed closer, his eyes faintly glowing red. Where were you just now? Initial Zheng attempted to break free. What I do is none of your concern. Do you wish to part from me? Initial Zheng regarded him with a peculiar glance, about to declare his insanity when the King's strategy notification arrived. With a cold expression, she recited, I merely went to seek an escape. Do not provoke him. Dear sister, he is not in a state to be agitated, you understand? Wang Zhi's heart was heavy with concern. Chu Zheng replied, I too must refrain from inciting him, or else I might wish to eliminate him. Li Tang gazed at her for a few moments, then gradually released her, enveloping her in his embrace, choosing silence as he held her close, leaning against his shoulder. Chu Zheng's gaze drifted towards the small insects that had been startled away moments ago. They lingered nearby, gathering around the flora on the rocky walls, forming an ever-growing sphere of light. Hey, Chu Zheng nudged him. I wish to hold you. Hold what? Something is approaching. Just as her words fell, the cluster of insects surged towards them. A low buzzing filled the air. Disturbed, Li Tang felt a surge of anger rise within him, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a wave of dark energy. Surprisingly, the swarm showed no fear of the malevolent force. Instead, they charged forward, devouring the energy entirely. Furrowing his brow, Li Tang grasped Chu Zheng and began to retreat. The insects, having tasted the sweetness of their victory, appeared eager for more. Chu Zheng seized Li Tang's hand, guiding him back to where she had emerged. Instinctively, he followed her, the cave shrouded in darkness, obscuring the path ahead. Yet he could feel the warmth emanating from her palm. A powerful desire surged within Li Tang, compelling him to clench his fists, striving to suppress this overwhelming urge. He could not allow it to dominate him. The cave twisted and turned. At first, they could hear the sound of the insect's wings buzzing, but gradually, that too faded away. Chu Zheng halted, and Li Tang, not paying attention, collided with her. He instinctively wrapped his arms around her from behind. At this moment, Chu Zheng seemed to realize that the boy, who was roughly her height during their first encounter, had now grown significantly taller than her. To her astonishment, her own body had ceased to grow. After listening for a while and hearing no movement behind her, she concluded that the little bugs had likely not pursued her. She attempted to pry away Li Tang's hand, but he held on firmly. How can I leave like this? Chu Zheng protested. I'll carry you. Li Tang's voice resonated in her ears, and in the next instant, she found herself swept off her feet. Fine. If you insist on carrying me, then so be it, she thought, feeling rather indifferent about walking. As she wrapped her arms around his neck, she explained, I just walked this far, and I have no idea where the exit is, so you can lead the way. Seemingly pleased by her gesture, Li Tang's voice took on a lighter tone. All right. Leaning against him, Chu Zheng pondered the nature of those strange bugs from earlier. She intended to wait for Li Tang to speak before she voiced her thoughts. Yet he remained silent, evidently unwilling to discuss the matter of the little bugs. No, I can't remain silent. It's just bugs, after all. What is there to be curious about? She chastised herself, feeling no curiosity whatsoever. As her fingertips brushed against Li Tang's shoulder, she noticed a slight dampness, which only intensified when she pressed her fingers against it. Stop. Li Tang halted and looked down at her. Are you hurt? He continued walking. It's nothing serious. Oh. Chu Zheng wiped the blood from her fingers and instructed him. Change your position to carry me. There's blood. Li Tang set her down briefly before adjusting his hold on her. The absurdity of the situation left her at a loss for words, as the girl became utterly relentless. As if not even 8 horses could keep up with her fervor. She was already injured, and her lack of concern was one thing. But to ask someone to change their embrace, change the direction of the embrace. Was she a devil? Chapter 92. Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, 27. Li Tang remained silent, and Chu Zheng did not speak either. In the dark passage, only the faint sound of Li Tang's footsteps could be heard. How did we arrive here? Li Tang's voice suddenly broke the silence. Chu Zheng, drowsy, shook her head in response. I do not know. At that moment, she had thought she could eliminate that group of people, but unexpectedly, she was pulled here. Li Tang had been somewhat disoriented then, only feeling a force drawing him in. And afterward, Li Tang furrowed his brow slightly, fragmented memories flashing through his mind as he tightened his embrace around Chu Zheng. It felt as if something within his blood was boiling. You desire her, don't you? Such a splendid opportunity presents itself. How can you remain indifferent? Look, she is right before you. You can have her. Li Tang's breath hitched as that voice from deep within emerged once more. It felt as if a demon resided within him, yearning to break free from his corporeal confines. Do not succumb to darkness. It is bothersome. A soft voice from the girl echoed through the shadows. Li Tang gritted his teeth and responded quietly. MHM. He leaned closer to her, his voice husky and low. If you kiss me, I will not. The air grew still, and just as Li Tang felt disappointment settling in, a cool sensation brushed against his lips, enveloped in a delicate fragrance. Li Tang's breath stilled, and he summoned immense self-control to quell that surge of impulse. Not sweet. The girl's cold and indifferent voice resounded. Li Tang was momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly replied, I will be more careful next time. Perhaps Chu Zheng's soothing presence was effective, for Li Tang soon felt no abnormalities within himself. He was unaware of how long he had been walking. The surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. He gently set Chu Zheng down, saying, let us rest for a while. Chu Zheng leaned against the stone wall, gazing into the void of darkness, unconsciously biting her lip, lost in thought. Miss, what troubles you? This seemed to sense her unease, unable to restrain itself from speaking. I am merely concerned for you. It huffed. The fell silent thereafter, while Chu Zheng's fingers curled around her wrist, her mood slightly agitated. She turned her head and, guided by instinct, looked towards Li Tang in the darkness. Li Tang. Yes? Come a little closer. There was a brief pause from his side before he moved closer, their arms brushing against each other. Suddenly, Chu Zheng pushed him against the stone wall. Her cool lips grazed the corner of his mouth, and then precisely landed on his lips. Chu Zheng. He called out to her. She pulled back slightly, and Li Tang sensed her gaze upon him, an inexplicable wave of tension rising within him. Just kiss him. Based on her understanding of him, she would not engage in such behavior lightly. Kiss you, Chu Zheng declared with unwavering confidence. What is the issue? She simply could not comprehend why such contact would evoke a peculiar feeling within her. Thus, she desired to kiss him a few more times to ascertain her feelings. Chu Zheng felt no sense of wrongdoing in her actions. For her, such intimacy was as natural as a handshake or a hug, devoid of any other implications. No. Li Tang's lips curled slightly. Did you not say it was not sweet? It is not sweet, Chu Zheng concurred. In my opinion, it is sweet. Li Tang murmured. Chu Zheng, with an expression of indifference, queried, why? Is there something wrong with your sense of taste? Li Tang leaned closer, his breath brushing against her ear. Because you are sweet. I am not sweet, Chu Zheng refuted. Do not speak carelessly. This is indeed her, without a doubt. Li Tang acknowledged. Yes, I was speaking carelessly. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated before Li Tang. Although the radiance was a deep azure, it brightened the passageway. He glanced towards Chu Zheng, who had stacked several magic crystals nearby, igniting them to produce the glow. How wealthy is she, truly? Enveloped in light. She leaned in and tugged at his clothing. Li Tang was both amused and exasperated, tightening his garment. What are you doing? A shadowy light flickered in her eyes, rendering her even more frigid. Release me. My injury is fine. Let go, Chu Zheng warned him. Chu Zheng, visibly impatient, forcefully yanked his hand away, exuding a fierce aura as she tore at his clothing. The injured area was where the soul-destroying nail had been extracted, and the wound had reopened, still bleeding. She cleaned the blood from his wound, staunched the flow, applied medicine, and bandaged it. Her fingers glided over his skin, eliciting a slight tremor that felt like torment to Li Tang. He turned his face to observe her. The girl's brow bore an air of coldness. Yet in his eyes, she appeared softened by a gentle light, remarkably beautiful. The reason he initially refrained from taking her as his master has now crystallized in his mind. He does not desire her as a mentor. Rather, he yearns for her as a companion. He had intended to express this to her upon their emergence from the secret realm, yet fate has led them to this current predicament. Nevertheless, the situation may not be entirely unfavorable. Her reaction has proven to be far more surprising than he had anticipated. Chu Zheng tugged at his clothing. I shall scout ahead. I will go. What do you mean by going? Who will take responsibility if you meet your demise here? Chu Zheng retorted sternly. Sit still, or I shall break your legs. Li Tang. All right, you were quite fierce. Li Tong's bravado diminished as he asked, will you abandon me and venture forth alone? Why would I leave you behind? Chu Zheng countered. Was she unwell? Could a good deed be cast aside? Then, be cautious. As Li Tong observed Chu Zheng's retreating figure, gradually fading from view. Silence enveloped the surroundings. In a sudden surge of emotion, he clenched his fist and struck the stone wall, dislodging a cascade of rubble. Silence. You, be quiet. Li Tong shouted in a low growl, as that inner voice incessantly echoed within him. You will have her. I can grant you power. Everything you desire is within your grasp. Including her. No, I shall not allow you to control me any longer. Li Tong shut his eyes, striving to regain his composure, resisting the seductive whispers of that voice, which sought to lead him to ruin. In such a state, he would inevitably harm her. Had he not encountered her, his existence would have mattered little. Yet with her in his life, how could he allow himself to descend into a state of lost consciousness? Li Tong gritted his teeth, exerting every effort to dismiss the alluring temptations of that voice. Chapter 93, The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, 28. Yet, all she found in the vicinity were traces of blood, but no sign of Li Tang. Furrowing her brow, Chu Zheng pondered if someone had eliminated him, leaving no corpse behind. Which wretched soul dared to commit such an act? She circled the narrow corridor twice, still failing to catch a glimpse of Li Tang. Just as she prepared to depart and search elsewhere, a hand suddenly emerged from the darkness, pulling her closer. Chu Zheng halted her instinctive reaction to attack as Li Tang enveloped her in his embrace. The sound of wings flapping echoed from the corridor, growing ever nearer. A flicker of light danced across from outside. It was those insects. Pressing against his chest, Chu Zheng could hear the rapid thumping of his heart, along with the warmth that radiated through the fabric. The swarm of insects was numerous, and it took a while before the outside fell silent. I have found the exit, Chu Zheng declared. Impressive, Li Tang praised her. You may release me now. Li Tang let go, but instinctively grasped her hand. Allow me to show you something. He ventured deeper into the darkness, with Chu Zheng following closely behind him. They passed through a stone door, and suddenly, light illuminated the surroundings while the door sealed shut behind them. The stone chamber was not particularly large, appearing rather empty, save for a solitary skeletal figure seated upon a stone chair to the left. You never inquired about my purpose for coming to the Ziyun sect, Li Tang remarked. Pausing momentarily before continuing, I came to find my father. Have you found him? Chu Zheng inquired, glancing at the skeletal remains. I have, Li Tang affirmed with a nod. My mother told me that my father did not cease to love me, nor did he abandon us. Li Tang's voice was somewhat subdued, as a child. I never understood why I lacked a father when all the other children had theirs. They always derided me as a wildling, while others enjoyed a blissful childhood. Mine was marred by insults, humiliation, darkness, and even violence. I longed for someone to stand up and protect me during those times. Yet, there was no one. I came to Ziyun sect to discern what manner of man my mother has longed for. How can you be certain that he is the one you seek? This is merely a skeleton. Can a name be inscribed upon bones? Li Tang pointed at the skeletal hand, where a flute lay amidst the stark white bones. A mere finger's length, entirely jade green. I recognized that flute. My mother possesses one as well. This does not verify identity. Li Tang glanced at Chu Zheng, slowly stating, perhaps it is intuition. I feel he is the one I must find. Upon hearing this, Chu Zheng chose to remain silent. Suddenly, the stone chamber fell into a profound stillness. Li Tang released Chu Zheng, stepping forward to retrieve a journal from before the skeleton. His fingers trembled slightly, and he hesitated to open the journal. Chu Zheng drew it out and flipped it open before him. The entries were chaotic, yet they contained numerous references to Li Tang and his mother. It stated that, upon discovering his demonic lineage, someone from Ziyun sect had chosen to divert their attention away from his mother to spare her from harm. Chu Zheng summarized the content of the journal. However, he did not anticipate that instead of evading the pursuers from Ziyun sect, he would be relentlessly hunted down. With his solitary strength, it was exceedingly difficult to contend with Ziyun sect. Ultimately, he was captured. He had been imprisoned in the Ziyun sect for many years, yearning for an opportunity to escape. And finally, the moment he had awaited arrived. Alas, he failed to flee as he was discovered by the sect's members midway. During the scuffle, he unexpectedly fell into this place, which would open only when the demonic aura became overwhelming. It remains a mystery who left it behind, but it ultimately saved his life. Severely injured and on the brink of death, he inadvertently stirred the luminous insects that could devour the demonic energy. In the end, he found this stone chamber and took refuge within, never managing to leave. Chu Zheng set down the journal and quietly moved to the other side. Lidong seemed oblivious to her departure, lost in thought as he gazed at the skeletal remains. He buried the bones with care, safeguarding the journal and the flute, his demeanor now devoid of any oddity. "Let us depart," Chu Zheng declared, rising from the ground and nonchalantly discarding the tattered ancient text as she strode towards the chamber's exit. The ancient tome lay solitary on the floor, its yellowed, mottled pages faintly inscribed with the words Demonic Clan Seal. The pair exited the dim corridor, standing beneath the mountains. Their gaze directed towards the distant Ziyun sect, still concealed in the mist. This place was not far from the sect. One could only wonder who devised such a protective mechanism for the demonic clan. Main quest. Please spend 1,000 spirit stones within 2 hours, young lady. Chu Zheng. Do not hinder me. There is a city not far from the Ziyun sect, and Chu Zheng hurriedly made her way into the bustling town. Look, those two individuals. Someone exclaimed. It seems like, let us go? The townsfolk pointed and whispered as they swiftly dispersed upon seeing them. Chu Zheng glanced at Litong. Have you frightened them? Litong, frowning and surveying the surroundings with a hint of caution, replied, We are not entering the city, are we? That won't do. How can we spend 1,000 spirit stones if we don't enter the city? A flicker of dark light flashed in Litong's eyes as he clenched his fists, suppressing the tumultuous power within him that threatened to erupt. What do you wish to purchase in the city? Allow me to procure it for you. Something feels amiss here. What's there to fear? Chu Zheng insisted, pulling him towards the city. I will protect you. As they entered the city, even before Chu Zheng could step into a shop, the proprietors hastily closed their doors, fleeing without a second thought. Chu Zheng stood bewildered. Before her, a shop was about to shut its doors. In a swift motion, she darted forward and blocked the entrance. Ah! The shopkeeper exclaimed, scrambling to the counter in a panic. Please, spare me. Don't kill me. Chu Zheng stepped into the store, surveying the wares on display, and abruptly poured out a heap of spirit stones. I wish to make a purchase. You may take whatever you like. I implore you. No payment is necessary. The shopkeeper's voice trembled as he bowed his head, too afraid to meet her gaze. Chu Zheng was perplexed. Was her appearance truly that fearsome? Meanwhile, Lidong stood at the entrance, warily observing the panicked townsfolk who were hastily shutting their doors. It seemed they recognized them, given the proximity to Ziyun's sect. If there were news of demonic entities, this place would surely be the first to be alerted. He cautioned, Chu Zheng, we must leave. Chu Zheng waved her hand dismissively. There's no rush. I haven't spent the spirit stones yet. She glanced at the shopkeeper, pleading, You truly don't want any money? Take whatever you desire. Just spare me. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Reluctantly, Chu Zheng turned to select items. The goods in the shop were rather unimpressive. 1,000 spirit stones were far more than necessary, yet the affluent were not concerned about such trifles. As she gathered her belongings and prepared to leave, the shopkeeper finally dared to show himself. Staring at the spirit stones scattered across the table and strewn on the floor, he was momentarily bewildered. Were these genuine spirit stones and not mere pebbles? Just as the shopkeeper pondered this, a group of individuals burst in from outside, demanding, Where is the demon clan? The shopkeeper leapt onto the spirit stones, shielding them, and pointed in the direction Chu Zheng had departed. They went that way. The group immediately turned and hastily pursued her, vanishing around the corner in an instant. Chapter 94. The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, 29. Chu Zheng soon understood the reason behind the townspeople's intense reaction upon seeing her. She and Li Tang were wanted fugitives. Fixated on the wanted poster displayed at the Ziyun sect's announcement board, she wondered, what on earth is this depiction? How could they possibly recognize us? This is not the essence of abstract art. In the distance, a voice warned, Everyone, be cautious of the demon's trickery. You should head that way. The disciples of the Ziyun sect, brimming with authority, charged down the desolate street, effectively blocking their escape route. Li Tang turned, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. I will eliminate them. He soared forward to confront the group. Demon. One disciple brandished a weapon. How dare you show your face here? Today marks your demise. Eradicate the demon and uphold justice. Slay the demon. Chu Zheng interjected. Must you still chant slogans? Go. The disciples of the Ziyun sect shouted their battle cry and charged forward. Li Tang observed their approach in silence, as tendrils of demonic energy began to coil around his hands at his sides. Just as he was poised to act, Chu Zheng dashed past him, and the incoming Ziyun disciples were mere moments away from striking her. In the next instant, a resounding bang echoed, scattering the attackers into the air. Li Tang was taken aback. He glanced at the demonic energy in his hands, retracting his palm as the murderous intent in his eyes faded, and he followed suit. Having completed the reckless task assigned by the king's order, Chu Zheng hurriedly exited the city. It was unsafe to linger within its walls, for the king's order could turn treacherous at any moment. She needed to find a desolate mountain or wilderness to ensure her safety. The pursuit by the Ziyun sect was relentless, but to Li Tang's dismay, he had yet to lift a finger. The enemy fell en masse without his intervention. Frustration welled up within him. Couldn't he have the chance to strike even once? She had engaged in battle so many times. Yet Li Tang could scarcely comprehend how she accomplished it. It seemed as though it was merely a trivial matter for her, achieved with the simplest gestures. As night fell, Li Tang discovered a dilapidated temple nearby. He cleared a patch of ground for them to rest. Casting a glance at Chu Zheng, who leaned against the wall, he moved closer and inquired, "How did you manage that?" What do you mean?" She replied, her capabilities vast. "Those people you dispatched," he clarified. Chu Zheng shot him a sidelong glance, her long, thick lashes casting shadows upon her cheeks. The flickering flames within the temple danced, their shadows merging and parting on the ground. "When you killed them, I sensed no demonic energy," Li Tang continued. "Even the mightiest of demons would emit a trace of their power, yet you did not." "So," she retorted calmly, poking at the fire. A sense of unease gnawed at Li Tang's heart, an unsettling feeling that expanded within him, as an ominous force constantly sought to engulf his very being. "You cannot tell me?" Chu Zheng raised her gaze to him. "What reason do I have to share with you?" Suddenly, Li Tang rose abruptly. Striding away from the dilapidated temple, he leaped into the grove behind the ruin, unleashing the power he had amassed. Trees fell in great swathes, startling the birds that had taken refuge within. "Do not utter another word," he bellowed, his voice resounding. "You are afraid." That voice lingered in his mind. "See, she cares not for you. As long as you join me, she shall wholly belong to you." "No." Li Tang clutched his head. "Silence. What do you fear? As long as you grow stronger, she shall not be your rival. You need not fear, you will possess her." Veins bulged on the back of Li Tang's hands. Cold sweat trickled from his forehead to his brow, cascading down his cheeks to the ground. He held his head, murmuring to himself, "Be silent, you be silent." Chu Zheng prodded the fire with a dry twig, the flames illuminating her icy visage, yet failing to impart any warmth. Footsteps echoed at the entrance of the dilapidated temple, causing her to tighten her grip on the twig before relaxing it once more, continuing to poke at the fire. Li Tang entered, settling beside Chu Zheng. "Would you like to rest?" Chu Zheng discarded the twig, preparing to rest nearby, but Li Tang grasped her arm. "I shall hold you." He granted her no opportunity to respond, pulling her into his embrace. "Sleep now." The warmth emanating from Li Tang dispelled the night's chill in an instant. As Chu Zheng reclined in his embrace, she observed the tension in his jaw. Lidong suddenly lowered his head, their gazes intertwining in the stillness of the air. Chu Zheng locked her eyes onto him, unwavering and unflinching. After a moment, Lidong found himself slightly uncomfortable, his gaze wavering before he abruptly averted his eyes. The crackling of the burning fire was the sole sound resonating within the desolate temple. "Do you like it?" he asked, his voice deep, his shadowy eyes reflecting Chu Zheng's visage. Indeed, she did not harbor any aversion. Since it was something she did not dislike, she naturally would not refuse. However, Chu Zheng found herself perplexed by the purpose of such contact. Was it merely to enhance physical pleasure? It seemed devoid of any substantial significance, a sheer waste of time. Li Tang's breath hitched slightly, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he kissed from the edge of Chu Zheng's lips to her brow, softly murmuring, "Sleep now. I shall watch over you." Chu Zheng regarded him for a moment before closing her eyes. She felt a flicker of annoyance, but fortunately, Li Tang soon withdrew, cradling her without further movement. Li Tang did not succumb to slumber. He dared not close his eyes, for in sleep, he was vulnerable to his own inner demons. He had to remain vigilant at all times. As the night deepened and the air grew heavy with dew, Li Tang suddenly glanced outside, causing Chu Zheng to awaken and sit up from his embrace. She stared at the fire for a while, appearing as if she had just roused from slumber, disoriented and unaware of her surroundings. Yet, a closer inspection of her eyes revealed no trace of confusion. They were unerringly composed. Further scrutiny hinted at the fierce aura emanating from her being. At that moment, she was decidedly irked. The disturbance in the dead of night was utterly vexing. Li Tang rose and softened his tone. "It's all right. I will handle it. You continue to sleep." "It's noisy," Chu Zheng uttered a word. "I will keep it down. When we eliminate them later, I will ensure they make no sound, so as not to disturb you. You are quite loud." Chapter 95. The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm. 30. Outside the dilapidated temple, Lin Shun surrounded the broken structure with several disciples. Chu Zheng strolled out slowly, with Li Tang trailing behind. It was truly bothersome to disturb someone's slumber in the dead of night. Were they not going to sleep? Could they not learn the virtues of retiring early and rising early? Senior brother, they have emerged. They had just arrived, and before they could utter a sound, those inside had already come out. Lin Shun restrained one disciple and whispered, "Remember what I told you. Capture Chu Zheng alive, and Li Tang will execute them on the spot." Understood. The disciples exchanged glances, refraining from speaking to Chu Zheng, and swiftly ascended into the air, forming a formation before her. Chu Zheng looked up, the formation's light flickering in her pupils, extinguishing like fireworks in a splendid display. Lin Shun stood outside the formation, his expression solemn, revealing a hint of fervor and anticipation. Li Tang disapproved of the look in Lin Shun's eyes and instinctively positioned himself in front of Chu Zheng. At that moment, Lin Shun soared into the air, landing directly above the formation, brandishing a long sword in his hand. As the sword was drawn, the formation's radiance expanded, and an overwhelming pressure emanated from the blade. Chu Zheng instinctively recoiled slightly. Li Tang supported her, saying, "It is a divine artifact." Chu Zheng understood in her heart. No wonder Lin Shun had the audacity to seek her out. He was backed by a divine artifact, thinking himself formidable. What a remarkable artifact. She possesses one as well. Sister, you truly do not. Such artifacts are invaluable, impossible to purchase. Chu Zheng, you scoundrel, what use do you claim to have? Why is it always its fault? Furthermore, I have explicitly stated that you must not refer to it as a scoundrel. Isn't that a veiled insult? Speak again, and I shall take my leave. Is that satisfactory? The king's account has vanished. The formation before Chu Zheng was completed, and with a swift motion, it descended to the ground, ensnaring both her and Li Tang, while Lin Shun, accompanied by several disciples, landed within the formation. Chu Zheng, Li Tang, Lin Shun, clutching the artifact, declared, "You shall not escape today. If you are wise, surrender without resistance." Why? Chu Zheng, embodying the spirit of inquiry, pressed for an explanation. Lin Shun, emboldened by the artifact, spoke with conviction. This formation is specifically designed to combat the demon race. Your powers will be significantly diminished within it. If you wish to avoid suffering, I suggest you yield. Just now, I heard you say you would kill him. Chu Zheng pointed to her good person card. Lin Shun. He spoke so softly, yet she heard him. Regardless, it matters not. The demon race deserves to perish. Lin Shun asserted. If it were not for your demon kin, there would be no war. Chu Zheng replied calmly. Without war, you would become complacent in your pleasures, stagnate, and ultimately your abilities would wither away, rendering you no different from ordinary folk. Lin Shun furrowed his brow. Brother, why are you engaging in banter with her? She is merely stalling for time, a junior brother reminded Lin Shun. Realizing this, Lin Shun reacted, Chu Zheng, do you truly refuse to surrender? No. How could a woman concede? Absolutely not. Very well. Lin Shun grasped the divine artifact, a hint of ruthless determination in his demeanor. You better not regret this, he warned. Chu Zheng turned her head sharply, looked clearly. Li Tang, bewildered, queried, what should I be looking at? Before he could process the situation, the scene before him abruptly transformed. Lin Shun and the disciples of the Ziyun sect found themselves ensnared by slender silver threads that had appeared without warning. The suddenness of it startled everyone present. What is this? I'm trapped. How do I break free? The silver threads tightened suddenly, binding their limbs and necks. What in the world is this? The disciples of the Ziyun sect unleashed a barrage of attacks, yet the silver threads remained impervious, inciting a flurry of curses. Each silver thread was linked to Chu Zheng's wrist. She tugged at them gently, her expression unperturbed. The threads multiplied, enveloping their limbs to the point of obscuring their garments. These threads. Li Tang recalled the one that had ensnared his hand at the Ziyun sect. The chilling sensation evoked thoughts of serpentine creatures. Senior brother, save me. On Lin Shun's side, the situation was somewhat better. With the aid of the divine artifact, the silver threads only ensnared his ankles. He swung the artifact down, causing the threads to loosen momentarily, only to then coil around his waist, lifting him violently into the air. Do you see now? Chu Zheng inquired of Li Tang. He nodded, his expression inscrutable, with a delicate touch of her fingertip upon the silver thread. The individual it connected to was instantaneously obliterated into thin air. As Chu Zheng advanced, only Lin Shun remained in the arena. You, what have you done? Lin Shun's face turned ashen. He had just witnessed his junior disciples vanish before his eyes, or rather, disintegrate into nothingness. Yet, The individual across from him had not even shifted position. With a graceful flick of her hand, the silver threads melded into the air, while Lin Shen remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings. You wish to slay me? I am formidable. You shall meet your demise. It's that simple. Do you not comprehend? Lin Shen certainly understood. What eluded him was how she managed such feats with merely those threads. A chill crept down his spine as he realized he had underestimated this woman. His master had been correct. The demon's essence was not to be trifled with, and he should have exercised restraint. However, thoughts of his junior sister's pale visage stirred within him an urgency. How could he rescue her if he remained idle? The demon's essence was their sole hope. Resolute in his decision, Lin Shen infused spiritual energy into the divine artifact, swinging it towards Chu Zheng. The artifact was effortlessly deflected. The figure before him did not even lower her hand. The air stirred around her, causing her skirt to billow, exuding an aura that rendered her beyond reproach. Boom. If you cannot defeat me, do not harbor thoughts of my body. It is time for you to leave, Chu Zheng declared. I fear I may succumb to the urge to eliminate you. This is the last vestige of defiance from a pitiful soul who wishes not to rewind time. The words my body seemed to provoke Li Tang, whose gaze turned ominous as he looked at Lin Shen. Li Tang strode towards Lin Shen, dark energy swirling in his eyes, while a dense aura of malevolence began to envelop him. The atmosphere grew increasingly foreboding. Did he dare to covet her body? How audacious! She belonged to him alone. None could lay claim to her. With murderous intent, Li Tang advanced, causing Lin Shen to feel a surge of dread as he scrambled to his feet and launched an attack. The formation indeed suppressed the demonic clan, significantly diminishing Li Tang's power. However, at that moment, Li Tang was consumed by rage, and in their confrontation, neither would emerge unscathed. Sister, are you not going to lend a hand? The king's number uttered weakly. Why should I assist? Chu Zheng said, adjusting her sleeves. I cannot kill Lin Shen. Hence I lack the desire to intervene. The words you spoke earlier provoked him. Sister, please consider your mission objectives when you speak, the voice continued. My manner of speaking is my own prerogative. If he is weak, is that my fault? But he has succumbed to darkness. The sister must be here to hasten the darkening of the mission target. It must be a conspiracy. This is indeed a plot. Chu Zheng retorted. What does that have to do with me? I did not cause his descent into darkness. If you had not uttered that phrase, how could he have succumbed? What I choose to say is my own freedom. Chapter 96. Pinnacle of the Demon Realm. 31. Lin Shen was beaten to near death, and Li Tang intended to slay him. However, just as he was about to strike, a formation suddenly appeared, whisking Lin Shen away to safety. The only ones capable of such an act were likely the elders and the sect master of Ziyun's sect. No one else could manage it. Puff after Lin Shen's rescue. Li Tang too could no longer sustain himself and collapsed to the ground. Chu Zheng reached out and pulled him close for support. Cough, cough. Cough. Blood poured forth from Li Tang as he choked. What are you fighting him for? Chu Zheng wiped away the blood and offered him 2 pills. This is a waste of time. He should. Li Tang seized Chu Zheng's hand to declare his claim. You are mine. I am my own, Chu Zheng corrected. My cough. 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 The demonic energy emanating from Li Tang was somewhat uncontrollable, as if it might erupt at any moment. I am not miss. Just go along with him a little. It's better to deceive him. What if he gets angry and something happens? Chu Zheng fell silent for a moment, incredulous that this rascal was inciting her to deceive him. Yours. To utter that it is his foolishness. The demonic energy surrounding Li Tang instantly settled down, and the expression on his face gradually softened. Master. The master emerged, and Wan Luo immediately approached. What transpired? The master shook his head. Lin Shen's meridians are severely damaged. His organs have been eroded by demonic energy. The underlying implication of these words was that Lin Shen was likely doomed. Upon awakening and learning of his condition, Lin Shen visibly crumbled. Once a pride of the heavens, he now faced the prospect of becoming an ordinary person. No, worse than an ordinary person. The demonic energy still lingering in his body posed an imminent threat to his life. How could Lin Shen come to terms with that? Wan Luo also struggled to accept it. His once healthy disciple had now fallen into such a state. Wan Luo insisted that the master unite with other sects to hunt down Chu Zheng and Li Tang, determined to capture Li Tang, the root of all this calamity. The demonic energy within Lin Shen was Li Tang's, only he could eradicate it entirely. Thus, wherever Chu Zheng and Li Tang went, they were relentlessly pursued. But what about Chu Zheng? Each time she was pursued, she still found time to gather spirit stones. Many began to suspect that she must possess a spirit stone mine. For how else could she have amassed such wealth in spirit stones? Thus, The number of those pursuing her increased. Initially, Chu Zheng was capable of engaging in transactions with her pursuers, yet some remained resolute in their intent to hunt her down. What merit did she possess that warranted such relentless pursuit? She did not possess any valuable equipment. Li Tang had nearly recovered from her injuries. Why was this? The actions of these hunters severely disrupted her plans. Li Tang felt an unsettling sense of dissonance. The answer was negative. Exiting the underground demon city required a certain level of strength, yet entering did not. The underground demon city had not changed since her departure. It remained the same lightless realm. Was this truly the underground demon city? Li Tang gazed upon the structures before her, which exuded a profound sense of antiquity. Chu Zheng brushed off her sleeves and walked towards the central city. The underground demon city was once the capital of the demon race. Where are we headed now? Li Tang hastened her steps to catch up with Chu Zheng. Into the city to seek an audience. Chu Zheng's words were terse, barely conveying any information. Whom are we searching for? An hour later, Li Tang found herself standing outside the Demon Lord's residence. Did she truly intend to inherit the title of Demon Lord? No lingering in this vicinity. The demon guards outside the residence brandished their weapons, urging them to depart. I must see your Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is not receiving visitors today, came the reply. You should leave promptly. People came daily to see the Demon Lord. He had little time to spare. Let them in. Suddenly, a voice rang out from within the residence, causing a brief pause among the guards. They exchanged glances and stepped aside. The voice belonged to the steward of the Demon Lord's residence, who escorted Chu Zheng and Li Tang to the reception hall. Two figures awaited the arrival of the Demon Lord, while the butler excused himself. Li Tang surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Do you know him? No, came the reply. Then why would he meet you? I do not know. As Chu Zheng found a place to sit, she naturally lifted the teacup when the demon clan served tea. However, Li Tang gently restrained her hand, cautioning, Do not drink. In such an unfamiliar environment, one cannot carelessly consume what is offered. You are overly cautious, she retorted. I wish to protect you from harm, he replied, tightening his grip slightly. I cannot bear to see you hurt. It is not poisoned, Chu Zheng declared, freeing her hand and taking a small sip. Will you drink? Li Tang observed the teacup in her possession and took a sip himself. Chu Zheng's gaze shifted between the nearby teacup and her now empty hand. She had intended for him to drink from that cup. Why had he taken hers? The Demon Lord arrived, with the butler bowing and leading the way, followed by a man whose expression bore displeasure. The Demon Lord strode directly to the main seat, his robes flowing as he settled down. You are called Chu Zheng? He assessed her with keen interest. Do you recognize me? With a scoff, the Demon Lord coldly remarked. Of course I do. You purchased over a dozen establishments in Central City. Central City was indeed his domain. A dozen shops were insignificant. What concerned them was her extravagant expenditure. Yet, by the time they arrived, the individual had vanished, leaving only the shops and their lingering essence. It was unexpected for her to resurface after such a long interval and to seek them out. Oh, Chu Zheng nodded, seemingly unfazed by her previous dealings in that place. The Demon Lord's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze shifting from her to Li Tang. Half-demon? Li Tang was taken aback. The other party had seen through her at a glance. Despite harboring inner demons, she managed to retain her composure. How intriguing. Chu Zheng glanced at Li Tang, who averted her eyes, unwilling to meet Chu Zheng's gaze. The Demon Lord curled his fingers and tapped lightly on the table. What business do you have with me? This woman was enigmatic. And the Demon Lord was not inclined to offend her lightly. As for Li Tang, he regarded her as rather feeble, thus not giving her much thought. Going out? The Demon Lord queried, somewhat perplexed. Where to? Outside. The human realm, Chu Zheng replied. The human realm? The Demon Lord's expression turned peculiar. The seals of the underground demon city cannot be breached. How could one leave? Do you think he arrived here by mere chance? It is quite normal for humans to fall in. And this aspect too? I had thought Lin Shen was an exception. But it seems this occurrence is commonplace. Calm yourself. Chu Zheng's demeanor remained indifferent. This is not a matter for you to ponder. Li Tang interjected. What if my wife takes my role? Chapter 97. The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, 32. I may agree to your terms. But I have an additional request. I want him. As Chu Zheng concluded her discussion with the Demon Lord, he suddenly pointed at Li Tang. Li Tang responded. Why? Her brows furrowed. Did she have to offer herself? A hint of amusement flickered across the Demon Lord's previously impassive face. He is a half-demon and harbors inner demons. I wish to study him. Though humans may occasionally fall into their realm, the union of demon and human resulting in offspring was a spectacle the Demon Lord had never witnessed before. Absolutely not. Chu Zheng firmly rejected. Can you cavalierly experiment with a good person card? What if I end up in dire straits? Dream on. The demon lord, indifferent, shrugged. Then our previous discussions are rendered void. Fine, Chu Zheng rose. There are other demon lords in Central City besides you. I am not solely relying on you. You merely happen to be closer, fool. Stop right there. The demon lord called after her. I will not harm him. I merely wish to conduct some research. No. Chu Zheng grasped Litong and began to depart. The demon lord's brow furrowed in agitation. All right, I concede. This half-demon must be of considerable significance to her. Pleasant cooperation. She replied. Pleasant cooperation. The demon lord's expression darkened. What are your intentions? First, we must deal with the other demon lords and unify the demon clan. Did she truly comprehend the formidable power of the several demon lords in Central City? The demon lord felt a surge of frustration. What should he contemplate now? Chu Zheng had proposed a deal. She could unseal them and lead them out, but he would have to relinquish his position for her to occupy for a few days. As for when he would reclaim it, that would depend on her needs. The demon lord, realizing he was not the only one of his kind, pondered that it was merely a nominal title, easily granted. Yet, if she intended to eliminate the other demon lords, what would happen if only one remained? 3 days later, chaos engulfed Central City. The demon lords began to vanish one by one, their disappearances shrouded in mystery, devoid of any sign of struggle. Meanwhile, those imprisoned in the dungeon exchanged bewildered glances with one another. Why have you brought us here? A certain demon lord bellowed. The demon lord retorted. It was not I who captured them. What she proposed was merely to imprison them. Why not eliminate them instead? He exited the dungeon and sought out Chu Zheng, asking, why not kill them? If we spare them now, do you truly believe there will be a favorable outcome once they leave this place? This is not a matter for me to contemplate, Chu Zheng replied. I am merely borrowing the position of the demon lord. The demon lord, previously skeptical of her claim of borrowing being a mere pretext, suddenly found himself somewhat convinced. In a fit of rage, he departed. Needing to devise a plan to deal with the other demon lords in the dungeon, he must ensure no one discovers that he had captured the demon lord, or rather, that he had not captured her at all. Litong entered and collided with the demon lord, who cast a fleeting glance at him before hastily leaving. Closing the door, Litong approached Chu Zheng from behind and embraced her, asking, do you truly intend to unlock the seal of the demon clan? Indeed, she replied. How will you achieve this? At the site of your father's remains, I discovered a tome detailing the seal of the demon clan. A book? Litong turned to face Chu Zheng, gripping her shoulders tightly. You have no idea how to unlock the seal of the demon clan, do you? I do not. Li Tong's lips twitched slightly, incredulous that she so confidently negotiated terms with the demon lord. What if you cannot unlock it? Then we can teleport them out one by one, Chu Zheng stated nonchalantly. It is not difficult. Unlocking the seal is merely a matter of converting a single teleportation into multiple ones. If the seal remains intact, the process will simply be slower, and the strength of the demons being teleported will be a determining factor. What is there to be entangled about? Li Tang is at a loss for words. Why did you choose to break the seal? He finds it perplexing. Her prowess does not necessitate the aid of the demon clan, with so many against her alone. Defeat seems inevitable, and their interference only exacerbates her losses, causing her to suffer twice as much each time, a burden she cannot bear. Li Tang muses. Is it possible she could be defeated? Sometimes, I truly. Li Tang shakes his head, expressing his confusion towards her. Lowering his gaze, he rests his head against Chu Zheng's shoulder. I genuinely wish to protect you, yet it is always you who ends up safeguarding me. His voice is a mere whisper. At times, he feels utterly inadequate, contemplating yielding to the inner demon, for therein lies the potential for strength. Yet, he understands all too well that should he succumb to that darkness, he would lose her. What if the inner demon is not her at all? Keep going. Chu Zheng encourages, lightly patting his shoulder. He murmurs softly, can you give it to me? Give you what? Chu Zheng's gaze remains tranquil. Could you please release me? She is nearly breathless. Li Tang is taken aback for a moment, then lowers his head, kissing her twice, his voice hoarse. No, it's nothing. It matters not that she does not understand. He can take his time. Can you let me go now? Li Tang leans over her, pressing her against the table. I will release you shortly, all right? Chu Zheng calmly declines. No. A smile breaks across Li Tang's face as he suddenly pulls her to her feet, and with a swift turn, Chu Zheng finds herself seated in his embrace. Have you had your fun? She protests, using her hand to shield herself from him. You are quite bothersome. All right, no more kisses. I will simply hold you. Li Tang's tone was laced with gentle coaxing as he took a step back. Is this acceptable? I have matters to attend to. I am not a child in kindergarten, indulging in games of kisses and cuddles. Just for a moment, he buried his face in her hair. Just a moment, that will suffice. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Zheng raised her hand to stroke his head. Li Tang's hair was sleek yet firm. After a couple of touches, she found herself reluctant to continue and settled her hand upon his shoulder instead. The two appeared to be enveloped in an intimate embrace, as if the room itself had been paused, capturing this singular moment in time. Chapter 98. Pinnacle of the Demon Realm. Half a month later. The Demon Lord of Central City had been missing for an extended period, with not a single clue in sight. The remaining Demon Lord had become a living target. As the confidants of various Demon Lords arrived to investigate, they found no leads. The Demon Lord maintained an air of indifference, asserting, "How would I know? You may search as you wish. Should you find anything, I will concede." With so many Demon Lords abducted, it seemed implausible that no whispers of their fate had escaped. Why was he the only one unharmed? Doubts lingered, yet without evidence, they could only engage in tentative probing. The Demon Lord found himself tirelessly managing these inquiries, never before feeling so weary of existence. Integrate them, Chu Zheng suggested to the Demon Lord. How do I achieve that? These demons would not heed my command. They follow another Demon Lord. If I truly wish to subdue them, it would require considerable effort. Even if the other Demon Lords were in my grasp, it would not be so simple to win over these individuals. Does she truly believe that capturing a few Demon Lords would unify the demon race? If it were that easy, someone would have accomplished it long ago. Are there enough demon bones? I believe it would be better if. The Demon Lord paused slightly. What did you say? Chu Zheng replied. Can the demon bone summon them? The demon bone, a harbinger of the demon race's resurgence. The Demon Lord murmured. As this legend had been passed down since the sealing of the demon race, those born with the demon bone are destined to be rulers, chosen by the demon god. Each demon with the demon bone is meant to lead their kin to greatness. However, since the sealing of the demon race, none possessing the demon bone had emerged. Suddenly, he felt a surge of excitement. Do you know where the demon bone is? As long as we possess it, all demons will obey. Haha. The day we leave this cursed place is imminent. Quickly, tell me where the demon with the demon bone is. Chu Zheng pointed at herself. It is I. Get lost. What benefit would there be in deceiving you? The Demon Lord pondered for a moment, perhaps realizing there was no gain in being lied to. All right, I believe you. Since you are the bearer of the demon bone, this makes things easier. I shall go at once. The Demon Lord, utilizing the information about the demon bone, gathered the demon race in the central city, awaiting the breaking of the seal to escape the underground demon city. Yet, she had been here for several days. Could she truly find a way to break the seal? The Demon Lord took the time to seek out Chu Zheng. Having spent several days in the desolate wilderness, she could only converse with Li Tang at this moment. Yes. Li Tang's gaze was gentle, exuding unconditional trust in her. She will find a way. The Demon Lord paced in place, murmuring to himself, "What is your relationship with her?" He suddenly inquired coldly. Li Tang was taken aback, pondering their relationship. What do we? Li Tang was uncertain about their connection. Lord Demon, does this concern you? She retorted, her curiosity piqued. The Demon Lord's gaze lingered upon her. Your inner demons are on the verge of overwhelming you, are they not? A hint of malice flickered in his eyes as Li Tang furrowed her brow, wary. There is no need for your concern, Lord Demon. The more closely she approached her, the more potent his inner demons grew. Yet, he found himself unable to resist drawing nearer. Your inner turmoil arises from her. The Demon Lord leaned closer to Li Tang. Thus, each time you draw near her, you are inadvertently fortifying your inner demons. Chu Zheng sat upon the ground, turning her head to see the Demon Lord and Li Tang engaged in conversation. What were these two demons whispering about now? Chu Zheng tossed the magic crystal in her hand and called out, Li Tang. Li Tang abandoned the Demon Lord and approached. What is it? What did you discuss with him? Nothing of significance. Refrain from conversing with him too much. This Demon Lord is intent on claiming the good person card. What shall we do if he tarnishes your reputation? Understood, Li Tang acquiesced, shifting the subject. Have you made any progress? I forgot where the last magic crystal should be placed. Let me think for a moment. Li Tang. As Chu Zheng pondered, several days passed. It was not that she had forgotten, she simply had not seen it at all. When Li Tang had called her to leave, she had just caught a glimpse of the final piece. At that moment, she had no inkling that she would be undertaking such a task. Ultimately, when she could not recall, she was left with no choice but to try each location. Every day, one could witness the magical energy rising from a certain spot outside the central city, occasionally accompanied by explosive sounds. Are you truly all right with this? Every day, the demon lord would come to check on the progress. Chu Zheng brushed the dust off her sleeves, maintaining her composure. No problem, rest assured. I will definitely succeed next time. The demon lord replied, I cannot be completely at ease. How many next times have there been? One might think you are merely stalling. In Shangning City, recent troubles caused by the demon clans had left me unable to conduct any business for several days. Isn't it true? The demon clans are truly despicable. Haven't you heard? There are anomalies at the demon seal. What kind of anomalies? I am not entirely certain, but I have heard that strange noises have been emanating from the demon seal. Could it be that the seal is breaking? The demon clans are poised to return. If the demons truly emerge, it is we in Shangning City who will suffer the consequences, as we are perilously close to the seal. In the taverns and tea houses, people gathered in discussion about recent events. Suddenly, the bustling Shangning City fell into an eerie silence, as if plunged into a void. All eyes turned towards a single direction. Dark demonic energy surged skyward from the mountains, and the previously clear sky was now shrouded in ominous clouds. The demon seal has been breached. A voice rang out, and chaos erupted as the townsfolk rushed towards the outskirts. News of the seal's breach spread swiftly to all major sects, igniting cries of extermination and defense against the demons overnight. Meanwhile, the architect of this turmoil sat in a shop within Shangning City, exchanging intelligence with the monarch. I suppose I have successfully turned the tables now, haven't I? The position of the demon lord is indeed formidable, the pinnacle of demonic existence. Although you may not perceive any wrongdoing in your actions, might we consider adhering to a more conventional path in the future? Are you aware of the concept of extravagance? The King's account and Chu Zheng deliberated. They are merely a system of indulgence, neglecting other enterprises. Did she venture into the demon realm solely to unleash its malevolent creatures for the sake of completing a rebellious quest? Such indulgence could indeed be achieved. I am perfectly reasonable. Chu Zheng twirled her teacup, her fingers gliding over its intricate patterns. Where do you find me to be unreasonable? You are far from normal, you know? It is as if fate has conspired against you. Is this not the path to achieving greatness? Is she not at the pinnacle of her existence, or rather, of her demonic life? The King's account was reluctant to engage in further discourse with Chu Zheng, merely reminding Lin Chun of the tasks that remained. Chu Zheng replied, a decisive approach would be far more efficient. Now that the demon clan has broken free from their seal, they have surfaced in the human realm, and various factions are striving to contend with them. After being sealed for so many years, their fury is to be expected. As Chu Zheng anticipated, they are no longer inclined to merely pamper her. Chapter 99, The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, 34. Chu Zheng summoned a demon from the clan. She entrusted it with a small vial to deliver to Ziyun's sect. Chu Zheng handed the vial to the demon. Demon Lord, is this not the divine spirit pill? Was this not a treasured possession of the former demon lord? The former demon lord held it in high esteem. Why would it be in the current demon lord's possession? And descended to Ziyun's sect, their sworn adversary? Has the demon lord lost his senses? Indeed. Chu Zheng nodded, acknowledging the discerning nature of the demon. The demon chuckled nervously, swallowing hard. This belongs to the former demon lord. Does he know? I purchased it. Has the demon lord become so mercenary after all? He swore he would never sell it. Meanwhile, the former demon lord, nursing his bruises in a secluded spot and counting magic crystals, seethed. This is infuriating. She is committing robbery. Demon lord, what is the purpose of sending it to Ziyun's sect? Simply inform them of the elixir's effects, Chu Zheng replied. The demon hesitated. The rarity of the famling pill lies in the fact that its formula has been lost to time. No one knows how to concoct it. Furthermore, the elixir possesses the remarkable ability to eliminate any demonic energy. Chu Zheng found it perplexing why a demon would covet such a pill. The demon hastily delivered the elixir to Ziyun's sect. Naturally, the sect members were suspicious of the demon's intentions. However, the elixir was undeniably authentic. Currently, 2 individuals were afflicted by demonic energy and urgently required the elixir, Song Fenglan and Lin Chen. Thus, the question arose, who would receive the elixir? The masters of both disciples. In their desperation to procure the elixir for their students, disregarded years of reputation and nearly resorted to direct confrontation. Ultimately, the sect leader decided that Lin Chen would be the one to take it. Lin Chen possessed a divine artifact and was the most talented disciple of Ziyun's sect. In this moment of crisis, he was in dire need. Senior brother, Song Fenglan cried, her eyes brimming with tears. She had succumbed to demonic energy before Lin Chun and needed the elixir even more. She did not wish to perish. Holding the elixir, Lin Chun was torn within. Junior sister. Chun'er, quickly take the elixir. Wan Luo urged Lin Chun. Master, junior sister. Lin Chun furrowed his brow. If he could capture Chu Zheng, he could replace her with the demonic bone. Wan Luo lowered his voice to advise him. If you give it to Feng Lan, are you certain she can seize Chu Zheng to rescue you? Even if she does capture her, do you intend to transform into a woman? A chilling image of himself in female attire flashed through Lin Chun's mind. Junior sister. I am truly sorry, he said with a pained expression. Once I am well, I will find a way to heal you. Brother. Song Feng Lan watched in shock as Lin Chun consumed the elixir, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Did he not profess his affection for her? Why was he unwilling to offer her the elixir? She was acutely aware that her days were numbered, that she could not endure much longer. When one's life hangs by a thread and the one they love declines to save them, resentment inevitably brews, even between those who cherish each other. With a sudden cough, Song Feng Lan spat out blood. Feng Lan. Her master quickly supported her, casting a fierce glare at Lin Chun. Lin Chun, Wan Luo, you have done well. Even the sect leader received a reprimanding glance from Song Feng Lan's master. He took Song Feng Lan away, and Lin Chun attempted to follow, but the elixir took effect, preventing him from pursuing. By the time Lin Chun assimilated the potion, Song Feng Lan had already departed from Ziyun's sect. Lin Chun vowed to capture Chu Zheng, however. In the ravaged lands of the demon clan, he could not even glimpse a shadow of her. The demons he encountered either feigned ignorance or had never seen her. They were utterly unaware of the new demon lord's identity or whereabouts. All commands were issued by the former demon lord. In a secluded valley, Li Tang stood beneath a tree, gazing upward at the figure perched among the branches, the depths of her eyes shrouded in a profound melancholy. Why did you save Lin Chun? I did not save him, Chu Zheng firmly denied. Lidong frowned slightly. You gave him the elixir. Indeed, but does that equate to saving him? It does, Lidong insisted. Now that Lin Chun is lively and well, how can that not be considered salvation? Chu Zheng leaped down from the tree. Bestowing him with the elixir does not guarantee that he can withstand its effects. When it was delivered to Ziyun's sect, I was uncertain who would consume it. Yet, it seems Lin Chun ultimately made his own choice. Lidong suddenly realized. Did you tamper with the elixir? Chu Zheng remained noncommittal. Did she appear to be someone who selflessly offered aid? To show weakness against an adversary is to dig one's own grave. She was not so foolish. If it weren't for that scoundrel's interference, Lin Chun would have been dealt with long ago, avoiding this troublesome situation. Indeed, the one who truly needed to be eliminated was that scoundrel. Why does it concern me? Lin Chun could not locate Chu Zheng, and gradually, his body began to manifest alarming changes. Initially, it was an inability to recover after using his spiritual power, followed by a steady decline in strength. At first, he managed to conceal it, but as time passed, others began to notice. Unable to hide it any longer, Lin Chun had no choice but to confide in Wan Luo and the sect leader. However, the entire sect could not discern the cause of Lin Chun's predicament. His abilities continued to wane. Even with a divine artifact in hand, he could not harness its true power. Whispers of speculation grew within the sect. Initially, they were cautious, considering Lin Chun's status as a senior brother, but as the demon clan became increasingly rampant, those murmurs grew bolder and more unrestrained. Lin Chun, now resembling an ordinary person, had reduced the contents of his room to ruins. Why? Why had it come to this? As he smashed items in a fit of rage, he questioned his transformation. I am the most formidable individual of the Ziyun sect. I am. Why has it turned out this way? Why? Amidst the chaos, Lin Chun sat disheveled, his expression one of madness and utter despair. A knock echoed from outside. Senior brother? The sect leader and the elders have arrived. Please, step outside. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun hastily rose and opened the door. Sect leader, sect leader. He fell before the sect leader, imploring, please, help me understand why. I am not like this. Why have I become this way? Please save your disciple. The sect leader wore a troubled expression. Lin Chun. Sect leader, you must have a solution, do you not? A once promising disciple has fallen to such a state. It grieves you as well. Lin Chun, please rise. We will certainly devise a way to aid your condition. The sect leader attempted to console him. With the promise given, Lin Chun's emotions began to stabilize somewhat. Yet, moments later, he heard the sect leader say, with your current strength, you are unable to wield the divine artifact. It would be prudent to surrender it temporarily to combat the demonic forces. Lin Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. Sect leader, what do you mean? The sect leader quickly reassured him, "Do not be alarmed. It is merely a temporary measure. Once your health is restored, the artifact will be returned to you." Chapter 100, The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, 35. Lin Shen steadfastly refused to surrender the divine artifact. The sect leader and elders, concerned about their reputation, were unable to resort to forceful measures and thus relented. However, this matter was far from concluded. Among the numerous disciples of the Ziyun sect, there were always those audacious enough to seize Lin Shen's divine artifact under deliberate indulgence. This was distinctly different from Lin Shen willingly relinquishing it. Compelled to sever his bond with the artifact, Lin Shen found himself trampled beneath another's feet. "Brother, do not blame your junior in your current state. How can you protect the sect and resist the demon clan? I shall wield this divine artifact to avenge you." Lin Chun trembled as he extended his hand, only for a foot to mercilessly crush down upon it, grinding twice with force. "Oh, brother, do take your time to recuperate here. My divine artifact." Lin Chen's eyes burned with a crimson hue. "Brother, it is no longer yours. Return it to me." "Ha ha ha, return it to you? Brother, do you still believe you are the Ziyun sect's foremost prodigy?" The individual flaunted the artifact before Lin Chen. "Brother, consider this. If it were not for the elders of the sect turning a blind eye, would I dare to act against you?" Lin Chen's pupils widened in shock. "Ha. Lin Chen has succumbed to darkness." When Chu Zheng heard this news, she was in the midst of purchasing magic crystals. Lin Chen's artifact had been snatched away, and shortly thereafter, he had fallen into darkness, reportedly having slain numerous individuals within the Ziyun sect, and now his whereabouts were unknown. Li Tang took the item from the other party and placed an arm around Chu Zheng's shoulder. "Shall we depart?" "Indeed." Chu Zheng contemplatively glanced in the direction of the Ziyun sect. "Is it truly so effortless to succumb to darkness? This is rather fragile, isn't it?" "Indeed. It would be better to dispose of it. Why did you purchase this?" Li Tang glanced at the item in his hand. "To me?" Suddenly, Li Tang felt the object was somewhat too warm to hold. He had no need for it at all. Concealing his hand behind his back, he remarked, "The demon lord is looking for you. Let us proceed." Chu Zheng looked at him, somewhat perplexed. "Aren't you averse to him?" "Am I?" Li Tang forced a smile. "Not really." She had burdened herself with too many of her own possessions. As long as it wasn't mentioned, she could forget about it. This thing certainly appeared to be undesirable. He wished to help her forget it. "Indeed, you are," Chu Zheng affirmed confidently. "Every time the demon lord appears, you wear the expression of a person seeking vengeance." "I like the demon lord." Li Tang suddenly whispered in her ear, "The demon lord." Chu Zheng, maintaining her composure, nodded slightly. "If you like me, does that mean you think I am a good person?" Li Tang shook his head. "Why not?" Chu Zheng retorted, a hint of fierceness in her tone. "My affection for you is unrelated to whether you are a good person," Li Tang explained. He had never regarded her as virtuous, yet he was drawn to her, to the point of wanting to. Chu Zheng flung his hand away and shouted fiercely, "Stay away from me." How could he like her and not see her as a good person? Truly, the tales and operas were deceitful, claiming that love equates to being the best. Liars. A multitude of liars. "Li Tang, did I say something wrong? Take care, don't bump into." "Oh, be careful." Li Tang hurried after Chu Zheng, shielding her from the crowd. "What has got you so upset?" "I'm not." Chu Zheng's expression remained unchanged, her tone as perpetually frigid as ever, giving no indication of anger. "Did I say something wrong? You are not at fault. You possess the good person card. How could you err? The entire world may be mistaken, but you shall remain blameless. The one at fault is that scoundrel." What a ridiculous task. "It is wrong once again." Fine. I concede my fault." Liang pleaded, "Please tell me where I went astray." Chu Zheng fell silent, continuing her path forward. For several consecutive days, Liang did not catch a glimpse of Chu Zheng, and just as he felt he might succumb to his darkening emotions, Chu Zheng appeared leisurely. "I warned you. Should you dare to succumb to darkness, I shall break your legs. Do you recall? You shift to darkness at the slightest provocation. Do you have a coal mine at home?" Liang hung his head low. "I cannot see you." He tugged at Chu Zheng's sleeve. "Are you still angry?" He genuinely did not comprehend what he had said wrong that day. No. What is the use of being angry? She could simply sit and stew in her anger all day long. "You are indeed angry." "No. Try saying that again." Chu Zheng threatened with a clenched fist. Liang leaned in closer. "If you kiss me, I will believe you are not angry." "You, get lost." Liang boldly pressed a kiss to Chu Zheng's lips. "Do you like it?" "I do not dislike it," Chu Zheng replied honestly. "Then that means you like it." Liang interpreted this automatically and kissed her several more times. Chu Zheng furrowed her brow. "Do I like it?" She was uncertain. For the majority of things that were useless and tedious to her, She remained in a state of indifference. Does that imply she likes them? Impossible. She was not that kind of person. Miss, think about it. If someone else were to be so intimate with you, what would you do? Without contemplation, Chu Zheng arrived at a decisive conclusion. Eliminate him. So, dear miss, do you wish to eliminate him now? A hint of agreement lingered. Chapter 101. The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, 36, a year later. The conflict between the demon race and humanity remained unresolved. Ultimately, through various negotiations, both parties decided to temporarily sign a peace treaty. The term temporary implies that once the situation stabilizes, hostilities will resume and escape will be futile. Having achieved the pinnacle of success, Chu Zheng returned the demon lord to his predecessor. During the skirmishes, she had seized the opportunity to purchase every available establishment on both sides, emerging as the wealthiest individual among demons and humans alike. Humans, demons. As they fought, the instigator profited from their discord. Chu Zheng, the wealthy one of humans and demons. I did not wish for this. It is all due to those scoundrels forcing my hand. Miss Chu Zheng, there is trouble. I am perfectly fine. Why curse me? Not that. It is young Master Litong. The demon is gasping for breath. Young Master Litong has engaged in a brawl with Lin Chun. Lin Chun, that fellow is still alive? This is a bother. He is still among the living? Yes, indeed. But that is not the crux of the matter. Miss Chu Zheng, you must go and see. Lin Chun and Litong clashed in a street, drawing a considerable crowd. Lin Chun was enveloped in demonic energy, almost taking on a tangible form, as Litong confronted him. The surrounding area bore the brunt, the battleground expanding relentlessly. By the time Chu Zheng arrived, the conflict had concluded, and Lin Chun lay amidst the ruins, his fate uncertain. Although Li Tang stood there, he appeared to be injured. Are you all right? He asked. Li Tang shook his head. I'm fine. Then let us depart. Chu Zheng did not inquire further, showing no concern for the reason behind his altercation with Lin Chun. Indeed, she understood the outcome. There are numerous paths from the starting point to the destination. How one arrives is inconsequential. What matters is the destination. Li Tang glanced at Lin Chun and nodded. Chu Zheng led Li Tang away, while the others, seeing there was no more spectacle to behold, gradually dispersed, leaving only Lin Chun behind. Someone approached Lin Chun. As his consciousness began to clear, he looked up at the person before him. Senior, junior sister. Senior brother, Song Fenglan greeted him with a smile. How have you been? Junior sister, I. Song Fenglan gently placed her hand on Lin Chun's shoulder, her tone softening. Senior brother. Do you know how despairing I felt when you did not save me back then? I'm sorry, I. Song Fenglan's charming visage twisted with anguish. You professed to care for me, yet how have you treated me? Do you know what I endured to survive? Junior sister. Lin Chun's eyes reflected surprise, guilt, fear, and pain, before all emotions faded into silence. Where shall we go? Chu Zheng, with a calm demeanor, gazed ahead. Let us find a secluded place. That scoundrel will not issue tasks anymore, and this poor girl will not be ruled by life. Li Tang paused. You and I? Yes. Li Tang fixed his gaze upon her, a myriad of unspoken feelings stirring within him. After a moment, he reached out and grasped Chu Zheng's hand. I will take good care of you. Take good care of yourself. Chu Zheng's expression was one of indifference. She sought a secluded place, where her days were spent either basking in the sun or sleeping. Li Tang busied himself with their dwelling, transforming it from desolation to a charming loft, with every detail exquisite. The inner turmoil was becoming unbearable. Here, it was just the two of them. Li Tang remained unperturbed, his happiness resembling that of a simpleton. He had yet to venture outside. Consider his feelings. Do you not possess any ambition? Ambition? Li Tang gazed at the figure in the distance. She is my ambition. Are you truly willing to let those who once tormented you go unpunished? Li Tang lowered his gaze, his tone devoid of emotion. Do not waste your efforts. I will not leave this place. The inner turmoil was taken aback. Li Tang walked towards Chu Zheng, illuminated by the light. He knelt beside her, draping a thin blanket over her and gently kissing her forehead. Since the moment she liberated herself from that dark, filthy dungeon, his heart had belonged to her. It was so then, it is so now, and it will forever be so. When Chu Zheng awoke, it was already deep into the night. She lay in Li Tang's embrace, the small, soft couch accommodating both of them, with Chu Zheng practically resting on him. Awake? Li Tang tenderly stroked her head. Still sleepy? Chu Zheng shook her head, nudging him away to lie comfortably on the couch alone. Li Tang, unfazed, squatted beside her. Chu Zheng. Li Tang lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting a brilliant galaxy. Shall we marry? Marry? Li Tang nodded. Yes, marry. No. Li Tang, rejected once again. Should you heed my counsel, Do not speak of marriage. Pursue whatever you desire without resistance to power. Li Tang exclaimed. Silence yourself. Chu Zheng retorted, gazing at him. What did you say? Are you actually raising your voice at me? And no, I said nothing. You told me to be silent. No, I was not referring to you. Li Tang hastily clarified. I am. What is it? He took a deep breath, resignedly stating, the inner demon, it perpetually incites me. The inner demon? Is that wretched creature still lurking? Chu Zheng inquired. Previously, Li Tang would often succumb to darkness, all due to this troublesome entity. How can it be vanquished? She pressed. Li Tang's head shook slightly, yet a glimmer flashed in his eyes, abruptly halting him. My inner demon arises from you. Should you consent to marry me, it would surely be eradicated. Chu Zheng remained silent for a moment before gently nodding. Li Tang suddenly lifted her into his arms, spinning joyfully. I shall grant you a magnificent wedding. There is no need for such extravagance. Chu Zheng extricated herself from his grasp, producing a red cloth to drape over his head. Ancient weddings appear to be like this. Yes, a veil must be worn. Li Tang pondered. This cloth resembles a spiritual artifact. He was aware of her considerable wealth, but to casually produce a veil of such caliber? What does this signify? A wedding cannot. Chu Zheng promptly covered him again, insisting, do not remove it. Li Tang protested, even if this is a wedding veil, it should not adorn my head. Wait a moment, let me explain. Try taking it off. Chu Zheng threatened him. Lidong grasped the edge of the veil but ultimately did not dare to lift it. Chu Zheng stood nearby, lost in thought, contemplating what to do next. After a prolonged silence, Lidong suddenly fell silent, instinctively reaching out towards Chu Zheng. She offered him her hand, the warmth of her palm providing him with a sense of reassurance. He had feared she might flee. This wedding was not meant to unfold this way. I will prepare. The ritual of bowing to heaven and earth. Chu Zheng recalled the essential part, pulling Litong to stand beneath the moonlight. They bowed to the heavens and earth. Litong, why aren't you bowing? Litong. Chapter 102, The Pinnacle of the Demon Realm, complete. Litong was compelled to complete the ritual of bowing to heaven and earth, and since his parents were absent, it was simplified, culminating in the couple's mutual bow. Litong, the veil has yet to be lifted. Bah, what lifting of the veil? Litong tore off the cloth. Today doesn't count. It counts. It doesn't count. He had prepared nothing. How could he lift the veil? It counts, Chu Zheng insisted. Litong neatly folded the cloth and placed it in her hand. It counts, keep it safe. Chu Zheng generously replied, it's a gift for you. Litong looked at the item in his hand and skillfully stored it away. The small loft was adorned with warmth, and Litong laid her upon the bed. He sat beside her, gazing at her in the moonlight. Litong's fingertips brushed across Chu Zheng's brow. What must you do for your eyes to hold me? The inner demon spoke. I will not harm her, nor will I allow you to harm her. Relinquish that thought. The heart demon is gone. It has departed, hasn't it? Since that day, the heart demon has never reappeared. It was born from her and extinguished by her. Chu Zheng refused to proceed with Li Tong's wedding preparations, primarily due to the inconvenience it posed, and again, simply because it was bothersome. Thus, Li Tong's plans were abruptly thwarted. He could follow his own agenda, yet if Chu Zheng did not cooperate, his efforts would ultimately be futile. Settling down, Litong found that whenever Chu Zheng occasionally caught sight of him, she would take the initiative to kiss him. Perhaps it was out of habit, or perhaps something else entirely. In any case, Litong was oblivious to her intentions. In truth, Chu Zheng herself was unclear. She merely acted on impulse. What is this? As soon as Chu Zheng entered the room, she noticed a tattered book occupying her bed. Sister, if I am not mistaken, this should be a... Before the words of the king could be completed, Chu Zheng had already hurled the book out of the window. The Dual Cultivation Manual, the king calmly added the remaining words. The Dual Cultivation Manual? Chu Zheng lay back on her bed. Is it impressive? Indeed. The king pondered for a moment. It seemed that his sister was rather uninformed about such matters. She was not dull, she simply lacked awareness. Of course. The king also felt she was too indifferent to learn, for to her, anything new that appeared burdensome and useless would be disregarded, left unexamined. It's about the connection between men and women, and how to enhance one's cultivation, the king explained with some reluctance. I am quite capable. I do not require cultivation enhancement. The emphasis is on the connection. Who is discussing enhancement with you? What connection? Is it truly wise to burden a system in such a manner? You know, the whole, continuation of lineage, perpetuation of descendants. Do you comprehend, dear lady? Copulation? The gaming account was nearly startled into disconnection. Why would she utter such a term? Who was the imbecile that taught her this? How tiresome. Chu Zheng offered a brief annotation, then ceased to engage with the gaming account. The following day, Chu Zheng encountered that wretched book once more. Frustrated beyond measure, she ultimately decided to obliterate it entirely. However, it would not be long before another would materialize. Chu Zheng. She perused the book, finding the postures described therein quite unspeakable, yet her expression remained unperturbed, not even a flicker in her gaze. Could this truly enhance one's cultivation? After finishing, Chu Zheng expressed her skepticism. Whether it could truly augment one's cultivation remained uncertain, yet it would undoubtedly deepen emotional connections. However, the lady likely had no desire to comprehend. Yet, upon Li Tang discovering the annotations within the book, all her thoughts vanished instantly. Did she genuinely consider this a martial arts manual? Did it require her to point out the illogical aspects? Did it? Dejected, Li Tang tucked the book away. In the ensuing days, regardless of how Li Tang hinted, Chu Zheng remained utterly indifferent, often responding with reactions that were entirely unexpected. One day, Chu Zheng awoke and sat on the edge of her bed, lost in thought. Li Tang entered from outside, and upon noticing her wakefulness, promptly set down her belongings, leaned in for a kiss, and inquired, "Did you sleep well?" Chu Zheng lifted the covers and got out of bed, asking, "What are you doing?" "Nothing much." Li Tang gently arranged her flowing hair and, feeling a sudden whim, proposed, "May I style your hair?" With a flick of her fingers, Chu Zheng effortlessly conjured a beautiful updo from her somewhat disheveled locks. "There, perfect. I am truly remarkable." Li Tang then retrieved a hairpin, delicately inserting it into her hair, and cupped her face for a tender kiss. However, Chu Zheng, with an impassive expression, pushed him away and departed the loft. Each time Li Tang wished to assist her in some manner, Chu Zheng managed to accomplish it on her own, which greatly frustrated him. Could she not grant him even a single opportunity? Their days together were unremarkable. It seemed Li Tang had resigned himself to simply accompanying her with decorum. Occasionally, he would find himself beside her at night, embracing her for a brief slumber, and eventually, Chu Zheng tacitly allowed him to rest beside her. Li Tang, in a state of self-abandonment, mused that their progress was quite satisfactory. They could share the same bed now. As the sun dipped below the horizon, their silhouettes intertwined. The autumn wind whispered through the trees, sending golden leaves swirling into the distance. "Why did you come to save me?" He pondered, yet the answer eluded him. Why indeed? They were strangers, devoid of any bond. There is no reason. Chu Zheng propped her chin on her hand. Li Tang glanced at her, noting how the warm glow of the sunset bathed her fair earlobes in a soft light. "If that person in the dungeon were not me, would you still have come to their aid?" "No." "Why not?" Chu Zheng turned her gaze, her countenance exuding a sense of naturalness. "Because it wasn't you." Li Tang's lips curved into a slight smile. "So, you initially came to save me." "Indeed. To be precise, it was a good deed card. But you do not even know me." "True." Chu Zheng felt a tinge of impatience. "Why do you have so many questions?" Li Tang grasped her hand. Their fingers entwined. "I was merely pondering. If it hadn't been me that you saved back then, would you be here with someone else now?" Chu Zheng found it difficult to envision such a scenario. The thought of being with anyone but Li Tang was simply incomprehensible to her. She could not articulate why. It was an inexplicable feeling, both peculiar and elusive. With resolute conviction, she declared, "There is no such if." Li Tang paused for a moment, then enveloped her in his embrace. "Indeed, there is no such if." The conclusion of the third dimension. Chapter 103. The Banishment of Evil Spirits. 1. Caw, caw, caw. Crows circled overhead, alighting on a nearby branch, their cries echoing hauntingly through the woods. The night was deep and laden with dew, the moonlight serene and quiet, casting heavy shadows among the trees. Chu Zheng gazed at her nearly translucent hand, struggling to comprehend her situation. What had happened? Had the data been lost during the transmission, resulting in only half of her being sent over? "Miss, you are now a spirit." A spirit. A spirit, which meant, oh no. Chu Zheng maintained a facade of calm as she inquired, "Very well, how does one squander as a spirit? I don't even have a body." "Hee hee. But we have ghost coins." "Miss, we aspire to become the foremost spendthrift in the netherworld. Let us go for it." "No, I have no desire for that whatsoever." "Then, miss, how about you receive some memories?" The adept use of a skill to automatically ignore what she didn't wish to hear was employed. "Chu Zheng, you wretched creature." The original protagonist, surnamed Xiao, was destined to marry her longtime boyfriend, Morong-yi, after graduating from university. However, on the eve of their wedding, she discovered that Morong-yi had been involved with her close friend. In a moment of recklessness, her friend boasted to her revealing that she and Murongyi had been together since university, but Murongyi had refrained from breaking up with her to avoid causing her pain. A confrontation ensued between the three, leading to an unfortunate incident where the protagonist was pushed and struck her head, resulting in her untimely demise. To conceal the truth of their crime, the duo disposed of her body in the wilderness under the cover of night, erasing all evidence and fabricating a narrative that she had run away from home. The resentment harbored by the protagonist rendered her unable to reincarnate, and she lingered as a spirit, haunting her friend and Murongyi. Gradually, she discovered her capacity to manipulate certain phenomena and began to instill fear in them. Naturally, they were terrified of the presence of an otherworldly entity, but soon sought the help of a celestial master to exorcise her, fearing her relentless pursuit of vengeance. They heeded the master's advice and employed malevolent means to suppress her, ensuring she would never be reborn. And then, there was no further unfolding. In the timeline that Chu Zheng now occupies, she has been deceased for a year, her remains reduced to mere bones. During this time, Murongyi and her friend, Tang Yue, have married and are living in blissful intimacy. The graveyard, which should have been abandoned, is devoid of any presence save for her solitary spirit. The ground is overrun with vines, and the trees grow in grotesque disarray, presenting a frightful sight. It is best to leave this eerie place behind. It is truly a travesty that someone as endearing as her has been transported to such a dismal location. The fiends are indeed beasts. Chu Zheng gave a gentle bounce and immediately began to float upward. She attempted to drift a few meters forward, ensuring that no aerial collisions would occur, before gracefully gliding outward. Main mission: spend 10 million underworld coins within 2 hours, which has been transferred to your spatial pouch. Chu Zheng. In this desolate wilderness, abandoned and shrouded in darkness, where on earth am I supposed to spend 10 million underworld coins? Wait a moment. Chu Zheng glanced at her wrist, where the totem of the spatial pouch still lingered. Is it permanently bound? Map navigation activated. Suddenly, a map-like image materialized in her mind, revealing a green line that marked a destination 246 kilometers away from her current location. How on earth am I supposed to get there? Just float. The cheerful voice of the king's vessel chimed in. Miss, the speed of a spirit entity is quite swift. I calculated that, barring any unforeseen events, you have a maximum of 30 minutes to spend your coins. That casual you have time felt as though she had ample time at her disposal. What about unforeseen events? No worries, it's just a matter of doubling the time. Chu Zheng. Miss, you've already wasted a minute. Chu Zheng. I'll endure. That wretched creature. Once I catch it, I shall ensure its demise. Chu Zheng noticed the map flickering and blankly stared at a crooked tree in the distance. You wretched creature. The map soon stabilized, and the wretched creature did not resurface. Following the map, Chu Zheng floated toward her destination, pondering that perhaps the unforeseen events referred to encountering spirit entities engaged in a brawl. If this could be deemed a brawl. She had never encountered such a spectacle before, a horde of spirits lined up on a road, facing one another, each more grotesque than the last, striving to appear more terrifying, more monstrous, more gory. I can remove my eyeballs. I can detach my arms. My head has been flattened. My intestines. Chu Zheng observed the assembly of spirits, each vying for the title of most pitiable, and remained unusually silent. Perhaps she harbored some prejudice against these entities. This here is mine. I am the most frightful. I am the scariest. What do you have that could frighten me? I am the most terrifying. Chu Zheng intended to sidestep this assembly of frightening spirits and continue on her way. However, before she could float a few meters away, a spirit with half an eyeball dislodged obstructed her path. Where do you think you're going? What abilities do you possess? Show us. Chu Zheng pointed to herself. Indeed, I am merely passing through. Do you believe me? She glanced back at the spirits who had halted to observe her. What are you staring at? I truly am just passing by. I refuse to partake in your tedious game. She was determined to maintain her composure. What are you all doing? Whoever wins will obtain a pass, one spirit explained. What abilities do you possess? What pass? It dawned on her. Furthermore, the map provided by that scoundrel likely led to that very destination. The spirit continued, if you wish to acquire the pass, why not engage in a fight? Isn't it absurd to compete in who can appear more terrifying? A fight? What a tremendous waste. After all our efforts to amass a modicum of strength, we cannot afford such extravagance. The spirit rolled its eyes, and with that motion, its eyeball fell out. Chu Zheng, were you not the one who obstructed me? Have you forgotten? Chu Zheng hastily slipped away, distancing herself from this peculiar group. The green line on the map grew shorter, and the number of spirits around her began to increase. Pressing forward, she soon beheld a radiant light. An ancient and solemn archway stood at the foot of the mountain, with light spilling from it and cascading up the slope. Beneath the archway, guards stood watch, and entry required the presentation of a small black wooden token. The token was taken by the guards, who crushed it, transforming it into a wisp of smoke that coiled around the wrist of the entering spirit. Chu Zheng observed that not only spirits were present, but also humans. These individuals donned masks, and the tokens they displayed differed from those of the spirits. They were white. Thus the smoke encircling their wrists was likewise white. "Miss, there are only 10 minutes remaining," the king's call suddenly reminded her. "It's time for the doubling." Chapter 104. The Exit of Evil Spirits 2. As the time approached, Chu Zheng remained uncertain about how to gain entry. Clearly, one could not enter without a pass. The king's call persistently urged her. Time was running out. Chu Zheng surveyed her surroundings and noticed 2 spirits nearby, each holding a black wooden token. She floated over to them. The 2 spirits appeared quite normal, lacking any disfigurements or gruesome attributes, resembling ordinary people. Upon her approach, the spirits immediately became wary. Chu Zheng maintained a serious expression. "Do you have a pass for sale? Are you looking to buy?" "Not for sale." Chu Zheng glanced past the youthful male spirit and turned her gaze towards the middle-aged male spirit on her right. "What is your offer?" A countdown of 1 minute begins. The young male spirit grasped the arm of the middle-aged spirit. "What are you doing?" "We obtained that pass with great difficulty." The middle-aged spirit gestured for him to be silent and extended a finger towards Chu Zheng. "This amount. 10 million? The young male spirit rolled his eyes. 100 million. "Do you think this pass is just worth 10 million? If it were, would you sell it to me?" Chu Zheng pondered. "I may need to reassess my understanding of the currency in the underworld." "Congratulations, young lady, on achieving the doubling milestone. 10 million has been credited. Please spend 20 million within the hour." Possessing 20 million underworld coins, Chu Zheng thought, "I still can't afford it. It seems the only option is to eliminate the problem. It has been proven that money is not omnipotent." The king's account appeared to have misjudged the value of currency here, refraining from gloating as before and quietly retreating into the shadows. "Are you buying or not? If not, do not obstruct us." The young male spirit frowned. "What a lively scene today." A charming, sultry voice resonated from behind as a female spirit suddenly materialized beside the young male spirit. At her appearance, the surrounding spirits swiftly dispersed, with many female spirits bowing their heads and retreating to the back. Even the middle-aged male spirit, who had been beside the young one, abandoned his companion and fled. Clearly, this female spirit possessed considerable power, instilling fear in the others. Some humans, too, retreated to the sidelines, opting to observe rather than intervene. "Sister Jiao Jiao." The voice of the young male spirit trembled. The female spirit, known as Sister Jiao Jiao, rested her head on the young male spirit's shoulder. Her alluring eyes fixed intently on Chu Zheng, glimmering with palpable malice. Chu Zheng remarked, "Oh, this charming young lady. We have never met. So why do you suddenly direct hostility towards me? Do not presume that your beauty will absolve your rudeness." She then inquired, "What did she say to you, young sir?" The young male spirit swallowed hard and replied, She wants to purchase a passage permit." "Oh?" Sister Jiao Jiao elongated her tone. "Did the youngster sell it to her?" "And no." The young male spirit hurriedly shook his head. "Then go fetch her for me, and I shall spare you today." "How does that sound?" The young male spirit dared not refuse, eagerly nodding in agreement. Sister Jiao Jiao released him, and the young male spirit immediately lunged towards Chu Zheng, his grip fierce, attempting to seize her. What a coward, hiding behind the king's protection, seeking trouble with a beautiful female spirit. Her heart must be twisted. How absurd. A female spirit with a touch of beauty should not dare to appear before her. "Fortunately, I am male. Do you think being male guarantees your safety?" "You are courting death," a spirit hissed, causing the conversation to dwindle. As Chu Zheng grappled with the young male spirit, she overheard these exchanges. She seized the young male spirit and hurled him to the ground. As he attempted to rise, he was suddenly bound by an unseen force, rendering him completely immobile. Chu Zheng raised her hand, and the young male spirit was abruptly propelled into the air. As the crowd turned their gaze, the young male spirit displayed an expression of terror, his eyes wide with fear, and in the next moment, before the very eyes of the onlookers, he disintegrated into ashes, as if the vision they had witnessed moments ago were but a mere illusion. Her palms were empty. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. "Have I offended you?" asked Chu Zheng, addressing Sister Jiao Jiao. "You are quite impressive," Sister Jiao Jiao replied sweetly. "Do you know what kind of woman I detest the most?" Chu Zheng, with an expression of indifference, responded, "I do not wish to know. I am not human anymore. However, Sister Jiao Jiao paid no heed to Chu Zheng's reluctance and revealed her answer, a woman with a beguiling face, one that is utterly repulsive to behold. Chu Zheng was taken aback. Questioning, this person? No, this spirit, is she unwell? What does the appearance of others have to do with her? It's not as though they are seeking her for cosmetic surgery. To suddenly confront a stranger spirit and engage in such vehement hostility surely indicated a lack of sanity. Just dispose of her. At that moment, Chu Zheng, clad in a light-colored dress, her long hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, possessed features that were exquisitely striking, evoking a sense of awe at first glance. She stood composed in the center, emanating an air of aloofness, her demeanor exuding elegance and nobility. With calm eyes that betrayed no emotion, she remarked, "You ought to take a look in the mirror. Even as a spirit, one should learn to scrutinize oneself. You are quite attractive. Why speak ill of others as being beguiling? You yourself are even more so." Sister Jiao Jiao was left speechless. Jiao Jiao realized that Chu Zheng was referring to her face. Yet this visage. A fierce expression suddenly emerged on Jiao Jiao's enchanting countenance. "I intended to teach you a lesson, but now." A glint of malice flickered in her eyes. "I shall make you wish for death." "I am dead." Chu Zheng calmly stated the fact. "How do you intend to make me wish for death? Resurrect me?" "Jiao Jiao, that line exceeds the limits." Jiao Jiao was evidently taken aback. In her fury, she exclaimed, sharp-tongued, "Ha, today I shall properly instruct you on the rules here." Annoying. With a wave of her hand, Chu Zheng silenced Jiao Jiao's voice abruptly. She held her head high, as if someone had seized her throat. "Rules?" Chu Zheng regarded her. Each word like ice. What are they? Jiao Jiao's beautiful eyes widened, struggling to articulate. You. Her feet lifted off the ground, slowly ascending. From her ankles, cold threads coiled upward, creeping up her calves, thighs, abdomen, and arms. Yet she could not discern what these entities were. It was akin to a venomous serpent. An intangible dread enveloped her. Chapter 105, The Evil Spirit Retreats. 3. Here, humans and spirits intertwine. Yet it is not difficult to recognize